It's time to take the Arena Championship to new frontiers. This weekend, the greatest players on Magic Arena are diving into the ring for their share of $250,000. And for the first time ever, they're gonna do it in the most eternal of formats, Timeless. With access to the most powerful cards in the history of Magic, today's games will be a display of absolute power. From Necropotence to Lurrus to Dark Depths and more, strap in as we begin Arena Championship 10.
Hey everybody, welcome to Arena Championship 10. My name is Maria Bartholdi. I will be your host for this weekend. We have 110 players competing for their share of a $250,000 prize pool in the Timeless format, which is very cool. This is the first time this format has been featured on an Arena Championship. And as Ailey said there in that intro, it is very, very powerful. We could see some very fast games. We could see a ton of broken plays. And we've got a lot of high-name players here in the event this weekend. We have Pro Tour champions. We have people who just competed at the World Championship. So we've got a great field of stacked pros and a very powerful format, which could lead for some very exciting games. Joining me here in the booth this morning, let's welcome along Paul Cheon and Tannen Grace, our first caster duo for the day. What are you excited for, Paul?
I'm just excited for just the absolutely ridiculous things that we're going to see over the course of this weekend. This is, very, very different than Standard, for example, where we're going to see a lot of completely ridiculous things starting as early as turn one. This is one of the fastest formats in all of Magic. You're going to see a bunch of decks that look to kill you on turn one or turn two. And you know what? This is also a format that doesn't have the card Force of Will in it either. So there's not a lot the opposition can do. And let's see which ridiculously powerful deck can kind of do their thing first.
Absolutely. What about you, Tannen? What are you looking forward to?
Well, besides seconding everything that Paul just said there, you're allowed to play Strip Mine as a 4-of in this format, and I'm not usually the kind of person that roots for non-games of Magic, but I can't wait to see someone get Strip Mined into the Stone Age here this weekend.
Yes, indeed. We might be seeing quite a lot of that, in fact. Let's take a look at our caster team this weekend and find out who will be in the booth alongside all of us. Of course, we've got Daquan Watson and Arya Karamchandani, who will be calling the games in the booth for you a little bit later. Ailey Loney also here this weekend. She will be conducting the interviews, talking to the players behind the scenes, getting their thoughts on what is going down and how they feel after being strip mined into oblivion. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out how we're going to do, what we're going to do, and when we're going to do it, starting with today, Paul.
Yeah, starting things off here in day number one, we will be having 8 Swiss rounds of Timeless. Now, the magic number that you want to advance to the playoff rounds into day 2 is 6 wins. However, if you pick up your third loss, that will mean immediate elimination from the tournament. Now, if there are more than 16 players that advance into the second day, we will be playing an additional round that'll be called the Qualification round on Sunday, where 17th can play against 16th and 18th can play against 15th.
All right, speaking of day 2, why don't we dive a little bit deeper into that, Tannen?
Yeah, on day 2, you can see it's a single elimination for these Timeless players. Now, they're going to be having some high-stakes matches in day 2 as well. Not just for the money that's involved, but those top 16 players that are going to be left over are going to qualify for Pro Tour Lauren Eclipse in Richmond, Virginia. And if you're lucky enough to make the finals here this weekend, you will be qualifying for the World Championship 32 at MagicCon Atlanta.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. 2 people going to the World Championship after this weekend. Let's talk a little bit more about the format, Timeless, because some of you might not be familiar with it. Well, we've said it's very powerful, and it is. It is the highest power format where every card on Magic the Gathering Arena is legal. So we're going to see some busted stuff here today. There are a few restrictions to both Trickery, Demonic Tutor, and Channel, restricted to 1 copy per deck. The format uses the rebalanced versions of all the digital-only cards, while all the non-digital cards match their original tabletop printing. So lots of powerful stuff coming up here in the Timeless format. We asked the people playing in this tournament, the players, if they could describe Timeless in one word, what would they say? Let's hear from them right now.
If I had to describe Timeless in a word, say fast. I think I'm used to, I usually mostly just play Standard and Limited, and this was very, very different. I don't even play much Legacy, so this format is just blazing fast. Like, sometimes you look at your opening hand, you're like, okay, I think this game is probably over.
It's fast because you can die on turn 1, and It doesn't really get much faster than that. The slower decks of the format can kill on turn 3 pretty easily. If you're looking for a format that lasts 4 or more turns, Timeless is not it.
Punishing would be the word I would use. You know, if you stumble on mana, you can get strip mined out of the game. If you don't have the right piece of interaction in the first turn or two, like a deck like Reanimator or Necro can like push you right out of the game. So you don't have a lot of time to set up. So a lot of the gameplay is kind of centered in the first few turns, and it's really punishing if your hand can't keep up.
Threatening is a format where you have a lot of really, really powerful threats, many of which are banned in Legacy. But a lot of the interaction is weaker, like notably no Force of Will. So there's a lot of really strong threats, and they're not held in check quite as much.
Powerful. Everything you do in the format is incredibly strong. You have cards like Strip Mine and Dark Ritual, Psychic Frog, you know, all these incredibly powerful cards from Magic's history that you're allowed to play in this format in 4X for almost all cards in the format. There's just such a high bar of power in the format.
And there is from the pros themselves, how they would describe the Timeless format in one word. Let's take a look at the schedule as far as timings are concerned. What time do we expect things to happen, Paul?
Yeah, so today, of course, the event has just started, and we're going to have 8 rounds of Timeless. And of course, like I mentioned before, 6 wins will make it into the second day. Tomorrow, though, we have a little more structure in terms of the rounds. We're going to start things off, if possible, with a qualification round as we enter the playoffs in a single elimination style tournament. After the qualification round, we will have the top 16 at roughly 10 a.m., followed by the top 8 at about 12:30 p.m., leading into, of course, the semis at 2:30, and then the finals at 4 o'clock p.m., all times Pacific.
All right, everyone. So mark your calendars when you want to see what you want to see here on the tournament here this weekend. Let's talk about the prizes, though. What are the players playing for? It is a lot, Tannen.
Yeah, and there's a couple of different things they're playing for here this weekend as well. Cash. First off, a lot of money going out to these players here. You see $15,000 up at the top, 12.5 for second place. So the finals are definitely playing for a ton of money. You can see even 9th through 16th is getting $5,000 all the way down to some of our last place finishers are still going home with $500 in their pocket. And then they're going to be playing for those Pro Tour invites and those World Championship invites as well. So a lot on the line here for these players, really high intense matches for them.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see how we are qualifying people for paper tournaments through arena competitive play there. As Tannen said, the first 2 finishers going to the next year's World Championship, and a lot of people qualifying for the Pro Tour this weekend as well, which is pretty cool stuff. But how do you end up playing in an arena championship? Let's talk about how you can qualify to play in one of these. If you're watching from at home and you're like, hey, I get $500 just for showing up, how do I do this? Paul's starting kind of at the bottom of the ladder and working our way up.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to kind of work your way up here, but it all starts with play-in points. And play-in points are something that you can earn from playing in constructed events on Arena, or you can also get play-in points by finishing in the Mythic rank top 251 to 1200. We'll get to why it goes from 251 to 1200 a little bit later. Additionally, there are play-ins for Qualifier Weekend, and if you basically do well in the Qualifier play-ins, that will qualify you to be able to participate in Qualifier Weekend. Additionally, if you do well in the Arena Open, that also gives you invites to Qualifier Weekend. Then you have Qualifier Weekend, which is, of course, a 2-day event where with play-in points or doing well at qualifier play-ins, you can basically play in this event. And additionally, you know, I mentioned this earlier, if you finish in the Mythic rank top 1 to top 250 or Mythic rank top 250 from both limited and constructed, you also qualify for Qualifier Weekend. If you do well and make it to the second day, well, that is an extra step to getting to the Arena Championship.
All right, let's take a look at that extra step here at the top of the ladder in Premier Play. Tannen, what do you have to do next?
Yeah, if you're one of those lucky players to make it into the day 2 with Qualifier Weekend, you're just 4 wins away from making into one of these Arena Championships like you're watching right now. And if you get those wins, you'll be joining us here in the next Arena Championship. Then you can go into the top 16 of that Arena Championship, which will qualify you for the Pro Tour. And then, like we've been saying, if you're lucky enough and good enough to make the finals of that, you'll qualify for the World Championship at the end of the year.
Yeah, so very exciting stuff, everyone. We hope to see you here next time at another Arena Championship, everybody in chat. Speaking of, let's talk about the 2026 season here for these Arena Championships. We've got 3 of them coming up next year. The next one is coming up pretty soon, actually, February 21st through the 22nd. That's going to be Arena Championship 11, and that's going to be a standard tournament. Then May 23rd through 24th, that's Arena Championship 12. It's going to be historic. And then we take a bit of a break, but come back in October. The weekend of October 24th and 25th is going to be Arena Championship 13, and that's going to be standard as well. So if you're looking to qualify for one of these tournaments, Arena Championship 11 is already done and dusted. That is locked up. You can't qualify for that one anymore, but you can qualify for Arena Championship 12 or 13. And if you're interested in that, you can scan the QR code on your screen to learn how to start your journey here to qualify for an Arena Championship. There's also another event that you don't see on your screen here coming up next year that I'm personally very excited for. That's the 2026 Arena Limited Championship. If you want more information about that, you can type !ALC in chat for more info on the 2026 Arena Limited Championship, which is going to qualify people for the 2027 Limited Championship in paper as well, but it is a very prestigious tournament in its own right with a lot of prizes. And of course, you're playing Limited, which is just awesome. Paul, are you excited about that? I just want to know.
Oh, just maybe a little bit here. I mean, Limited is kind of my favorite way to approach Magic the Gathering, and I'm so excited that we're actually putting a little more emphasis on that. So, if I'm not going to be covering it, you better believe that I'm going to try to be qualifying for any and all of these events.
Yeah, some very exciting stuff coming at us next year in 2026. Well, we have round 1 coming up here from Arena Championship 10. Let's see if we can find out who will be playing in our feature match area. It's very exciting. $250,000 on the line for these players in our prize pool. And like I mentioned, a lot of big names at this tournament. And we're starting off with a big one here. Nass running Mono Black Necro up against Brandon Large running Is It Prowess. You can see how many games these players have played in Arena there. More than 34,000 for Brandon Large. And their win rates, very impressive, 58.3% and 56.8%. Let's get to meet Nass here. If you're not familiar with him, well, let me just say, this guy has been on a tear in Magic for a long time. He's your Pro Tour Ether Drift winner. He has 12 Grand Prix top 8s and 5 wins, known kind of as the combo king in Magic. He actually came in 10th place at World Championship 31 just the other weekend. So is continuing his winning ways here, running this Mono Black Necro deck. I want to know more about this deck and what it does, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is absolutely ridiculous. I was actually fortunate enough to kind of take a peek at Matt Nass and his completely loaded testing team, kind of curate this deck. But this deck basically kind of tries to put 2 or 3 combo decks all in one. But this is one of those decks that we talked about that can win on turn 1. The idea is you want to get turn 1, Dark Ritual into one of the Necro variants. You have Necro Dominance and Necro Potence, and then with that, you can draw a ton of cards and then execute the second half of your combo, which is, of course, the Reanimator package. You have access to Sorin Imperious Bloodlord that can put and cheat in Saint Elenda, which is extremely powerful. Additionally, you can also entomb Saint Elenda and cast Reanimate to get that back into play. So that's what it's trying to do. It's basically kind of a Reanimator deck that's also a Necro deck and just kind of tries to piece together the most ridiculous turn 1 starts possible. And I will say this deck is extremely good at mulliganing. You can basically mulligan down to 3 cards and win the game as long as you have land, Dark Ritual, Necropotence.
Wow, okay, that's scary, but I'm very excited to see it in action, actually. That sounds sweet. Let's take a look at the other side of things. The opponent here, coming up, Brandon Large. You might know him as a streamer from back in the day. When asked to describe some of his top finishes in Magic, he said, quote, "I beat Numat in draft once." All right, so pretty lofty resume here for Brandon Large. More than 34,000 games played on Arena of the Constructed Peak of Mythic 20. Says he loves playing aggressive decks. So let's take a peek at this Is It Prowess list that he has brought here this weekend, Tannen.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that he was a streamer. This is one of the OG streamers from Magic Online for back in the day. I remember watching this guy like 10, 15 years ago and stuff, and he's playing a really creative deck here this weekend in Is It Prowess. So we can get that deck list up on the screen here in just a moment. It's one of my favorites when I was looking through all of the decks here this weekend. It's got a lot of really cool things going on, some sweet stuff that it can be doing. It's kind of like an amalgamation of a lot of the broken Is It decks over the last few standard seasons, combined with some of the really powerful cards that we've got in the history of Magic, like Mauch is up here to help you play some of your 2-drops on turn 1. But you've got Quarry Steel Cutter, you've got Boomerang Basics here to make sure that you can kind of go off and do a lot of things on turn 1. Monastery Swiftsphere is going to be attacking for a ton of damage here. And this deck, unlike some of the other ones, actually has some interaction in it. for the opposing decks. You see a Spell Pierce there main, and then a lot of stuff in the sideboard, which I think is going to come into play a lot here in this first matchup.
All right, let's take a look at this match. Round number 1 on the way here at Arena Championship 10. We've got a great matchup to kick it off. Tannen, take it away.
Hey everybody, welcome to Arena Championships 10. We're here in the first round. I'm Tannen Grace. I'm joined by Paul Cheon. We're going to have Matt Nass versus Brandon Large here. Paul, what can you tell us about this matchup?
Yeah, so I mean, this, like a lot of other matchups that we'll see, is basically going to be a race, especially in game 1. You know, Brandon Large is playing an Is It Prowess deck that doesn't have any copies of Force of Negation in the main. There's that 1 Spell Pierce and 2 Tormod's Crypt. That's basically his only ways to kind of interact with what Matt Nass is trying to do. And on the other hand, Matt Nass has got to be feeling pretty good about this, knowing that he can mulligan very, very aggressively, because he doesn't have to worry about the existence of Force of Nature here in game number 1.
Yeah, those are all really good points. We have to go down to the feature match area, see how this plays out. One overarching question I have for the tournament here: how important is it to go first in this tournament here?
Oh my gosh. I mean, we always talk about this in any constructed format, but it is even more important in a format where basically games are decided by the first 3 turns of a game. So it is super important. And the fact that Brandon is going first is very, very big here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to keep his 7. We might have access to 3 mana on turn 1 here for Brandon Large. I see the sign on a Chromox and a Mox Opal along with spells. So I guess that's
right.
an automatic keep. How are we looking at Matt Nass's opening hand?
Yeah, this is a bit of a slow hand. I would imagine Matt's going to mulligan this hand. No rituals, no Chromoxes. You kind of need to mulligan it very, very aggressively. So normally when we look at this and we go, "Ooh, that's a rough beat," it will shock you how few resources you actually need to win. So I think Matt's just going to continue mulliganing down here to just find what he needs here. Although now we're mulliganing to 4. Can he find it here? And he does.
Well,
Look at that, right? Look at this. I mean, this is the exact example. I mean, I was talking, you know, after the team submitted their deck list, Zach Keeney, who's part of this team, was like, my goal for this tournament is to mulligan at least 50 times.
Yeah, that sounds like Tron numbers. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, right, exactly. And we're already on 3, and Matt Nass has Dark Ritual and Necro Dominance turn 1, and Brandon Large doesn't have the single copy of Spell Pierce in his deck. So the only thing he can do is try to put on as much pressure as possible before Matt Nass basically draws out his entire deck.
Yeah, this is an interesting. He had 2 different ways Matt Nass could go with his mulligan here. He has the Dark Ritual, like you said. He could go the Necro Dominance way, or he has a Tomb Reanimate, which he's actually putting to the bottom of his deck. So do you think there was a reasoning to go one way or the other there?
I mean, especially when you're already going down to so few cards, I think Matt just thinks he has a much, much higher chance of winning the game by just drawing a ton of cards with the Necro Dominance.
Seems good. Looks like we're going to start off with that Seed of Sign-On. Chromox going to come from Brandon here. Let's see if he wants to imprint anything here. I have to believe that's possibly going to happen. Looks like nope, it's going to be there just as an artifact. So we're going to have 2 mana on turn 1. I could see this happening. If he thinks the Galvanic Blast, something could actually come up here. It could be relevant, but those expressive iterations are going to need to carry him, it looks like, from here.
Yeah, and Brandon probably sees what's going to happen here. And now if you're on Matt Nass's side, the card that he's really looking for here is Sorin, because if you can find Sorin to Imperious Bloodlord, then he can get that Saint Elenda from hand onto the battlefield.
Yeah, it looks like he drew quite a bit of cards here at the end. Now he is going to actually have to go down to 5 cards here at the end of the turn. So it looks like he's going to get rid of that Saint Elenda and an extra copy of Necro Dominance here, though he is going to have Entomb Reanimate next turn, and he does have a second source of mana that fell to Profane in his hand as well.
Yeah, one note though, so we call this the Necro deck. It's got both Necro Dominance and Necro Potence. Necro Dominance is much, much worse for enacting your reanimation strategy, because the way Necro Dominance is worded, it says, if a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. So if you put a creature into your graveyard, it just gets exiled.
Paul, the one of Spell Pierce has showed up here on this expressive iteration. Does this possibly change the plans of Brandon here this turn? Because I gotta believe it's going to affect it.
I imagine he's going to draw that one and then probably just exile the land to play here. But does he actually have the ability? He doesn't actually have the ability. Oh, he can go Galvanic Blast to the face here, right? And that way you can actually cast your second spell here to get the Steel Cutter going. So if you're Matt Nass, I mean, now the pressure's on, right? There is a clock here. And if Brandon gets untapped, he even has access to the Spell Pierce.
Yeah, like you said, this deck can kill very, very fast here. But Necro Dominance does a lot of damage to yourself here too. So that life total is very relevant. Now this grief is going to go ahead and check the way, be able to take care of the spell pierce if Matt Nass thinks that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and has Fell the Profane, but probably just going to be using that as a mana source here. And then, like I mentioned before, Entomb not doing a ton here.
Yeah, guys, are you starting to worry about your life total if you're Matt Nass, though? With that
Oh,
Fell the Profane?
absolutely. I mean, Brandon Large just dealt 6 damage to Matt's face. So, you know, life is a resource that you utilize here to kind of draw a bunch of cards. You know, March of Wretched Sorrow would be something that Matt Nass would be super interested in drawing here off the Necro Dominance to be able to basically gain a bunch of life, deal with that token that's in play, and basically keep the game progressing and finding the pieces of his combo.
Yeah, it looks like Matt Nass is going to take that second copy of Expressive Integration from Brandon here. Not caring about that Spell Pierce just too much yet. Well, it's maybe slow down Brandon just a bit here.
Yeah, curious what Matt's going to actually choose here as a number for the Necro Dominance. Really does need to find a March here, or the Corey Steelcutter might be enough.
As I say, they do play 4 of those March, right? It looks like he went with the max number here.
And he couldn't find anything. I think that's it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like that is going to be it. I was going to ask Paul, do you just go all in here? And it looks like Matt thought you do.
Yeah, I mean, Matt was just playing to his outs. He absolutely needed to draw a March there. Couldn't find it. And Brandon, I mean, he didn't really have to do too much, right? He just went, you know what? I'm going to play a 2/2 haze creature and deal 4 damage to you. And that was enough.
That was enough. Brandon Large up 1 game to none here in this matchup. We're taking a look at these sideboard here, Paul. Anything standing out to you for these matchups?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 3 copies of Force of Negation that are in the sideboard for Brandon is absolutely huge. Probably one of the most important cards in the matchup here, because if you have the Force of Negation, now all of a sudden on Matt's side, you have to think, okay, do I need to mulligan less? Do I need to make sure I have some additional interaction in the form of grief or duress before I can try to fire off my Necropotent? So I think that's going to be one of the most important cards here. There's a 3rd copy of Tormod's Crypt in the sideboard here for Brandon Large, which could also come in, because we do have Entomb Reanimate, which is another combination that Matt Nass can go for. And Surgical Extraction as well can play a pretty big role to basically, you know, if Matt Nass goes Entomb St. Elenda, you surgical that and remove basically all copies of St. Elenda from the graveyard. So I think game 1 was probably where Matt Nass had the biggest advantage, and it's going to get a lot more difficult here for Matt after sideboard.
All right, sounds pretty good. You talked about those duresses for Matt to see if those maybe come in to start trying to fight against some of those reactionary cards that Brandon has here. Brandon, another one of these Mauch's heavy hands, the opener here.
Ooh, can't
Mauch's.
That's a little bit dicey. You can't actually cast anything, right? You have Great Furnace, Mox Opal. You need another land because you can't get 2 Mox Opals in play because they're legendary. So Brandon needs to find a land or another artifact to actually cast anything from his hand.
Yeah, is this a hand you're more inclined to keep on the draw than on the play here, if you're Brandon?
Yeah. I mean, because you have a few more draws, right? You can draw kind of a bobble or something along those lines. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. What is Matt Nass mulliganing to here? 4 right now?
4. Yeah, it looks like we're going to 4 yet again for Matt Nass. So you talked about this. This deck does this a lot. He's well on his way to 50 that you were talking about.
And he's keeping this. So I think you're all in on Necropotence here, right? So you have 2 lands and a Necro, and you're just hoping to play a natural Necro on turn 3. That generally is not going to be good enough to get it done, especially against a deck that can be this aggressive. But of course, Brandon's hand also needs to kind of get there because he actually just can't cast anything right now. So slightly risky keep here for Brandon Large.
Yeah, I was like kind of surprised at how quick he kept this 7-card hand, but this looks like it's just going to be a Great Furnace and pass. And if you're Matt, you see this, Baby's really leaning on the surgical as well here. So Matt making that 2nd land drop.
Hey, look at this, a 3rd opal, and yeah, Brandon can't do anything. So this is rough. I mean, the thing is with this format, you have to mulligan aggressively, right? Mm-hmm. And Brandon thinking, all I need is a land and I'm okay. But now Matt Nass has some time here. Matt Nass actually drew another reanimate, so he can go grief, exile reanimate, then reanimate the grief, and take 2 cards out of Brandon Large's hand here.
Yeah, this is actually a really good draw for Matt here. Gives him the extra black card he needed to pitch to the grief here, like you said. And this is going to be, he's going to see Brandon Large's hand here. And actually, like, if you're going to see a 7-card hand here, this is one of the better ones you could see, I think.
Absolutely. And I imagine he's going to take the surgical here first because he wants to be able to resolve that reanimate, right? So you cast the grief here, you trigger it the right way so it doesn't go to the graveyard right away. You take the surgical extraction, and then you can reanimate and then take whatever else you might need.
Yep, looks like he stacked the triggers correctly there. Grief's going to go to the yard. Now ready to cast the Reanimate, get back this Grief. What are you taking the second time through?
Probably the Spell Pierce, right? That's the only form of interaction that Brandon Large has. That way, if Matt draws an untapped Black Source, he can just slam the Necro, and then all of a sudden, he's in the driver's seat.
All right, well, another artifact picked up for Brandon here. So the Mauch Opal is turned to 1 now, so blue mana has been found.
Yeah, but it might be a turn too late here, although this is going to be a decent turn because this will allow Brandon to basically play the Landlord Navigator and also perhaps a Storm Chaser's Talent here.
Yeah, I mean, he can kind of like mini go off here with the Mauch Opals, kind of using them as like Lotus Petals.
Right, yes. But I don't think there's a need to necessarily play this last Mauch Opal unless you really want to just be able to get Matt low enough where the Necropotence can't, where Matt basically just can't draw enough cards with Necro. And there you go, Landlord Navigator. Enough artifacts have entered the battlefield here where you get a Thieving Magpie. But Matt draws the Swamp, so he has Necro going here. Has to be mindful. He does know about Shrapnel Blast here in Brandon's hand, so can't draw too many cards, but you do have a blocker available.
It looks like, I was going to say, it looks like we've taken 2 so far. Maybe a few more.
I see 5 triggers.
Yeah.
So
see how low he wants to go here.
Yeah, because you got the flyer, right? So the Thieving Magpie is a guaranteed source of damage. You can block the Navigator here if you'd like.
They kind of back it up a second, not playing the other Opal and going, full crazy that turn. That gives him a chance to trigger Navigator again next turn as well if he were to draw another artifact. So kind of, making sure he doesn't overdo it there too much. So let's see what Matt Nass gets here. Maybe a little bit better than game 1 for him for his 6.
Yeah, it looks like he went for 6 here. Down to 11, effectively at 5 with the, 6 with the Shrapnel Blast. If you attack with everything and you block the 2-power creature, that's also 3 points of damage. If Brandon just draws something like a Galvanic Blast, he just has it here, right? Because Matt Nass doesn't have an untapped Black Source, so he can't cast a March even if he drew it off the Necro here.
Let's see, what are the cards that get added to Matt Nass's hand? Looks like we're in a little bit of a waiting pattern here. But yeah, like you said, like this aggressive start from Brandon in both games has shown, I guess this is one of the reasons why he picks this deck. If you play against these Necro decks that do so much damage themselves with the Necros, with the modal lands, with Thoughtseize and stuff like that, like you only have to attack once or twice, it seems like, to get wins in these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, this deck just does a ton of damage to itself. And if you can't find that combination of either Sorin plus Elenda or Entomb Reanimate to get the Elenda in play, then all of a sudden you're just not going to have enough life to work with. And Matt Nass actually does find March of Wretched Sorrow here, but doesn't have the black mana to cast it.
And so Matt needs to survive this turn to have a chance to really showcase what his deck's capable of, because it hasn't really been doing much for him here in round 1. But that March of Wretched Sorrow, he said, could come in pretty handy. Now, Brandon did pick up an Expressive Iteration. This is going to get him 3 cards deeper in his deck. He does have another source of mana in his hand already in Mauch Opal, so let's see how far down he can go here.
Land Galvanic Blast, for example, would probably just be lethal.
Corey Steel Cutter won't be able to see itself, right, as a second spell, but Monastery Swift Spear doesn't get it done with Shrapnel Blast, does it? He's doing the math.
I don't. Well, I mean, you can. So the thing is, you can play the Swift Spear. Oh, and then you can exile the land, and then you have the Shrapnel Blast. This actually might be enough here.
Right.
You play the land. You play the Swift Spear, or you play the whatever. It doesn't matter. You go Swift Spear, then you go Mauch Opal. That triggers Prowess. Yeah. That's 2 cards. So now you have to block the Otter. That's 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. Yeah, I think this is going to be enough here.
Is this exactly lethal? I think it is, right? Yeah.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's exactly lethal.
Exactly lethal, yeah.
Oh, man.
So we talked up Matt Nass's deck quite a bit here in round 1. And maybe we should have done a little more time talking up this really cool deck from Brandon Large, because this has looked really good here.
Yeah, I mean, just beat down here. And this is with Brandon Large with kind of a slower start, actually not doing anything for a turn. But Matt couldn't kind of get his combo online quick enough, and there was enough pressure here from Brandon Large to just close things off with pure burn to the face.
And as you see, Brandon Large, our winner here in our first feature match, gives Matt Nass big win for him starting off the tournament in the exact way that you want to be, up 1-0 with this really cool take on Is It Prowess. We were talking about this before the tournament started, Paul. This deck is one of the cooler decks of the tournament. I actually really like this one. Yeah, no,
it's a really fun deck. It's just really interesting though, because I think if you ask a lot of the players, the narrative for the format is, hey, this is a format that's trying to kill you on turn 1 or turn 2. And this deck doesn't really do that, right? This is probably one of the more quote unquote fair decks that you can imagine. We're talking about a Mauch Opal deck, but it's one of the more fair decks that you can play in this event because this deck isn't really capable of killing anybody on turn 1 or turn 2. This is a turn 3, turn 4 deck that has some card draw, that has a little bit of burn, but hey, you know, maybe the strategy of playing a bunch of Galvanic Blasts and Shrapnel Blasts when people are trying to turn 1 Necro you could be a viable strategy here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the more I thought about it, the more I was like, yeah, if you just draw 2 burn spells in a game, they might just die. Like they might just be dead. Yeah, so
exactly.
It's so much damage. Now, that isn't all that we've got here for you round 1. We do have some more Magic for you here. We've got some extra matches from the Arena Championships in the Timeless format. Let's see what our second matchup is here for you in round 1. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we're gonna have a quick break, and we'll be right back with some more Magic.
For generations, the Dragon Lords ruled over Tarkir, crushing the once great clans under Talon and Fang. But now, the winds have changed, and a new age approaches. Together, the 5 clans sought to take back the skies by harnessing the power of the spirit dragons. But it was a power they could not fully comprehend. The skies darken with a new threat to Tarkir. It will take the combined might of the 5 clans to face what's coming. Sultai, Mardu, Abzan, Temur, Jeskai. Let those who summon the storm be the ones to break it.
Welcome back to Arena Championships 10. I'm Tanny Grace, joined by Paul Cheon. We're still in round 1 of this Timeless event, and Paul, I think what we saw in round 1 is going to be par for the course this weekend. We're going to be seeing some pretty quick games.
Yeah, look, that was a game that was, I think both games were decided by turn 3 or turn 4. That might have been one of the slower matches that we'll see over the course of the weekend. But yes, this format is blisteringly fast. If you think you can have time to go get a drink, no. Watch the matches first. Go get the drink afterwards.
Yeah, we'll give you a little break in between the rounds. Go make a sandwich then. Otherwise, you might miss the fireworks. Speaking of fireworks, we got a great second match here for you from round 1. We're going to have Derek Davis, fresh off a top 8 here at the World Championships against Hans Mauch, here playing Mono Blue Affinity, and Derek Davis playing Mono Red Crystal. So we got some mono-colored decks here, Paul, but they're doing some quite different things.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to kind of see how these decks kind of fare against each other. They're both basically playing kind of Chalice of the Void decks. That's kind of their main way to interact with a lot of the other combo-oriented decks in the format. But my guess is if you're playing a deck that has Chalice of the Void in it, your deck's probably good against Chalice of the Void. So it's probably not something that's going to be as relevant here. But what the Mono Blue Affinity deck's looking to do here is just, get Pinnacle Emissary in play as quickly as possible, make a ton of tokens, get a Kappa Cannoneer, and kill your opponent down that way. Meanwhile, on the other side for Derek Davis, their plan is to try to get Chalice of the Void online, get a One Ring or Magus of the Moon, and just try to basically make it so your opponents don't get to play Magic.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Vintage or Legacy, this Mono Red Prison deck's going to look really, really familiar to you. It's a deck that we've seen quite a bit. As we head on down to the feature match area and see this match in action, I checked up on something really quick, Paul. This is a Mono Blue Affinity deck that is going to get hit pretty hard by Blood Moon effects, which is kind of funny to me.
Right, because, I mean, you have access to Chrome Mox and Mox Opal and 1 Amber, but, there are no basic lands in this deck, right? There's no basic islands, so, yeah, if there's just a bunch of blue cards in Hans's hand and he doesn't find the Chrome Mox or Mox Opal, he's going to be in some trouble.
Yeah, you can take a look at the deck list here. You see Hans down at the bottom. Like you said, no basic islands here. This is going to be a matchup where I think Ancient Tomb is really going to be the one that's going to be carrying a lot of the heavyweight.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's just going to be kind of interesting to see. Of course, die roll going to be super, super important here, just to see if Hans can kind of get you know, one of his more explosive starts here. Doesn't have the Pinnacle Emissary in hand, but does have a turn 1 Emery available here.
Yeah, really strong start here for this deck. To be able to get up to 2 mana, even a little bit further possibly with Mr. Bauble. Gotta let him get the Emery. Look up the lock here, see what he mills over 4 cards. Does mill over another Bauble, but already had one as well. He's got one of his draw engines set up here already.
Right, along with a Call Pakal in hand, as well as an additional way to get some extra value.
Yep, and as Davis has read it out here, because he is a mono red deck here, I like the on-theme video here we got for him. Now, we see the Chalice in the opening hand, along with a way to put it into play turn 1, but like you were saying, that might not be that good in this matchup.
Yeah. I don't even know if you necessarily want to go for it here. Now, there's a Strip Mine, but Strip Mine doesn't really seem particularly good when there's an Emery on the board. You probably need to just kind of play out your board. And yeah, I do like Chalice for 0 because the Affinity deck does play a lot of 0 mana cards. In fact, it's got 15 0 mana cards in the deck. So Chalice still actually pretty decent here from Derek's side. You know, possibly even on the draw.
Yeah, like you said, it isn't the most enticing play, but it does look like he goes ahead and goes with that Strip Mine play here on Hans to take him back down to, you know, a little bit turn further down. And then the Fury is going to pitch away Magus of the Moon here because that's not going to come into play anytime soon. And so we're kind of restarting the game here.
Yeah, so normally you wouldn't want to go for the Strip Mine line, but if you do have the Fury to get the Emery off the battlefield, then we're talking about a different game. And now, I mean, Hans has nothing, right? He's just going turn 2, land, go. So this is kind of what Derek wants to do. Derek's deck is just wanting to lock his opponent out of basically playing anything here and then take over the game that way. But there isn't a Call Pakal.
Dave's going to add an extra card to his hand here at the end. Looks like he's going to find possibly another counter copy of Emery.
Yeah, that's extra value.
Ancient Tomb's going to allow Derek to start playing stuff here. Yeah, I really like the idea of strip mining on turn 1 from Derek since he had the Chalice for 0-2. Kind of like locked Hans out of a lot of ways to get mana and progress here. Broadside Bombardier is going to go ahead and come in here.
It's got menace.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, but can't fling the Chalice here as a Call Pakal is 5 toughness. It's got a ton of beef, ton of meat.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Derek to be able to kill that in this matchup with something along the lines of Broadside Bombardier because he's going to have to throw something like a 1 ring at it, and that's a lot of value to give up. Though I do see a Pyroglyph in the hand, and maybe something with that can happen.
Yeah, especially with 2 Emerys that's resolved, there is a chance that the Pyroglyph would get there. However, there is a Metallic Rebuke on Hans's side of the in Hans's hand, so that would be able to counter the Pyroglyph if that's what Derek decides to go for here.
Yeah, Sink into Stupor picked up as well, so a lot of permission now for Hans to decide. Derek, let's see how he wants to go this turn. It looks like it is going to be the Pyroglyph.
Yeah, and that's thinking, hey, look. Hans has 3 cards in hand. You have to think at least one of those cards is a counterspell. So if that's the case, maybe you want to bait it by playing the Broadside Bombardiers here instead. That's basically what's going through Derek's mind, because you can also play the Ragavan in hand too. So you can double spell here and play around the Rebuke. The question is, does Derek feel like he's behind to the point where he has to play the Pyroglyph?
It does look like he's going to go ahead and start off with the Bombardiers, and it is going to get met with that Metallic Rebuke, like you were saying. So permission spell number 1, we've gotten through that for Derek Davis' side. Maybe the Pyroglyph will be able to get into play. We'll have to see what Hans' side is. He is going to go ahead and put that Ragavan into play. Now, a double block is available for Hans here with this attack from Broadside Bombardier. But it looks like he's going to go ahead and take the Ragavan and take down the Emery before blocks, so that doesn't even become an option.
Yeah, but Hans kind of slow rolling the artifacts in his hand so that he can continue triggering the Call Pakal and kind of playing a grindy game here, right? I mean, it's like, okay, I got the Call Pakal going, and then now I can just play an artifact every turn, draw some extra cards, and kind of run you out of resources.
Yeah, if you like mid-range matchups and like, more of the grindy games, I think these are the decks that you're going to be looking for.
Yeah, it absolutely.
Yeah, these are ones that are actually going to play out as much. Yeah.
We're on turn 5.
That's unheard of. Unheard of, Paul.
That's wild. Yeah.
I think we might have had 5 turns total in our first match. Broadside Bombardier is going to keep attacking in here. Nothing to fling just yet, though. We do have a Strip Mine here. And that Pyroglyph. Derek is showing a lot of patience here. He's just going to go ahead and Strip Mine down one of the Seat of the Synons. Definitely going after the artifact land is correct here, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You want to shut down affinity from the Mox Opal here if possible. And I mean, Hans floating a mana doesn't matter because he already had access to 3 mana for a counterspell. So if Hans goes Sink into Stupor, I mean, that just kind of, that's like a temporary fix here, right?
Mm-hmm. It's just like a remand that doesn't draw a card every
Right.
Like you're just going to have the same problem again next turn.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Pyroglyph can go to the face here too. It's not just creatures.
Can.
Here, yeah.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage here now. Hans is down to 10 life. He's going for a bounce on Chalice. Yeah, of course, that's why he can't play out the bauble here. And needs to get something going here with the Akal Pakal.
This Single Stupor into turn is going to return this Chalice of the Void to Derek Davis' hand. Like you said, kind of unlocking some of the stuff in his hand because right now, neither one of these cards were doing anything. So Hans looking for some kind of action here.
Derek Davis deciding whether or not he wants to sack the Chalice here to the Broadside Bombardiers. Although, did he already sacrifice something this turn?
No, that was the turn before. So
the turn before? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he can get a shock out of this if you
Right. I think the thought process is, well, my Chalice will probably not be good after the next turn because you're going to be playing whatever 0 mana card that you have in hand. So I want to try to close this game out as quickly as possible. Plus,
it actually just lines up well, too, that 8 damage is a Pyroglyph attack, a Broadside Bombardier attack, and any artifact or other creature going to the face. So this would technically represent lethal here for Derek Davis as well.
That is a Ragavan on top of Derek Davis's deck here. And there is another Sink into Stupor, but there's just no great Sink into Stupor targets here. You never want to bounce Pyroglyph.
Oh, absolutely. So like you said, that Ragavan coming off the top. This does represent lethal technically for Derek. There is a block available.
Yeah, I think I think Derek's just going to dash this in here and just swing with everything and just go, Hans, if you've got a Sink into Stupor, I'm okay with that. I mean, that's, or Metallic Rebuke, that's all you can have. Let's just play it, attack with everything. Because if you block the 1/5 with the Ragavan, then you're not going to be in a good spot here.
It's going to bring back the Broadside Bombardier here. I think that's the correct target here for the Sink and Stupor as well. Could be able to bounce off of this Pyroglyph here, but he's going to go ahead and take care of the Ragavan.
So now he's going to go to 4 life. So next turn, Derek can play Broadside Bombardiers, attack with everything, and kill Hans by sacrificing the Pyroglyph. So we're going to play a Mox Opal and try to find some kind of interactive spell here off the Akal Pakal trigger.
Yeah. Let's say you're going to go ahead and leave the second Akal and the Crow Mox in hand. Let's see what the trigger is here. Does it have anything that interacts as a Chalice of the Void and a Pinnacle Emissary? I don't think that's enough.
No, there's no Galvanic Blast or anything like that in this deck. There's only just some bounce effects.
Chalice of the Void picked up for Derek here. Another thing that he can throw at Hans if he would like to here.
Right. Might just play it for 0 again.
Yeah, I think he's taking time to think, is there any number that I should hit here just to make sure, Hans has to play it out before him, but I don't think there's anything that he has to play around.
The thing with this mono red deck is there's no playing around stuff at this point. You just jam and hope they don't have it, right? Like you don't have ways to draw a bunch of cards. You play the Bombardiers, you hope Hans doesn't have a counterspell, and then if he doesn't, you win the game.
Which looks like that's going to be the case here. Looks like game 1 is going to be going to Derek Davis. So you block here. Yeah, you take the 2, and the Broadside Bombardier is just going to throw the Chalice of the Void at you.
Right.
Like we said, it's just a free shock.
2 to the face. Derek probably going, what do you have a stifle effect? Is there something that you can do to counter this? Yeah.
Don't forget, this is timeless. I would be double guessing myself.
Of course.
To be like, wait, there's some card I've never heard of.
Right, right.
All right. So that is going to be game 1 in the lead here for Derek Davis. Taking a look at these sideboards, anything really sticking out to you from either side?
Yeah, so 3 copies of Dismember really stand out here from Hans' side. That's a nice way to deal with Broadside Bombardiers, Pyroglyph, and Fury. So I imagine that's something that's coming in here. And it looks like we already see how they're sideboarding. Force of Negation, also a card being boarded in here because Hans recognizes that actually Chalice for 0 is very, very strong in this matchup, and I need to have an answer for that, especially because I'm going to be on the draw against Derek Davis. Wouldn't be surprised, actually, if he chooses to board the Force of Negations out when he's on the play, because then he doesn't have to worry about that Chalice for 0 on the play anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Gemstone Caverns coming in for Derek here, too, trying to get that luck counter.
Yeah.
I love seeing that when people are on the draw here as well. Lithomatic Barrage as well coming in, going to be an all-star here in this matchup. So let's take a look at these opening hands. A Dismember in the opening hand for Hans here. Nice when you get the and a Force Negation when you get the sideboard cards right away.
Right. Yeah, and Lithomantic Barrage works so nice against Kappa Cannoneer, right? Because Kappa Cannoneer's got that ward cost of 4, but of course Barrage saying this spell can't be countered, which kind of overrides the ward cost.
Slow start here for Han, just a tap land and go, but he does have a Seed of Sign-On, a Chrome Mox, and some other stuff here behind here. He can do all kinds of things. Pinnacle Emissary and Kappa Cannoneer, not something to really look over too much. A lot of really cool stuff happen there, but this Kappa Cannoneer is going to get pitched to the Force Negation.
Yeah, excuse me. Kept the Force, recognizing that the Chalice is just good regardless, right? Because he was on the play, because he did lose that first game here. But I will say this, though. If you're on Han's side, your whole deck is trying to be super explosive. And looking at this hand, it looks a little slow.
It does look a little slow. Now he's got a couple options here. Let's say if he wants to imprint a card into the Chrome Mox now, but it does, yeah, let's say, which looks like he does. He's going to put the Dismember under there, and he's going to go ahead and go with the Call the Call.
So that's going to draw you a card, but Derek Davis does have Lithomantic Barrage, which is a really nice, clean answer, and he's going to be able to get a trigger here off of the Ragavan. So this is a big turn here for Derek.
Yes, I'll say we also picked up a Strip Mine off the top here as well, and this is what you were talking about. Strip Mine with Ragavan can be quite the combination here, in the fact that you get to kind of keep making your land drops with the hits from the Ragavans while strip mining your opponent. And that's, if he wants to do it this turn, but let's see if Derek wants to do that.
Yeah, he hit an Emery, and he's wondering if he should play the Emery, but Strip Mine might be the better play here. Just get the Seed of the Sign-On off the battlefield, keep you low on artifacts here. Yeah. And kind of shut you off from whatever you're trying to do. Because remember, Hans only has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, he's not really going to be able to do anything with any of these cards. Getting the Emery would have been kind of cute, Paul. He could have had the Emery along with Chromox and Broadside Bromadier and do that kind of whole thing. But not having any of I kind of like his choice.
Right. I think he's happy just, playing the One Ring this turn, or possibly even just a Pyrogoyf if you want to play around a Force of Negation.
Yeah, let's see what choice he makes here. He's going to go ahead and pay 3 life here. I've got to believe you have to play this land untapped. It does look like it's just going to be the Pyro of choice. I kind of like that when it gets the game over with really quick. You still have
it's a 5/6.
Yeah. I mean, this game is over with possibly next turn.
I mean, Hans just doesn't have anything going here. Yeah, and that's going to be it here probably. I mean, what can you even get going? I think this is just a loss here on Hans' side.
Yeah, I was going to say the double rebuke here, not going to get anything done. Kappa Cannoneer, the Pinnacle Emissary never got to really get going, and you get one of those Kappa Cannoneers out, and you can see how these formats can be decided real fast with how powerful some of these draws can be. What a win for Derek Davis here in round 1, picking up right where he left off at the World Championship.
Yeah. I will say, I'm not sure about the thing with the Affinity deck. I feel like you absolutely just kind of need to get to as quick of a start as possible. And just from what I see, it looks like it's one of those decks that's trying to play a longer game. So not really sure if the strategy of trying to lean on a 3-mana creature to win you the game with a couple of cards here and there is going to be good enough to kind of get you there, because you just see that there's just so much more power across the board between things you can do on turn 1 and turn 2, where really leaning on a 3-drop that doesn't just completely win you the game is kind of putting you in a tough spot.
I'm going to put you in a tough spot. Is that a slow matchup that we just watched? Is that what we're going to have as the long matchups that we have here this weekend?
I mean, there are certain matchups that can go longer. If the combo decks don't do the combo thing, or, even if we have a Necro Mirror where both players play turn 1 Necro and draw a bunch of cards, those games can go a little bit longer. But yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty wide range. But I will say this does look like one of those matchups where, yes, you do get to see a turn 3, a 4, or a 5.
So again, Derek Davis, the winner here. We are going to have a third match for you here in the first round. That's going to be right after we have this deck tech.
Mono Black Necro is sort of a cheese deck. You have multiple combos, actually 3 of them, that you can pull off on turn 1 to just get an insane advantage right off the get-go. One of them, Reanimate Entomb, which is maybe the most powerful if you can do that turn 1 to reanimate Atraxa. And the other one is Sorin plus Alenda on turn 1 via Dark Ritual ramped out. And then, of course, we have the 8 Necro effects we can ramp out with Dark Ritual or Chrome Mox. The Necro Dominance and Necropotence allow you to basically break the rules of Magic. If you have one of those out in the early game, you can just draw up to 15 cards or whatever, and then exile them all with the March to gain that life back. It's completely broken, essentially. I mean, we really went with the broken strategy here. I was working with Matt Nass, Nathan Steuer, Andre Stroski, Zach Heaney, and Alex Friedrichsen. We just liked this deck because we felt really good into the Boros Energy, Mardo Energy decks, and that seemed like the most popular archetype in the format. You're just doing something very powerful in an somewhat unknown format. Like, what is going to happen at this Arena Championship? Everybody's like, whoa, what is the metagame going to be like? So we just like proactive, do the most broken stuff, and hope for the best.
Welcome back. Paul, I heard you liked Magic, so I made sure that we got a third match for us here. In round. We are going to have, we did just see the deck tech of the mono black Necro Potence, Necro Dominus deck. We are going to have that one yet again here, and we're going to have a really cool matchup with it against one of the decks that you were talking about that you liked a decent bit and you got to play with a little bit in the Esper mid-range deck here.
Yeah, so the Esper mid-range deck is also maybe one of the slower decks in the format, but it's a really, really powerful one. And Jeff Chung actually one of 3 or 4 players actually bringing the deck. And I will say, from the other side, Nathan Steuer and their team, this was the matchup probably they were most concerned about going in, because Esper midrange is one of the best decks that actually get to play multiple copies of Force of Negation in the main deck. So, previously you can mulligan down to 3 or 4 and still win. That might not be the case in this matchup.
I love the way that we have this here. Overall games, we've got about 30,000 on one side with an insane win rate over that, and you use like Platinum Pro, nothing to scoff at. And then just overall games, mini. Overall win rate, good. Constructed Peak, world champion.
Look, at some point, you transcend numbers, and that's where Nathan Steuer is at in terms of his overall skill and mastery of Magic.
All right, let's see if that skill and mastery of Magic's going to go into Timeless as well. Let's take a look at these decks and move on down to the feature match right after that. But you take a look at Jeff Chung's deck at the top. We've seen the deck at the bottom quite a bit. We've seen this list. The one at the top, it's a new one for us. It's got one of your favorite cards in that 1-drop slot.
Oh, yeah. And this is one of the most powerful creatures in the format, in my opinion. That's 4 copies of Hydroponics Architect. That's not a card that you're going to see in paper. This card is absolutely amazing. It's 1 mana for a 1/2 flyer. When it attacks, a random land in your library becomes an island and gains when it enters the battlefield. You draw a card. So this works extremely well with blue fetch lands. Basically, what you do is you play this turn 1, you attack, and then you sack your fetch land. And you know what? Every now and then, your strip mine might be an island. So then what could happen is on turn 2, you fetch, you hit a strip mine, you draw a card, and you kill their land. So this deck is also capable of having some incredible starts with Hydroponics Architect. But, you take a look here. It has a collection of amazing creatures. It's got, it gets to play Brainstorm and Ponder. It's got Treasure Cruise. I mean, this plays a lot like kind of a deck that you would see in Legacy, right? You have these kind of the blue-based mid-range decks. But then you also get to play Hydroponics Architect, which might be a better creature than anything that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely like a lot of the Legacy and Vintage Luris decks that we've seen over the last year or two. I think Nathan kept his hand. I got a decent little look at it. I saw a Dark Ritual with Reanimate, Sorin, and Grief. So maybe an early Grief or something along the lines here. It does look like Jeff went down a card here, and he's going to be leading us off here with a Pluto Delta. I think that's a Brainstorm and a Treasure Cruise as the cards left over in his hand.
Yeah, actually kind of slow-ish hands for both players. No creatures in Jeff's hand, but he does have that Brainstorm with fetches so that he can kind of find what he needs. Now, on Nathan's side, he doesn't really have any combo other than Grief into Reanimate. So he can go Grief, Exile, Dark Ritual, and then just play Swamp and then reanimate the Grief. Now, the other thing Nathan is considering is, does Jeff have something like a Spell Pierce? Because if he has a Spell Pierce, then you can get your Reanimate Spell Pierced, and then you might want to lead things with Dark Ritual.
Yeah, it does look like he's thinking a little bit over that. Looks like he's going to go ahead and go with the Sorin. I guess this gives you better top decks as the game goes on. If you get rid of the Sorin here,
right? That's the thing. If you keep the Sorin, then if you naturally draw a Lenda, you can actually win the game that way by going Sorin into Lenda. But actually choosing to go with the Grief here instead and seeing what Jeff Chung has available here, because of course we also see the fact that there is a Reanimate in Nathan's hand. So double Grief you. Now, Jeff does have the ability to kind of protect his hand, although not much in his hand, but he does have Brainstorm to protect his hand against a Grief here.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be really funny. If Jeff were to hit 1 land off of this Brainstorm, he could have shown Nathan a hand of all lands.
But so I will say, if you're on Nathan's side, you're probably okay with that, right? So, yeah. But it is interesting. But given that there's enough spells here, Jeff Nathan will be able to take something out of Jeff's hand.
Yeah, you're going to leave him with the Treasure Cruise and Ponder. Those are going to get taken away. Jeff, though, wisely did hide. He did protect the Swords to Plowshares on top of his deck. So if, he has to believe this is going to be a Reanimate here with the way this game is playing out or something along those lines. Or there's going to be a Saint Alanda. So, Swords to Plowshares is going to be really powerful here.
Yeah, and then I wonder if you're on Nathan's side, do you just wait a turn before going for the Reanimate here? Well,
it
it looks
seems
like
like
he
he's
just wants
not
to get
doing it.
going. Yeah, he's like, look, if you swords my grief, I don't really care, right?
Yeah, you'll have no spells.
Right.
Otherwise, you get your clock into play.
Yeah, and then Jeff basically will be able to swords the grief and then crack the polluted delta for or surveil land to try to get something going. But here on Nathan's side, I mean, he doesn't really have anything else, right? Like this grief can get swords. Jeff actually choosing to be a little bit patient here, and Nathan just has to naturally draw a necropotence here to kind of get things going.
Yeah, Jeff's going to be really patient here. Didn't swords the grief just yet. He's going to go ahead and draw that psychic frog.
Didn't even fetch for a surveil land actually. And just...
Yeah, I think he wanted to draw the frog.
Did he have the psychic frog? He had
Yeah.
the psychic frog on top, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and this is brutal here for Nathan.
Yeah, he's going to get one more attack in here because I do believe he is going to go get ahead and get the land here.
Yeah, just draws a bunch of lands in a row here. But now Jeff will be able to get the ball rolling here with the psychic frog. Again, protecting, doesn't really care too much about his life total. Might have to on the following turn, given that he is now down to 9 life. And there's the hydroponics. Yeah, with plenty of fetch lands to get value from.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the main reasons you see him fetching even less than normal here. I was like wondering why. I was like, that's multiple turns out fetching here. And I forget how powerful the architect can be here. And like you said, that life total not really that relevant here. Gonna go ahead and keep holding on to that source of plowshares.
Yeah, but just have to keep in mind, like if you want to get some lands, you do have to take a damage to fetch, right? So you got to be a little bit careful here with kind of your life total.
Go ahead and start pitching some cards. Psychic Frog here up this clock just a little bit.
It doesn't need that. Yeah, it doesn't need another fetch because there's already 2 in play and 1 in hand.
Another architect drawn here as well.
Right. And I wonder if Jeff is going to crack the fetch now or wait. All right. So he's like, all right, what became an island? What do we got?
Yeah, I love it. It puts it in the front for you, by the way.
It was a strip mine. It was a strip mine. Now, doesn't matter too much in this particular matchup, but still probably considering firing it off. Ooh, and finds force of negation. So whatever out Nathan had, now Jeff has the answer in the force of negation in hand. So don't think Nathan can do much else here and just finds... Did he draw 4 lands in a row?
It might have been 5, Paul.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Nathan's almost at the point where he could have gone Dark Ritual hardcast Elenda, right?
Yeah.
He could have actually done that.
There, yeah.
Yeah.
And with that 4th land played and not using the strip mine last turn, Jeff got to hold up Force Nation plus Swords to Plowshares here as well. So just covering all of his bases, it looks
like. And I love it. Jeff is just like, I don't care. I'm at 2 life. Can only fetch once now.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't want to swords one of his own, he might want to swords of his own.
Look at this. Actually, keeping up Hydroponics Architect, saving Swords to Plowshares here to double block the grief here.
Might change his mind now that he got the 2nd copy of Swords of Plowshares. That Force of Negation here is going to be able to take this Necrodomus out of play that Nathan drew here because this was a decent top deck for him. But like we said, looks like Jeff's had this one covered with this Force of Negation that he's had for a while.
This will get hit by the Force, and this might prompt a concession here from Nathan. Although I suppose if Nathan draws another Necro, he could try to fire that off, but noting that, you know, he is taking a significant amount of damage here off of the Psychic Frog. All right, Jeff, I know you're being patient, but are you actually considering letting Necro Dominance resolve?
I'm actually trying to put myself in his seat.
You just can't do that. You just can't.
I think he's just get all the information here first.
Yeah,
put a Delta, draw an extra card.
There's just no way. I mean, look, what if Nathan just draws 3 marches and 2 black cards or something?
Right. So it does look like the Force Negation is going to meet the Necro Dominance. Like I said, Jeff just being really, really patient, covering all his bases, playing real solid.
Yeah, did miss out. The thing is, by not attacking with the Architect, though, you're missing out on lots of additional draw steps here to find more answers.
Cling to Dust, a little bit of some life gain here for Jeff as well, if he needed that.
Yeah. But now that he's at 1, the Architects don't even do anything. So probably just 1 attack with Psychic Frog. And this is a 2-turn clock now. Jeff just needs to survive this next turn. Then he can give the Psychic Frog flying and win that way.
Yeah, the not often used remove 3 cards, give my Psychic Frog flying, but then generally it ends the game when you activate that ability.
Right.
Looks like we're going to add Luris to the hand here for Jeff as well, leaving up those 2 Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, although can't cast the second one unless he gains some life here somehow. Yeah, I'm not sure how good that putting Lurrus into hand was here. I just don't know if that's how you win the game at this point, and you're just kind of cutting off your mana. All right, well, Nathan draws Necro here and has the ability to draw some number of cards, right? You can draw 5 cards here and just try to find a Mauch and kind of deal with what Jeff has. Although Mauch, I mean, I don't even know if Mauch will be enough here to get the Psychic Frog.
Yeah,
it's going to have to be a gigantic Mauch.
Yeah, it would have to be huge. You have, what, 5 cards in Jeff's hand here. Also, another thing that could happen here is if you Mauch it for enough, Jeff might just swords his own Psychic Frog.
Right. Yeah, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And then you can just win with the Hydroponics Architects, right? Because they have evasion. So we're going to need probably multiple Mauches. I mean, that's one.
With one. We only have 1 black card so far, 2 black cards. Does it have to be? It has to be a black card, right? That you pitch and a Fel de Profane.
There's a Fel de Profane. Okay.
Can't do both of those though, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could just wait. Probably. Yeah, I mean, you can wait. If the thing is, Nathan also knows that he kind of dies if Architects attack, and so we'll see if Jeff chooses to keep the Architects back because he's been kind of patient. Maybe allow him to make a mistake, but looks like doesn't want to run into Force of Negation and going to go for a pretty big March of Wretched Sorrow here.
We have to pitch at the end of the turn too, right? So like he wants to get value out of his cards.
Well, with Necro you can keep 7.
Oh, you keep 7. Okay, this is Necro Potence, not Necro Dominance, right? Yeah.
Right.
Always get those 2 mixed up. Okay, so this is for 9.
Yeah. So now all Jeff has to do is Swords to Plowshares, the Psychic Frog, and attack with the Architects.
Yep. He's gonna go ahead and beef it up just a little bit beforehand too. If you're Nathan, you know this is the writing on the wall. This means we're gonna Swords our own Psychic Frog here.
That will fizzle the life gain here.
Yep, gain a little bit for Jeff as well. It looks like we're going to be going into game 2. Got a little bit of the graphics incorrect on the players. The decks are correct though. So that is Jeff Chung's deck at the top. That is Nathan Steuer's deck at the bottom. I wonder if we're going to have the sideboarding again for these players because that was really cool. And
again, this is a pretty tough matchup here for the Necro deck because this is a matchup where you can't really afford to mulligan as much because of the existence of Force of Negation. And now we're seeing a matchup where all of a sudden you go up to a 4th Force of Negation, 2 more Spell Pierces, 2 Surgical Extractions, and 3 copies of Thoughtseize and a Disruptor Flute. So there's just all kinds of interaction here. This probably is one of the, again, worst matchups here for the Mono Black Necro deck. But of course, the Mono Black Necro deck can always win potentially on turn 1. Look, if your opponent just doesn't draw Force of Negation, you can still win.
Yeah, especially in Nathan's hands as well, too. One of the best players we've got here in this field. One of the most accomplished players we've got here in this field. This one looks like, I mean, if you don't want to rely on just Voice of Victory, this one looks like maybe a mulligan.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have any of your card draw engines. It's a fine looking hand, but you have to mulligan pretty aggressively with this type of deck. I think that hand is a little too weak. This hand looks much better here. You have the ability to go turn 1 Voice of Victory to help play around potential counter spells from the opponent. And then you can try to run out Necro Dominance or Sorin.
What are you putting back if you're Nathan here? The Sorin?
Sorin, yeah. I mean, there's no Alenda in hand, so I think your game plan. I think especially against these counterspell matchups, your game plan is to just try your best to stick a Necro Dominance or a Necro Potence.
Taking a look over at Jeff's hand that he kept, he's got a Prismatic Ending in there as well. So if he uses that to answer the Voice of Victory, the Reanimate will be shut off just a little bit there as well. But it does look like we're going to go ahead and use the Dominance on the Chromox Concealed Courtyard into Voice of Victory on turn 1. This is a pretty good one, Paul.
Yeah, that is a very good one. There could have been some consideration to counter the Chromox after mulligan here, but Jeff choosing to be patient with this does have the ability to Prismatic Ending Chromox to just shut Nathan off of mana here, but actually chooses to cast Ponder here instead.
Yeah, Jeff's been a really patient player, a really reactive player we saw in our game so far, so not surprised to see something Ponder. Looks like there's a Source of Plowshares somewhere in the top of the deck, but
yeah, it looks like maybe a lot of spells might resolve. Well, but just keep in mind though, there are 2 Force of Negations here. They don't do anything here with that Voice of Victory in play. Oh, and Nathan finds a Dark Ritual, so now he can go Dark Ritual, Demonic Tutor for Entomb Atraxa, and Reanimate.
Yeah, and the Voice of Victory in play, there's no way for Jeff to do anything here.
And look at this. They mulligan. They sideboard down to just 1 Entomb.
And that
This is
one of
all gonna
demonics
resolve.
here.
It looks like actually no Atraxa either because you're down to 1 Entomb. Just going for the Saint Elenda line. I don't think Jeff can win from this spot. This is probably just going to be a little too much to deal with here. Nathan's just going to have a gigantic army, get Inspiring Cleric, make another 4/4 here because you gain the 4 life. Even if Jeff has an answer in Swords to Plowshares on the Elenda, I mean, you're still
He's
still
too far
having to
behind.
deal with, yeah, there's too much in play here.
All this went on, Paul, while Jeff had 2 Force of Negations and a Surgical Extraction in his hand, and he could do nothing.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, the Surgical is precisely the reason why Nathan Steuer went down to 1 Entomb, recognizing that with a bunch of Surgicals in sideboard, you can't really try to play the Reanimation angle as much, and instead just going for the Sorin / Necropotence line.
All right, Jeff, not one to give up. So definitely play this out. Looks like we're going to have Source of Plowshares and Saint Elenda to start off. That's a good
Yeah.
start.
There's just no creatures though. You can't even play Prismatic Ending. I mean, what do you do? If like Strip Mine doesn't do much here either. I suppose you can cast Surgical. Look, no matter what, before you die, you need to cast Surgical to see how Nathan sideboards. Right? That is super important.
Well, Nathan drew a card that he can't play here. That's going to be a lot of his deck here at the point. But the problem is he's dealing so much damage here that it's going to be lethal next turn through multiple of these creatures. Like we need to remove 2 creatures from the other side of the board to stop lethal here.
Absolutely. So
Well,
this is. Sorry, go ahead.
say Bowmasters is 2 creatures, but like I don't know how we get out of it from after that point.
No. This is a. I should probably. I am dead. I should probably cast Surgical Extraction type of situation to get some extra information.
Yeah, I like that. Take a look at the sideboard. See that there's only one of those Entombs.
Now you can go Prismatic Ending on the 4/4 token, and then you
Right.
can play the Bowmasters. So
Bonus,
that does
you
a
can
lot.
Kill one of the 1/1s. Block.
Well,
yeah, you can survive.
Well, he has to play in main phase here because of the voice. So he
Sure.
plays it, just deals 1 to the face, and then he's just kind of chump blocking here. You can double block the Inspiring Cleric and trade with that, take 3 off the voice, and then go to 1. And then maybe if you find a removal spell on the voice, you're
true.
actually stabilized. Okay, so
Okay.
Jeff has some outs here, actually. Excuse me for thinking this was just over. If Jeff can find another removal spell, Prismatic Ending or Swords to Plowshares on the voice, Nathan will be out of action.
Drawing a third a third mana source here for Nathan. Not going to unlock anything in his hand, though. If he would to draw another land next turn, he can maybe hard cast this Grief if we get to that far.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's certainly going to be something that he's going to be interested in here. Can't be countered either. Yeah. So if you're Jeff here, you go for the double block.
It doesn't look like he's thinking about that. Maybe.
Is he going for a single block? Then how are you going to deal with the Cleric next turn?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Sure.
Looks
I
like
guess
he
you can.
put the
I guess
Master
you can.
Crown.
I guess you can chump block it next turn, but needs a removal spell. And very far away from casting Treasure Cruise here, I believe.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was another Strip Mine. I think
Yeah.
he's only got like what 3 cards in his graveyard.
All right. All right. Now we better fire off that Surgical.
Oh, are you even allowed to? He's only got 1 life.
No, you can just cast it with a black mana.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah.
you
I always forget you can pay mana for that
actually
card.
physically
Yeah.
cast these cards.
Look, I've cast Surgical Extraction probably 1,000 times in my life, Paul. I don't think I've
Right.
ever paid mana for it.
Yeah,
ever, okay?
it is a legal play, but he actually chose not to do it. But maybe he just figures kind of what Nathan will do. But I do think it's pretty important to cast that Surgical there, just because you will then see that Nathan goes down to 1 Entomb, and if you see that, maybe you don't. Maybe you shave one of the Surgical Extractions out of the sideboard.
No, I mean, I think that's a really, really good point. And it's like a small, tight thing that you can start doing in your matches to learn just a little bit more. Hey, we got a sweet little opener for Nathan here. The Voice of Victory, not castable just yet, but so important in game 1. We got double Duress here and Grief in this opener with a Dark Ritual.
Oh, the Grief was such a big draw here because now you can Grief away the Force of Negation, and then you just go Dark Ritual into Necropotence here. So this is the turn 1 Necro here. And, Jeff kept a great hand, but just not good enough to fight through Grief plus turn 1 Necro.
Yeah, Jeff left over Pluto Delta, Swords of Plowshares, double Cameo here. But that, like you said, that's not going to be great against this Necropotence. He does have a creature in play, but the clock isn't going to get super fast. It only attacks for 1, but the Pluto Delta's going to let him draw an extra card here off of whatever gets turned into an island from the Architect.
Yep. But I mean, Nathan is just up so many cards here. Curious to see kind of what number he chooses. Is this kind of a game where you know, are just looking to play a couple of cards every turn and just take it that way? And that it looks like Nathan doesn't want to go too crazy with the Necro here and just goes up to, I believe, drawing 6 cards.
I thought it was 5. It looks like maybe it's 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
6. Yeah, because he's at 14. So we'll have to pitch 2 cards here. Has full information on Jeff's hand. Has a Necro Dominance you can get rid of. I wonder if you also get rid of Necro Potence.
Yeah,
and he does have, I mean, this hand is beautiful here for Nathan Steuer. You have access to Dark Ritual, Sorin, plus Saint Alenda with a Duress in hand.
I was just about to say that, yeah, we have one of our combos behind this as well. Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like a Voice of Victory might bite the dust here instead, and he has might keep a second copy of Necropotence just in case. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see when you get the Voice of Victory in play, so this kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, Voice of Victory, Duress, they all kind of play a similar role.
Maybe the second Sorin could go here. It does look like it's going to be just the Necropotence variants, Paul, like you said first, yeah.
And now if you're Jeff, you just attack, fetch, maybe hope to hit a strip mine just to try to slow down Nathan. That's kind of your only line here.
Yeah, let's see what card got turned into an island. Anything cool for Jeff? It does look like
it was a strip mine. Wow. Prismatic Ending, not quite enough here. You need 3 colored sources to be able to kill the Necro. You can use that at some point later. Now, if you're on Jeff's side, I mean, it does look like it's pretty clean to just go Tameo, Strip Mine, or you can just keep up Swords to Plowshares for a reanimation angle. But we know that Nathan Steuer has access to Dark Ritual here as well.
Yeah, so the Duress is going to lead off here. It's going to probably take care of that Swords of Plowshares like you're talking about and clear the way for the Saint Alendra. Yep. Swords of Plowshares is going to bite the dust here, leaving just an extra Tameo and a Prismatic Ending behind. Go ahead, Dark Ritual out the Sorin. This is something we saw happening quite a bit in some Pro Tours earlier in last year, Paul, except they didn't have this vampire.
Yeah, Saint Alenda not available, but back then we would see Vein Rippers enter the battlefield here. But I mean, this is just incredible. Like, look, this deck is just trying to put together some of the most powerful combos that you can in the format here, and this is one of them here. I mean, Nathan, you know, we talk about, look, this deck is obviously capable of mulliganing, but you know what's better? Not mulliganing and just having the perfect hand. And that's what Nathan had here in game 3.
You know what's better than mulliganing? Not mulliganing. This is why they pay you the big bucks.
Hey, to be fair, am I wrong?
No, this is this is why you get to do commentary at the Pro Tour.
That's right.
I'm finding out firsthand.
Oh man. All right. I mean, this is just going to be probably a little bit too much here to handle here from Jeff's side. Drawing tons of cards, having access to a 4/4, shutting down the Hydroponics Architect here. Prismatic Ending on Necropotence, probably not even doing anything here.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. Like, it's already done its damage, right? He's drawn like 11 extra cards off of Necropotence here. Saint Alendra's gained some extra life, so now the life total isn't in jeopardy anymore. He's picked up a March of Wretched Sorrow here as well, so he can kind of regain a good bit of the life here. I think Jeff's in the full squeeze.
Right. And look, even if you deal with the Saint Alenda, you still have backup Sorin, get another Saint Alenda in play with a Grief in hand. I mean, just literally has everything.
Yeah. Necropotence has been a pretty good card since 1995, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a reason why we haven't seen it for a while, other than the fact that it's from 1995. I mean, this is just one of the most powerful cards ever printed.
It was scary back then, too. I'll let you know that. I know you weren't playing back then, but it was.
I mean, Dark Ritual's been out since Alpha, so that combo just existed for as long as Necro's been out.
I'll say, I remember doing that quite a bit as a child. The Dark Ritual, Necropotence, or Hypnotic Spectre was a big one, but
yeah. No, I didn't see Necro. Dark Ritual Hippie was my jam back in the day. My Dimir discard deck.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. Him to Turok, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I'm very aware. Yeah.
We had some bad ones too, but you know, so sometimes you're building on a budget back in the day.
Yeah. With your rubber band around your unsleeved deck. Yep.
Oh, there were no sleeves. No. Never any sleeves.
Jeff's gonna go ahead and attack the Tameo here, get an extra card for his choice if he wants to with this clue. He's got the Prismatic Ending like you were talking about. He's got 3 different colors as well, but Oh god, he's already down to 14.
The thing is, what do you even prismatic ending?
Yeah.
Probably the token. Like, what do you even do? Because what are you gonna do? Prismatic ending Necro after Nathan's drawn 6 cards with it?
Yeah. So it does look like he's gonna crack the clue, get a card deeper, and I don't know if there's a way out for Jeff from here. You can still get the token off the board, but like Nathan's gonna have another one of those next turn. He's gonna be able to gain life again here this turn if he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his only play here is probably prismatic ending on the token, but actually chooses not to do that. And Nathan now just gonna, you know, kind of go through the motions, eat all of Jeff's resources, and try to close out the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Grief's gonna go ahead and take a look at Jeff's hand. See, there's a prismatic ending Tamio. You can take the prismatic ending, leaving him with pretty much nothing, effectively nothing here. There are multiple strip mines, but I don't think Nathan cares anymore at this point.
Right.
I'll say, I don't know how many times we're going to see someone actually plus here today.
Well, we might see it here. I will note, though. Oh, there we go. I mean, all right. Hey, look, that if this actually works, right? I mean, you're just gaining a ton of life, and you just make another giant vampire token. It also works. Mauch also working super well with Yolanda because it triggers off of life gain here. And now Nathan goes, well, it's going to be really hard for me to lose. How many cards do I want to draw? Probably looking to use a Mauch here, possibly on Tamio if needed. Okay, now he's
it's just
look at this. He's just like, you know what? I'm gonna.
It's just an embarrassment of riches.
This is so many cards. Look, with a Mauch in hand, I guess it makes sense because you can just gain 20 life or something.
You can gain 2 for every black card.
Yeah. This is awesome. All right. Well, he's like, you know what? Do we go to 1? Okay.
I think we're trying to stress test Arena here at this point.
Right. Yeah. Look at all these triggers.
We got to get through all the animations real quick too.
Yeah.
So we're at 10, 11.
Yeah, as you see on that left side, that tells you how many cards are being drawn or set aside. And remember, this is an end step trigger, so you still have the ability to cast spells at your end step. This happens at the beginning of your end step. So what Nathan's plan here, what Nathan's planning here is just to cast this Mauch for just some gigantic number here on the Tamio.
He wants to make sure he uses some of his timeouts here, I believe, too, because this is going to take quite a while to resolve all the way through.
Yeah.
Individually click on all these. This is the one drawback of this deck, Paul, is
he's not roping yet. He's not roping yet, which is big. But yes. All right, here we go. That's an Elender for 8. And I imagine we're going to be seeing the world's largest March of Wretched Sorrow.
It's just 18. It's just 18.
Just
Paul,
casual
it's
18. All right, so back to 20.
Yeah.
Almost click good game there.
Yeah. This is the was it? This is the most damage a Tamio has ever taken ever.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably also the biggest Mauch we've seen.
Yeah.
So far, right?
Yeah, so far. We might get more, yeah. I do think this might be the biggest one because I don't know if any other players are going to let this play out. Oh,
yeah.
wait.
Is Jeff going to concede here? I don't know.
Only 14, Paul. Only 14.
There is a lot of clicking, I will say.
Yeah, maybe just one of those people who, like, just doesn't concede, which is, hey, it's admirable.
Yeah. I mean, look, you're playing the Arena Championship.
Yep.
It's not an easy tournament to qualify for.
We got Worlds invites on the line.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That was some number. 14.
Yeah, back to 16 for Nathan.
And St. Elenda makes a 22-22 now because it grows.
Nice little grin on the face of Jeff there. I think Jeff actually just wanted, that wasn't anything about that. I think Jeff was just letting Nathan show off.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, go off, King. Let's see what's happening here.
Right. All right. Well, the match is over.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the match is definitely over. Yeah, I was gonna say, I got confused there for like half a second.
Yeah, I was like,
I was like, wait.
This was fun. I want to see another one, but I'm pretty sure Nathan won.
Yeah, Nathan won. So we're gonna keep this up for record. How many cards did he draw off that Necro at the end of the turn there? Was it 13?
I think 14. I think 14. It was 14.
We also saw a Mauch for 14. So those are our records so far. Right. I'm gonna put that on the whiteboard on the side here. We've got 14. We're gonna keep track through the tournament, see if we can get that beat. Paul, round 1 in the books here of Timeless, our first Timeless ever Arena Champs. How are you feeling about the format?
I've been having some fun. We've seen a lot of interesting matchups here. We've seen what the mono black Necro deck is capable of, right? Beating some of the bad matchups, and we've also seen the mono black deck fizzle out potentially against some aggressive starts. So I'm actually curious to see what happens as there's a big team playing this deck and how it fares against other aggressive decks. We got Mardu Energy, right? And that deck also puts a lot of pressure on you. Will the damage that they do be enough to kind of slow down that Necro engine? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how many mulligans they take as the tournament goes along. Let's see if anybody gets to that elusive 50 number. 50. Yeah, exactly. So lots of great stuff going on here. Tons of great matchups coming here. We got some new casters coming in for you next round as well. So we're going to take a small break, get round 2 set up for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of the Arena Championships.
Edge of Eternities is on the horizon, and this brand new space fantasy plane is absolutely out of this world. Edge of Eternities introduces the Sothera system, a collection of planets around a collapsed star supervoid called Sothera. Competing factions of varying governmental, extrajudicial, and theistic backing all vie for power among the 5 planets of the Sothera system. Scavengers scour the void for powerful artifacts housed in mysterious locales. Militant factions battle over the fate of Sothera itself. Here in the Void, you don't need a spark to explore new lands, and daring adventure and mighty magic awaits on distant planets and the voids between them. Edge of Eternities introduces 4 new mechanics to capture the excitement and adventure of space travel. The art in the set is stunning, with cosmic colors and beautiful spacescapes capturing the wonder and weird of extraterrestrial settings. Edge of Eternities looks so cool and so fresh and will take you to a place unlike any Magic plane ever before. You might be shocked by what you find there. It's Shocklands! Shocklands are coming back to Standard. Now let's dive into the Void. The Sothera system is a thrilling plane, a watercolor of cosmic gas, with planets orbiting around a star intentionally collapsed to avoid supernova. Pretty smart. One planet, Sigma, is a planet devoted entirely to mining Mauchite, though no one ever moved into the state-of-the-art mining facility for fear of Sothera's supernova. Or did they? Cavaron, a planet of reptilian people who use their bellies as information receptors. So do I. It was mined for all it's worth, splitting the planet in 2 and driving its people to seek a new future. The planets hold diverse geographies, life forms, and cultures that can be visited through interplanetary travel, no spark required. Though look out for worms in the comet and ice-filled ring, the worm wall, and the cosmic ether of the garden. This makes Edge of Eternities a unique set in its unified space fantasy vibe, while still introducing tons of new and different creatures, settings, and technologies to the game. As you might imagine, blasting magic into space brings with it many exciting and unique technologies to Edge of Eternity's story. Edge of Eternity's characters wear grab boots to enable spacewalks, they employ rebreathers to explore dangerous landscapes, and fight with energy blades and beam axes fueled by combat stimulants, and jump from planet to planet on spacecraft powered by magnetic engines. Spacecraft? In Magic? You better believe it, because this new type of artifact is warping into Magic and bringing brand new dynamics to Edge of Eternity's gameplay. Powerful artifacts are scattered throughout the Sothera system, attracting scavengers, treasure hunters, and the mysterious Metal Man's attention. With so many seeking these artifacts, they must be extremely powerful, and I for one can't wait to see how they show up in gameplay. The Sothera system also brings new and interesting cultures to the Magic story that will inform gameplay. Humans, Elovi, Eumidians, Cav, and more share space in the Sothera system, bringing multiple cultures together. Then there's the mysterious Drix, who brought interstellar travel to the Sothera system, as they always show up wherever there is a dying star. Do they come to harvest resources, or do they bury their secrets in supernovae? Novae? Nope, Novi? Whatever, space. The denizens of the Sothera system may belong to an order of mathematical knights, they may belong to the Summist faith, or the Monoist faith, following him who plummets, or seeking the next eternity. There's the Celestial Palantate, and the Free Company. Who are they, you might ask? You'll have to read the story and check out the set to find out. There's space fantasy, space opera, cosmic horror, economic spaghetti western vibes, and is also smoothly incorporated. I am so excited for this set and the awesome new flavors it's bringing to Magic the Gathering lore. And Edge of Eternities has one of the largest fiction releases for any Magic set ever, and it follows a new character, Sammy on their search for their pet cat Miri. A+, no notes, Lost Kitty, Space Opera, let's go. So pre-order Edge of Eternities today and get ready to play on MTG Arena July 29th and everywhere August 1st. So what are you waiting for? The right time? Time is relative. Space is infinite. Pre-orders are time travel.
I've been waiting for this. I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Final Fantasy is coming to Magic the Gathering.
Come to me, Ifrit!
Draw swords. Cast spells. Play heroes and villains from all 16 core games.
People are depending on me.
Years I've waited for this chance.
It's time to shape your story.
Shall we?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 10. Maria Bartholdi hanging out with you here in the booth this weekend. We have 110 players, a $250,000 prize pool, a lot of pro players here who are just playing at the World Championship. We've got Pro Tour winners, and we've got the title of champion on the line here in the Timeless format. Joining me in the booth to get ready for round number 2, I've got Daquan Watson and Arya Karamchandani. Hey, Daquan, how you doing?
I'm good, man. Getting to actually watch some Timeless is kind of fun for a change. We don't get to see this very often. And I think for people who haven't played Timeless, or even Vintage for that matter, you're going to think a lot of these games are going to be over really quickly. And some of them will, but there's going to be some that are going to actually play out a little bit differently than I think people expect, because there's a ton of interactions in this format.
All right, Arya, what are you most looking forward to this weekend?
I'm so much, Maria. There's so much I'm looking forward to. This is maybe the most I've ever looked forward to a Magic Tournament FCAS in my life. This is the Wild West of the format. There's no established metagame coming into this event. There's a bunch of different teams that have brewed completely different decks, and I'm really excited to see which one of these is strongest, because honestly, I have no idea. The teams have no idea. They never played these decks against each other because each team's been working on them independently. So I'm really excited to see what Timeless looks like, because I think after this event, we'll actually have like a clear understanding of what this format looks like and what the top tier of this format looks like. And I'm excited to see that get established here.
Absolutely. This is the first time Timeless is being featured on an Arena Championship. A lot of you might not be familiar with it. It's an extremely powerful format. Let's check out our metagame and find out what our players brought here this weekend. In the Timeless metagame, check it out. Here's what we have. Mardu Energy at the top of the field with 34 players choosing to register this deck. Arya, just walk me through this metagame. For you, what stands out?
So the thing that stands out here is definitely the Mardu Energy deck, right? Coming into the event, this is the one deck everyone knew existed and was confident would show up. The jury's still out on whether it's the strongest deck, but it's a very direct port over from strong decks from other formats. So this is the one thing everyone knew about, everyone was coming in to beat. And then the thing that stands out to me is everyone's brought a deck that they think beats Energy. I think a good chunk of them do actually beat Energy. It's a lot less dominant in this format than it is in other formats, but it's been such a large percentage of the metagame, and the different ways people have chosen to attack this is really interesting to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's just kind of trying to break this format that nobody really knows how, like what actually will be the key to crack it in half. Daquan, for you, what stands out to you when you're taking a peek at the metagame?
I think seeing how much people still love Necropotence, right? We're going to be seeing that off and on throughout the weekend. And honestly, not just Necropotence, but also Necro Dominance. Now having both options to get you a bunch of extra cards opens up a world of plays with all the different free spells and one-cost spells that are available in the format.
Yeah, this deck is seems very sweet to me. I actually built it on Arena because I was like, this just seems like it would be very cool and fun to play. Arya, when you saw this deck, does this deck seem to maybe be the deck that could do it?
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the deck that has like the de facto title is like the most quote-unquote broken deck, like the deck doing the most unfair things. This format is like sort of legacy adjacent is what a lot of people have called it, because it has a lot of cards that are strong in legacy. It has slightly weaker answers and it has much stronger threats like Necropotence that aren't even legal in legacy, and this is the deck that's like really abusing it. Dark Ritual Necropotence is one of the things you most want to be doing, and one of the things I think the Mardu energy deck is a little soft to is specifically like decks that are really fast, unfair decks. The deck isn't blue, doesn't have access to counter magic, and can sometimes just like fall behind against something unfair really early. The only concern to me about this Mono Black Necropotence deck is everyone knew Necropotence was really strong going in. Other strong cards in this format include like Reanimate, also in this deck, and Ancient Tomb, which is in a bunch of decks. And so people came to this deck looking to attack your opponent's life total. You look at the Mardu energy decks, you look at the Mono Red Prison decks. The Mono Red Prison decks in particular, like listening to players talk about it, playing the deck with Broadside Bombardiers and Pyroglyph, is really looking to punish your opponents trying to use their life total as a resource. And so that's, I think, the big thing that Mono Black Necropotence players have to fear with their quote-unquote most broken deck of the tournament, where decks that apply a lot of pressure to your life total really punish you for engaging too heavily with Necropotence and Necrodominance and Reanimate. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the decks are sort of fast enough to kind of play around that punishing and push through it, or whether they're going to suffer a little bit because they don't kill fast enough to prevent their opponent from burning them out once they pay a bunch of life to Necropotence. Sort of like we saw in round 1 happening with the Izzet Prowess deck and Shrapnel Blast.
Yeah, and Mono Black Necro capable of winning the game on turn 1. How often can we expect to see something like that happening, Arya, in this format?
I think so. The Necropotence deck is weirdly like not actually that good at killing you very quickly. It's just good at putting generating a lot of resources. Like I'd say you'd expect to see a turn 1 Necropotence. The deck mulligans pretty heavily towards it, so like 20-30% of the games they will like have a turn 1 Necropotence. But in terms of decks that actually kill you in turn 1, I think the only deck we're likely to see do that is the Necro Flash deck that uses Born Upon a Wind and a bunch of fast mana to literally sometimes kill your turn 1 after drawing like most of their deck with Necropotence.
Incredible. That's just something we don't get to feature a lot on these championships, right? Potential turn 1 kills. Very cool to show off Timeless this weekend. Well, coming back to the booth here, we are getting ready for round number 2 here at Arena Championship 10. So let's set up and find out who'll be watching in the feature match area coming up for round number 2. We've got 250K on the line for these players. Check it out. We've got Hongbin's Sun on Mardu Energy, the most popular deck here in the tournament. And Andre Stroski playing that Mono Black Necro deck that we were just talking about. Taking a closer look at the players, Hongbin's Sun here, more than 14,000 games played on Arena with a 66.5% win rate, which is, I'm going to do the math on that, very good. Constructed Peak, Mythic 29, qualified actually for this tournament live on stream. So a bunch of people are watching him play the tournament and win and get his chance here to play here this weekend. Has played in AC before, went 3-4 at AC8 running Mardu Energy. So let's take a look at this Mardu Energy list, Daquan.
Yeah, this actually looks very similar to what you've seen from other formats, though we do have a few new pieces kind of installed here with things like Juggernaut Peddler hanging out in here, which is really nice. But it does have the ability to just get consistent fast starts, right? Lots of 1-mana things like Ragavan. You're using all the energy to get extra triggers. And you do have a little bit of defense here with Swords of Plowshare, so you're not weak to a ton of stuff right off the bat. I think this actually stands to be pretty good potentially against the Necro decks. It just depends kind of how big is that first turn from the other side of the table.
Speaking of the other side of the table, let's take a look at Sun's opponent here. It is Andre Stroski running Mono Black Necro here this weekend. Andre, welcome back to Magic. I don't know how many times I've had to say that. Retired a few times, comes back, just can't stay away. Made top 8 of 2 Pro Tours in the 2014-2015 season. 7 top finishes to his name, including 5 Grand Prix top 8s and 1 win. So no stranger to winning is Andre Stroski. Let's take a look at this mono black Necro list, Arya.
Yeah, so this is the list that Andre Stroski, I think Anna, Matt Nass, a couple other people brought, and this is sort of the most combo-heavy version of the Necro deck, and there's really just oops all combos. You have the Dark Ritual Necropotence and Dark Ritual Necrodominance combos with like Mauch of Wretched Sorrow. You have the Sorin Imperious Bloodlord, Saint Elenda combo. It's like another way of getting a large creature in play, as a way of like shooting a large creature in play that generally wins the game. And then you have the Atraxa Mauch of Wretched Sorrow combo, and that also wins the game a lot of the time.
Oh yeah.
And and then you have on top of that you have like Entomb Reanimate as the sort of classic X Legacy combo that this deck uses. So really interesting to see whether this version of the version I think is best at punishing energy by having as many quick combos as possible. Interested to see how that lines up in this matchup.
All right, well, let's find out. It's time for round number 2 here at Arena Championship 10. Daquan, I'll pass it on over to you.
All right, everybody, strap yourselves in because this could be quick or we could be playing a bit. We have no idea here, Arya. Like, we're looking at a situation where the Mardu deck's going to obviously be trying to come out, get their efficient start. But how big of a start do you think Andres needs here to be able to keep up?
I think Andre needs you want something turn 1 or turn 2. The Mardu energy deck is really, really good at snowballing resources. I mean, we saw this in the modern deck, in the version of the modern decks before the ban. You've seen this in the historic versions of the deck. Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls, Ajani just snowballs really quick and can just like outcompete things like Saint Elenda and Atraxa once it gets rolling. You just need to get those things down before the deck gets rolling and then have a bunch of interactions. So I think we're looking at turn 1 or turn 2, some sort of combo, whether it's Dark Ritual, whether it's put Necrobuttons in play, whether it's Sorin Elenda, like something like that needs to happen in the first couple of turns, and Andre's in good shape. If it takes longer than that, then Andre's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this feels like the hyper aggro deck in the format versus the hyper combo deck in the format. So it's going to be almost a coin flip here. And I'll be interested to see how this one plays out for sure. Because I think there's a lot of people, even in chat today following us, that kind of want to know how good is the energy jacket holding up against all these crazy combo necro piles. And it looks like Hongan here is keeping, what do we have, 6 cards there? That was a very quick mulligan.
Yeah, I think that's 6 from Hongben. I think this is down to 4 already from Andre.
Yeah.
Which is not good.
Yeah, but, you know, just like y'all pointed out in the pregame there, this is a deck that mulligans very harshly to try to find ritual into something here. But it looks like he didn't hit that combination any of these hands.
Yeah, and this is a tough hand to keep. I think you probably keep any 3 that has Necrobotans. I don't think that's really optional.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what's happening here. Just to keep Necro in 2 lands and hope we get there.
Yep. And, you know, maybe Andre draws a Dark Ritual turn 1 and none of this matters.
Yeah, that's very true, right? Like, even though this looks abysmal, I mean, you ritual into Necro, you draw 6, 7 cards, and you're right back trucking. Right, we're going to crack this Marsh Flats here to just start out with a Ragavan and going and making some treasure shortly. And a Necro Dominance is the draw here. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, Necrodominance doubly bad here. Does nothing with Necropotence, mostly weaker, and like also awkward into Orcish Bowmasters in case this Necropotence itself gets Tatsus or something.
Yeah,
Strip Mine plus Ragavan's also a hell of a start.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're going to be seeing a lot of strip mines this weekend, and strip mining there when your opponent's already behind and you're just generating treasure is such a big swing there. And here comes the Bowmaster as well. Yeah, this is already getting away from Andre pretty quick here.
Yeah, I think Andre has 1 turn maybe to find Dark Ritual, and that's probably it.
All right. This is going to have to be a big turn here, but I'm with you. If it doesn't happen, the game's probably over.
Honestly, even if it does, the game might be over anyway. But yeah, it's definitely over if it doesn't. And now I think it's just over. I don't think a Juggernaut is going to cut it against this board.
Yeah, pretty much. You get the Peddler. Peddler will swap you for a Juggernaut here. But yeah, we picked up a sword and just no way to cast it, unfortunately. Well, there you go. That one was a quick one. More because of the mulligan, though, more than anything else.
Yeah, so something that we're going to see a lot is games that are very short in terms of the number of turns there. Even the longest games I would expect not to go beyond like 4 or 5 turns in this format. Decks are just so fast to develop and close the game and snowball and close the game so quickly. That said, what we might see more often that game is games where a lot of game actions are taken. Because once you're drawing like 10, 15 cards with Necropotence, maybe even more than that, honestly, suddenly you get to cast a lot of spells, and the turns start taking very long, even if there aren't that many of them.
Yeah, and it looks like a lot of sideboarding going on here. You see the Orcish Bowmasters going out because, as it turns out, the Bowmasters aren't particularly good against Necro as they are against some of the other cards. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting sideboard strategy.
Yeah, I want to call attention to Disruptive Flute in particular. That's a really brutal one against Necropotence. Because what happens is your opponent puts Necropotence on the stack, and then you respond with Disruptive Flute, at which point your opponent's Necropotence resolves. They no longer have a draw step. And to activate Necropotence, they have to pay 2 mana and a life every time. And suddenly they just like can't draw cards in a remotely functional way for the rest of the game. They have to pay 2 mana to draw their first card every turn, and the game's basically unwinnable. So that's a nice gotcha card for Hongmin in this matchup.
Yeah, such an interesting card too, and it's the type of card you look for in a format that this deep. You're looking for answers, and you're just going, what card does nobody ever play that actually is good for this matchup? And you land on the flute.
Yeah, tough set of breaks for a Necro players on stream, just mulliganing over and over and over, and not ever finding just Dark Ritual Necro hands.
Yeah, or even, an Entomb into Reanimate, whatever, just not getting that combination of cards is just so tough here.
Yeah, the deck is full of A+B combos, and if you never find any of them, well, you're in trouble. The downside of playing a deck like this, perhaps.
Yeah, Stroski's going down again here. Looks like we're going to be at 4?
This is an incredibly familiar looking hand to me.
Yeah.
We see 2 lads, we see a Necropotence, we see 2 Chromoxes. It's like we're back at game 1, except now Hongmin has a bunch of sideboard cards.
Yeah, this is down to 3 actually. Those are very fast mulligans.
Yep, exactly the same as last game. Keeps a 3-card hand, keeps, I believe, the exact same 3-card hand he kept last game, and I think he's hoping not for not a repeat.
Well, it is going to be a repeat to start with, because it looks like we're going to have another turn 1 Ragavan hitting the table.
And a turn 2 Strip Mine, too.
Yep, and a Swords of Plowshares to back up stuff.
Okay, this is really getting uncanny. This is... I'm almost questioning whether this is like a replay, an accidental replay.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we are going to hang out here while they fix some technical issues there. But yeah, so here's the thing. Like, how difficult is it, Arya, really, for them to draw the proper cards in these Necro decks, even through mulliganing? Because, like you said, they do have a lot of A+B pieces, but how often do you draw AA and BB to end up in those tougher mulligans?
I'd say we've seen the deck getting the rougher side of variance. The deck is so good at just winning the game if it finds its combos, and there's so many of them that I think the deck finds them a lot more consistently than we've seen. And the deck does also mulligan extremely well, and that Ritual Necropotence completely fixes your issues.
Okay, looks like we're ready to get back to game 2 here. So let's hop back in and see if hopefully these draws are a little bit better for Stroski here. And he does mulligan away a hand that had a couple of Entombs there. Now, this hand looks weird because you say, you don't even have any land. But we are playing a lot of the DFC cards and a lot of these decks in the format that are actually lands on the backsides.
Now, this is a really interesting hand, right? You have Entomb Reanimate. That's really strong. If your opponent has still 1 Strip Mine, you don't have a second land. If your opponent has interaction for your graveyard, this hand does nothing.
Yeah, that's actually really scary here. That's a very good point. That the one thing you can set up could be dismantled by a single card. But he's thinking about it though. He's putting a lot of time into this mulligan of saying, okay, if I do keep this, and they do have one of the problematic cards, what's the next step? Decides to mulligan away, doesn't feel it's worth the risk, keeps this one.
This is what you're looking for. This is the stuff. Turn 1 Dark Ritual Necropotence. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit now about the play patterns of what this deck is going to look to do here. Basically, turn 1, you want to turn 1 you want to try and draw roughly above hand size. You want to get a little bit over hand size, maybe up to like 7, 8, 9 cards, somewhere in that range, because the other cards are going away anyway, and you want to save your life for the next turn when you have when you're gonna have Mauch mana. Turn 2, you very frequently just pay down to 1 life. You spend all your life, go to 1, and then you try and march them for as much as possible to try and gain your life back. There's actually a really interesting mathematical equation where my colleague at Math PhD have Ben White's brought up apparently when March of Wretched Sorrows was developed. This was before my time at Wizards. And so the way this equation works is Necropotent is black gets a lot of effects that let you draw 1 card for 1 life. And March of Wretched Sorrows gives you 2 life per card. And 2 is greater than 1. So this makes Mauch of Wretched Sorrows an incredibly powerful card in matchups like these.
Yeah, especially with Necro, right? Where you can just get rid of a thing and then next turn double the number of cards and do it all over again if you wanted to. But we did see there that a surgical extraction did get rid of the dark rituals just to slow things down, I guess, a little bit, just in case.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I think it's basically impossible to win for Hongbin here if your opponent can just draw a bunch of cards with surgical. So with Necro and then deploy them quickly with rituals. I think you really need to slow your opponent's development. So I like the choice here. I also really like not playing out the Ragavan into the face up Mauch, or just holding off on creatures and developing other things. Maybe try to strip mine your opponent out of the game.
Yeah, and it's actually a pretty smart situation. Just saying, hey, let's just run their life total down as best we can. And in hand, Stroski does look to have a reanimate. Is that it? And not much else to go with at the moment.
Yeah, just to reanimate at the moment. I think you're trying to find Sorin Alenda here. Is your route to victory.
Sorin in hand, no Alendra to deploy. We don't have an Entomb to put anything in the yard. And are at 11 life already. Oh, and Ghost Vacuum. All right, so the Entomb plan might be getting cut off here.
Yeah, I think what you're trying to do, what Hongman is trying to do here is just like shut out all of the reds to victory for reds to quick victory for Andre, and then hopefully win like a long game when Andre doesn't have access to drawing cards the normal way.
Yeah, and with no ritual here, Stroski's just gonna have to, I guess, hard cast a Sorin, even if we do find the Alendra. So you have a couple of turns still here.
Yeah, the good thing for Andre is he really doesn't have to worry about creatures from Hongmen for quite a while, because if Hongmen plays creatures, Andre can just if Hongmen plays creatures, Andre can just march and gain a bunch of life and be like firmly in the driver's seat, because then he can draw a bunch of cards from Necropotence. So he just has to try and develop his mana and hope not to get strip mined too much.
Yeah, and I think Hongben's aware of that. It's just saying, okay, we don't want you gaining any more life. You're already down to 8. You know, maybe not play something till you can possibly Swords of Plowshare your own creature, you know, like whatever the situation is. So this would be interesting to see how these next couple of turns go.
Yeah, I get my guess is in this spot. What most of what Hongman is doing is sort of trying to buy time to find a disruptive loot. Like you just strip mine Andre over and over again, keep putting him in the spot where he can't, where he is where he can't deploy his turn 3 threats that are or specifically Sorin, which is sort of the only way to try win through this Ghost Vacuum right now.
Yeah, and currently no way to gain life if you don't give him a target. So
And
he
yeah, just strip mine Blackland after Blackland after Blackland. This plan does involve drawing a lot of strip mines, but it's kind of worked for Hogbid so far.
Yeah, so far so good. And we're just necroing for 1 or 2 cards here, just kind of getting a feel for what he needs. And we get a Chrome Mox, which
Okay,
could help
Chrome
here.
Mox is huge because that means Sorin can come down. Now all that Andre needs is to find Saint Landa, and suddenly we're in good shape.
All right, so Ghost Vacuum gets a land there, and not oh well, there is a Juggernaut Peddler. But again, don't know if we want to be applying any creatures to the battlefield just yet.
Yeah, this is an interesting question where Juggernaut Peddler is kind of tempting because you get to take a card that matters from Andre's hand, and in theory that should be good. Except we know that Andre has infinite marches of Wretched Sorrow.
Yeah, if he had 1, that would be okay. I guess he's just gonna go for it and say, "I hope you only have 1 here." Unfortunately, we can see for Sun that Stroski actually is holding 2 of them.
3 even, I think, right now. There's a third one hidden to
Oh
the
yeah,
left
there
of
is.
the
There's one over
screen.
to the side.
So
Yeah.
there's marches for days. There's life to be gained for days. And weirdly, like once Andre starts taking control with marches, giving Andre a Juggernaut might end up kind of dangerous. Like
Yeah.
Hogbid is a 12 life. The Juggernaut's a 5/3. It will actually clean up surprisingly quickly once Andre gains control, particularly because there's not a removal from Hogbid's side for that Juggernaut. You're not really planning on like cheap creature removal in this deck.
Yeah, this is tough now because Stroski can just go ahead and draw down to 1 and then just fire off one of these marches, get all the life back, and then be ready to go the next turn.
Yep, exactly. We're now in the part of the game where the stack always pays down to 1 life per turn.
And amusingly, during this whole time, still never found the pieces that he really wanted, but turns out may not need them.
Yeah, once you're drawing 5 cards a turn, it's pretty hard to lose games of Magic, it turns out.
Now, that being said, not a ton of black cards in hand here. So, you may have to give up one of those other marches to allow you to dig for what you want.
Yeah, if Andre draws a bunch of non-black cards here, he could actually be in trouble.
I mean, I guess on some level we could hard cast one of the marches for a couple of points in desperation.
Okay, there's a Dead Reanimate. There's a Felder Profane. Okay, so I think you can pretty safely pitch the Entomb Reanimate and like 1 more black card here, maybe Felder Profane. And you're in really good shape at that point, I think, for Andre. Just gaining 8 life.
Yeah, and we're just going to do this now just because otherwise you just lose the cards, so you might as well do it. Spending 3 cards?
Yep.
Oh, he pump faked, changed his mind, so he's going to redo some math here.
3 cards is exactly what I'd expect here.
Okay,
Fault is a little like playing it safe, but also makes sense.
All right, so we're gonna
3
get
cards is the minimum you can spend here because you have to not discard the hand size.
All right, so we're gonna get 10 life here. So
Yep.
go to 11.
Just a casual 3 mana draw 10 next turn. Don't worry about it, no problem. Also remove your creature while I'm at it.
And now more plays are open, right? If we can find another Sorin, you can get the Alindra in play.
Yeah,
Otherwise you just cast a Juggernaut, which is fine.
Yeah, now we are very much in business.
We have a dashed Ragavan here getting in there for 2.
Yeah, it makes sense to me Hongmin really trying to like throttle Andre on targets for Mauch. Because as long as Andre gets to keep doing what he did last turn, you're in so much danger.
Yeah, and here's the other thing too. Even though you had to give him a target with the Juggernaut Peddler, it did give Hongbin more information there to know that the other march already exists. Right, Amp Raptor into an Amped Raptor. And then away goes Ragavan back to hand. And Stroski has some options here, depending on which way we want to go.
And the question we're all dying to know the answer to, surely other people want to know the answer to this question in addition to me, is does Andre play the Juggernaut this turn?
Yeah, but not often we get to see Juggernauts in play. So, maybe.
You can Chrome Mox either Grief or Saint Lenda to get up to 5 mana. And then, I suppose you could Chrome Mox the Saint Lenda, play Grief and cast Mauch rather than playing Juggernaut. But Juggernaut is much better at blocking these Amp Raptors.
That is true. I mean, it is still an old school 5/3. All right, so the Saint Lenda goes the way of the Chrome Mox, and it looks like we're just going to cast a Grief here. And we get to take, guess what? Ragavan, because that's all it's over there. All right, how many activations on the Necropotence here?
I have to imagine the answer is somewhere in the 6 to 8 range. Probably closer to 8. I think you want to pay down to 1 life, but maybe you want to stay at 2 or 3.
Yep, looks like he's going to take 8 and go down to 1. And we're just going to be firing off this march.
In Hongbin spot, you're praying. Show me 8 lands. Show me 8 lands. Show me 8 cards that can't be exiled to March of Wretched Sorrow, so that Andre just loses the game on the spot. The chances of that astronomically low, but we've seen how much this mono black deck is mulliganed this weekend. The pilots have been pretty unlucky so far.
Well, there's 2 black cards, 3 black cards, 4, 5. Yeah, he hit pretty much what he needed here.
No dice for Hongbin, unfortunately.
Yeah, at this point, it's just how many do you want to give up?
Yeah, we do still need, Andre does still need to figure out how he's winning the game. That's still the big question. Sorrow and is probably the line that gets there.
Yeah, and to note, there's only 1 March left now, right? Because 1 got discarded and we've cast 2 of them.
Yes, I believe this is the second to last March in Andre's deck. So you really need to find Elenda to pair with the Sorin. And that's how you get out of this, I think. That or Juggernaut just kills your opponent. But I think the chances of that are on the low side.
And that is another Ragavan just drawn there. That is not great here.
Yeah, given this Ragavan is going to trade off with the Grief, it could be a little worse. At least it's like something of a live draw, but yes, not what you're looking for, I think.
All right, Raptor connects, put Stroski down to 7. And with Necro, Stroski will not be drawing a card here, so just kind of work with what we got.
Yeah, and Fragment Reality, pretty nice draw here for Andre. It's just a removal spell for that Ragavan. Means that he's less likely to die next turn, particularly if he plays out a Juggernaut.
And we're just going to cast the other Ragavan, and this it was really close here, actually, on how these last couple turns are going to go, because it's also going to come down to how much Stroski either wants to spend to try to find a Saint Alendra or just play a Juggernaut.
Yeah, and Loris is sort of the specter looming over the game here with Hongbin running out of cards. Like, just knowing you have access to that endgame, knowing your aggro deck has a stop end that's basically like going to prevent you from ever running out of cards, means Hongbin is like actually surprisingly well positioned in a game that's gone this long. Normally you'd expect the Madu deck to lose most games that go this long, but it's worked out pretty well for Hongbin so far. And really interesting strategy taken from Hongbin that I could not possibly have thought of, I think, at his seat, but I really like. He said, okay, Andre, you have your Necropotence. That's fine. I'm going to trade 1 for 1, 2 for 1, 3 for 1, 4 for 1 with your Marches. You're going to draw 20 extra cards this game, and I'm going to outcard you. Unclear whether that's going to work with the Saint Lenda just run, but it might. and if it does, that's gonna be how Hongmin gets there.
Yeah, and Stroski smartly just went down to 3. So in the event of some removal spell or whatever, and he had to take 2, would still end up at 1 life here. Here comes the Sorin that we've been waiting on forever.
And Saint Alinda off the top here is huge. It's just Andre needed to draw something this turn, or the game was literally over, and he absolutely did.
Yeah, not only that, you get a free spell. So you get the Face Fetters, which gives you a little extra life here.
Yeah, and suddenly we're looking at 3 lethal threats for Andre next turn. 4 actually, if you count the Sorin threatening to sacrifice. Well, I guess Sorin sacrificing a vampire only puts Hongmin to 1. But we are looking at 3 lethal threats plus a removal spell, because Andre's going to get a 4/4 at end of turn. And yeah, it's hard. It's really hard for me to imagine. Hongmin coming back from here.
Yeah, you're going to get a token here at the end of turn trigger. Juggernaut had to attack per its text, but then you are still holding a removal spell here. So yeah, this is really tough for Hongbin now.
Yeah, thinking of ways that Hongmin gets out of this, like Goblin Bombardment is the closest to a strong enough card in his deck, but I don't think that's cutting it here. Yeah, I just don't see the line unless Andre pays too low on life, and then a Goblin Bombardment or something else that lets you sneak in damage.
Yeah, I'm with you. It looks
there.
like Stroski's just going down to 5 here just to stay safe. And that's the right move. You've got a lifelinker on the battlefield. You have removal in hand. No reason to put anything else at risk.
Yeah, this game looks locked up. Testament to the strength of the Necro Buttons deck, because we saw Hongbin play really cautiously, really slowly, trying to sort of outguard the Necro deck. Not generally the strategy you want to be taking, but sort of a you play the hand you're dealt situation. I think Hongbin kind of had to take that angle in this game, but really not an angle you want to be taking. But yeah, we saw the raw power of the combinations this Necro deck can put together, and the fact that it can do these things on turn 1, really scary. Sorin Alinda in particular is an absolute beating if it comes down early for this energy deck.
Yeah, and I got to give credit to Sun, because he played that about as well as he could with the hand that he was given, right? He got Stroski low enough multiple times that he could have drawn something to get there. Unfortunately, hit a couple of Ragavans when needed him to be something else, but was still very close in winning that one.
Yeah, I think this also does a good job highlighting like the scary part of playing a deck like Boros Energy in a meta like this, right? Where sure, it's the most popular deck, it's the most established deck because you have so much of a skeleton you can port over from other formats, but it's when you're playing against these combo decks, it's a pretty low agency deck, and that's really scary. Like sometimes your opponent has turn 1 Dark Red Necro, and you just don't have moves. You can't really prevent that from happening. You haven't drawn a Disruptor Flute, and then you're in so much danger against this deck that just draws a bunch of cards, goes over the top of you so well in a way that you can't really interact with.
Yeah, that's a good call, right? This isn't a deck that has any type of disenchant type effects or anything like that. It's just going for raw power off of its creatures mostly.
I'm interested to see how this hand pans out, since this is the first hand we've seen from the Necro deck that isn't a Dark Red Necro hand. It's doing something else. This is an Entomb Reanimate hand.
Yeah, and Hongbin here opens with the Ocelot Pride, which is the first time we're getting to see this. And there is a Swords to Plowshares as the draw. So we do have a little defense to a couple of potential draws that could happen from Stroski's side.
Yeah, and this is something sort of not super obvious about the format that I think is really being highlighted here is just how hard Strip Mine makes it to play fair games. You just can't really like play one, like plan on making second, third land drop, play my 3-drop in this format all that much, because Strip Mine really invalidates your ability to reliably make a third land drop. Like we saw it come up game 1, game 2, game 3. Hongbin strip mining Andre a bunch, kept him off of playing Necro, kept him off of developing threats, and we're maybe going to see it happen here again.
Yeah, and it looked like Hanbin was thinking maybe looking at the flute, but then said, "Well, okay, I still have another Ocelot Pride, so I can use all my mana efficiently. So let's go ahead and play this. We'll strip mine and keep him off the 3 drops for now."
I think this is the one turn Andre really has a good window to draw Dark Ritual. Afterwards, Disruptive Flute might make it quite dangerous.
Well, that's tough too, because there's the 2-part combo in hand with the Sorin and the Saint Alindra.
Yeah, and the thing about Ocelot Pride is it's a threat that snowballs on its own. So if he wants to, Angman can just leave up the Disruptive Flute. There's really not that much to be afraid of. It's really pretty unlikely to go wrong for you. Because Ocelot, you don't have the same need to pressure once you have once you have Ocelot Pride in play. Ocelot Pride's going to snowball on its own and take over the game on its own, and that's what makes it such a house in these decks. It's a 1-mana threat that threatens to take over the game without requiring additional support, without requiring you to commit mana to the board to develop.
Yeah, and surprisingly, this is starting to look like it's going to get out of hand for Stroski here. Because even if he were to draw another land, you're now going to be behind all these Ocelot Prides, and we know that the flute and the swords are both over there.
Yeah, this game is looking really bad for Andre. The thing you'd want in the starter spot is Dark Ritual, except Dark Ritual really doesn't work because of Disruptive Flute. Whichever of your threats you Dark Ritual out is not going to cut it. So Reanimate for Trax is, I think, the only relevant thing Andre could have to draw.
All right, so they're just going to fire off the flute now. Stroski's giving it a good think here. All right, March buys some time, if nothing else.
I didn't quite catch what was named on Disruptive Flute there.
Yeah, looks like Reanimate was the call.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You're both stuck on mana. The only way you really see them winning this game is reanimate the card. They're just entombed. But this is, I think, pretty good for Andre, where now suddenly a ritual or just hitting land drops to get to Sorin is a route to win this game.
And a Juggernaut Peddler.
A Juggernaut Peddler means that's no longer the case.
Yep, and at this point, the Juggernaut's not even a threat to hit the battlefield.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for Andre that he can theoretically top deck land and then play Demonic Tutor for whichever piece he doesn't have and hope to draw land for the other piece in the next turn, but he's running out of time.
Yeah, so you get in for 3 more here. Stroski goes down to 14. There's another Entomb, which doesn't help anything here.
Yeah, and that is the writing on the wall, I think, because now Demonic Tutor into try and find something is just going to be way too slow.
Raptor gets to cast another Raptor. Then we're getting in for 7. It looks like going down to 7, and it looks like this is going to be it.
Yeah. And this is the secret strength of the energy deck, right? The part that isn't super obvious. The energy deck clearly got some tools that are very face-up strong, or face-up, like, just improvements over what the deck has access to. Something like Swords to Plowshares really fits well in this category as a threat that's, as an answer that's more efficient than anything you usually get, and lures in the Companion Zone. But the thing that actually, like, changes the level the energy deck is playing at is Strip Mine. The fact that you have Ragavan and Ocelot Prides, 1-mana threats that take over the game on their own, letting you go turn 1, play a threat, turn 2, Strip Mine, and my threat is going to take over the game on its own. It's fine that I didn't develop a threat on turn 2. Fundamentally alters the paradigm on which this deck operates and lets it go toe-to-toe with more unfair decks by just denying the mana. So if you're playing this energy deck against basically any unfair deck, whether it's like the mono red deck, whether it's the mono black deck, whether it's Reanimate, Show and Tell, whatever, you want to see Strip Mine in your opening hand, plus a 1-drop threat that snowballs, and that's really all you need to have a pretty fighting shot, even against these decks that are doing fundamentally stronger things than you are.
Yeah, and I think what we saw, from game 2 also shows that you may have to change gears on how you're going to be able to win the game. Right? Even as simple as Humbing not wanting to put any creatures on the battlefield, knowing how powerful the March was. Right? So just saying, okay, we're going to make you find everything the hard way. until I have you low enough that I think I could try something. And I think that's something a lot of people wouldn't necessarily do. And credit to Hongbin because, he's showing his chops because this is the third time he's qualified for the Arena Championship. So he knows what he's doing with that type of deck for sure.
Yeah, very well played. Didn't take any unnecessary risks. I really liked how disciplined he was, not deploying threats, but rather holding up Disruptive Flute, despite having the window to slam a turn 2 threat. A lot of discipline definitely paid off. Well played by Hongbin.
Yeah, and I feel like we got to see kind of both sides of the Necro deck, right? Where you get those good starts, you get the march going, and then you just kind of snowball. But the other side of that is, like you pointed out, sometimes just one strip mine is all the difference to slow things down if they don't have that ritual start. And how are those decks supposed to overcome that when they don't have a ritual, and that situation happens?
Yeah, the Necrobotan's deck is like a pretty bingo-y deck as far as decks go, in that you really need to draw the perfect hand or like a good hand, and you really need to have a hand that lines up well onto whatever little interaction your opponent has. But if you do that, it's basically unstoppable. And the players who were just in it, they knew that coming in. They just worked the numbers, decided that it was net beneficial to play a deck like this. You're more likely to win than not. And we've just seen them catch a bunch of the rough-sided variants where things haven't really worked out.
So I have to ask, if you were building a deck for this weekend of what you've seen everybody register, what would you have been likely to play?
Oh, I'm excited to see it in action at some point in the future, but the mono red prison deck, that one sounds really interesting to me. So I'm hoping we get to catch some of that later.
Cool. Well, we're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back with more Magic on the other side.
This deck is all over the ladder, and it's very hard to beat if you're a little slow. You get to play like the best one-drop removal spells, as well as 12 of the best one-drop creatures with Pride, Guide, and Ragavan. The best play in the deck on the play is starting with a Ragavan, because then you can hit them with the Ragavan, play a 2-drop, and also strip mine them. I think Guide and Oscillate Pride don't really need an introduction. They're just really strong 1-drops that work really well together. Oscillate Pride in multiples just goes insane and makes a giant board of creatures that you can then sack to Goblin Bombardment. Ajani, probably one of the best 2-drops ever printed, especially if you have a red permanent in play. Like, it can just deal massive amounts of damage and end the game on the spot. You get amazing late game finishing power with Lyris if you run out of stuff to do. And you also get to strip mine people. Lyris allows you to really go all in on casting all of your spells, knowing that later in the game you can always pay 3 mana and put them in your hand, and then you have something very powerful to do in the late game, despite having a deck that's all 1 and 2 drops. So if your opponent starts to grind you out with a bunch of removal, you know that if you run them out of removal and you cast the Lyris, they have to remove it immediately, or they're just going to die to all the creatures they killed earlier. It also works very, very well with Strip Mine, because you can keep your land count down. It's like very hard to flood with this deck because you're constantly trading lands. You have a very good game against decks that just try to put a big creature into play, because all of your removal is unconditional. I think it's a fairly obvious deck for the metagame, but I think it has just a very nice matchup spread. I'm going to attack, I'm going to disrupt, and I'm going to Strip Mine.
So, Arya, I have a question. What's better than Magic?
All Magic?
Exactly, more Magic. So we're going to get started here shortly with another matchup here in round 2. And honestly, I have to say, so far, Timeless has kind of lived up to the kind of strategic situation we thought it was going to be. I think there's a lot of people who aren't familiar with the format who were thinking, this is going to be a bunch of turn 1, turn 2 games. And that's not really what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, and even the games that haven't lasted a lot of turns have lasted a lot of game actions. We probably saw more spells cast in that game 2 of like Necro of the mono black versus Madu deck than we see in almost any game of Magic ever that we watch on coverage. It's just a very different sort of game. It's very much more about doing these powerful things. It is about creature combat and engaging in a fair way.
Yeah, I think that's a good call out, right? That people who don't play the older formats, you kind of look at games and go, oh, the game only went 4 turns, then not a lot really happened. And that's if you're playing standard, or in some cases even Pioneer. Okay, sure, maybe the mono red deck just got a great draw and you got a slow draw and you lost. But here, it's both decks can have good draws but the interaction, sometimes there's 3-4 things being played on each turn, that makes it really strategic. So I think that's going to be the theme for the rest of the weekend. So are there any particular matchups that you're looking for, as we're talking about all these different kind of matchups and interactions?
I'm really looking to see how the various decks really just like Madu Energy is a most played deck. Everyone came in trying to attack it, and I'm really interested to see what the different plans are for this, so to speak, what the different angles players have found out, because we saw the all-in combo angle. It looked pretty good when you draw the right cards in the right order, but Strip Mine makes that difficult, and sometimes you don't. I'm interested to see some more like non-combo angles on attacking this energy deck that people have taken.
Yeah, and what would you say, because we've seen some cards, say like alchemy cards that people aren't that familiar with. So like, what would be kind of the most unique cards you've seen on the list for this weekend?
Definitely Hydroponics Engineer. That's a great example of gods from smaller formats scaling to older formats. So that's a 1 mana, 1/2 flyer. Attacks makes something in your deck, and it makes a land in your deck a basic island, and lets you draw a card when you play that land. In most formats, Hydroponics Engineer is not that strong. Card because you're not particularly likely to draw those lands. This is the only format on Arena where fetch lands are legal. They're not legal in Historic. They're not legal in Standard. They're not legal in Alchemy. And so Hydroponics Engineer really expands out from like those smaller formats in a really interesting way that you don't really get to see. I love seeing these interactions that come up between cards that you aren't normally able to play together.
Well, it looks like we're going to get to see some of those, because it looks like we're ready for our second match here in round 2. And Arya, why don't you tell us a little bit about these decks here? Because we have 2 players here with David Olsen's going to be going up against Federico Velasco. And we got a Esper mid-range against Mardu Energy. Now, obviously, we saw the Mardu Energy in our previous game, so people are going to be familiar with that. But what about this Esper mid-range deck that David Olsen's playing?
Yeah, so this was sort of like one of the known decks in the format that some people expected to see quite a few copies of, and in the end, not very many people opted to bring. This is sort of Mardu Energy is the obvious aggro deck when you think of this format. It's like, okay, what does aggro look like in this format? It runs all the broken energy cards, it runs Luris, it tries to get on the board as fast as possible, play a bunch of strip mines. And this is the answer to what does control look like in this format. You play a bunch of the strongest threats across formats. You play Hydroponics Engineer, Tameo, Orcish Bowmaster, Psychic Frogs, all these really efficient threats, and then all this really efficient card advantage with stuff like Fonda, Brainstorm, Treasure Prince, and of course Luris, because who wouldn't have Luris?
Yeah, Luris has kind of popped his head up in every format where he's available, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Especially here in a deck where you're just trying to play the most efficient cards at doing everything that they're doing, and they happen to all cost 1 and 2 mana. Go figure. So yeah, how do you think this is going to pair up here, trying to go up against the Mardu Energy? Because again, we've seen how the Mardu Energy wants the fast start, but the Esper midrange deck is kind of wanting to play a few extra turns.
Yeah, I would imagine this matchup is tough for the Esper deck. But it's really hard to say given just how high the card quality is. So the main thing the Esper deck has going against it is it's set up to fight unfair decks a lot better. We see 3 copies of Force of Negation. That is the only free counterspell legal in this format. There's no Force of Will, and there's no Daze, I don't think. So yeah, it's really set up to counter these decks like Show and Tell and Reanimate and the Necro decks, and that lines up pretty poorly into just going as low to the ground as you can with energy. Historically, these forms of decks have struggled against more aggressive decks like energy, but the card quality is so high that it's hard to say how it'll go, with Psychic Frog in particular being something that lines up really well against energy, just a threat that grows quickly enough to compete on the battlefield while constantly drawing cards, really the sort of thing you want to have.
Looks like David did take a mulligan to 6 here, and Velasco kept his hand of 7, so should have a pretty strong game here. And it looks like he is opening with the Hydroponics Architect, I believe that is.
Yep, and that's very much the style you want with this deck, right? Like you have 2 1-drops, you have Tameo and Architect, and both of them sort of draw a card each turn. Architect draws a card each turn more effectively, also in a way that's stronger the earlier in the game you played because you're going to keep making land drops. So turn 1 Architect maybe snowballs even more than the energy dex threats. And so yeah, I really like forcing your opponent to interact with it if they can, and if they don't, then you just get to draw cards and snowball faster than the opponent, and maybe just 1-for-1 them into the ground.
Yeah, and I think to your point, Velasco is showing lots of respect to the architect there with the Swords of Plowshares, because he has the option to play the cleric or play the Ocelot Pride, and says, no, 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 we're going to get rid of your card drawing engine here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think one of the way, like it's pretty hard, like it's pretty tough for the Boros Energy deck to lose a game where your opponent isn't pulling a bunch of head-on cards. Your opponents are snowballing with cards as the main way you do lose. So yeah, I like the choice to efficiently answer the architect there, and then hope that your 1 and 2 mana threats can snowball the game, because certainly Ocelot Pride and Guide of Souls are pretty well set up to do that.
And trying to get both those on the battlefield, David responds here with a Brainstorm, and it looks like he finds a Swords of Plowshare and a land sitting on top.
Yeah, in David's seat, I think you just want to interact a bunch, cast that Treasure Cruise, and try and like 1-for-1 your opponent out of the game.
Yeah, he's thinking really hard about what to put back here. I think we're going to probably keep access to the Swords of Plowshares and fire one off, but it's probably the order of the lands if you're deciding to fetch or anything like that. You know, that's all important.
Yeah, figuring out which of the lands you want most is also just an interesting choice here. You're going to be shuffling them away with Brainstorm, with Flooded Strand to answer Guide of Souls here. And whether or not, like you said, like that choice is a pretty complicated one, because you need to figure out whether you want to keep Strip Mine to deny your own mana, or whether you would like both of you to develop mana. In general, this is a deck that uses its mana more than the Energy deck does. So in theory, you don't want to be denying your own mana. Except denying your opponent mana is kind of fundamentally good on turn 1 of the game, when you're on the play in a game. And so, yeah, I think I kind of like David Alton's choice here to trade resources, trade mana, knowing you're on the play, preventing your opponent from deploying efficient threats, and ideally sort of like making it harder for both players to get Lurrus value, which is important when you have access to Treasure Cruise as a different way to get value.
Yeah, and then we see Velasco sending a message to David saying, hey, just making sure, did you shuffle? But yeah, he actually drew into a Ponder there as well, which was really good. So gave him a chance to get some extra cards, kind of set up everything you want, have the Strip Mine go off. And this actually isn't a bad situation for David, because we're getting close to being able to Treasure Cruise as well.
Yeah, this is where you want to be. You want your opponent to fall behind on cards early, and then after 1-for-1ing, and then Treasure Cruise to recoup. The only issue I see is that I don't know how many cards David has in his graveyard, and if he can't Treasure Cruise immediately, the rest of his hand does nothing. Never mind, he's going to be good.
Yep. Here we go. Remove everything. Treasure Cruise is such an amazingly good card.
Yeah, well, like yet another one of those cards that like there's a lot of things in this format that are sort of in a similar space to Legacy, but in many ways weaker. Treasure Cruise is one of those things that's stronger.
Now, here's an interesting thing. Like, he did draw just 3 lands off of the Treasure Cruise, but at the same time, you're not drawing those 3 lands over 3 turns. Right? So while that does look bad, it's not all downside.
Yeah, and the deck has so much card advantage that I think Alton's going to find a way to use those lands at some point. Brainstorm is pretty good at getting rid of dead lands, and Lurrus is pretty good at making sure you can always use your mana. So I don't think I'm super worried about actually using all those lands in this spot. I think that's actually a positive, yeah.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people might also wonder, you know, kind of what's Lurrus and Delve and whatever together, but Lurrus is kind of just like an upside value card to get to play as a bonus spell later on.
Yeah, and the fact that all the threats like Hydroponics, Engineer, and Tamiya snowball makes Lurrus particularly potent, I think. So, yeah, while Frederico is sort of in a spot where if he plays Lurrus, then, you know, he's going to slowly get advantage player threat each turn, and you have to answer the Lurrus. David's deck is set up in such a way that once you Lurrus, you are just you're just spending each turn playing a threat that also needs to be answered or is going to independently run away with the game.
Yeah, and there's another strip mine, kind of a pattern we're going to see throughout the weekend, I believe, is just lots of strip mines are going to be going off because it's one of the most powerful cards in the format. But we did use the mana and the treasure we got earlier to go ahead and play a Bowmasters, and we have an opposing Bowmasters.
Yeah, and solid play from David. Going to second main phase to cast the spells, forcing Friedrien to use the mana on Bowmaster's main phase so that he can copy whatever he plays in second main phase with his own Bowmasters.
Gonna go ahead and Swords to Plowshare Tameo here, and just hard cast Ragavan this turn.
Yeah, and is Guide Soul starting to look a little scary. Going to be giving something flying this turn, probably the Arcami. And now you have to answer that flyer because your life's under pressure. And you have to answer the Guide of Souls itself because at some point it's going to start giving other things flying. So, yeah, tough spot, I think, for Federico.
Now, David did pick up another Bowmasters here.
And Bowmaster's not really good at answering Guide of Souls.
Yeah, the 1-2 is a little bit big difference from a 1-1 there. And then I'm not sure, you picked up an Ocelot Pride here. So which way do you think Velasco wants to go here? Okay, well, there we go. We're just going to go with the Amped Raptor.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I really just want to push the advantage in Federico's spot, not try and develop the board. You're pretty far ahead on you're pretty far ahead on board presence here. You sort of want to close the game as quickly as possible because you know this deck has a ton of card advantage, but that also doesn't matter if they're dead.
So he targets the Bowmaster and gets in there, and looks like this could be a way you could kill the Guide of Souls here.
Yeah, this actually worked out perfectly for David, right? Because this is an attack that's weakest into Bowmasters. You get to snipe the Ragavan, you get to get rid of all the energy, and you get to eat the Guide of Souls, and suddenly David Olsen's back in this game, despite looking nearly dead a turn ago.
Yeah, off to the races, and has a Ponder here. So you get to look at some cards, get the better of what's there, and it looks like it's a Swords to Plowshares. So really kind of taking over the driver's seat here.
Yeah, you need to answer what's going on here. So Swords, pretty good draw. And yeah, the mana advantage David has probably means he's going to be able to leverage his Lurrus better than leverages Lurrus better than Federico can at this point without even having the mana pit in his hand.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I mean, the tough part here is David is only at 5. So he can't be too frivolous with what he's doing here. But it looks like we're going to put Lurrus in hand to set up for next turn and just leave mana up for the Swords of Plowshares. And there's a Goblin Bombardment. Now, this is huge with David so low on life.
Bombardment is terrifying here. It's going to force a... It's going to just threaten lethal over a few turns, particularly because you can't even gain life with Lurrus once Bombardment is around. Federico can just block and sack to the Bombardment to get around that. So David needs to close this game up quick.
Yeah, and Velasco already has one creature in hand. If he could find another 1-mana spell, whether that's Ocelot or a Soul Guide, whatever, like Guide of Souls, like you can go ahead and just fling everything and the game's over.
Yeah, I like going after the Amped Raptor with Phantasmal Image here. Just start applying pressure because you do not have time in David Olsen's spot. You need to end the game now.
Yeah, so just, I guess, maybe deciding what the copy, but I'm with you. It probably is going to be... Oh, nope. He says it's going to be a Bowmaster.
Yeah. Bowmaster's targeting the Amped Raptors, I think. The best line for Federico, yeah. It makes sense to think about the choice because there is some temptation to copy the Amped Raptor. But yeah, there's not stuff in your deck that gains you life. And yeah, you just got to push the aggro before this Goblin Bombardment eventually kills you.
All right, we do have a Thoughtseize, but can't cast it because no black mana.
And that was tough. This was a 1-turn window. Well, I suppose maybe there's going to be another turn as well. But if David had drawn a removal spell there, he could have gained life with Lurrus. He could have
Oh, sure.
killed the Ocelot Pride and got in, but no removal spell means that Federico can block with the Ocelot Pride, sacrifice it, send a point to David's face, and then next turn, any 2-mana or less creature wins the game.
Whoa.
Yeah, so letting first strike damage happen
Oh,
there.
first strike. I see.
Well
Yeah.
played from Federico. A good example of like really taking every inch you can out of it. 1 life for Federico, probably not going to be what this game is about. But if it is, you don't want to have lost because you missed it.
That's fair. That's fair. Sometimes I don't trust myself enough not to click through too fast through options. So I probably would have just sacrificed it and taken my 1 point. This is tough, though. This is where Velasco needed to draw a creature.
Yeah, Marsh Flats is really tough. This was the one turn where creature was extremely necessary. And missing here, I don't know that Federico is going to be able to get out of this in a reasonable time frame. I don't think there are cards in his deck that can apply enough pressure. The card that comes to mind is Ajani. If David goes to 4, Ajani, I think Ajani is still lethal next turn, I believe. Federico can Ajani and sacrifice the cat, take David to 3, make a 2/2, take David to 1, and then have 2 ways to sacrifice.
And looks like we just drew a strip mine, and that is it.
Yeah, I haven't done the math on whether Federico survives with playing out an Ocelot Pride here. I guess with Goblin Bombardment, he almost certainly does. He can block and then sacrifice things before damage. Yeah, tough.
Yeah, it looks
tough spot.
He's thinking about it. Yeah, like what's more important here to have? All right, and just a land for David. So
Another dead draw for David means that suddenly maybe back in this, yeah, there's not life being gained off Lurrus here, off David's Lurrus here. If there's an attack with the team, Lurrus does have to block, but can block one of the Bowmasters. The thing about blocking with Lurrus is that if it blocks one of the Bowmasters, you do just die. Oh, your Lurrus does just die because Bowmasters can come back and recur it. So here is the line, I think, for Federico. Should David choose to tackle? What you need to do is block the Lurrus, and then if the Lurrus attacks, and then sacrifice the Ocelot Pride before damage. With these attacks, I think I think Federico probably just trades the Ocelot Pride for both Bowmasters. Yeah.
Yeah. So Lurrus is coming in along everything but the armied orcs. But this is going to be tough on how you want first strike to happen. Do you want to try to kill Lurrus? Like, there's a lot happening here. In this
I don't think you can attack with Lurrus in David's spot because first strike damage kill. First strike damage deal 1 damage to Lurrus, then sacrifice the Ocelot Bride to deal the 2nd damage. It's probably game losing. You don't get to recur anything that way this turn. Get rid of both the Orcish Bowmasters here.
But if you get rid of both,
I'll go face with 1 point.
Yeah, you can only play 1 a turn with Lurrus out of the yard. So yeah.
So there's definitely another turn for Federico here. And I suspect that should just be game if it is. Yeah, I think you just let first strike damage happen here, gain 1 life, and you probably just sack the Ocelot Pride, go face. There's a Bowmasters in graveyard that can be played for Federico.
Yeah.
And that should be lethal, I believe.
Yeah, that's going to be 4.
Yeah, things look tough for a bit here for Federico with those back-to-back land draws, but I think he's navigated his way through it. Goblin Bombardment just really powerful when your opponents have a low life total. And the sort of thing, this is part of why the matchup is hard for the Esper deck, is you get into these late game spots where you just can't keep your life total safe. Bombardment is eventually going to kill you. You can't gain life with Lurrus. You need to kill your opponent efficiently rather than just drawing a ton of cards. And unfortunately for David, this deck is good at drawing a lot of cards, but not very good at killing your opponent quickly.
Well, even like you're saying, just recurring a Bowmasters or whatever, it's just like nicking your life total alongside the bombardment, and it's a lot to deal with. Here comes another strip mine.
Oh, is there no second black land? There's no second black land, so this is not quite lethal, I don't believe.
No, it appears not to be.
That's definitely lethal.
Well, yeah,
Just
we still
any
have multiple
creature,
other things we can play. Picked up a Ragavad, so you still have two
Yep.
creatures.
You needed a 1-drop or a 2-drop that generated 2 bodies, and even if you missed, you could Amp Raptor and hope to hit something that killed, so...
Yep, that's gonna do it.
Yeah, this
Well,
should definitely be over lethal.
That was a very, very tight sequence, though, with a lot happening during those last 3 attack steps.
Yeah, really good job navigating the game from really good job navigating the game from Federico. Just very well, just playing around every possible thing that David could have very well, opting not to take too conservative a line and block with the Lurrus, because you can block with the Lurrus that be like, okay, if I don't do this, I'm dead to a Bowmaster's, dead to some number of things. But recognizing that if David had one of those, he'd probably have played it already and made different attacks. And so in this spot, you can't barely beat anything of consequence. Have to hope David has nothing. Have to go for the line that lets you win next turn. Federico did it and was rewarded for that with a win. So really, really well played on the spot.
Yeah, that's a fun set of interaction. Like, that's the interactive combat you kind of want to see, right? It doesn't always have to be so spell intensive like you think this format might be. Creatures still have a place.
Yeah, this is even in the most powerful formats in Magic, there's going to be decks playing the most powerful threats, but the most powerful, most efficient threats, and these are 2 of them, and they both won their first round for a reason. And even if a lot of other matches have hinged on sort of this like unfair spell-based gameplay that's sort of really old school Magic, there still are decks that are playing sort of like a more modern era Magic, like fighting on the battlefield, like you said, and it makes for a really good pairing. It's one of the things I'm really looking forward to casting this weekend. Is it's not all old school spell-based Magic, and it's not all like new era like creature combat-based Magic. It's a nice blend, and so I think there's going to be a huge variety in the games we see today.
Yeah, and look at what got cited out there from Olsen. I mean, you had the Force Negations, the Spell Pierce, and then brought in extra removal and things, just saying, hey, you have a lot of creatures. These spells aren't going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, the Esper deck has a bunch of dead gods in game 1. 500,000, I believe, is the actual number of dead gods the deck has. And a powerful tool for this deck post-mod is all your cards matter post-mod. All your cards interact with something your opponent is actually doing, rather than having dead cards like we saw that Force of Negation be in game 1. I mean, if that Force of Negation had been any spell, Ultim would pretty trivially have won the last game. It was really close, and extra spell with actual relevance would have done it. But yeah, just not having enough relevant, just not having very many relevant cards in game 1, or having cards that don't matter, is a huge, huge cost when you're drawing so many cards and looking at so many cards. And so I'd imagine this matchup dramatically improves post-mod for the Esper deck, where I'd say a pretty unfavored game 1, but post-mod I think the games are really close to even slightly favored. You just have to overcome the deficit of being so far behind and probably losing game 1.
Yeah, and David opened with the Tameo there that got immediately met with the Galvanic Discharge. And here we have a turn to a Johnny courtesy of the Amped Raptor.
Yeah, and look at the efficiency of the threats this energy deck is playing. Where Amped Raptor is just extremely cleanly going to be a 3-for-1 here. The Ajani has to be answered. The Amped Raptor itself is a 2-1 body, and the Ajani came with another 2-1 body. So just 2 mana, 3 threats, 2 of them 2-1 bodies, just pretty respectable for 2 mana, and one of them an additional snowbally haymaker that you have to deal with.
Now, that being said, Olsen's hand's still really good here, right? You've got Bowmasters that can get you a couple of blockers. You have 2 removal spells. So we're not really in too much of a pinch just yet.
Yeah, the main issue I think for Olsen is there's just not a third land. And so just he would really have liked to be able to deploy Bowmaster plus Swords this turn. That way he could answer Johnny without falling behind on board. But now there's all these threats that he's sort of priced into answering. No more card advantage in the form of Treasure Cruise, and he's weirdly sort of getting 1-for-1 out of the game here with this by this Mardu energy deck, where the threats are all trading for 2 or 3 cards, and we have this Chthonian Nightmare in hand that I think is sort of an insurmountable late game for this deck.
Yeah, and again, just showing respect to some powerful cards, right? He says, I know you have removal. I know you have the Bowmasters that makes my attacks ugly. Don't care. Don't want you to have a Treasure Cruise. And then here comes a Bowmaster of his own.
Yeah, Bowmaster's huge here because currently Federico did not have a threat that did anything when it entered the loop with Chthonian Nightmare. But now that you have Bowmasters, you have this never-ending stream of value, and that's gonna be a problem for David.
All right, so we're gonna play a Bowmaster to take out the opposing Bowmaster. Nope, actually decided to change his mind and target the Amped Raptor.
Yeah, possibly playing around the Chthonian Nightmare is in deck.
And just a land for the draw there. I believe it was a strip mine for Velasco.
And Prismatic Ending actually really awkward against Chthonian Nightmare, where you can just sequence things such that the Chthonian Nightmare is just never present on your turn.
Yeah, and this is the devastating part of strip mine. It's just if you get stuck on lands, it just sets you so far back.
Yeah, it's so punishing to decks that can run out of that can just miss land drops. Like even if you're not a strip mineable deck, the way some of these decks like Necro are, where you really need to hit your third mana in some games, even without that, you're just gonna have games where you drew the right. You're gonna have games where you drew the sort of wrong mix of lands and spells, missed a land drop, and strip mine really doubles down and punishes you there.
And then use the Nightmare to just get back the Bowmasters. And it is looking really rough for Olsen right now.
Yeah, I think things are looking pretty over for Olsen to me here. And really, well, now they're looking really over for Olsen. Normally, Stern Scolding pretty good against a Johnny. A lot worse when there's a Chthonian Nightmare in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, so we just run this Ajani out, it looks like. And looks like Olsen's going to have probably a turn.
Yeah, also, brief aside, we were talking at the top of the day about how the one thing with these decks is they run super low on life total. I want to point out Federico ended that game at 5 life, despite not taking combat damage.
Yeah. Well, all right. So we got a win there for Federico Velasco going into round 3 with a 2-0 record. So that's actually kind of an interesting thing there, right? Where the mid-range deck looks like it can bring in enough answers, but sometimes it's just not enough when you have that level of recursion and a lot of 2-for-1 bodies when you don't have a way to get rid of multiple things very easily.
Yeah, and unlike the Necro deck where you have these high upside turns of punish your opponent for playing a deck that isn't super interactive, doesn't have free spells, can't really engage with combo, there's no real way this Esper deck is punishing the Boros deck, and this makes it just structurally unfavored into this Mardu energy deck, where it's really hard to beat a deck that has these snowbally threats that are more efficient than yours when you're looking to play a bunch of 1-for-1 answers. If you're trading with your opponent's threats turn over turn, but your opponent's threats are all generating a little additional value, you are just going to die. They are just going to steamroll you.
Now, would you say that the Esper mid-range deck maybe has a better chance against the Necro deck with all the counter spells and the force negations and everything else that actually don't do much in this particular matchup?
Yeah, very much a rock, paper, scissors dynamic, where the Esper deck is definitely bad into the energy decks, but it is pretty good against most of the decks that beat up on the energy decks. Just doing a good job interacting, just doing a good job interacting in ways that's pretty problematic for that deck. Like for all these Necro decks we've seen that mulligan to 4, go Dark Ritual, Necro Potence. If you force a negation, that is GG. And so that's what the Esper deck really wants to be playing against and dodging these Madu decks, hoping to beat up the decks that are beating up on the Madu decks.
Yeah, and one card I kind of want to call out was the Orcish Bowmasters. And if you played, Modern, some of these other formats, you know how strong the card is. But in a format like this, where so many people are running with Necro as one of their main strategies, does it still have the same weight that it would have in some of the younger formats, if you will?
That's a really good thing to think about, Taquana. That's a great question. I think it's pretty complicated, where it really depends what you expect the metagame to be. It's bad against the card Necropotence, but it does still apply some pressure there, and applying pressure is inherently powerful against Necropotence. And then the fact that people are running Brainstorms, running Ponders, running things like Necro Dominance, which does draw cards, I think on the whole makes Bowmasters worth it. But yeah, definitely not the catch-all answer to your opponent drawing 5,000 cards that is in other formats.
Yeah, and I gotta ask, because you're inside the walls at WotC, how excited is everybody to see Timeless today, right? And see what the community does with it, because this isn't something we get to showcase very often.
So all of us inside the building are real brewers and really love seeing new formats, really love seeing the Wild West. So I am extremely excited for this event. A lot of my coworkers are extremely excited for this event because all of these are essentially new decks that we haven't really gotten to see that much of before. Energy may be the big exception to this, but most of these decks, they've seen a little play on ladder, but there hasn't been a robust public deck list large tournament like this for Timeless. So folks are just excited to get to see a new format. And also, there's a lot of folks at work who are really into old school Magic, who played Magic 15, 20, 25 years ago. That's when they got in, and getting to see things that are similar to decks from Legacy, that are similar to things back in the day, like Dark Ritual, Necropotence, Entomb, Reanimate, Show and Tell, Omniscience. These are all age-old staples that we're getting to see on the big stage again in an event of this size, and a lot of folks are really excited for that.
Now, another question is, because we probably have a lot of people watching this for the first time that have never maybe even watched a game of Timeless. If they do find it interesting, what cards would you tell them would be the pillars of the format? Because obviously we're going to see Strip Mines everywhere. We're going to see Necro everywhere. What type of cards do the players need to worry about if they decide to brew something for the format?
I think the things you need to think about when brewing for Timeless are, can I beat a deck that do I have enough interaction between my main deck and sideboard if you're playing best of 3 for a deck that just goldfishes turn 1 or turn 2? And do I have the ability to either go faster than or interact with these decks that go under the aggro decks? If you can beat these sort of fast goldfish decks, and if you can beat these aggro decks, or at least beat one and have a good chance against the other, you're set. If your deck functions against those two archetypes, that's what you need for Timeless, and that's the main thing I'd be thinking about.
Well, there you go. If you want to play some Timeless, that's the advice you need. But yeah, this has been an exciting couple of rounds so far, but we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here, and we're going to come back with some more Magic for y'all.
I've been waiting for this. I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Final Fantasy is coming to Magic the Gathering.
Come to me, Ifrit!
Draw swords. Cast spells. Play heroes and villains from all 16 core games.
People are depending on me.
Years I've waited for this chance.
It's time to shape your story.
Shall we?
Hi, I'm Anthony Lee from Team Cosmos Heavy Play, and I'm playing in Arena Championship 10. I started playing Magic a long time ago, I think, around World Week, and a friend of mine got me into it. Jace the Mind Sculptor was a big thing for me. It was really interesting to play with that card because there were lots of powerful things you could do every turn with it, and that kind of showed me a lot of the appeal of Magic. I qualified for the Pro Tour a year after I learned to play, and yeah, I just kind of loved it ever since then. I guess I'm just kind of a competitive person in general. Even when I was very young, I would compete in spelling bees and chess competitions and debates. So I guess it's kind of in my nature. I suppose it's something I really enjoy doing. So it's pretty natural to do that in Magic, but especially now that I'm managing a team on the Pro Tour and I play on the Pro Tour myself. Most of my friends come from Magic. Yeah, it's a huge part of my day-to-day life, and it means a lot to me as a result. And I'm very happy that that's the case. I'm so privileged that I got to have something like Magic that gave me so many good times with so many people from across the world. Yeah, Andrea Mengucci, a lawyer from Italy, Javier Dominguez, a poker player from Spain. I don't imagine there's many things in the world that could have me interact with the network of people that I have through Magic. If there's anything that could help me win this tournament, it's that I have a fantastic group of players that's making a lot of progress on Timeless. I'm working with some very successful players such as Derek Davis and Alex Rohan. So I'm really excited to see what we can come up with. I hope that's enough to help me win this tournament.
Hi friends, welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 10. Maria Bartholdi here with you in the booth as we watch some Timeless this weekend. The first time that Timeless has been showcased at an Arena Championship. We've already seen some very, very exciting stuff. We've got 110 players here battling for their share of a $250,000 prize pool. The top two finishers also secure spots at next year's World Championship. Welcome back to the booth here. We've got a lot of fun stuff. We've got Paul Chian, we've got Tan and Grace, we've got round 3 coming up, and we've got a first look at our standings here in the tournament. So let's take a peek now for the first time and find out who is starting this tournament off at 2-0. Congratulations to all these players, exactly how they wanted to start the weekend. Alex Friedrien there, you can see, currently in first place with that 2-0 record. Had a top 8 at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor. Michael Plummer here also starting off 2-0, which is very exciting to see there. Him in fourth, your Pro Tour Edge of Eternities winner. Won that tournament with Belcher. It was a very cool deck. So exciting to see him doing so well here at the start of this tournament. If you take a peek over there in 15th place, you can see Derek Davis also starting out 2-0. Was our 8-0 overnight leader at World Championship 31. Ended up winning finishing the tournament in 4th place, So a good finish for Derek Davis just a couple of weeks ago, keeping that rolling here this weekend. Ben Lundquist currently sitting at 2-0, also in 16th place. Let's take a look at another page of standings here. 16th or 17th through 32, A lot of other big names doing well here starting the tournament off. Nathan Steuer starting out 2-0. Good to see him on the winning side of things early on in a tournament. His season and wins through the years of 2021, 2023 was just absurd with Mauch wins, Pro Tour wins, World win, getting himself the card Duelist of the Mind, which is very cool. So exciting to see Nathan doing very well here. In 25th, you see Zevin Faust currently starting out 2-0, a younger player who has had some excellent finishes at tournaments recently. Streamer Michael Jacob also currently starting out 2-0, won a Mox in 2019. So there is just a peek at the players who are doing very well here in the early stages of this tournament. We're getting ready for round number 3. So we're in early days here of this tournament, Paul, but what are your thoughts so far on this first showcase, really, of Timeless at the highest level?
Yeah, I mean, look, we talk a lot about how explosive the format can be with, some of these turn 1 wins and combos and what have you, but you also have seen some grindier, longer games. So it seems like you can do a little bit of both. And, a lot of people, I think, coming into this event might have potentially dismissed a deck like the Mardu Energy deck, for example, thinking, well, this is a good aggressive deck, but can it really keep up with some of the other broken things that a lot of other people are trying to do? And right now, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is indeed. Tannen, your thoughts from the first few early rounds?
Vintage and Legacy are my favorite formats in Magic, so this is a lot of fun for me. Paul being so enthusiastic and genuinely having so much fun has made it really easy on me as well. It's very easy to feed off that, so I've just been having a blast so far today.
All right, well, let's check out some cool events coming up on Arena here next weekend. Check it out, Arena Direct, everyone. You can win physical Avatar The Last Airbender cards while playing Magic, on Arena. Next weekend, Arena Direct going on December 26th through the 28th. Win an event and you can have Avatar: The Last Airbender play booster boxes shipped to your doorstep. I am a fiend. I love playing in these events. They're so incredibly fun. Paul and Tannen, I know you both like them as well. Tannen, do you have a story for us?
Well, I know that like almost every pro tour that I go to and get to do coverage of, they almost always fall on the same weekends as one of the arena directs. And one of my favorite things to watch is watch Paul and Marshall and all of them scramble between rounds to try to get their games in see how many boxes they can get while also commenting the pro tour at the same time. And you as well, obviously, and all of y'all. And it's always so much fun to watch. You're like, well, I'm on my 5th box. Well, I'm on my 6th, and try to one up each other. So
yeah, it was kind of nuts with the Final Fantasy Collector booster box one. That one was degenerate, Paul.
That, I mean, look, I'd like to defend myself a little bit by saying I was preparing for the draft portion of the event, even though it was sealed deck. But yes, I do love playing in these, and the Final Fantasy one in particular was one that we all, I mean, if you saw the green room at the Pro Tour, there were just 7 of us between rounds just trying to grind matches, building decks, and just trying to do our best. But, I mean, these are obviously a blast to play. I absolutely love playing in them. I've probably fired maybe 30 to 35 entries already into the Avatar: The Last Airbender Arena Directs, and you know, if I find some time, I might try to win another box or two. Not during this event, of course.
No,
but
never.
Next weekend, everybody. Let's take a look at our next feature match coming up for round number 3. Check it out, a great matchup here. Anthony Lee on Mono Red Prison up against Ray Zhang running Omnitel. 2 incredible win rates for both of these players who have played a lot of games on Magic Arena as well, hitting Constructed Peak with Mythic 3 and Mythic 1 for Anthony Lee and Ray Zhang. So both these players certainly know their way around the Arena client. Let's get to know them a little bit better. Anthony Lee, captain of Team Cosmos Heavy Play, just a wonderful guy overall. Had a top 4 berth at World Championship 29. That was a World Championship won by Jean-Emmanuel Depras. Finished top 32 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. When asked to describe Timeless in one word, Anthony Lee said powerful, and he's certainly running a powerful deck here this weekend in this mono red prison build, Tannen.
Yeah, this is a lot like the legacy and vintage decks that we've seen in the past. You see Broadside Bombardiers, a card that has come in lately in the last few years and really upped the play of this deck. The big difference, obviously, is the strip mines that we have here. We have 4 of those, so you're really leaning heavily into the prison aspect here. You have Blood Moon, you have Magus of the Moon, you have Strip Mine, and you have Chalice of the Void. Lots of ways to just stop your opponent from ever getting to play the game. This is a 0 or all fun version of the deck where your opponent gets 0 and I get all of the fun every round.
Excellent. The prison title, very apt here for Anthony Lee. On the other side of things, we have a formative opponent in the form of Ray Zhang, more than 32,000 games played on Arena with an overall win rate of 61.8%, which is excellent. Formative member of Team Sanctum of All, came in 23rd place just a few weeks ago at World Championship 31. When asked to describe Timeless, they called it Alternate Universe Legacy, which I think lines up with what we've been seeing here this morning. Let's take a peek at this Omnitel list, Paul. What is this deck trying to do?
Yeah, so this is just another combo deck, one of the different variants, but you know, this deck, I will say, is basically looking to cast Show and Tell. As you can see, there are 4 copies of that card, and get either Emrakul, one of the 3 Atraxas, or of course Omniscience into play. And basically everything in the deck is kind of geared towards trying to find the Show and Tell. So you're looking at, you know, 4 copies of Brainstorm, you're looking at 4 copies of Ponder, and 4 copies of Stock Up and Dig Through Time. There's not a ton of interaction here. We're looking at 4 copies of Fatal Push and Thoughtseize, and that's basically it. So Ray, all they want to set up here is try to get that Show and Tell in quickly, as quickly as possible into play. But at the same time, it might be kind of difficult here because they are going up against a prison deck that's really trying to prevent you from casting anything.
All right, I'm excited for this matchup. Round number 3 on the way. Tannen, take it away.
As Bria said, thank you very much. Round number 3 here at Arena Championship 10. We've got a great matchup for you here. Mono Red Prison against Omnitel. We've kind of set this one up a little bit here, Paul, but overall, how are you feeling this matchup favors one deck versus the other?
You know, of course, anything can happen in this type of format where a specifically good draw can always just mean, oh, I just win the game. But I kind of like Anthony's side for the matchup. We're looking at a deck that plays 4 copies of Chalice of the Void. There's 20 1-drops in Ray Zhang's list, so really, really good at targeting all of those 1-drops. At the same time, we have access to 4 copies of Magus of the Moon and Blood Moon. Those are also highly, highly effective cards in this matchup, as Ray basically has only 2 basic lands and only 1 Chrome Mox to actually try to play around those various Blood Moon effects.
Yeah, all of that sounds really good to me. It's about where I was too. I feel like Anthony Lee's got a little bit of advantage. We'll have to see how that, if it plays out that way as we head down to the feature match area and get this round started. As we take a look at the opening hand from Ray Zhang, let's see. I think they might be able to keep this one. We've got a Ponder, multiple stock ups, and some fetches that can maybe get some basic lands here. Are you a little worried about the right 2 cards there, though?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little tough because Ray is on the draw here. And so you're gonna have to try to find show and tell here. And it looks like, yeah, Ray actually does choose to go for the mulligan, looking for a more explosive hand. Ideally, what you want to do is, you know, sandbag the Ancient Tomb so it doesn't get strip mined and try to go for a turn 2 show and tell if possible. This hand certainly looks a lot better. I'm not sure if Ray is willing to go down to 5 here. Has access to Sink into Stupor turn 1 into Brainstorm to hopefully find Show and Tell, right? Because if you can go turn 2 Show and Tell, get Omniscience in play, cast Dig Through Time, then you've kind of unlocked everything.
Yeah, I'd be a little worried about this hand versus Chalice of the Void, but I don't think you can really afford to play around that at this point now that you've started to mulligan.
Yeah, I mean, this deck doesn't even play Force of Negation, so it's not like you can even mulligan to something that plays around Chalice of the Void, really. So I feel like this hand is close. There's no shuffle effects or anything, but going to 5 is kind of rough. You have that Ancient Tomb, so
you have a path to this hand, right? Like, like I need to just find Show and Tell. Like, I only need the 1 card if I'm not interacting with. Yeah, I like that reasoning. Taking a look over at Anthony's hand as well. We have a pretty good opener here with Ragavan on 1. It's going to be met with Broadside Bombardier's Fable, Magus of the Moon behind this as well, but none of the fast mana just yet from Ray.
Right, and we're going to see the Sink into Super be played as a land here. I'm curious if Ray is going to Brainstorm in response to the Ragavan trigger and just kind of exile something that they don't want here. Yeah, looks like Ray's going to go for it here. Really wants to find a show and tell here, by the way.
This is a cool creative way to unbrainstorm lock yourself.
Right?
For anyone who's ever played Legacy, it's the actual nightmare. You guys brainstorm, you have no way to clear the top 2 cards of your deck, and you're effectively locked with those 2 as you draw off the next 2. This can get you a card deeper, though. So
so you could put something like a Spell Pierce or a Dig Through Time here, and Anthony wouldn't really be able to cast either of those cards. Now, Ray doesn't have the Show and Tell, so won't have the ability to play Show and Tell here on the following turn, which would give Anthony some more time.
Does look like that Ray's going to be giving either an Atraxa or an Omniscience. Look, here, you can have this Atraxa.
Yeah, but this is with the treasure, this is a turn 2 Magus of the Moon. How does Ray even get out of that? Right? I mean, we're looking.
Yeah.
There's a fatal push there, but you can't even now. Your fetch lands don't even get turned on, and now you're just stuck on 2 mountains, and you can't cast anything. I think this is going to be really, really tough here for Ray to get out of.
I want to say this is almost game, Paul. I was going to say there's 1 of each basic, so you'd have to draw the island into, I guess, Show and Tell over the next 2 draw steps. I don't even know if you have time with that now with Strip Mine being added to the hand from Anthony Lee. Hey, Paul, I asked for this in the opener.
Right,
and we're getting it.
Ray will get Strip Mine to Oblivion here. Also has the Anthony has the ability to play stock up if he actually wants to, but looks like can't Strip Mine, of course, because of Magus of the Moon.
I got excited.
Yeah, we got excited here, but just I mean, I think we're just done here.
Yeah. I was saying, we talked about this, the power of Blood Moon or Blood Moon like effects in this format, where you have something like Magus of the Moon doing the exact same thing. There's not a lot of basics in a lot of the decks in this format.
No.
And so you can see Ray, if they have a chance in other games, they might be fetching a little differently as these games go on.
Right, or keeping up a fetch plus Fatal Push as a way to kill Magus of the Moon. Dismember would be a good answer for that, but a lot of decks choosing not to play Dismember because, remember, this is a format that doesn't have access to dual lands. So you're going to have to fetch Shock, so that's a really, really painful mana base for a lot of people to play. So as a result, you see less cards like Dismember being played just because it's just way too much damage.
That's actually a really good point, Paul. You know, in my mind, I think of Legacy and Vintage, which we keep comparing this to, of formats where they're fetch land dominant, right? You know, with Brainstorm and those effects. But on the other end, you never have to pay the 2 life. You know, you always have Underground. You know, you've always got Tropical Island and these types. Instead of now, you've got Breeding Pool. You know, you've got Watery Grave, and that has started to add up and has really shown in some of these games where we've seen people like miss an entire turn of a game because they took an extra 2 to 5 damage during the game with their own mana base.
Yeah, and I think that's precisely, I think that played a big role in, you know, Anthony's team to decide to kind of play this mono red deck, right? This deck doesn't really take a whole bunch of damage off of his lands, and it has a decent amount of reach with cards like Broadside Bombardier to really close things out, especially when you're you know, oftentimes people are just taking 10 damage a game from their own lands. So this mono red deck can kind of close the game really, really quick because people are already taking a bunch of damage from their lands.
Yeah, it's putting me in a weird spot, Paul. I never like saying nice things about the mono red deck because it's probably the deck I've lost to the most in my career.
Sure.
But, you know, it does look like it's in a great spot here. We've got a Thoughtseize leading off for Ray Zhang here. A couple of options. We've got a Chromox, a couple of Magus of the Moon, a card that gave Ray problems.
So this is a turn 1 Magus of the Moon, by the way, here for Anthony, if he gets to run it out. And I don't know that Ray has an answer for that. So I think Ray has to take Chromox here. If you don't take the Chromox, Anthony can go Ancient Tomb, Chromox, Exile Sundering Eruption, and just play Magus of the Moon.
Yeah, that's really scary. And like you said, I don't think, is that a Breeding Pool? I think is the last land left over in Ray's hand.
I believe so. So that's a Watery Grave and a Breeding Pool. Now, Ray does have Show and Tell with Omniscience plus Victor Time. I think you just have to take the Chromox here.
Yeah, Ray just, in all of his words, has to get to turn 3 and cast a spell. And then the game probably ends in their favor. So that's going to be the microcosm of this game, right?
And I think Anthony's just going to lead with a Strip Mine here, possibly, and just go, well, I can't play the Magus anyways. So, you know, if you have a bunch of lands in your hand, you just fire off the Strip Mine and you go, well, you know, there's a decent number of games where your opponents just won't have a couple of lands to play and you just win right on the spot.
Absolutely. It does look like Anthony's, you know, going back and forth with this play here, but I do think he's going to follow up that same play you said, Paul.
Yep, and Strip Mine means life gets really difficult here for Ray Zhang with just a Breeding Pool in hand and another Dig Through Time here. Ray needs an Ancient Tomb off the top here to cast that Show and Tell and go off.
I'm going to say Ancient Tomb, best possible draw. Brainstorm, okay. There's still some hope. We missed the land here. We found a basic.
No, yeah, not only that, it's a Chromox on top of that as well. So Anthony next turn can go Ancient Tomb into Magus of the Moon, but it's not going to matter because Ray has access to the blue mana to play Show and Tell into Omniscience next turn, and then just start firing off Dig Through Times, which then presumably will allow Ray to win this game.
Yeah, that's the one of Chromox. I didn't see if the second one got brought in from the sideboard or whatever here, but Chromox doing a lot of heavy lifting in this matchup.
I would imagine Chromox gets boarded in for this matchup
same.
when you're playing against a bunch of Magus of the Moons.
Yeah, definitely agree there. But
so now,
if Ray can resolve one of these Show and Tells, like you said, I think the game is going to be in their favor.
Right, and I think Ray's just considering what to bring back here with the Brainstorm. One card that you need to be mindful of is potentially getting hit by a Ragavan, right? A dashed Ragavan, and all of a sudden what you have set up on top might get disrupted.
Really good point there. See, Anthony Lee, seeing this basic island, does this change the play line any, or is Anthony kind of just priced into this?
Just feels like the best possible play, but because of the island, it makes it a lot worse. Now, there is Sundering Eruption. He could cast Sundering Eruption to destroy the island, but then Ray Zhang still has access to a swamp in their deck to go fetch. So that wouldn't even stop Ray from being able to play Show and Tell next turn.
Yeah, so it doesn't cut Ray off of a color either.
Right.
Because Anthony would know about the basic thing. And if like there was a situation where like, you know, if they could cut them off a color, maybe that would be a
unless you go, I hope you have the swamp in your hand, right?
Oh,
that's another line.
Is that what we're possibly seeing here?
I think Anthony thinks Magus of the Moon doesn't actually do anything here because of the island. So his best bet is Ray just doesn't have an extra land and just going to go for the untapped island to set up for a future turn where he can then play the Magus of the Moon and shut Ray off of blue mana.
Yeah, I was going to say, it does look like that's what Anthony is doing. Good call there, Paul.
Yeah, but we know that Ray has the swamp, and we will be seeing a Show and Tell here.
Let's see if Anthony lets them go through the motions here. I like when they let the opponent do it at least one time.
Oh yeah, for sure, right?
Double dig through time. It's gonna be really hard to miss off this omniscience.
Oh, it's gonna be extremely hard. I mean, probably we'll concede after the second dig through time, possibly. But Anthony did get the one ring into play, but don't think that's gonna be enough here. As long as Ray finds some action off of this dig through time.
I think it's almost impossible with the fact that you have this many dig through times and stock ups. Yeah.
Right.
It's astronomically impossible. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, worst case scenario, you get some barrel waves in play.
Yeah, right? I mean, like, you have barrel waves, you have more show and tells.
Right.
Like, yeah, you don't need the show and tell anymore.
You have a free force of negation that you can cast here as well.
If you find the Emrakul, if it's still there, you could actually just take another turn here as well. But Ray does have protection.
Okay. Keeping the Barrogoyf here, exiling the force of negation. All right, dig through time. Doesn't find. Oh, that's another dig through time. Never mind.
We get to do it again. Yeah.
We get to do it again. Looking for the big creatures. Okay, we shuffled. Here. Sure. Oh, that's a stock up.
Have you ever gotten to do this in Paper Magic before? This is one of the most fun things to resolve in Paper Magic. You get to pretty much pick your deck up. Yeah.
I believe we had that one Pro Tour where this was one of the big players. So I did get to play my fair share of this deck. It's fun the first few times.
Yeah.
All right, there's the Emrakul.
All right.
And that should lock it up here for Reggero. This should prompt the concession.
Yeah, so you saw the nod of the head there from Anthony. He's like, yep, the 15-15, you take an extra turn, that's good enough. We'll move on here into game 3.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that we got to see both decks really, really do their thing so far here in this match as we move into a game 3. Now with Anthony having the play again, though, do you feel like he's a little in the advantage there?
Yeah, I would say that Anthony, because I mean, even in that game, had Anthony been on the play, we might have seen a completely different game there. And so now Anthony being on the play with those Chalice of the Voids, with access to the ability to potentially play even a turn 1 Magus of the Moon, those are going to be really, really difficult things for Reggero to deal with on the draw.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, any more changes coming here? You see the Disruptor Flutes coming in, the Vexing Baubles. Yeah, the Chromox did come in, like we talked about, some extra Force of Negations coming in to make sure Abrupt Decay as well. Don't forget there's going to be a way to possibly remove one of these moon effects if we get the game to go long enough for that.
Yep. And yeah, on Anthony Lee's side, it's like, well, you're playing a combo deck, so I'm just going to bring in a Bauble and 4 Flutes and see where that goes.
This is a... wow.
This is such an awkward hand. So it's like a mulligan the 4.
When you see the first 2 cards of the hand, though, you see Ancient Tomb, Chalice of Void, you're like, okay, I'm in.
Right.
And then you see the last 5, you're like, wait.
But you have no pressure.
Yeah.
And you kind of have to draw out of it. If you draw like a red creature...
You can't even cast it.
You can't even cast it. You Chromox that away. Is Anthony just hoping that these chalices are good enough? He is.
I don't know if you saw Anthony kind of looked away when he clicked keep. he's like, you close your eyes, click the button, let Jesus take the wheel, kind of thing.
Like 3 Chromoxes. All right, let's hope this is good enough. And I mean, Ray's hand actually plays around Chalice for 1 pretty well here. Ray's got Sink into Stupor if they ever want to just bounce something, but also you just have the ability to play Show and Tell Omniscience, but no card draws spells in hand just yet.
Was Anthony supposed to Chalice on 0 after Chalicing on 1?
I mean, it's kind of tough because Ray only has 2 copies of Chromox.
Right.
And you need those Chromoxes to be able to play your own things as well, right?
Yeah, I guess you could also just say, does Chalice on 2 do anything if you were to draw, like, say, another Ancient Tomb here?
Chalice for 3 would be great, but you're obviously super far away from doing that, right? Being able to stop thinking to Stupors and Show and Tells.
It's also most of Anthony's deck, though, when you get to that as well. Almost all of his threats are 3s, so it's a weird spot. He's just going to double up on the Chalice for 1.
Yeah, double up on Chalice for 1. Now Anthony's just hoping he draws basically any red card, because then he can Chromox away the red card and play Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
See if Ray chooses not to fetch here. There's 2 different things here. You can either keep the extra land in your deck, or you could get maybe a Surveil trigger here.
Yeah, I think we're going to go for a Surveil land here and try to find a stock up or a dig through time. And because Ray does have the ability to go Show and Tell Omniscience next turn.
Oh.
And that's a dig through time. All right. This is a turn 2 Show and Tell here from Reggero. Playing around. I mean, Chalice of the Void for 1, not doing anything here.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is wild here that we're gonna be able to do this through challenge for one, because we talked about how good that could be in this matchup, but
right. And here we are. Yep.
Got the omniscience. All right, so this is one of the times where I think it's slightly there's a chance that Anthony could get an extra turn here, another turn.
Right.
It's low.
Anthony does get to play Disruptor Flute. Can Anthony name something, and does that make that more expensive to cast through the omniscience?
I don't know how layering works with that.
Right. So let's say Anthony names Dig Through Time.
Dig Through Time, yeah.
Or something.
Or
then
Show and Tell. Yeah.
Right. Well, Show and Tell.
Oh, sorry, not
no,
Show
Show
and
and Tell
Tell,
resolves.
yeah.
It would be Dig Through Time.
Even-
Oh, and can't cast the Dig Through Time.
Okay, so it does stop it. Okay.
But Ray can bounce it with Sink into Stupor, right? So Anthony can't replay that, and then we can just cast Dig Through Time and try to win.
Okay.
Yeah. Wonder if Ray's considering waiting a turn. Huh.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this one out.
I mean, there's no other game actions you can take, right? So I imagine you're just going to want to bounce the flute and cast Dig Through Time and have this win the game for you, right? Yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, let's see if it wins the game. Well, we found
Oh.
Atraxa. Never mind. I can.
Oh, two Atraxas.
Yeah. If the first one's not good enough, certainly.
Yeah.
The second one will be.
I don't think Anthony can even beat Atraxa. Oh. Or Emrakul.
Emrakul submit one. Emrakul submit one. Just click the button.
Come on, you got to draw all the cards. All right.
All right. Anthony, showing off the power of Show and Tell here today. Moving up to 2-1 with a nice victory over Mono Red Prison. How was that round for you, Paul? I was thoroughly entertained.
No, that was awesome. I mean, Anthony had a really tough mulligan choice there, right? With the, you kind of recognize that in this particular matchup, when you're playing against a deck with 4 Brainstorms, 4 Ponders, you and potentially up to 4 Thoughtseizes, you want to have that access to Chalice for one. At the same time, though, I mean, you have 3 Chrome Boxes in your hand. You can't really play anything. You don't have any pressure. Is Ray's deck capable of fighting through Chalice of the Void? And in that instance, they absolutely were, right? So they don't come down to that. But Ray also just had a really solid draw there. The thing is, Chalice doesn't just stop naturally finding Show and Tell plus Omniscience. Well, got to pull that off. And man, I mean, when you get to do that, look, anytime the combo deck gets to do its thing, it's probably going to win the game.
Sure. Yeah, I would like to go back and take a look at that one myself and really think about it, because I think that mulligan decision was the match.
Yeah.
I think I could see arguments for both sides. The biggest problem for me is it's one of the ones where your hand's going to need to draw multiple things. I need more lands. I need more, red sources. I need red cards. I need a threat. The One Ring wasn't even a good top deck because we didn't have more sources of mana for that. So, it matters how hard you think Chalice for one is the other deck to get through. And I do think that there are so many different kinds of hands that Ray could have that absolutely just get locked or just very, very hard time beating Chalice for one. So I think it was just a coin flip, and you just let's go. Let's ride.
I mean, I will say this format, more than any other format, mulligans are the most important thing. I mean, it might actually be literally the most important game decision you make over the course of a match, because just the games can end so quickly. That game ended on turn 2, right? Ray literally just won the game on turn 2 there. So it's so important to practice mulligans. I mean, when I was watching the testing team of Matt Nass and Stroski, they literally had just a channel for Necro mulligan decisions, right? So that's how important it is to just recognize, depending on the matchup, whether or not you should be keeping certain collections of cards. I'm sure Anthony's gone through a lot of these as well, and probably recognize how important a card like Chalice is in the matchup. But probably, after this loss, you still kind of go back to that decision, go, maybe I should have mulliganed.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, if it works out, you're like, oh, I'm a genius. If it doesn't, it's like,
Right.
all right, maybe I was wrong. Well, one thing you're not going to be wrong about is watching some more Magic. So we're going to take a really, really quick break and be right back with another match from this round. It was a great video for me, getting me really fired up, Paul, to go to all these events later and next year. I don't know how excited you are for the MagicCons, but it feels weird. You know, we did the World Championships of no MagicCon attached, and it just felt quiet. It
it almost felt like we were at a golf tournament or something, right? Everybody is just quiet. You know what? I didn't hate the vibe, you know, because but I love both, right? Just being able to go to MagicCon, especially when I go, I try to find time off between rounds to go out and actually just try to walk the floor, just because there's so much going on. It's kind of tough, of course, right? But every now and then you get a round off, and it's just an incredible thing to be a part of.
What's it like having a round off and getting to enjoy the MagicCon? No, I'm joking. I get to usually have an hour or two to myself and do it as well, because I usually like to run around and check out everything and just feel the energy of the place. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
All right, we do have another match for you here in round 3 of Arena Championships 10, and we got a nice one set up for you here. We have Federico on Mardu Energy against Michael Jacob on Demir Reanimator. We can see a little bit of that Mardu Energy deck that you and I have been talking about. We haven't had a chance to really, talk about it a ton in game. And I'm looking forward to it because it looks like it's doing a little better than I expected. And then we've got one of the pioneers of Magic streaming, Michael Jacob, on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, even when I started kind of getting into looking into all of the content creation world, Michael Jacob was kind of one of the top dogs there, and he's still been going strong here. He's been streaming, a lot of his testing as well, and he came up with a nice little Demir Reanimator deck with really interesting numbers with his deck overall, with just the most 3-ofs I've ever seen out of any deck that's represented in a format like this.
Yeah, I just pulled his deck list up and I was very surprised. Like, that's a lot of 3s, and stuff like that. So let's take a look at these decks and you'll see what we were talking about here in just a second. Well, go ahead straight down into the players. I like this. Let's just get into the nitty gritty here. And we already see in Michael Jacob's hand. We see a mulligan for one of them, but we see Entombs and Tameo.
Oh, that's
a Reanimate.
Right, that's an Entomb and a Reanimate here. So, of course, that is going to be a very, very easy keep here for Michael Jacob here.
Yeah,
but Federico, has access to the turn 1 Thoughtseize here to kind of break apart the combo here, and probably going to run it out, especially given the matchup.
Do you have a preference on which one of the 2 cards that you take when you see one of each of the combo pieces in the hand?
That's a great question. I think usually you take the Reanimate just because it's not a dead card, right? There are going to be instances where creatures just die and you can just reanimate random creatures. Whereas with the Entomb, it only serves one purpose, which is just putting a big thing into the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, heaven forbid you let them reanimate one of your own Orcish Bowmasters and it kills one of your creatures plus starts blocking and you're like, oh boy, it has bought 4 extra turns. Strong hand from Federico over here, though. Definitely has a 1-drop here of Oscillate Pride he likes. He's got a Johnny and Bowmasters, like we mentioned, behind that. He's got a Strip Mine as well to slow down Michael Jacob. Plus, he's got practically perfect information as well to play off of here in the next few turns.
Yeah, can decide to either go for a Strip Mine, but it looks like just going to play out threats here. Now, not the most pressure just yet, right? It's just an Ajani. And Mike Jacob can look to draw some cards here off the Tameo to try to find the second part of his combo.
Stop to the upkeep there just for a moment, maybe considering entombing in his upkeep here. Gives up the best possible chance to draw a card here. Inquisition off the top here, going to let him take care of this Oscillate Pride or this Orcish Bowmasters here, whichever one he wants to take care of.
I assume it's going to be the Bowmasters here, and takes that and does have the Sewers. Now, if you can just naturally find a Reanimate there, that would be great.
Yep, got the Entomb still in his hand.
And Federico just has, literally, there's no other plays available. It's Thoughtseize your Entomb, play Ocelot Pride, Strip Mine your land, and attack.
These are my favorite games of Magic Ball. When I'm playing, I'm like, I don't have to think at all.
Yeah, there are 0 decisions here to be made here from Federico.
Even both the lands are practically the same land. They're
right.
You're like, all right, I guess I'll hit that one. Yeah.
And, I hope this is going to be good enough here to put enough pressure before you get to do your thing.
Yeah. This turn is scripted, and taking a little mana is kind of important here from Jacob too. He's making multiple clues here, so him cracking a clue will represent an entire turn here,
right? From
Michael.
Figuring out, if you find a black card, you could run out that grief, but Mike Jacob choosing to attack, and nice little combo there with Tameo plus Brainstorm that allows you to basically instantly flip the Tameo to slow things down, especially because all Federico is looking to do here is attack with just a bunch of 1-power creatures. So the the +2 of Tamiyo's ability is quite strong, shrinking all attackers by 1 power.
Yeah, then also probably yet another one that's going to be neutered by the Tamiyo plus here. Oh, there we go. We found one of the. Okay, so we could still possibly even go off this turn if the Brainstorm finds Entomb.
Yep, certainly could. So I imagine Mike Jacobs is going to attack first, get that clue, cast Brainstorm, and try to find Entomb to be able to go Entomb, reanimate. But if not, you're still looking okay. So bunch of big creatures here. No actual way to get the Atraxa into the graveyard. Harvester of Misery is actually excellent here if you can eventually get to the mana to cast it here. But of course, a ticked up Tamiyo will also get the job done here with at least kind of slowing down all the 1-powered attackers. And actually, Mike Jacob would only just take 1 damage from the 2-powered cat.
I like the point that you brought up here. The flip Tamiyo is actually going to buy Michael Jacob a lot of time here and maybe even get to the Harvester of Misery. The problem is going to be finding enough mana.
Yeah.
As of right now.
Right. I will say, if Federico does top deck Goblin Bombardment off the top, it might just be over, right? Just because you get to flip the Ajani and all of a sudden you get to deal 6 damage any direction that you want to go. Actually, you just go to the face and you might be very, very close to just having enough right there.
I do think there's a Ragavan on top of Federico's deck.
Oh, okay. Did he surveil that to the top?
Like. Yeah, I think so. It's a little harder to see on his side, but yeah, I think that's the way that's worked out.
Right, because that does allow you to actually still connect through a flipped Tamiyo, right? Because it does have the 2 power.
Yeah, and you can clean one of the cards off of Michael Jacobs' deck, which I don't think that's going to bother him too much here.
But Michael Jacob has an amazing setup here. You can channel the Harvester of Misery, kill something, probably the Ragavan, right?
Right.
And then next turn, you can Necromancy the Harvester of Misery and wipe out Federico's entire board.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite cards. I love this card in Cube and all of my Reanimate decks because it's early interaction. You know, you can just pitch it on turn. It's a thing that gets in the graveyard by itself, but it also stops some of the stuff that usually kills you, which is the aggro decks having a good draw on any interaction against you. So love the inclusion of Harvester of Misery by Michael Jacob here.
Yeah, and just Watery Grave to get, but, you know, I mean, this is completely fine here. You get to keep Tamiyo at 3. You don't want to kill the cat.
Don't want to kill the cat.
Johnny.
yeah, you do not want to kill the cat. Slow up.
Do you think he was doing that for us? I don't know. I feel like he knows.
Just an elaborate troll.
He sure is.
He seems the type. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, oh, maybe I should target this cat.
Yeah. It's definitely in his wheelhouse. Yeah.
All right. Oh, considering reanimate, although you would take a lot of damage to get the Harvester of Misery back in play, that would put you down to 5 life. Of course, the alternative line is is Necromancy on the Harvester of Misery.
Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking like I can keep Necromancy for one of the bigger ones and not take a ton of damage off like a 7 or 8 drop later.
Okay.
So he doesn't just die to like a random creature or 2 and a Goblin Bombardment off the top, maybe.
Sure. And then now you can also crack the clue this way, right?
Right.
So
a little more mana efficient.
And also, just keep in mind, Federico's down to 11. Oh, Strip Mine actually being very relevant here too. You can get Federico off of black mana if you'd like, and Strip Mine the Godless Shrine, but choosing not to.
Static Prison off the top here. It's going to take care of that Harvester, maybe buy a few extra turns here.
Yeah, temporarily.
It's going to be a weird dance, though, for him to put creatures into play. And I was going to say, you get to take the Tamiyo. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Okay.
All right, so in attack, probably going to see, is there something that you can Necromancy on the other side? That's probably what he's also looking at here. You can get something like an Orcish Bowmasters.
So make the clock only 2 turns.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It does slow down the clock here, and then perhaps even also go for a Strip Mine just to slow down Federico.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's going to draw a card here first. Yeah, I think Necromancy on the I think you just attack, maybe hold, and see if the second attack gets in next turn, and you can just kill with the Necromancy.
Right. There's also Troll Necromancy, if that's what you want to do. It gives you a very difficult to block 5-power creature, but looks like he's going to go for the cycle here right away.
Get a land out of the deck here.
Second Undercity Sewers here. Try to surveil something better for the Necromancy. Should use the Strip Mine at this point, right?
Okay. Right, yeah. Take out the Black Source here. Yeah.
So can't even.
Federico has an out from here.
Can't even put the Lurrus into hand.
Right.
Has bow. Oh, it draws Bowmasters after you got strip mined. Brutal.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, yep. And now you can just hit a Frederico down to 1, and then Necromancy the Orcish Bowmaster and just finish things off here.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played game here, Michael Jacob. Harvester of Misery really carrying its weight here in this matchup. And I got to believe this is like one of the ideal matchups, if not the ideal matchup for that card in this list.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Mike Jacobs got a lot of spicy ones here. We're looking at 1 Atraxa, 1 Harvester of Misery, 1 Sire of Insanity, 1 Troll. You never know what you're going to get with this deck.
Absolutely. It's good to see Troll again, too. That card had been... you're not allowed to play it anymore in right. Legacy in these decks or whatever. So it's nice to see the Troll of Khazad-dûn come back for all of us Lord of the Ring fans.
Yeah, there you go. Necromancy on the Bowmasters here. And yeah, that will do it here. The one cool thing I will say about Mike Jacobs' list, comparing it to, for example, kind of the more all-in mono-black Necro decks, is this has kind of a good plan B, and it can actually potentially just play like a fair game of Magic, right? I mean, you're playing Hydroponics Architect, Psychic Frogs, and Tamios, and those cards by themselves can generate you a lot of advantages.
Yeah, and like it's a really good point. That's actually one of the reasons this deck became problematic in Legacy for a long time when it was just the best deck, is the fact that it feels like a combo deck, right? Like your Reanimator deck. So you bring in like Surgical Extractions, Tolmod Crypts, way to stop their graveyard, and then all of a sudden they just start casting Psychic Frog against you and Barrow-Glaive. And you're like, wait, my cards don't interact with these or interact with, and you're like, okay, well now I'm gonna like try to kill your creatures, and like, okay, well I'll put an Atraxa into play. You can kill this, but I just drew 5 cards off of it, and then I'm gonna do it again. So yeah, the fact that this deck is a combo deck with a robust way to like win a game, but also can play fair in mid-range games is what made this deck so powerful.
Yeah, and as you can see here from Mike Jacob actually just going, hey, well, Force of Negation not so great in this matchup. I'm just going to bring in a couple of Barrow-Goyfs, an Orcish Bowmasters, and a Minor Misstep, and just try to have more ways to play a fair game against the Mardu Energy plan.
Have you ever tried to beat a Barrow-Goyf with a bunch of 2-1s and 1-1s before, Paul?
No,
it's not easy.
Yeah, you can fly over with Guide of Souls, and I mean, this deck, to be fair, on the Mardu Energy side, they do have plenty of ways to kill Barrow-Goyf, right? You do have access to the Swords to Plowshares, some number of Galvanic Discharges, but yes, if it's unchecked, it will win the game very, very quickly.
All right, so we see a Thoughtseize going to start out here for Friedrien, taking away an Inquisition of Kozilek from Michael Jacobs. Going to go ahead and protect his opening hand against Michael Jacobs here. Brainstorm, Entomb, and Orcish Bowmasters is what Michael Jacobs will be working with here for the first few turns, but nothing just yet.
Yeah, and Federico not too concerned about the Entomb, given the fact that he does have that Surgical Extraction in hand.
Really good point there, along with the Guide of Souls, Oscillate Pride, and a Galvanic Discharge. I think he has another, is that a Blood Crypt? So he doesn't have double white, so he can't.
Yeah, so
the mana, both.
Right. Yeah. The mana is a little bit awkward here. So I think on Federico's side, you're probably leaning towards playing the Guide of Souls, as it doesn't expose you to a card like Orcish Bowmasters, right? So you just, take the 2 here from the Blood Crypt to represent Galvanic Discharge, just run out the Guide of Souls, and you can still get the Oscillate Pride going next turn as long as Guide of Souls stays in play.
Yeah, it looks like he agrees with you here as well. And Guide of Souls, like one of the ones you talked about here, this can get a game over with really, really quickly if Federico draws, say, another white source or an Ajani over the next turn or two, can really get going.
Right.
Brainstorm off the top here from Michael is what he kept on top of his deck from the Surveil last turn. He does have a chance at a perfect Brainstorm here. He does have a couple of fetch lands in his hand.
Right.
Let's see how he wants to play this out just now, though.
Yeah, and if you are afraid about in opposing Orcish Bowmasters, you might want to just fire off the Brainstorm now, because there is the chance that Federico just passes with 2 mana up and all of a sudden you don't really want to Brainstorm.
So I played a lot of paper Legacy before Bowmasters was a card. And the first time I played post Bowmasters and I cast a Brainstorm, my opponent responded with a Bowmasters, I was like, oh, this feels really bad.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's one of those, oh yeah, I'm never doing this again.
Yep.
Right, into 2 open mana.
So it makes you play Brainstorm a lot more strange than you would have in the past.
Yeah.
So you'll see a lot more main phase Brainstorms against decks that have black mana.
Yeah, you kind of wait for your opponent to be tapped out or don't have 2 mana up, and then that's when you want to fire it off.
It's not fun when you get forced into it, though, and they have mana up, and you're like, all right, well, I hope you don't have it.
Right.
All right, let's see how Michael wants to follow this up. After putting a couple cards away, he's going to go ahead and fetch those lands away as well. That hand got a lot more impressive here. Turns looks like he's going to go ahead with the Architect.
Yep, and actually doesn't get the basic there. Just gets the shock land, mindful of the fact that Federico is playing 4 copies of Strip Mine in his deck.
Yeah, I actually like that from Michael Jacob here. If you're gonna play in a format that has 4 strip mines, like you have to have that in your mind at all times, right? And like, yeah, basics are good in some matchups, but here I think you just play into it fully.
Plains would be a great draw here, but no, Ocelot Pride's still very good here, right? Because you get to play it, you gain the life off the Guide of Souls, so you get to put 2 permanents into play here, and this gives you access to 3 energy. So next turn, the 3 energy can be turned into, 2+1/+1 counters and flying here for Federico Velasco.
Yeah, he's going to be able to make something an angel next turn, yeah. So he's getting at least some forward momentum with his only 1 white mana source. If he ends up not being able to win this game, I think that's what we're going to be looking back on. If you ever had the second white, it's going to be a big change for him. Now we see something that was really, really good in the first game. This is a Tamiyo with a Brainstorm behind it.
Yeah, but Federico does have the ability to respond with Swords to Plowshares if Mike Jacob decides to go block Brainstorm in response, right? So that is something that can be considered here. Now, Mike Jacob also has the ability to play Orcish Bowmaster, so this is a little bit dicey, right? It's a little bit tricky here if you're on Federico's side. You get to attack with all 3 things. Where do I want to put the 3 energy?
Yeah, I wonder... The white source was tapped during Michael Jacob's turn, so he had the option to Brainstorm then with the Tamiyo, and him not doing that makes me believe that that's not the plan here for this turn. So it does look like it's just going to be the Bowmasters with the Polluted Delta sacrifice here.
Right. Get a basic land here. But Guide of Souls is still going to be pretty annoying here, right? Just 3/4 flyer getting in. And Federico choosing to kill the... or potentially choosing to kill the Tamiyo. Because the other option is you just play Ocelot Pride again, right? You could do that if you'd like.
Yeah, you do have another one of those in your hand. You have another Guide of Souls as well, but I think just getting the Tamiyo out of play before when
Brainstorm.
Michael doesn't have mana up to represent a flip right away is definitely something that Federico is looking to try to take advantage of.
Yeah. And Mike does have the ability to go Brainstorm and Shuffle if he wants with that Entomb, right? That is a possibility. Ooh, Strip Mine. That's going to be pretty good here. I mean, for Federico's missed land drops here, right? So if you just take that Godly Shrine away, all of a sudden, you are taking away Federico's only white source out of his hand.
Yeah, so there's a couple options here now. Like I was supposed to say, if you find any way to interact with Guide of Souls, I think you're in a great spot here, because what you could do is you could also just put 2 cards back here. Probably maybe the Watery Grave, play the Psychic Frog along with the Strip Mine here, and have Psychic Frog actually play defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think the play here is just, Strip Mine the Godless Shrine, keep Federico off of white, and then play Psychic Frog, right? And then, I mean, if you really want, you could even Grief, but I mean, it's actually a little bit interesting because we're also at the point where MJ can hard cast the Grief potentially on the following turn, but feel like keeping your opponent off of mana here when they've been missing land drops is the play.
Yeah. MJ just taking his time, really thinking this through.
Now, if you do play the Strip Mine, you still have the ability to play through a Galvanic Discharge, right? Because that would be 3 energy, and you can pitch both of the cards in your hand if you absolutely want.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's one of the reasons I don't like pitching for Grief here, is I don't like giving up 2 cards if I were Michael Jacob here this turn, because of Guide of Souls is going to be, I think, one of the only ways Federico wins the game from this spot, and now we've got that kind of locked down.
Yeah, this is now a tough spot here for Federico. I mean, what even do you do here? Like, if you draw a white source, I mean, that's kind of where things get started, but no lands here.
Draw white, yeah. You just draw white, yeah.
No lands here. By the way, Mike Jacob only has 2 Strip Mines in his deck.
Yeah, well, you only need to draw the one when you need it.
Draw it when you need it, I guess. Yeah.
Upkeep stop for Michael Jacob here as well. Going to Entomb, I think, here in this upkeep if he doesn't want this land off the top of his deck.
Yeah, although, I mean, land doesn't look that bad if you just want to cast Grief, right?
No, I don't disagree. I'm saying he has the option here, which I like. Give yourself the option if something happens here, it changes your idea. We're like, oh, I no longer want this. Like if he has to pitch the 2 cards to the Psychic, to pitch a card to Psychic Frog here, it might be pitch the Grief. Then I don't think that comes up, but
and presumably Mike Jacob can turn that Psychic Frog into a 3-power creature. and then block the Guide Souls if he needs. But he's also sitting at 12 life, so it's not that big of a deal. You can just kind of take the 3 for a turn.
Yeah, so you're gonna take it for at least one turn here, I think. Yeah. Maybe thinking better of it. Maybe he wants to be able to block the Psychic Frog.
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna work out either, though.
Right. Yeah, Mike Jacobs just gonna take the 3 damage here.
Right.
You can attack back for a good amount next turn as well.
Get an extra card here as well, too. Yeah, gonna go ahead and draw this land, like you say, get that 4th land. He knows what's below this one as well. He knows there's an Entomb there, so now does he want to shuffle or does he want to draw that Entomb?
Yeah, I mean, he might just kind of go all in on the Psychic Frog here, right? You can just discard Entomb, attack for 3, and then just cast Grief.
Good timing on this, too, if it was something like a Galvanic Discharge on Friedrien's side. Now he's getting the extra card in his hand, he can't be responded to and kill the Psychic Frog in response.
Yeah, and as you can see, Mike just thinking, it's like, do I just hit you for 4, or do I just want to play out this Grief? I mean, playing out the Grief does seem reasonable. It does put you down to 7. But it gives you another threat and takes, for example, the Amped Raptor looks like a card that could be pretty scary if Federico draws an untapped land next turn.
Yeah, taking the 2 doesn't change the clock the way you see it right now. Still a 3-turn clock no matter what.
Right, and you always have the option to keep the Psychic Frog on defense if it comes to that on a following turn.
Yeah, and I think that's actually like a good reason to play the Grief. Like that's a good argument to get another threat into play. Yeah. So I like this line that you called up, Paul. There we go. It looks like Michael Jacob agrees with you.
And we were teammates on the national team, so we're on the same wavelength here.
All right, I'm about to date you pretty hard here. What year was that?
2008, I think. it hasn't even been 2 decades, Tanny. All right,
it hasn't even been 2 decades.
There are probably some competitors who aren't even that old. Hey! Who's in charge of that? Take it easy over there. Take it easy there.
Oh man, we're having too much fun. I'm enjoying this.
And I think Mike also recognizes the Amped Raptor is probably the way that Federico gets back into this. So just takes that there. And yeah, this seems really, really tough here. And I think this is probably going to be the game here, given that Federico hasn't been able to find a second land here.
Yeah, I asked for this at the beginning of the day, the strip mine people into oblivion stuff, and it's fun for a little while, and then I was like, man, I kind of wanted to see the game get played out, but there were a lot of good decisions to make in this game as well.
And look, if strip mine wasn't legal in this format, people would be playing a lot less lands.
Yes.
Like you're even seeing the Mardu energy decks are playing 24 lands. The Esper mid-range decks can play a lot as well, and I mean it's because of the existence of that card. It's format warping.
Okay, well, now things might change with the Psychic Frog. You can see the look on Michael's face. He's kind of like, oh, wait, maybe I can attack on my Psychic Frog now because I've drawn a flyer.
Right. Yep. And that's what he's choosing to do here, because even if Federico has a removal spell here for the Architect, I mean that's still only 3 damage, right? It's not lethal.
I was gonna say, I don't think he can put together. It would have to be Galvanic Discharge here into land Goblin Bombardment. And that's asking for
that would theoretically do it, yes.
But we know, I was gonna say, Michael knows
most of the cards,
75% of his hand, right?
Yeah. So it's impossible for Federico to have Discharge plus Bombardment and
plus land
and finding a land off the top.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this is an actual lock for Michael here. Yeah. Looks like we're gonna get a Surgical.
I guess might as well. I don't think there's an Architect in the graveyard. I don't know that you would target that anyways.
Wait,
but you can counter it.
I was about to say, this was
every line. Yeah. That would have been really interesting. I don't think Federico had a draw anyways, probably, but yes, that's a great way to play around Surgical Extraction, of course.
Can't doubt MJ.
Yeah. He's like, I knew that was coming. And look, 2 flyers.
Also a Sink into Stupor here as well.
Choosing
the card he wants to draw.
Yeah, it doesn't want the Tameo actually.
Maybe so I guess this is cleaner, I guess.
I guess if you just bounce Guide of Souls, there's literally no way for Federico to win. Yeah.
And Federico never drawing a land here really, really on top of that strip mine play, just making this game almost impossible for him to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, this is a game where Mike Jacob just didn't need to reanimate, right? It's just, I'm playing Orcish Bowmasters and Psychic Frogs and just hard casting Griefs, and that is my path to victory here.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think there's no way a block gives Friedrien another turn here, right? He could block the Psychic Frog, he still takes 4 from Grief and Bowmaster. Yeah.
This is just over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we get the good game from him, and what a well-played match from both players. I was like really impressed with Michael Jacobs' play here in this match. Seems like he had all of his things timed well, played around everything possible from his opponent from all of his spots. You know, it's easy to say, oh, he strip mined him off white. He never drew another land. There's the whole match. But I was like, no, he actually played really, really well here in this match.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the hallmark of a good player and somebody who's locked in and kind of understands a format, it's not just being able to play your deck to the best of your ability, but it's also being able to anticipate what your opponents can do, right? And basically, I feel like Mike Jacob just kind of knew exactly what to expect from the other side, what combination of cards Federico could have, and kind of played around everything beautifully. And that's what led him to now a 3-0 start in the Arena Championship.
Perfect start for him there. Real great way to start the day. It's still just the start of the day for us, but we're going to take a little bit of break here. And on the other side of it, we'll have some more Magic for you, so don't go anywhere.
I think at my heart, I'm a storyteller, so that's a good fit for me, but a lot of my formative training is as an illustrator. So, you know, Wizards reached out about doing an entire Avatar: The Last Airbender themed Magic the Gathering set. So when I was asked to do these illustrations, it was like a cool opportunity for me to be like, oh, I get to draw and paint something. My goal always, like from the first iterations, is always to get as cinematic as we can, especially for something like a big epic action scene. So when I do get an opportunity to do an illustration like this, it's a fun opportunity to be like, this is kind of how it was in my head. I wish we could do the whole thing like this. But yeah, this was fun. I've always loved this battle. It's fun to get in there and kind of like spruce up a moment the way that you would kind of imagine it. You know, I think ultimately if you make music or story or whatever, there's like the details, but ultimately you're trying to convey a feeling, you know, especially if you're an illustrator. This one, I feel like it captured the vibe, the feeling that I was trying to convey. So for that, I was pretty happy. It's a pretty wild thing to see a piece of art and storytelling that, you know, you and your friends and colleagues put out in the world have that effect on people for so long. We're really lucky in that Avatar keeps growing every year. Somehow it just keeps finding more people, more young people and older people. Like when Magic reached out and wanted to do this, it's not like we were like, what? What does that have to do with us? Like, yeah, we got it.
Hello guys, I'm Arno Oceanmade and I'm excited to play in the Arena Championship 10. Yeah, I started playing Magic when I was very young. My brother, who nowadays is a chess grandmaster, actually taught it to me when I was like 5 years old. He needed a little bit of a sparring dummy. It's like the 1G creature in Avatar. The first time I saw sort of the finals Pro Tour stage, I was just blown away by the whole atmosphere, by the commentary, by the intensity, by everything. I was like, wow, that's so cool. You can like reach that. I want to be on a stage. And that's really when I got into it and got some friends of mine in school into it as well. And yeah, that's how the story started. Magic means a lot to me. I feel like when I was 17, 18, I was definitely aimless. I was certainly suffering from depression a little bit as well, had low self-esteem, didn't know where to go. And Magic really pulled me in. I felt very welcomed. I found an outlet for my competitive drive, for my passion. I got to learn English. I got to travel a lot, meet a lot of friends. And now, crazy to say, I'm sort of doing it as a full-time job at this point in time. Just a very unexpected storyline, and I'm truly thankful for Magic and all that it has given me in my life. I'm very excited to be playing the Arena Championship. One of my biggest successes was on Arena with the Call-Time Championship victory. I just feel very comfortable playing these online tournaments from home. I feel like I play even tighter and better than I do in paper, so I feel more comfortable playing them. And yeah, just overall super happy to be back.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 10. We are setting up for round number 4 here in this tournament of 8 here today on day 1 of competition, where we have 110 players battling for their share of a $250,000 prize pool. So some real cash on the line here in the timeless format. By the time we're done with the weekend, 2 people will also be going to next year's World Championship. Joining me here at the desk here for round number 4, I've got Daquan Watson and Arya Karamchandani here setting up for round number 4. But before we do so, let's take a look at what's in store for 2026 with these Arena Championships, because we have some very exciting tournaments on the horizon coming your way, everyone. The next one coming up pretty soon, February 21st through the 22nd, is going to be Arena Championship 11. And we're watching Timeless this weekend, but that tournament is going to be standard. Then May 23rd through 24th is Arena Championship 12. We're going to Historic for that one. And then taking a bit of a break, coming back in October 24th and 25th. That weekend is going to be Arena Championship 13. And that is once again going to be standard. So mark your calendars if you like watching these events. And hey, if you want to play in one too, you can scan that QR code on your screen right now to find out how to qualify for one of these tournaments, which I think is going to be very exciting stuff. Arena Championship 11, I will note, is already locked down, so you can't qualify for that one anymore. That one's locked and loaded. 12 and 13, though, you can qualify for, so keep that in mind. There's also the 2026 Arena Limited Championship, which is coming up, and you can type !ALC in chat for more information on that, or you can type !qualify in chat for more information on how to qualify for one of these tournaments, which is very exciting indeed. Start your journey. Learn how to qualify at magic.gg. Welcome back to the booth here as we get started for round number 4. Let's take a look at our standings and find out who has started the tournament off at 3-0. A good, perfect start for a lot of players here. Check it out, 14 people in total, starting out 3-0 with a perfect record at this tournament. Alex Friedrien remains at the top of our leaderboard here. Top 8 Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, doing well here this weekend. A lot of people in chat cheering for Michael Jacob, the streamer, in 8th currently, starting out undefeated at 3-0, a Mauch winner in 2019. So congratulations to him. Michael Plummer in 11th, currently starting out 3-0, as well as Derek Davis. We've seen a lot of them at the Pro Tour level lately. Derek Davis finishing very well indeed at World Championship 31, finishing in 4th place there. Michael Plummer, Pro Tour champion this year as well at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, starting out 3-0. Then we make our way down to the 2-1s, who are also starting out very well in this tournament. Let's take a look at our second page of standings here, 17th through 32, a bunch of 2-1s on both of these pages here. Zevin Faust, a young Magic player who's really been putting up good results over the past few tournaments, currently sitting at 2-1. Brandon Large, old school streamer, sitting at 2-1 here in the tournament. And Andre Stroski, he's never out, and 31st, currently sitting at 2-1, 7 top finishes to his name. MPL winner in the 2020-2021 season. So a lot of exciting people here at the top of our standings early on in the tournament. But Daquan, this is where the rubber hits the road, because we're going to start seeing some elimination matches. Is that right?
Oh yeah, and I think that's the thing to remind the viewers about is this is a unique format in the sense that you only got to get to 6 wins, and then you get to take a little time off and just get ready for tomorrow. However, if you get your 3rd loss, you're just out of here. So there's a lot to play for in every single one of these rounds. In addition to the money, you got to get those wins and get them out the way first to get a chance at tomorrow.
Yeah, 6 is the magic number. That's the number of wins you need to come back and battle here on day number 2. Let's take a look at our feature match for round number 4, because this is going to come into play, everybody. This is a last chance match for our players. We have Yotazuka on Mardu Energy and Arne Hushenbet, who we just heard from in the break here, on Mono Black Necro. They need 6 wins today, too. Like I said, the winner's journey continues here after this round. The loser out of the tournament. So it is all on the line here as early as round 4 here in Arena Championship 10. Let's take a closer look at Yotazuka with his Mardu Energy list here. More than 20,000 games on Arena with a 63.2% overall win rate. Had a first place win in the Red Bull Untapped tournament in Japan back in 2021. Played in both the Strixhaven and the Neon Dynasty Championships on Arena. When asked for his favorite year-end activity, he said a snowball fight, which I think is a lovely answer. Let's take a look at this list. Daquan, it's the most popular deck here in this tournament. It's kind of the one people turn to when they're new to the format. What's it trying to do?
You're just trying to get your early 1 and 2 drops out, build up the energy, and just generally beat your opponent down before they can respond. However, we did see in round 2 that this deck does have the ability to change gears, and you can lean on your Goblin Bombardments, your Orcish Bowmasters, and if you have to in this particular matchup, really just nickel and dime that damage to get you across the finish line. So it'd be interesting to see if Yotazuka employs the same strategies that we saw previously.
Yeah, round 2, this is kind of a little bit of a rematch where Mardu Energy came out on top. Let's find out what happens here in round 4. First, let's meet the opponent. Arne Huschenbett, no stranger to pro Magic, here from Germany. Your Kaldheim Championship winner says he loves playing these tournaments at home, plays even tighter than when he plays in paper. 3 top finishes to his name, including 7 Grand Prix top 8s and 1 win. More than 27,000, almost 28,000 games played on Arena with a 66.9. Nice overall win rate. That's incredible. Running this mono black Necro deck that this kind of turbo team here brought here this weekend to kind of prey on Mardu Energy. What does Arna need to do with this list, Arya, here to turn this around and not have the same result as we saw in round number 2?
I think for Arna here, it's all about drawing good hands with your A+B combos in the first few, and pulling them off in the first few turns. The energy deck can really snowball pretty well, has strip mines to delay mana development, so definitely not a deck against which you want to go wild before deploying your strong cards. But if we look at turn 1 Dark Ritual into Sorin Alenda, or Entomb Reanimate, or Necropotence, just that can really go off at a speed and in ways the energy deck can't really contend with. So I think for Ana, it's all about trying to draw a hand that puts him in the driver's seat before the energy deck can really do anything about it.
All right, like we said, this is a last chance match. Winner's journey continues. The loser is out of the tournament. All right, let's find out what happens. It's time for round number 4. I'll pass it on over to Daquan.
Yeah, both of these players busted their butts to qualify for this. You know, they put in a lot of time testing, and now this is one of those matchups that for the rest of the day, till they get to 6 wins, every one of these is an elimination game. So I hope you're ready for some stressful magic, Arya.
I very much am, and I'm sure our players are as well.
Yeah, this should be a good one. We're going to see this matchup a few times throughout the weekend. You know, Necro variants being the second most popular deck, and, you know, the energy decks being the most popular. So not a surprise that this is what these players are faced with in their elimination game here.
Yeah, and this is the first time we're seeing like a really, really good hand from the Necro deck. This isn't a turn 1 Necropotence, but this is a turn 2 Necropotence. This is a turn 1 Grief followed by a turn 2 Necropotence. So you get to interact, make sure your opponent doesn't have Thoughtseize or something of the sort, and then turn 2 you're off to the races. So this is a really strong start for Ana.
Yeah,
gotta be happy to see this.
This might be even better because not only does Grief get to clear the way a little bit if there were any problem cards, you're getting to play with next to perfect information as you decide your turn 4 play, or your turn 3 play, really, after you get your hand full from Necro cards.
Yeah, having information here is so important. Knowing what you need to play around, knowing how much surprise damage is coming, pretty important for a deck that's going to have quite as many options as Ana is going to have next turn. So, yeah, kind of pretty close to a perfect start, barring a turn 1 Dark Ritual combo.
Yeah, so we got another Chrome Mox here. Yeah, he's just looking and going, not really what I was looking for.
Yeah, he really wanted any black card at all to actually be able to Necropotence this turn, and he did not find it.
Yeah, that's super tough because you could put the Alindra under it, but unfortunately that just produces white mana. And now Yotazuka kind of has to figure out what's the most damage I could do in the smallest window since we didn't see an early Necro here. And we're going to opt to go with the Amped Raptor, hit something good, and then build the board and hope to take off from here. All right, get our triggers. And we hit another Guide of Souls. Okay, probably wanted something that produces another body there, but this will have to do.
Yeah, and Guide of Souls, not the ideal idea because you really want to be able to pump the first Guide of Souls this turn. Right, the leftover energy from the Amped Raptor does let you do that. It's not like snowballing the way something like a Johnny is, but short of that, pretty close to the best draw best hit you can get, particularly because I think this threatens a lot of damage next turn for Tezuka.
Yeah, and I would say here he ended up picking up the reanimate that went under the Chromox, so we do have the black mana now for Necropotent.
So I think we are looking at fully 11 damage next turn, right? The Bowmasters goes 1 to face. The Ocelot Pride makes for 6 total Guide of Souls triggers, which lets you put bow counters on things twice, and that's 10 damage off the creatures plus another 1 damage off the Bowmasters. So Anna's dead?
Yeah, he's actually, I think he might have just realized that. He's looking like he was clicking through the triggers and sort of stopped. And he's looking now like he's doing the math of, uh-oh, maybe that's 1 too many. Yeah, there's a little bit of a pause here on him figuring out how many cards he should have been drawing from Necropotent.
Yeah, so the math that Anna is doing here is, okay, my opponent gets double Guide of Souls trigger next turn. How much damage can they do? 10. Well, 11 is 1 more than 10, so that's the number I'll go to. But Bowmasters being the source of one of those triggers means I think this game is just over for Anna.
Yeah, he I think that's what he's thinking about. What if he has a Bowmasters?
Yeah, he's already paid to 11. He's already decided, okay, I'm not beating Bowmasters plus 1 mana threat, which unfortunately is what Yotazuka is going to play next turn. But the choice Anna's making at this point is, do I play around my opponent being able to trigger Guide of Souls twice at all? And unfortunately, it just doesn't matter here. This is an example, I think, of the true explosive strength of the energy deck. And also, one of the main axes of attack it has against this mono black deck is it can the deck can apply pressure in a way that really punishes you for using your life total as a resource with things like Necropotence.
Yeah, and this is kind of a result of Arne just stumbling a little bit as well, right? Had that been a black card instead of a white card to put under the Chromox, we could have been looking at a whole different ball game here.
Yeah, the mana in this deck definitely like something we've seen be something of an issue a few times, and yeah, going to show that being almost but not quite a mono black deck does come with costs.
Yeah, there's the Ocelot Pride generating the extra energy. Here's going to come the Orcish Bowmaster. Yeah, exactly. You can see it on his face. He's like, yeah, you had it. All right. Should have drawn 2 or 3 less cards.
Yeah, it's tough on. I think that Anna definitely made the right play there. It might look like he paid more life than he had to, or you could, had ways to avoid dying here. But the truth of the matter is, he's just never beating this. I don't think he can win the game if he doesn't pay down to 11 life. He just needs to find enough action to actually win the game. And so it was kind of, I don't think Anna was beating this draw with having to wait till turn 3 to Necropotence. He really needed to be able to draw the black card to do it turn 2, kept the perfect hand that could almost do it, and then didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally in this format, some of those outcomes are going to be determined by just the smallest sliver of things. And there, it was just being 1 turn late on the Necro, was all the difference. Yeah, simple sideboarding here though for mine. It's just 1 card. Like, we're not going to really worry about too much. See a lot more from Tezuka being brought in, especially Goblin Bombardments here, taking out some of the like in between cards. Some discard stuff here, not going to be as effective. So it kind of makes sense what we're doing here.
Yep, Necropotence makes a lot of sense as the trim as well. And honestly, you got to be worried about Bowmasters, and so yeah, like taking that out, like bring in the 1 Leyline of Sanctity. You really don't want to bring in too much stuff like that, or you'll dilute your deck.
And we were talking about this last round with the Bowmasters, right? Acknowledging that it's not very good against Necro. So it's probably the reason Tezuka's bringing it out. While it does still work against Necro dominance, you kind of just go, I'm not going to get the value out of it I want, and I'd rather have things like, other more powerful things to discard from the opponent instead of worrying about these Bowmasters.
Yeah, and this is finally the thing we've talked about all day, right? The thing these mono black decks really want to do, the thing that you've kind of been building a deck around, which is turn 1 Dark Ritual Necropets. What we're gonna see is, I believe, turn 1 pay down to probably pay like 5 to 6 life, pay to slightly over hand size, is the traditional play pattern, and then next turn pay down to 1.
Yeah, and this is the near ideal start, right? Already have the March, so if something shows up, you ditch some cards, load up on life, and then you can just have whatever cards you need the rest of the game.
Yeah, this game looks kind of already done almost for Anna. It's hard to imagine him losing after drawing this many cards. He's gonna draw a bunch more next turn, and eventually he'll find Sauron plus Lenda. I think the one way he lost this was if Yotazuka ended up playing super conservatively, Anna drew badly, and then wasn't able to draw more cards because he couldn't march. But yeah, with the way things look right now, Anna has a lot of dead cards to exile to March, and can pretty safely just pay a ton of life with Necro. I believe I would expect Anna to pay down to 1 here. 15 life seems pretty reasonable here, given he has March in hand. He knows there's not burn coming. Can safely gain almost all of that back. And then, yeah, next turn, among those 15 cards, I assume he'll find Sauron Lenda and Tomb Reanimate and be able to kill Yotazuka. So, yeah, this is what the deck wants to be doing. This is what its best draws look like. And the best draws of decks like this are just never beatable by energy. Because you don't have on the stack interaction, you don't have any way of dealing with the combo. So, yeah, there's just no moves here for Yotazuka. Unfortunately, just very much the Necro deck doing what it does best and winning as a result.
Yeah, Grief pretty much says everything's clear. You got rid of the only reasonable problematic card in hand. Got rid of a Necro dominance that you don't need when you already have a Necro. So, like, everything sort of just fell into place here. And we're going to have a huge March here for, I'm assuming, it's going to be in the ballpark of probably 14-ish.
At least.
There's a lot of black cards. It could be more than that if he wants it to be, I think.
Yeah, this was maybe less black cards than ideal. I think Otter drew like half lands, which is pretty unlikely, which is like above average number of lands to draw given the number that are in his deck. But yeah, still like plenty to do to march for a massive number. And yeah, it's hard to imagine losing from here. There's a Sauron in hand. I don't believe there's an Elenda in hand, so I don't actually think there's a way of killing, so to speak, next turn, or like putting a combo into play. But we might see another Grief if Anna wants it, and we can't see Anna draw infinite more cards with Necropotence and do this all over again.
Yeah, it looks like he's highlighted a couple of the removal spells, a Grief. Obviously has plenty of mana, so it looks like he got rid of a Dark Ritual in there as well. So yeah, up to 16 life. We're going to have to discard some of these lands. And I'm with you here, Arya. I don't know how the aggro deck's going to come back here. Like, I think this is kind of just going through the motions before we get to game 3.
Yeah, Yotazuka being out of action as well here is just like doubly bad. It's unclear to me that Yo would have been able to win the spot with a fully stacked 7-card hand, but he's certainly not winning with 2 lands in hand.
Yeah, for sure, right? No interaction. The best you could hope to do is attack for probably 3 next turn, but we also know that Arne's holding 2 marches, so he's kind of got his pick of what he wants to do.
Yep, I would not be surprised at all to see pay down to 1 again this turn.
All right, looks like we're going to go ahead and Chrome Mox. Probably put the Ley Line of Sanctity under there.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense. I mean, you're not doing anything else with it. It doesn't have any value at this stage, really. So you might as well just set up your mana here. Now Arne's giving this a little bit of a think and might just be wondering how many cards we're going to get from Necro here.
Yeah, I would expect at least 10, but possibly more than that. I could see paying down to 1 again with double Mauch.
Now, Arya, is there any realistic chance of the Necro decks just decking? Well, I guess wouldn't deck themselves out, just getting to a point where they can't draw and do anything effective.
In theory, but in practice, I think it's pretty hard to do. The way you can get the Necro deck to do that is you can lock out all their win conditions. You can like disrupt the Flute Sorin and like have Graveyard Hate for Atraxa. But the deck draws so many cards that even the 1 or 2 off answers are likely to be drawn. So yeah, I don't think there's any practical way of making it happen.
All right, we're firing up some triggers at 6, 7. Yeah, looks like we're just gonna go down to 1 again.
Yep. I mean, might as well. Each card, on average, more than pays for the life you pay for it, since Mauch gives you 2 off every black card, and more than half your deck is black cards. So it's basically free to pay as low as you want. The only reason not to pay the literal 1 is if you are worried about like missing really badly and want to decrease that variance. So it makes sense not to pay the literal 1. I wonder.
Okay, so we're just gonna do a March for either 1 or 2 here.
Yeah. Wonder what Anna's worried about here. Definitely like playing pretty conservative, trying to make sure he doesn't lose to something. I'm not sure what the things he loses to are.
Yeah, not sure, especially since you're going to be gaining so much. Assuming, you know, unless I guess these are a bunch of lands, but assuming he's about to gain a lot of life off of the March here as well.
Nothing is
And also, we're just stealing the opponents of Johnny. That's a play. Like, why not? And then all these draws go off, and we should get enough. Oh yeah, and we got another March. So yeah, he's good to go here.
This game seems extremely over. A Sorin Lenda in hand.
Yeah, I have a little bit of everything. Every piece of the combo, however you want to go about it, is here now.
The only thing Anna needs to make sure of now is that he doesn't time out while casting a Mauch.
Yeah, you can see he's doing a lot of math here. He's just making sure, like, okay, if I do this and I kill that, how much damage could you possibly do? All right, how many cards do I need to give up here? Because really, looking at his hand, you know, excluding the marches, because you want to use those, we have, what, 4 black cards?
Yeah.
Well, and you want to hold on to Sorin, too, I guess.
The numbers here are preposterously big. It's really hard to imagine Anna ever losing this. Yeah, I think in Tezuka's part, you are thinking about what you want next game to go like.
Yeah, basically.
And hoping Anna types out while trying to click through this match.
It's all right. He still has another timer there, so he'll be all right.
Yeah, I don't think that hope is going to get much of anywhere, unfortunately, for Tezuka.
All right, so Arn is back to 11 life. We are discarding some stuff here. Looks like the Alindra is one of the cards. Oh, we have a second one anyway.
Yeah, there's a second Alinda.
Yeah.
There's Entomb, Reanimate, and Sorin Alinda, and even the mana to play both of them.
Yeah, there's no amount of interactions that are going to recover from here, unfortunately.
I'm pretty confident. Yeah, I'm pretty confident Yo's deck just can't beat that.
Yeah, because the safest path. Well, I guess you could block here, but why?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could trade flipping a Johnny's. Makes sense to try and keep your life total high. I don't think a flip to Johnny is particularly something you're scared off an honest spot. You can just Fates Fetters it with Saint Alenda.
Yeah, I mean, now you're giving up a Planeswalker to the opponent.
Oh, right. The Johnny enters under your opponent's control.
Yeah.
I assume that's something I missed, and I assume something Anna forgot about as well. He looks pretty concerned about it.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's one of those things, especially later on with some of the other sets we've had recently, where some cards exile themselves and return, and some cards just flip. Right? So you kind of have to remember which are which.
I have to imagine this is a good time for Anna to lose this, or to learn this, because he's still almost certainly winning this game.
Yeah. I mean, he's still strongly in the driver's seat here. Still has plenty of life. He has a bunch of ways to gain life still, if he wants it. Here comes Atraxa. Oh no, we're entombing the Atraxa.
Yeah, so Entomb Atraxa, reanimate it, then play Sauron plus Lenda. It's like maybe... like Anna might be looking for a Grief as well, just to like make extra certain the path is clear.
Alright, Anna is going to 4 here though.
Yeah, it's true that Anna's going to 4, but I just feel like I feel like he's just so far from being at any risk here. Saint Lenders are gonna gain him like 8 life this turn.
Yeah.
The 2 copies of them, if he wants to put them both in play. And then yeah, from that point, I don't even know how he loses.
Yeah, and all the cards you get from Atraxa, you can choose black cards just to get rid of to the March as well. So we should be more than safe here. 1 big vampire incoming. You do get stuff from the spellbook. Probably going to be a Face Fetters, I would imagine.
Yep. And yeah, I would imagine there is even a second big vampire incoming with Dark Ritual. And then Anna gets to make 2 8/8s at end of turn.
Yeah, we're going to Necro some cards here just for sport. Because not really necessary, but it's kind of like, might as well.
Yeah. So the other thing that Anna is probably thinking about here is making sure that he can just kill Yo next turn, and there's no way for anything to go wrong. So I imagine what's going to happen here is Ajani is going to get killed with a large March of Wretched Sorrow with Saint Lenda's trigger on the stack, so that there's a lot of life gained. I imagine a Strip Mine before end step could prevent that, but yeah, if it's not prevented, gaining a bunch of life off of March of Wretched Sorrow is going to make the token made off Saint Lenda even bigger, and then yeah, that should definitely be lethal next turn for Anna a few different ways over.
Yeah, this is rough. All right, but you're getting to see the power of these Necro decks, right? Like when you hit that and you get that first March off to rebuild your life total, this is exactly what they want to be doing. And just like you mentioned, you do have that Alundra ability on the stack. We're sizing up some cards to discard to or exile to the March here. And March of Wretched Sorrow's gonna gain a bunch of life. Back to 15, and then we get a big 18/18 token here.
And I have to imagine that's a concede button that Tezuka is hovering over, thinking about whether to hit. Yeah, Elenda Soren, a strong enough combo at base, and all the more potent when you have access to a way to gain a bunch of extra life and make your token even more insurmountably big.
Yeah, and there's just nothing you do there. At that point, you're just conserving clock time. Like, let's get out of here and get to the third one. I wouldn't expect anything to be too different here. Though there is a slight bit of variation here from Yo's side. It looks like we are taking out the Ajanis here.
Yeah, I think on the play you want to... So on the draw, you need ways to randomly apply a lot of burst pressure after your opponent plays Necropotence, because you don't have ways of interacting with that. So Ajani Bombardment is really, really good at that. On the play, you have all these discard spells, and you really want to just try and mulligan towards or hit one of these discard spells turn 1, so that you can keep your opponent off of comboing, and then try and just apply pressure with your snowball 1-drops once you do that.
Well, it looks like Yo has met the brief. He has some fetch lands with the Arid Mesas. He could play the Thoughtseize here, so not in a bad situation.
But the question is, what do you take with the Thoughtseize here? I think it has to be either Entomb or Reanimate, but it's really scary leaving your opponent with Dark Ritual Sarin. That could go badly.
Yeah, I'm with you. And he actually doesn't even Thoughtseize turn 1.
Oh, and this is a disaster, right? Because we're looking at Dark Ritual, Entomb, Reanimate. If Ana wants to go for it, the main risk here is Ana going to play around Surgical Extraction, which we know is in Tezuka's deck, or is he just going to go for it? Because if he goes for it, the game's almost over on turn 1 again.
Wow. Like, this is scary. And to be fair, right, if you're an RNSC, like, you kind of have to wonder if that's the play, right? If you don't have it, then okay.
Yeah, you don't win this matchup by not going for it.
Yeah, see, Arnie's reaction, I would have had the same thing of just, you had to have it, right? And then when they don't, you're like, oh my god, he didn't have it.
And Ana has Sorin plus Alenda in reserve. He can actually play Sorin plus Alenda now if he wants to. Just sacrifice Atraxa, play Sorin, play Alenda.
Yeah, why not?
This is so messed up. So sacrifice, play Sorin, put Alenda into play, gain some life, play Necropotence, draw down to 1 life, find a Mauch, and yeah, I don't really see how Ana loses after that. It doesn't even have to go for playing the Necropotence. Could even just like play it super safe and try and win off of this alone. But yeah, I like going for the Necropotence. Try and find a Mauch and then try and just kill your opponent. Particularly with Alenda trigger, if there's a Mauch here, we could very well just be looking at a straight up turn 2 kill.
Like, imagine you played a Ragavan, your opponent played 8 cards and has a full grip at the end of turn. That's what just happened to Yo.
Yeah, this is going to be a full grip, 8 cards, your Ragavan's going to be dead, there's going to be roughly 20-something power in play. This is the risk of playing this Vadu Energy deck. And this is exactly why Ana's team brought this deck, right? You want to bring a deck that has the ability to punish the energy deck, that has these ways to win that the energy deck just can't compete against.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, even if Yo would have played the Thoughtseize, potentially this still could have happened, depending on what card he chose, you know?
Yeah, there was... The Thoughtseize on turn 1 could maybe have helped with this, but there was still a lot of cards that Ana could have drawn that would just win the game anyway.
Yeah, so here comes a March.
Yeah, Ana, unfortunately, missed holding control before the Alenda trigger, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And so had to Mauch after that resolved. But you know what? It just doesn't matter when your opponent has like 11 power in play on turn 2, plus a Sorin. Turns out that's pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, not just that, and you know, the ability to reload their hand and blah blah blah. Like, it was just going to be endless. But that's big for Arne there, because he now moves to 2-2, still live to get into day 2 of this event, but does need to win out the rest of the way. And speaking of that, Arya, like, this is kind of a different format for these players. Like, what, you know, if you're in their shoes, how do you feel? Like, what's the stress of just saying, hey, we're playing for money, but I got to win literally every round from here on out?
I mean, it's definitely stressful. It's never fun having it back against the wall, but I mean, someone like Ana at this point, he's extremely used to it. Ana's always a joy to cast because he's one of the few players playing in these events who played professionally at the same time I did. I played Ana at multiple Pro Tours, so he's familiar with competing on Arena at the highest stage. He's really good at just like locking in, playing tight, and so stressful as this is, he knows what it's like to have his back against the wall, and he's going to play his tightest.
Yeah, and to remind all the viewers, like, they are playing for a lot this weekend. There's literally thousands of dollars at stake, you know, world championship qualifications available. Like, there's a lot that these players are playing for. So if you ever see them kind of taking a little longer, because we saw this in that match there with Arne, where he was doing the extra counting and checking stuff, and you know, like, there's a lot going on. Even somebody with his, you know, if we want to say his accolades, you know, is still having to take his time and step through this. There is nothing wrong with taking an extra moment to think when you're under this much pressure.
Yeah, very much so. I really like how deliberate Anna is. It would be very easy to get spooked by the rope ticking down, but he's done it before. He knows exactly when to be worried and exactly when to think things through, and really well done on his part.
Yeah, and you have to put in a lot of practice too, because when you are playing something like Necro, like we saw, you've got to resolve every one of those triggers and stack everything properly. And all the each time off the clock, and then when that rope shows up, you're like, oh god, I got to not mess this up. And we saw that even there, Arne kind of intended to stack the abilities and do a thing, and just even somebody of his caliber was able to get tripped up there. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of these play out. But we do have some more elimination games ahead, so there should be a lot of good magic. But we'll get to that after this break.
Hi, I'm Boston Shatman, and I'm playing in Arena Championship 10. How I started to have like any desire to play Magic competitively in general, it would be like old school Pro Tour coverage back in like 2013 when I started. I think I watched like some coverage of Pro Tour Theros or Pro Tour Born of the Gods that made me have a genuine interest in like high level competitive Magic. And it would be like several years before I would ever get there. I mean, in terms of prestige, would be last year's Worlds. From someone who never really thought I would ever play a world championship of Magic to, being there, it's a really special and sort of humbling experience as well. Magic to me is an outlet, in all honesty. It's an outlet for competition. I just enjoy being like a competitive person, and I enjoy doing something really well and getting very, very good at it. And this is Magic is just, a medium in which I've been able to like fulfill that like innate desire to just be good at something and feel good about something. And I poured a lot of myself into prepping for Montreal this year, and then I got very, very close. But now where I am is like I think I've proven to myself like I can compete at this level. I can get to this level. Right now I want to get to that. I want to get back to the Pro Tour, so I have an opportunity to prove myself on the Pro Tour again. In terms of gameplay, I'm probably going to be pretty sharp for this event. I've played with a lot of decks and a lot of cards that are very similar to the decks and the cards that you're going to see in this tournament. I have a little bit of experience with these cards, so maybe that gives me a leg up.
Arne Huschenbett, Keldheim champion. You are sitting at 2-2 at the moment. Not the best start you would have wanted here today, huh?
Yeah, what can you do? You sign up for a Magic tournament, you prepare for it, but sometimes you just lose a couple close free game matches and find yourself at 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, you had a sweater. We were watching your matchup there, and the number of times you went so close to dying was far too high. So if you could just not do that again, that would be great. But Arne, I wanted to chat to you about your deck choice for the weekend. The testing team that you're with. What brought you to the decision to play the Mono Black Necro deck, and what do the in-between rounds look like? Are you guys just chatting to each other or just complaining? I don't know. What's it look like?
Yeah, good question. To answer the Necro Dominance deck, this tournament was a little tough to prepare for because we didn't really know what was going on, what would the metagame be looking like? And we just wanted to do something broken and proactive. And we wanted to be good against the energy deck because we thought that would be the most played deck, which it turned out to be. So that was great. So yeah, we have a pretty good matchup into that. All 6 of us are playing it. And we're doing okay so far in the tournament. But yeah, the tournament's it's just about halfway done now. So we'll see about the rest. And about your second question, yeah, we actually have our own little Discord, of course, our Discord server.
Yes,
so we just hang out in our voice channel there. Bad beat stories, great stories, asking about like, should I have mulligan to 3 maybe instead of 4? This deck mulligans a lot. So you have like these conversations going on and a little bit of a team spirit, even though we're all in our own, living rooms or offices or what have you. It's cool.
Well, that's good to hear. And hopefully spirit's still pretty high and no eliminations as of yet. I'm not entirely sure how the rest of your teammates are doing.
Unfortunately, we lost Zach. He had a rough tournament so far, but everybody else is still alive. Alex was 3-0 before the round. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. Well, best of luck, Arne. Hope to see you and your teammates in the winners interview area. And also maybe change that blue mana symbol behind you to a swamp. That might help. I'm just putting it out there.
Fair enough. Feedback taken.
Welcome back to Arena Championship 10, and we are still in round 4 here as we prepare kind of what we're going to go through what we'll call these elimination rounds to get everybody set up for tomorrow, where we're going to get to give away $250,000 to these players. And you know, Arne had every right to be excited the way that last game went, Arya. So
Yeah,
I got to ask, with the way this weekend's gone so far, we're almost through 4 rounds, and this is kind of the first time we're seeing Timeless Showcase. What has been your takeaway so far? Like, have these matches played out the way you expected?
Yeah, I think the jury's still out on whether on just how strong these like fast bingo-y combo decks are and how reliable it is. It's really hard to tell over such a small sample size of just a few rounds whether, you know, these decks are reliably comboing enough for them to be the deck to beat, or whether energy still has that. But I think the direction things are trending in is that the combo decks are where it's at for Timeless, and so the question now is whether we're gonna see other flavors of decks, like the more interactive decks or the more prisony decks, be able to like one up the combo decks as well, or whether combo is really what Timeless is about.
Yeah, it feels like this is sort of the first real step for the meta in Timeless, right? Like, there's some that gets played on the ranked ladder, but we haven't really had a tournament of this caliber with top players playing and this much at stake. And, you know, they're going to bring their best game. So is this what we can look forward to, you know, as we kind of progress and say, this is now what the Timeless format is?
I suspect by the end of this weekend, at least, we'll have a clear definition for the format in a way we didn't before.
Yeah, this has been a ton of exciting games, honestly. And I think, again, we keep coming back to the interactions on every turn are serious decisions. Like we even saw in that last match, right? One bad decision on turn 1 just let the game get away. And like that's tough for a lot of players to play through.
Yeah, it's the micro of every single decision really matters a lot. When things are so condensed in the first few turns, and you're only making like 1 or 2 decisions on the first turn or 2, those decisions tend to really matter, given how much of a percentage of the game those turns are and how much things are pivotal around those first few turns. So definitely a format where the choices you make early matter more than basically anywhere else.
Yeah, with that being the case, if somebody was wanting to try out Timeless, is this one of those formats which you would say maybe needs even more practice than, you know, even if, say, you play Modern all the time or something of that caliber?
Yes and no. The nice thing about like some of these proactive decks is you can jump into them really easily. So if you're someone who wants to just like jam Timeless on ladder and you find a deck that seems really cool, it's pretty like you need some reps to get a good handle of your own deck. But once you get a hang of how it plays, you can be familiar with like broad interactive players against opponents and broad strategies for your deck. But once you start playing decks with the reactive pieces, once you start playing like the Esper Lurus deck we saw, or things like that, then it gets a lot more, oh, you have to really know this format to know the exact interaction points against various other decks.
Well, it sounds like we have 2 more players that have put in a lot of practice that hopefully one of them's going to be done. One of them's going to still be playing to try to get in for tomorrow. So let's take a look at our 2 players for this round. We have David Olson, who's going to be rocking the Esper mid-range deck, and we got to see him play earlier, so we know what that's about. But you've mentioned earlier you wanted to see this mono red prison deck in action. It looks like Boston Chapman's bringing that in, so we're going to get to see one of the decks you've been waiting to see on camera here for us.
Yeah, I've been really excited to see this mono red deck all weekend. I got to observe several people working on it and what they thought of the deck, and I think it's a really novel approach to this format that's sort of on a different axis in a lot of decks. We see aggro decks, we see these all-in combo decks, and then we see these controlling decks that are using blue cards and force negation. This is sort of the exception to that. It's a assertive like prison deck, almost like very similar to the mono red stompy decks in Legacy, and I really like that it's plays like nothing else we have in the tournament. So I'm really excited to see how well it actually ends up matching up.
Well, all right. Looks like we are ready to go here. And yeah, like we said, we know what the Esper mid-range deck is about, but yeah, there's just going to be a lot of damage coming from different places here with this mono red prison deck.
Yeah, I want to call out Magus of the Moon in particular. This is a format where Magus is extremely strong. So Magus being Wasteland being in the format, Strip Mine being in the format rather than Wasteland means like basics are no longer safe. You can strip mine your opponent's basics away when you have Magus. Also, people are incentivized to fetch their basics first, basics last, because if their double colored mana source gets stripped away, they don't want to be left with only a basic. And the only free counterspell in this format is Force of Negation, which doesn't hit Magus. So that really makes this a Magus format more than anything else.
Yeah, it looks like both players are going to keep 7 here, so good draws from both sides. And a lot going on here from the mono red deck with lots of decisions to make here in the first couple turns.
Yeah, this hand from the mono red deck looks really strong to me. Chalice on 1, very good against these against the Esper deck. Just a lot of 1 mana spells you want to play. The Prismatic Ending notably does get around that. But also, One Ring, really, really problematic for the Esper deck if it resolves, because it just provides an axis of card advantage is pretty impossible for the Esper deck to keep up with. So David's really, really going to want to find a way to cast that Force of Negation next turn, or he is in danger.
All right, so it looks like he decided to go ahead, get the Chrome Mox out of his hand, get down a Ragavan, play the Chalice for 1, and just be ready to rock from here. Which makes a lot of sense because Boston's hand has nothing else going on other than the One Ring, so you might as well go for it.
Yeah, no black land from David is pretty relevant here. I think Bowmasters is the scariest thing that could happen, and so that not being on the table bodes really, really well for Boston.
Yeah, so we're kind of, I guess, debating whether we want to attack here.
Yeah, so I don't think the attack matters that much to Boston because Tamiyo can block it. It's whether or not you want to take the free roll is always an interesting call. So something for Boston to think about. I think the big decision that's shaping this turn is, do I strip mine or do I ancient tomb? Do I want to go for the One Ring or do I want to punish my opponent if they are out of lands?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, again, you're kind of worried about Bowmaster, but with no black mana, why not try to go for the One Ring here?
Yeah, your opponent missing lands is definitely what you want to see from Boston. Though blue sauce for that Force of Negation pretty awkward.
All right, and do have an Ancient Tomb in hand, it looks like, as well. So
Yeah.
that can get you a couple of mana if needed.
So I really like Boston's choice here. He could have just played Ancient Tomb, played the One Ring, but realized that, oh, my opponent's stuck on 1 land. Well, if I get them stuck on no lands, they're really in trouble because they also can't cast any of their 1-drops.
Yeah, I hear your opponent being stuck on 0 is the best number.
Yeah, opponent stuck on 0 with a Chalice on 1. There's just no moves for David here, because he can't cast anything, and even once he can cast things, they get counted automatically by Chalice. So really needs to find 2 lands here to be able to even affect the board. So Boston just needs to find something that he can resolve before that.
All right, did have a Force of Negation there. So did have a little bit of action. Make sure you don't fall too far behind. And then Magus of the Moon.
And this looks close to lights out for David. Just not being, it's going to be really hard to stick Bowmasters into that Magus. And finally, damage is going to start chipping in. David needs to hit 2 lands to be able to do anything, and one of them needs to be colored. Yeah, this game looks pretty done.
Yeah, now Bombardiers has shown up, so that can be some chip damage down the way. Yeah, just getting there with everybody.
Yeah, I wouldn't. There's not even any reasonable blocks here for David. Where if he blocks the Ragavan, the Chrome Mox can be sacrificed to the Bombardiers to kill Tamiyo, and then the Ragavan's hitting next turn. So yeah, this game looks done to me. I have a really hard time imagining how David comes back from here.
Yeah, Strip Mine just still showing itself to be great. I mean, that's kind of what just happened here.
Yeah, and the strength of this lock deck really showing, right? So many of the decks in this format are exploitable. either by Chalice or by Magus of the Moon, or both in this case. And so having a deck that's really set up to play these games where your opponent just doesn't get to play at all, is just like engaging with the game on a different axis that prevents them from even being able to compete. Really powerful. And that's why I think the mono red deck is such a good choice for this tournament.
Yeah, and I think for people who may have seen this deck for the first time, they might have looked at that opening hand from the red deck and went, "Oh, this seems okay." And turns out, no, it was really, really good. Very unassuming. But yeah, I don't know. What would you expect to see sideboarded here? Okay, there we go. We're going to see, looks like the Pyrogoyphs are coming out, and the Ragavans are also being removed here by Boston.
Yeah, so both the one-drop creatures from David Olson blocked the Ragavan really well. Tameo and the Architect. And then on top of that, Bowmasters punishes Ragavan, and you always want to be playing Chalice on one. So yeah, I really like taking those cards out. Taking the Ragavans out. And then Pyrogoyf is just a bit expensive when you want to play such small games. Pyrokinesis is good at sweeping up multiple things, and Lithomantic Barrage removes every single thing from David's side. So these sideboarding decisions make a lot of sense. Meanwhile, for David, Bowmaster's coming up because there's no extra cards being drawn by Boston, at least none that none where Bowmasters matters that much. And then on top of that, yeah, you just want to have your efficient creature interaction.
All right, Boston kept a hand here with, it looks like no lands, but obviously we have some DFCs in hand here, 3 of them, I believe. So had plenty there. And then we're going to go ahead and play a Chrome Mox into another Chalice for 1.
Yeah. The Hydroponics Engineer Architect getting down before the Chalice is huge here, because that guy just draws a card each turn, basically. So I like that for David in the spot over last game. But aside from that, things are looking pretty grim.
Yeah, we've seen this card just do so much work where you attack, you go fetch, you get the thing that got turned into something else, you can get a card. It's like just, it's almost a really unassuming small creature that just does so much work.
Yeah, there's no real rush to make the to fetch either, because if you have the engineer in play and you like use it for a couple of turns, chances are one of those lands that's gotten turned into an island is itself a fetch land. And so sometimes you can like trigger all your bank draws in one turn by fetching a fetch that's an island, drawing a card, using that to fetch another island. So yeah, no real rush to draw all those banked cards either.
Yeah, and we got another free card that leads us into...
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what's happened here. Even there's the land was banked, and there's going to be an extra draw at some point in the future.
Yeah, it looks like went ahead, got rid of a Chalice. However, there is a backup Chalice that's going to come down again for 1. That one's going to get met with the Force of Negation, it looks like.
Yeah, and this is... It's good for David that the Chalices are no longer going to be around. And it's good that he has a bank draw, but he is also starting to look in danger. This Barrage can just kill the Architect. Notably, really smart looking play from Boston. They're not giving away very much information. Barrage being a 1-drop, you'd think you want to play it before Chalice, but it very conveniently has can't be counted on it. This resolves through Chalice. And yeah, this One Ring is really threatening to take over the game, I think. I don't think David's deck is really capable of competing with that sort of card advantage, so he's going to need to apply pressure soon.
Looks like David's just going to go ahead and play Tameo here without a lot else happening. Does leave mana up for Swords of Plowshare that's not going to get to do too much here.
Yeah, and so David fetched after attacking with the Architect, so he knows what that Flooded Strand could fetch. I kind of wonder what the fetchables available in his deck are for him, what got turned into an island. It's probably just a land that's already typed or another fetch. But I kind of wonder, like, maybe there's some chance there's a Strip Mine, and that incentivizes him to save the Flooded Strand until he wants to use it.
Yeah, that's quite possibly. It's a good call. Like, he does know what that... Okay, now we're going to go ahead and use it. Because he did know already what else he got turned into an island there. So
yeah, you want to bank it until the turn you're attacking with Tamio and hopefully flipping Tamio. So that makes sense. I think you're almost never going to spend it immediately, but probably a sigh of relief from Boston that's not further denying him mana or letting him, letting David sort of snowball the advantage in any way.
All right. I mean, the downside for Boston here is not really being able to take advantage of the situation while effectively, shields are down for the moment. But now that Tamio's flipped, and you got to start worrying about that a little bit.
Yeah, not being able to pyrokinesis Tamio pretty relevant, and yeah, in the spot for Boston, you need to find some pressure because eventually your One Rings will kill you. The deck doesn't have life gain. The more One Rings do sort of buy you more time. But yeah, in this spot, Boston wants to draw some of those Pyrogyphs. We know he sided a couple out of. Maybe one of the other two is still in the deck, I think. Or something like Broadside Bombardier is the sort of thing this deck wants. Bombardier started pulling double duty as something that closes the game very quickly and something that gets you out from under your own ring.
All right, looks like we're just going to play another land here and probably just have to pass. So yeah, that's tough. Even with the extra cards from the One Ring, not a lot happening for Boston.
Yeah, you'd really have liked to have found some action by this point in Boston's spot, but at the same time, he's firmly in control. Like drawing 3 extra cards off the ring next turn, having another ring to legend rule. It's pretty hard to imagine David coming back on a card advantage basis. If he wins this game, it's probably Boston dying to his own rings, which is possible given the double fatal push in hand for David.
Yeah, and it looks like Tamio just plussed up there. No real reason other than to just get some more loyalty, give you a chance to return some cards over the next turn or two. Okay, looks like we picked up a barrage. Gonna draw more cards here with the One Ring.
Yeah. And we're getting to the point where Shadow Skull Smashing will be enough to kill Tamio. It was on 4 last turn, so I don't think it was possible to kill the Tamio. But yeah, between that and Lithomantic Barrage, I imagine things are looking pretty good for Boston.
Yeah, that set of cards was much better for Boston here. Just giving you a few more options, ways to get rid of Tamio, and you still have another One Ring that you could replace it if you start getting too low on life here.
Yeah, the second One Ring is really important here. It means the one way things could go badly for Boston that's off the table.
Yeah, and David doesn't have a lot going on here either. Eventually, we'll see the Luris, but still kind of a lot of defense more than anything. So Boston is setting up another Chrome Mox here. What are we going to put under that? It's like another Shatter Skull, yeah?
Yeah, putting Smashing Away makes sense with stuff like with just drawing infinite cards off the One Ring. I think Boston is pretty safe on that axis for a while. And Lithomantic Barrage is a lot of taking care of permanents that you'd want Smashing to do as this Pyrokinesis.
All right. Decided to hardcast that, not discarding anything. And Boston seems to be taking his time here. Again, we kind of mentioned this, right? Even though some decisions might look obvious, backseat driving, there's a lot at stake here for these players, especially in this matchup where the loser will be done for the weekend.
Yeah, high tension spot. I like Boston's choice not to barrage the Tamio there, in that it's completely unforced. The Tamio can only uptick next turn, barrage kills it next turn anyway, so there's no real reason to spend the barrage then, and you have more flexibility if you wait a turn.
Yeah, now if you're in David's position, what are you looking to do here, right? Because you can't be too aggressive, knowing that Boston gets to draw a lot of cards, has a bunch of mana. Like, what's the best line of play here for him?
Yeah, you need to find some way to actually start developing your board. It's a little awkward that the main removal spell in David's deck is Swords to Plowshares, so there's no chance of bearing that ring damage with a bunch of pressure once Boston starts getting creatures down.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to get rid of that and just roll the Lurus out here. Or at least he's thinking about it. Going to go ahead and Flooded Strand first.
Yeah, and if Lurus does come out, I imagine Pyrokinesis does a really good job sweeping up both the Lurus and whatever's played with it, presumably a Hydroponics Architect.
Yep, I'm with you. I think that's the only thing he has to play there, really.
Yeah, the Lithomantic Barrage can take care of the Tameo. This game is looking pretty cleaned up for Boston. Just need to make sure I'm not die to the one ring. But yeah, with the second ring in hand, drawing 5 cards, you're going to draw Bombardiers. That's Bombardiers. I just don't think that's even a thing you need to worry about very much.
Yeah, now you have everything, right? The Bombardiers can let you get rid of a one ring if you need to. You can get rid of Tameo. You still have other burn. Yeah, there's a lot happening here in David's favor. This hand is loaded right now.
Yeah, I like playing it slowly. If Boston would have just jammed Bombardiers here and then it were answered by
All right, so it looks like Pyrokinesis is going to take out both creatures.
The fatal push on Bombardiers is like sort of a way Boston gets stuck under his own ring for another 10. So yeah, I really like playing it conservatively here.
Boston looked like he almost changed his mind on this play.
Yeah, probably thinking about what he exiles, thinking about like, I'm so far ahead. What is the one way I lose this?
Man, I have been in that position way too many times, even just playing on Arena, where I'm like, I'm winning, but like, how do I mess this up? And sometimes you're just trying like, hey, how do I just stay ahead, not hurt myself?
Yeah, and that's like always the correct thing to do if you're in a spot like this, right? You got to find that 1% that you lose and make sure it doesn't happen. That's the most important part of spots like this, of playing matches that are so close, where you're so far ahead, at stakes this high. You don't get here by not thinking about the ways it goes wrong, and you don't stay here by not thinking about the ways it goes wrong either. So I really like Boston taking his time, thinking it through, and honestly, at this point, pretty much close to locking up the match.
There's another architect, and I think the strip mine removed the only black source that David had.
Yeah, it seems like pretty close to a foregone conclusion. I think that island in play is a prismatic vista.
Oh, okay, you're right. It is a prismatic vista. Okay.
But yeah, even just like this is just 2-turn lethal if Boston wants it. Flinging the ring and then like playing another creature, and then next turn flinging something else. Flinging another ring perchance. Yeah, this is 2 puts David to 10. Play a Fable, but David to have 4 damage plus 6 from the Bombardier fling next turn. So there's a forced answer from David Olsen here. And yeah, at this point, they gotta play it a little safer to make sure the Hydroponics Engineer doesn't run away too much. I think you really want to play another 1 ring here, yeah, because you gotta make sure you don't run too low on life total. But yeah, now that that's done, I don't really see how Boston loses this game. It just needs to be patient, play it safe, and he's almost certainly got it.
You know what card still seems to be good in every format it's legal? Good old Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, Fable's a card that scales up a lot with the power of formats, which is pretty nice for Boston here. Just like having access to more efficient mana, having access to better cards to cast off your treasures, means Fable does a remarkably good job scaling into all the formats, and definitely to Boston's advantage here.
Yeah, still leaves up another fatal push, but I don't know if it's going to matter a whole lot here. Figuring out what to discard to Fable, drawing into, a Chalice. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Chalice on 1 plus Bombardiers is not quite lethal, but almost lethal.
Yeah, you at least force him to use the fatal push now, which you did have. And then now you can run out the other Bombardiers if you want.
Yep. I imagine Bombardiers probably flings something at the Engineer just to 100% keep David off guard no matter. And then, yeah, next turn the Bombardiers probably finds the win.
Yeah, I guess that's another Ancient Tombs. I guess you could play double Bombardiers here if you wanted to.
Yeah, I like playing it a little safe, just making sure you don't take too much damage off your lands.
All right. Deciding to just go upstairs says, I don't care about your card.
It makes sense to me. And yeah, second Fable means just oodles of lethal draws here.
Yeah, which should be fair. I mean, you're holding another Bombardier. What would David really draw here that Boston would care that much about?
Yeah,
David's even going to 2 here just to, I guess, increase the odds of drawing something. But it looks like just another Architect, and that's not going to do it.
Yep, you get to deny. Boston gets to constrain David's mana even further if he wants to. And yeah, probably, I guess, a strip mine at end of turn to try and deny David the ability to hold up a counterspell, maybe, or like instant speed interaction. But yeah, looks pretty done for. Looks pretty doomed.
Okay, fetch for Pluto Delta. That was one of the ones that got changed into a removal spell, but that is, yeah, not gonna do it. We can see Boston's hand, and it looks like he is pretty well positioned to get to play more Magic here.
Yeah, David does get to cast Ponder here. I can't think of anything in his deck. I guess he could draw like Swords to Plushes or something for the Bombardiers and then have a blocker for the 2/2. We know about the Sundering Eruption in Boston's hand. Not a mode of the card that comes up often in this deck. You generally want to play the land. I guess Hydroponics Engineer is a flyer. So
Yeah.
if that gets played, there's a... Okay, I don't think there's much of a line anymore now that Psychic Frog was hit, but... yeah, I guess it needs to be specifically Preordain, Shuffle, find Fatal Push. Fatal Push, the Bombardiers play Hydroponics Engineer, and it looks like that's not what's happening, so the game looks pretty over to me.
Yep, that's gonna be it. Wow, that was very systematic from Boston there, but he still gets to play on the rest of this weekend and get his share of the 250K. So yeah, so you wanted to see the deck on camera. So Arya, how did it live up to your expectations?
I mean, it played kind of exactly as expected, showing off what's so powerful about it, just preventing the opponent from engaging in various ways, and doing a really good job just like applying a bunch of pressure out of nowhere to people's life totals with Bombardiers. With all the fetches and shocks, given there's no duels, plus like Ancient Tombs and Necropotences and Necrodominances, people are paying a lot of life. So I really like a deck that has a card like Bombardiers that can apply like 5 to 8 damage out of nowhere in a way that really threatens if you pay too low on life.
Yeah, that's a good call out, right? Because we see a lot of fetch lands, a lot of shock lands, just, necros, just so many ways that people are nickel and diming their own life total. So sometimes you may only have to deal 12 damage, right? You don't even have to get the whole 20 in. And this deck has a lot of ways to do that. Like if this deck continues to play well the rest of the weekend, what would be the antithesis to this deck that you would want to play against it if you were sitting across the table?
I'd want to play like one of the mono black decks with a lot of basic lands. Notably, the Necrobones decks we saw this weekend sort of came in with greedy mana bases. Theoretically, I was speaking to Liam, who's playing the event, who built this deck, about what the deck would struggle with, and he mentioned like the mono black decks that run a lot of swamps. I saw the deck list for the event, and all the mono black decks are sort of cheating on that. They're running a bunch of quote unquote free pathways, free verges, so you can just lose the game to Magus of the Moon, and really just like every scam angle you shut down against this deck, you shut down the ability of Magus to get you shut down the ability of Chalice to get you. Each one of those you shut down gives you a higher chance of winning against this deck. So yeah, missing that. Something that plays around one of those axes in some way or the other, what you really want to be playing against this mono red deck.
Yeah, another question I thought of here, Arya, is there's probably going to be players who are watching this weekend that may have played Legacy before, or maybe even some Vintage. Like, how would you say that Timeless kind of stands out from even Legacy, even though there's some cards here that seem to be good in both formats?
Yeah, I'd say the defining thing about Timeless as compared to Legacy is that the interaction is weaker and the threats are differently strong. There's some cards that are just way stronger threats than anything in Legacy, like Necropotence. There's no interaction that's as strong as Force of Will. The only free counter spell is Force of Negation, which is a good deal weaker. But there's a lot of the ways of killing your opponent are weaker than Legacy. There's no Dread Return for Thassa's Oracle for Oops All Spell Stacks, for example. So I'd say this is a format that is more defined by being proactive than reactive, unlike Legacy, where your deck needs to be doing something really powerful and you need to leverage that.
That's awesome information, I think, for all the players there. But we're going to go ahead and take another break, and we're going to come back with some more Magic on the other side for you. So stay tuned.
I'm here with Boston Shatman, and you have picked up a very crucial win here at Arena Championship 10. Boston, tell me a bit about that matchup as you are now fighting for your tournament life.
I mean, yeah, fighting for my tournament life, Esper Loris is one of the matchups that I would be reasonably happy to play against. Obviously, that matchup went about as well as it could have. I opened like a turn 1 Chalice on both my 7s and was able to successfully resolve Chalice on 1, both games on turn 1. So, I mean, that's pretty ideal, but like it's not quite all over yet. He's got a couple answers to it, and like the scariest card in his deck for me is Psychic Frog, which I was really, really happy to see. There's only like 3 copies of the Frog in the deck, but like often what this matchup can sort of devolve into is I lock my opponent out of casting all of their spells, and then they play a Psychic Frog and just race me. And thankfully I didn't see a Psychic Frog, and there were indications that there was no Psychic Frog in the pipeline, so thankfully that went pretty smoothly for me.
So the Frog was dodged.
Frog was dodged, biggest problem avoided.
Yes, so I imagine in the next couple of rounds then, you're going to want to dodge the Frogs. Is there anything else you really, really don't want to play?
Well, I don't mind playing against more Frogs. It's just that Frog is the scariest element of those decks. But in terms of like what I don't want to play against, I would not like to play against like the 3 people who brought Show and Tell. Yeah, like Chalice U, Moonman U, that's doesn't stop a basic island and a Show and Tell. I'm not super excited to play against the Necropotence decks, but I'm packing 4 flutes in my board. I feel okay about that matchup, but it's not my favorite, and there's a lot of it in the room.
Alrighty, well, Boston, best of luck for the rest of the rounds. I believe in the power of Mono Red, so hopefully it treats you well, and we'll see you back in the winners interview area.
Hopefully.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 10. Maria Bartholdi here, your host for the weekend. We're playing Timeless all day today, which is very exciting stuff. It's the first time Timeless has been featured on this big stage here at an Arena Championship. We have 110 players battling here on day 1 of competition, and 6 is the magic number. 6 and 2 is where you want to be to come back and battle on day number 2. And you definitely want to be here for day 2 because we have a $250,000 prize pool, lots of money on the line, as well as 2 spots for next year's World Championship. Welcome back to the booth. We have Tannen and Paul here getting ready for round number 5. More Timeless action on the way. But first, we're going to talk about Arena Direct coming up next weekend. A chance to win some boxes of Avatar IRL. I love these events so much. So if you want to win physical Avatar The Last Airbender cards while playing Arena, you can do that next weekend. Like I said, there's an Arena Direct going on December 26th through the 28th. Win an event and you can have Avatar The Last Airbender play booster boxes shipped to your doorstep. Very exciting stuff, and we talked about this a little bit earlier about how all 3 of us are total degens and we love to play in these events. So that's where I will be next weekend. You don't have to find me on my phone because I'll be right here playing at my computer. Let's take a look at our standings, everybody, after 4 rounds of play and find out where we are here in this tournament. And stuff is already getting real here. We've already had people who have been eliminated from the tournament because 6 wins is what you need to come back on day number 2. So let's check out where we're at. 7 players remain undefeated in the tournament. Alex Friedrien has been leading the pack all day, currently sitting at 4-0. Alex Friedrien had a top 8 at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor. Derek Davis was our lone undefeated player after day 1 of competition at World Championship 31 just a couple of weeks ago. So doing really well here this weekend too. He finished at the top 4 at the World Championship. So Derek Davis, well done to him. Michael Plummer also sitting at 4-0. He's a Pro Tour champion from this previous season as well at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Streamer Michael Jacob, fans in the chat there, you can see he's doing well in the tournament here, has picked up a loss at 3-1 currently. Let's work our way down the standings a little bit more because we're going to see some new names kind of popping up that we haven't seen yet on our leaderboard so far in this tournament. Andre Stroski, 3-1, doing well here today on day 1 of competition. Matt Nass, there he is, working his way on up, currently sitting at 3-1, running that mono black Necro deck. Nathan Steuer also sitting at 3-1, has a World Championship card to his name. There is a look at our standings. Round number 5 on the way, and we are about to watch you two, some 4-0 players here in our feature match area. Let's take a look at who'll be watching here this round for round number 5. Martin Eric Gotautier on Golgari mid-range. Okay, I see you, friend.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. Versus our tournament leader, Alex Friedrien on Mono Black Necro. Let's get to meet our players. Martin Eric Gauthier from Canada, more than 15,000, almost 16,000 games on Arena with a 61% win rate on that client. Was a Mauch competitor in 2020, 3-time Grand Prix top 8er in Montreal. Asked to describe Timeless in one word, he said, nice. His favorite food is sushi. So let's take a look at this deck. What is going on here, Tannen?
That's a good question. It feels like Jund, you know, like a little, obviously without the red. It's just a green-black mid-range deck. You do have Deathrite Shaman, which is an extremely powerful card. In fact, that is actually banned in a lot of the formats that it used to be legal in. Paired that with Dark Ritual, Demonic Tutor, and a couple of these other cards, you've got some nice, really fast starts with Chrome Mox into some really powerful stuff. You know, like these Weary Zone Guard, Sheholder of the Apocalypse, and Barrogoyf. Plus, he still has the Reanimate package here as well. So, kind of a mid-range deck, a little bit more fair than the other Dark Ritual decks, but probably mulligans a little bit less and just plays a little more of a fair game.
Oh, so interesting. Currently undefeated. Let's take a look at the opponent here for round number 5. This is Alex Friedrien, another one of our undefeated players in the room here, running Mono Black Necro. Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, top 8, came in 18th at the World Championship just a couple of weeks ago. So continuing his winning ways here this weekend. When asked to describe Timeless in one word, he said, quote, zonked, which I give 2 thumbs up. Excellent word choice there. Favorite food is Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Let's take a look at this list. A very popular one with some of our one of our big testing teams here this weekend, Paul.
Yeah, and the testing teams seem to be doing extremely well. We saw a bunch of 3-1s, and of course, Alex sitting here at 4-0. And this is basically this team going, how broken can I make my deck? I'm going to play Dark Ritual. Reanimator is really strong, so I'm going to play the Reanimator package. But guess what? So is the Necropotence combo. I'm going to do that as well. I'm going to maximize on all the fast mana with 4 copies of Chromox as well. And the name of the game here is to try to get Necropotence or Necrodominance in play, or get that Sorin in conjunction with Saint Elenda in play so that you can get a Giant Angel into play, make a huge board, and kind of close out the game that way.
All right, there's a look at our players and our decks. Who will remain undefeated? Let's find out. It's time for round number 5. I'll pass the baton to Tannen.
Round number 5 here in Arena Championship 10. I'm Tannen Grace, joined by Paul Chion. Paul, we've taken a look at these 2 deck lists. How do you feel like this match is going to play out? Because this is the first time, you know, you and I are getting to see this Golgari mid-range deck.
Yeah, I think this Golgari mid-range deck, you kind of bring this to kind of target the other mid-range or creature-based aggressive strategies in the format. So I think this deck probably plays very, very well into decks like Mardu Energy and perhaps even the Esper Tempo deck. But I think it might struggle here against the Mono Black Necro deck. You really, really need to find one of the 4 copies of Grief to really have any sort of disruption here against what Alex Friedrichsen's doing. And at the same time, this deck really doesn't put a ton of pressure on you. So I think it's going to be a little bit difficult here from Martin's side. Now, his deck is capable of some really powerful draws when you have Dark Ritual with Chrome Mox, get a Shieldred in play super early or something along those lines. Maybe you can pull something off. But I think Alex firmly has the edge, at least in game 1 of this matchup.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. We'll see if that's the way it plays when we head on down to the feature match area. I do want to point out that we had some key cards up there. We had the Weary Zone Guard along with the strip mine, that's a thing that could happen multiple times as the game goes on. So if the Golgari player can kind of play the game into an instance where it's a little fair at some point, you might not have mana over the next couple turns. So that's something I'm looking forward to, Paul, and hopefully it's going to happen in this match.
Right. But the thing with the mono black deck is it doesn't really care about how much mana it has, right? It just needs to resolve a Necropotence or a Necrodominance with the Dark Ritual. So that Strip Mine strategy is valid and very strong against a lot of archetypes. I do feel like it's probably a little bit weaker here.
Yeah, I definitely could see that as well. How are you liking this opening hand from our Necropotence player?
So he doesn't have any of the actual combos here, right? You have Entomb and you have Sorin, but you don't have Reanimate, you don't have St. Alinda, and you don't have Dark Ritual here. So, the fact that Alex is on the draw is also probably affecting kind of his decision. If you're on the play, you can be much more aggressive about how you choose to mulligan because you don't have to worry about grief on the other side of the battlefield. But when you're on the draw, you probably have to keep a wider range of hands, recognizing that your opponent can probably have a turn 1 disruptive spell.
Which they do have here in the fact that Martin does have a grief here. I like how you put this. He has like half of all of the combos.
Yeah. So, you're just kind of hoping to get there. And basically it's, hey, you might have a hand disruption spell because your opponent's snap capped, right? And they're going to mulligan aggressively to have some interaction as well. And you're just kind of hoping that they don't have, their strip mine combo online or just get off to a quick start by getting a one ring or a shieldred in play as quickly as possible.
Get no reanimate to back this up here, though. We are going to see the strip mine get played. No colored mana in Martin's hand, but there is a Troll of Khazad-dûn, so he will be able to go find some form of swamp here.
Yeah, so we'll have access to 3 mana next turn with that Ancient Tomb in hand. Now, Alex Friedrien does have Swamp here, does have Grief. Now, Martin actually took a Grief out of Alex's hand, so Alex probably going, you know what? I should probably fire off this Grief, but looking to be a little bit more patient here.
Yeah, it looks like maybe he's thought better of playing that Grief here. It looks like he's just going to play a land and pass, maybe let his hand develop just a little bit more here. He does have 2 different Necros in his hand, though. I think that's one of the extra pieces that he has for an extra black card.
Right. I mean, I'm wondering when is a better time to actually even go for this Grief.
Right.
I guess the other consideration here on Alex's side is perhaps Martin plays something like a Reanimate because he does play 4 copies of that, but there's already a Grief in Alex's graveyard.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Yeah, he's already got a really good target for that. So Overgrown Tomb went and got for Martin there another Deathrite Shaman pulled off the top. The Strip Mine is going to go after the swamp, it seems.
All right, so Alex does have a live draw here, though, right? He does have a turn here to possibly Entomb for an Atraxa or a St. Alinda, but chooses actually not to do that.
Yeah, I think, again, it's the thing you were saying earlier, playing around the fact that Martin has Reanimate in his deck as well. Right. Alex doesn't want to just run into that. Like, I'll just Entomb here because of the mana, and
Yeah, this is a good window, though. Now you're going to be concerned about the possibility of a One Ring or a Shieldred coming in play next turn through an Ancient Tomb. So Alex does choose to fire off the Grief here, and he will be taking that One Ring.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to leave him with just an Ancient Tomb and a Deathrite Shaman. So a big top deck here for Martin. Oh, I think you spoke too soon here, Paul.
Hey, it looks like Alex ran into the Thoughtseize bug here. Can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck here. Alex not going to be happy about this One Ring off the top.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty good one here for Martin. Now, Alex, let's see if he gets a good top deck here. That's not bad. He picked up the Laundra along with the Sorin here.
Right. Oh, but there is the Wary Zone Guard. You can combo that with the Strip Mine into the graveyard here. That's going to lock Alex Friedrien out of the potential to top deck a 3rd land to play Sorin.
Yeah, I was going to say there's still the Strip Mine, right? Like it didn't get removed from the Deathrite Shaman. I can see exactly. There we go.
Yeah,
there is
it's
a Strip
still
Mine,
there.
So I think this, besides the top deck of a Dark Ritual,
that is what he needs.
This is a soft lock. Yeah.
This is what he needs. He needs to draw Dark Ritual off the top. If not, I mean, this might just seal the deal here.
All right, so he gets every turn that he doesn't draw Dark Ritual. If he draws a land, he gets another shot at it. The problem is that this Wary Zone Guard's going to kill him really fast too.
Well, yeah, and the Wary Zone Guard just continues to get you back to Strip Mine. That's kind of the combo with this Golgari deck, right? And you're also just drawing millions of cards here off the One Ring too.
Yeah, it's going to be able to outpace the One Ring as well. He's taking a couple points of damage from Burden. A 2nd ring picked up here for Martin, so if he wants to reset it again. Those are fatal pushes that were just picked up along with the Bloodstained Mire. So here comes that play again. The Wary Zone Guard's going to get in.
Yeah,
Bring back the strip mine.
Yeah, and still, I guess Alex can still draw Dark Ritual here.
Yep, I was gonna say, if you don't draw Dark Ritual, you have to draw a land to give yourself another chance at it, but you only have a few more turns.
Right.
Also, these Deathrite Shamans are going to start killing pretty quickly, too.
Absolutely. And you can Fatal Push a token, and that's a land. So this is just, again, a little bit too little too late here for Alex Friedrichsen. You know, Martin's going to be able to eat another land here. And now, I mean, what are we looking at here as far as life totals are concerned from Martin's side? Exiling a creature, gaining some life, and also using the Mortuary here.
Yeah, it's not lethal just yet, because if you were to activate both Shamans, it would be 8. If you did, you know, both twice into the Warriors Guard for 6, it would only be 14. That's so many cards, Paul.
Right, yeah. And then now you have Shield.
Oh, yeah, another Strip Mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's double Strip Mine. You get locked out there.
Look, man, maybe we label this deck as fair a little too fast. That looked pretty dang good from the Golgari side.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look, the mono black Necro deck is still trying to put together a combination, right? You need the Dark Ritual plus the Necropotence combo to kind of overpower your way through a lot of these decks. But if you don't have it, I mean, if the other decks enact their game plan, you're still going to lose.
Yeah, how do you like these sideboard plans that we're seeing from these players?
Yeah, so I think the sideboards, I mean, as you can tell here, Martin boarding in a lot more cards here, boarding out, what, 8 cards? So you kind of have to like his side post board. I feel like it probably gets a lot better for him. I still feel like Alex, you know, especially on the play, has to be favored here because there's just nothing that Martin can do, right? When he's on the draw, there's just no, you know, there's no force of negation. There's nothing like that. So if Alex can get and stick a Necropotence on turn 1, he's going to be in the lead here. But yeah, Martin being able to switch out a bunch of those dead removal spells for more interaction does help the matchup a lot here after sideboard.
Yeah, as we move into game 2 here, I like what you brought up. I think you have to be looking for one of those really fast hands from Alex. Like, he really needs a Dark Ritual hand on the play.
I think this is probably a keep here from Alex. You don't get to go turn 1 Necro, but you do get to go turn 2 Necro. Probably can just go land Mauch's Fell the Profane, right? Just do that immediately so that on the following turn, you can play Necro Dominance or Necropotence.
Yeah, this also protects you from 1 discard, you know, like 1
Right.
grief or 1 thought seize. You have a redundant copy of Necro in your hand. If you were to,
Right.
like, say, hold back the Chromox, then that could get taken and you're off
Yes.
for a turn. Yeah.
Yeah. Alex absolutely has to play out the Chromox here turn 1.
Yep, Fell the Profane, there you go. Good call, Paul. Get this turn exactly right. And if you're Martin, you see this kind of play, I think you know what's coming, right? Like, this is, even though there's not much you can do about it, you're like,
Yeah, you
play where
just
don't do
probably
anything.
go. You probably just go Strip Mine.
Yeah.
And hope to draw a hand disruption spell next turn,
Yep.
right? Because if Alex had a Dark Ritual and the combo, he would have done it already.
So, no Dark Ritual at the top here for him. Another Necro, though.
All right, but it did give Martin a turn to find a disruptive spell. He draws a Reanimate, but nothing in the graveyard just yet here. So Alex will be able to resolve Necropotence here.
Looks like just a lonely DRS is going to be on the side of Martin here. We go back over to Alex, like you said. Dark Ritual, hey, you're a little turn or two too late, but maybe there's still, yeah, I was going to say, I think you still possibly do this so you can start playing some of the stuff possibly in your instep.
Right, because if you have if you draw March
Right.
of Sorrows, you can start firing those off and kill the Deathrite Shaman. And it makes sense because Alex is probably going to draw at least 8 cards this turn, and we'll be looking for a removal spell and, of course, the pieces of the combo in terms of Sorin and Saint Elenda to get that going.
All right, we have our record so far today. It was 14, right? I think is what it was.
Yeah, I think you're more in. I think you can get away with drawing more cards with Necro if you already have the March in hand. If
Right.
you don't, I think you take a more measured approach.
More measured, as in only 8 or only
Right.
only 8
You-
more cards.
only 8 cards, exactly.
Yeah, no big deal. Just this many.
Okay.
Reanimate, Sorin. Concealed
No
Courtyard,
March.
Grief, Entomb.
Entomb. Okay.
All right, well.
Does have Entomb Reanimate, but keep in mind, there is an active Deathrite Shaman, so that's not going to be a reliable way to win the game here.
Yeah, that would require green mana being held up by Martin, too. Don't forget that.
That's right. There is an Overgrown Tomb in play.
So let's see how Martin wants to play his turn if he wants to leave up that Deathrite Shaman activation.
Right.
To go ahead and use this to add some mana.
Yeah. Okay, so then he's not looking to Deathrite Shaman here, right? He's
Okay.
probably just going to be looking to use the Witherbloom command and whittle away at Alex's resources here.
It looks like it's going to be destroy Chromox and mill some cards here.
Yep. Ooh, does find Strip Mine.
Strip Mine here. He does still have the Weary Zone guard in his hand too. So
Okay.
if Alex somehow doesn't go crazy this turn, he can start maybe doing the Strip Mine stuff again. But we do
Right.
see Entomb Reanimate still looming here. He's going to go ahead and lead off with the Grief, which you've got to like, right?
Right. I mean, and this lets you also play around Surgical Extraction if that's something that your opponents might have. So now the coast is going to be clear here for Alex Friedrichsen.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and looks like he's taking a look at that Weary Zone guard. He's like, this card beat me so bad in game one.
It was so good. Yeah. The question is, does he care about a bunch of Strip Mines right now, or is potentially that Reanimate in hand going to be problematic in the future?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering myself. I think I'm taking the Weary Zone guard because I do think that is one of the ways Martin probably wins from here is he takes a turn off, gets the Weary Zone guard going, strips you of all your resources, and then eventually deals with Iona.
Sideboard, Iona naming black.
Yeah, this is going to cut off Martin's entire hand.
Right, yeah, you just take the one green card in your opponent's hand, get Iona named black, draw a bunch of... Well, you are down to 4. Iona costs a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we might not be drawing too many extra cards here. We might chill.
Wait.
You can draw one.
There's a Deathrite Shaman in play too.
Yep.
This is actually not great here. Deathrite Shaman can just kill Alex, right?
Well, you can. Does Sorin throw only vampires, or does it throw any creature?
Well, yeah, but you don't have a land to play the Sorin.
Oh, that's true.
Oh.
Yeah, he's at 1. It looks like Alex is gonna go ahead and concede.
Oh my goodness.
And Martin is at 5-0 in the tournament here, Paul. 1 win away from guaranteeing day 2.
That was not Alex Friedrichsen with the victory.
Yeah.
And wow, I think he realized there. He was just thinking, look, Iona, I'm going to lock you out from playing anything. But with the Deathrite Shaman in play, you're just dead in 2 turns, and you've locked yourself out off of any future draws with the Necropotence. I think he needed to go for a Lenda there, get Faith Fetters, target the Deathrite Shaman, have a big board, and then you can't... It's really hard to lose the game from that spot, right? You're still drawing a bunch of cards and gaining a bunch of life. So I think that was a misstep there from Alex Friedrichsen.
Yeah, maybe just overthought the spot a little bit too much. You know, if you get the Alanda, like it answers the DRS, it's going to give you a token left over. It gives you that life cushion with a Necropotence in play. Kind of checks all the boxes, right?
Yeah.
I think we may have gotten like, what is it, too cute there, maybe a little bit, you know?
Yeah, because
really
remember,
cool play.
Right, because he was at like, did he go to, was he at 4 life or 3 life? It doesn't really matter. He would have taken 2 less damage because you're returning a 7 drop, and you're getting 4 extra life there off the Face Fetters with a really, really good board, which, you know, is going to be tough for just a generic Golgari deck to deal with anyways.
Absolutely. Well, that was a sweet first match for us here in this round. Doesn't mean we're done. We're going to take a really small break and be right back with more Magic.
Water. Earth. Fire. Air. Discover the cards of Magic the Gathering, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Crack Aang's iceberg. It's your choice to follow Aang's journey or write your own legend. Yep. Explore the 4 nations with full art Appa lands. And discover the power of Avatar Aang as he transforms into Aang, master of the elements. Get a glimpse of Aang's full potential with show creator Brian Konietzko's raised foil Avatar Aang card. But while Aang's bending skills are great, you'll need the whole gang to save the world. And Team Avatar isn't complete without Appa, Steadfast Guardian, and Momo, Friendly Flyer. Befriend them and other hybrid creatures along the way. Find iconic Avatar scenes in the set, like Sokka's haiku. Pivotal moments define you. Faded firepower asks who you are. And Redirect Lightning asks what kind of bender you want to be. Collect Avatar: The Last Airbender lore, including cards like The Rise of Sozin, Firelord Sozin. Find your people. Become the Avatar. Discover your destiny. And don't forget to hit up your favorite local vendors. See more of Magic the Gathering, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Tuesday, October 28th on the debut stream. Flameo, Hotman!
ファイナルファンタジーはね、やっぱりずっとやってきてるし。そうあ、こっちはもうね、なるべく非常識な絵を描こうっていうことで、とらわれないで描きました。これはもう、状況がもういっちゃってるんですよね。炎の中に入ってるっていうんですかね。ケフカはもうめちゃくちゃですね。狂った色、いろんな色が入った方が、いいんじゃないかなっていう。イメージみたいなぼやっとしたものがあって、それを形にしていく。その行為が、楽しいというか。まず、通常のティナは剣持ってて、空挺がいっぱいいてっていう、ファイナルファンタジーの世界をちょっと、もう一回表現してみる。こっちの変身後の方は、最初にキャラクター作った時以外はあんまり書いてないんですよね。あの時はもう少しデフォルメされてましたから、これはちょっとリアルにしたんですけど。おー、かっこいいですね。素晴らしいです。素晴らしいですね。へー。小さいんですけども、すごい重みがあるというんですかね。マジックとファイナルファンタジーのコラボレーション。皆さん楽しんでください。
Edge of Eternities is on the horizon, and this brand new space fantasy plane is absolutely out of this world. Edge of Eternities introduces the Sothera system, a collection of planets around a collapsed star supervoid called Sothera. Competing factions of varying governmental, extrajudicial, and theistic backing all vie for power among the 5 planets of the Sothera system. Scavengers scour the void for powerful artifacts housed in mysterious locales. Militant factions battle over the fate of Sothera itself. Here in the Void, you don't need a spark to explore new lands, and daring adventure and mighty magic awaits on distant planets and the voids between them. Edge of Eternities introduces 4 new mechanics to capture the excitement and adventure of space travel. The art in the set is stunning, with cosmic colors and beautiful spacescapes capturing the wonder and weird of extraterrestrial settings. Edge of Eternities looks so cool and so fresh and will take you to a place unlike any Magic plane ever before. You might be shocked by what you find there. It's Shocklands! Shocklands are coming back to standard. Now let's dive into the Void. The Sothera system is a thrilling plane, a watercolor of cosmic gas, with planets orbiting around a star intentionally collapsed to avoid supernova. Pretty smart. One planet, Sigma, is a planet devoted entirely to mining Mauchite, though no one ever moved into the state-of-the-art mining facility for fear of Sothera's supernova. Or did they? Cavaron, a planet of reptilian people who use their bellies as information receptors. So do I. It was mined for all it's worth, splitting the planet in 2 and driving its people to seek a new future. The planets hold diverse geographies, life forms, and cultures that can be visited through interplanetary travel, no spark required. Though look out for worms in the comet and ice-filled ring, the worm wall, and the cosmic ether of the garden. This makes Edge of Eternities a unique set in its unified space fantasy vibe, while still introducing tons of new and different creatures, settings, and technologies to the game. As you might imagine, blasting magic into space brings with it many exciting and unique technologies to Edge of Eternity's story. Edge of Eternity's characters wear grab boots to enable spacewalks, they employ rebreathers to explore dangerous landscapes, and fight with energy blades and beam axes fueled by combat stimulants, and jump from planet to planet on spacecraft powered by magnetic engines. Spacecraft? In Magic? You better believe it, because this new type of...
Martin Gauthier, you are having one hell of a day. You've basically 2-0'd everyone, and you're sitting at 5-0 so far. That's got to feel pretty good.
Oh, yes, it does.
Tell me about your deck choice for this weekend, because you're one of 4 players playing Golgari midrange. Why did you pick this deck?
Well, I was looking for something to play like the most broken card from the format. So all the cards that are already almost all banned in other formats, like Deathright Shaman, Reanimate, Strip Mine. I was gonna play for Strip Mine for sure. All the naughty cards you can play. So I was looking something, a package to play like really all the best cards. And I've tested a lot, and I decided that Mono Black was the way to go.
Hell yeah. You have had an excellent time so far. You're just basically saying, no fun for you, opponents. All the fun for me. You have a couple of rounds left. You are looking poised for a day 2, but you got to be thinking further than that, right? You're thinking like top 8, maybe even the finals. What would making a world championship mean to you?
Well, the first step is going back to the Pro Tour. That's my first target. For sure, the World Championship would be like the biggest accomplishment of my Magic career, but just one step at a time, and I just hope that the deck's gonna go as well it went this far.
That's your proudest achievement, not beating Luis in Cube?
Yeah, no, Louis is one that I'm really proud also of beating Louis in Cube.
Alrighty, well, all the best. Can't wait to see this deck in action even more. And no, just keep 2-0 people. Just make it easy for yourself. Good luck.
Yeah, we hope so. We definitely hope so.
Great interview there from our winner, Paul. We're going to be moving into our second match here in round 5, and we've got a sweet one set up for us here. It's going to be involving a very recent Pro Tour champion and one of the other players here in the Arena Championships, but we're going to have a cool deck that we haven't seen here yet today. It is a form of the Vampire Necro that we've seen, but this one's just the Orzhov version of it with a few other cards in it that we haven't seen yet today. So we head on down the Future Mage area. We'll take care of that in just a second, but looks like we're going to have Michael DiBenedetto Plumber versus Alfonso Conca on the side.
Yeah, and this should be a really, really interesting matchup here. We've already kind of seen the mono-red prison deck do its thing. It's been quite successful here. But the Orzhov Necro deck, I mean, it's just kind of another take. Just kind of pick your poison in terms of how you choose to win with the Dark Ritual play whatever strategy, right? So it's just like identifying Dark Ritual and Grief are the best things to be doing in the format, and how do you want to win? In this case, it's with Necropotence and, of course, the Sorin and Elenda package, but it's not playing Entomb. Entomb sometimes is a card that doesn't do a whole lot, right? Because it only works when you draw the Reanimate. So instead of having a quote-unquote dead card like Entomb, playing a bit of a more mid-range strategy with cards like Deathright Shaman and Dedicated Dollmaker, which is going to be a really nice combination with Overlord of the Bailmerk that the deck plays.
Yep, and we've got some other cool ones in there for us as well. We've seen the mono-red deck and seen what it's about, so let's see how it's going to do against this Orzhov Necro deck here as we move on down to the feature match area and get this round started. Take a look at their decks here. So see, nothing really standing out on the mono-red side. It looks about the build that everybody else has got built. And I think you pointed out the one card that's going to be like maybe a little different for some of the people at home there with the Dedicated Dollmaker. That's a really sweet one.
Yeah, and the Dedicated Dollmaker, not particularly strong as a 2-mana option, but again, if you combine this with some of the other things, then you can start doing a lot of work. You know, let's say you evoke out a Grief, and then you reanimate it, and then you blink it again with Dedicated Dollmaker, all of a sudden your opponent just has no cards in hand. Or if you go turn 2 or turn 1, Overlord of the Bailmerk, then you can also play the Dedicated Dollmaker to blink the Overlord of the Bailmerk rather, and it would be just a 5/5 that stays on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see some of the stuff that this Orzhov deck can do. So let's head on down to that feature match area, and let's get this round started. Hey, speak of the Dollmaker, and it shall appear.
Yeah, and absolutely going to keep that here. Turn 2, Overlord of the Bailmerk. You can also just, with, of course, Overlord of the Bailmerk, that is a self-mill, a way to mill yourself. So if you just, hit, for example, Saint Elenda and just leave that in the graveyard, you can reanimate it.
Yeah, I was going to say, reanimate this deck without Entomb, still tons of ways to get a ton of value off that. You have Grief, you have Overlord of the Bailmerk, lots of cool stuff to still go on there. Looks like Michael had a little bit of some mulligans here as well. That's double Strip Mine with the Gemstones Caverns coming into play with a luck counter, a Ragavan, and a Shatter Soul Smashing.
Yep. And so that would allow Michael DiBenedetto to actually has a couple of options. You could just go Strip Mine land, play Ragavan. I think that's what he's going to do here, especially given that Alfonso led out with the Shadowy Backstreet. So, all right, there we go. Luck counter, Strip Mine, no land for you. And hey, no, Alfonso needs something like a Dark Ritual here.
It looks like it's not going to be what's happening. There's the DRS that he put to the top with that Scry land. No way to take care of this Deathrite Shaman, and no interest in blocking here for Alfonso as well.
And
the dedicated Dollmaker.
Yeah, so now you can, I guess, blink your Ragavan, and then you can also strip mine again.
Okay.
Which would be quite strong, because that would still leave Alfonso with just one mana source through the of the Deathrite Shaman.
Right, and you are still getting some mana here off the Ragavan, so the Shatter Soul Smashing possibly going to happen in the next turn or two, especially if you could maybe find like Ancient Tomb off the top. You may be able to take Alfonso off of all of his permanents, depending on what he draws here this turn.
This is probably not an interaction that Michael had in mind when he was
right.
playing this deck. He's like, wait, what happens when I hit this card? And he's like, you know what? I actually would rather have the treasure in play.
Yep.
And yeah, no lands. So, I mean, what you wanted to see, by the way, Tannen, is happening.
We're in the Stone Age.
Somebody getting Strip Mine to Oblivion. We're going to see probably a Shatter Skull Smashing for 2 here to kill Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, I've got to believe this is exactly what's happening here this turn. Since Ragavan hit again, he's got another treasure. And we're going to be at the no permanents.
No permanents. Nice hand. Nice hand. And that's kind of what this mono red deck is kind of setting out to do, right? Just not letting your opponents really play a reasonable game of Magic here. Alfonso really needs to find some lands.
And that is not it. So it's going to be passed back over. And this is where the deck gets its name Prison from.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Now, there is an out here for Alfonso. This is the out. What does he hit?
Okay.
Dark Ritual?
I know where you're going. I
All
like
right.
this.
Yeah. So Alfonso on the next turn, even if he finds a land, you just go to your discard step.
Right.
Discard Saint Elenda. Then on the following turn, you play the Bloodstained Mire and cast Reanimate on Saint Elenda to kind of come back, because Michael doesn't have a ton of pressure on, right? It's just the Ragavan.
No, I actually think this is 100% the play. Let's see if Alfonso... I got to believe Alfonso sees this too. Yep.
Yeah. There it is.
All right. I like this. Good catch,
Chalice
Paul.
for 1. Something. Nope.
And no Chalice. What does Ragavan find? Is that a grief? Is that a grief? He can cast it too.
He can. Now, there are 2 Reanimates in hand. So Alfonso will still be able to cast Reanimate on Saint Elenda here.
Yeah, thankfully the second Reanimate is there for him. That gives him the hello. What a cheeky, cheeky response.
Right, because now you go Bloodstained Mire, you fetch for probably just a Swamp here because you have to cast a Reanimate, Gate Elenda, get a Fates Fetters possibly on the Grief and make a 4/4, right? And all of a sudden you're right back in this game.
I don't think you're right back in this game. I think you're in the lead.
Well, so let's see. There's a Pyrokinesis and Shatter Skull Smashing. I'm wondering if there's some combination there, but
so
yeah.
4, 5. It's only you can only do it for 6 right now,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So it would need to be 7, right? Saint Elenda is 4/7.
Yeah, and this is just so wild. You're just on your opponents had no permanence in play, and knowing that on the next turn they might just be ahead.
Paul, this format's wild. No, I'm loving every minute of it.
Discard to hand size. Ooh. Getting Godless Shrine here.
I mean, he did just pick up a Swords of Posture.
He did. Yeah, that's fair. Going down to 2, going up to 6.
Go up to 6, yeah.
I mean, Face Fetters on Grief makes a lot of sense here. The alternative is just Inspiring Cleric and just getting an extra body in play. But I think I like just shutting down the Menace creature here.
So what happens if you draw Fury here?
Oh, never mind.
What happens if we draw Fury here for Michael to...
so that's 8 damage spread around, right? With the Pyrokinesis, which allows you to kill Saint Elenda and the 4/4 token. Excuse me, Saint Elenda and maybe the Inspiring Cleric, but that would be it.
I'm trying to think of an out for... The fact that we're trying to think of outs for Michael now.
Well, you can go Pyrokinesis for 4 and Shatter Skull Smashing for 3. To deal 7 damage to Elenda, right?
Okay, so he has enough to do that now? Okay.
You get the 4/7 lifelink creature off the battlefield at the very least. But of course, that puts you with no cards in hand, and Alfonso with, Swords to Plowshares and a lot of other options still available. But of course, Alfonso still needs to find more lands here.
Yeah, you know that there's double Dollmaker behind this as well.
Right.
Yeah, this is a tough spot.
Yeah, and Dollmaker, of course, also very, very strong with Saint Elenda if it's resolved.
What a wild game, Paul.
It absolutely is here. And Michael just going, okay, I think the line is to just kill the Elenda, but that just, again, puts you with no cards in hand and a Grief and a Ragavan against a 3/2 and a 4/4.
wonder if he's like trying to contemplate there's any world where he can like make an attack first and get a block and then maybe spread some of the damage out a little bit.
I guess the only thing you could do from that point on is attacking with Grief and hoping that Alfonso double blocks with the Saint Alenda, right?
Yeah,
and that way you only have to use Pyrokinesis to deal with it. Oh, actually just choosing to do nothing here. Now, there is a Dark Ritual and a Swords to Plowshares. Dark Ritual isn't that strong, though, because all you can do is just play the Overlord of Baelmerk for 2 mana, and then you won't be able to use that white mana for anything else. But now you get to attack here, and Saint Alenda gonna get in. Now, remember, Michael can block the Saint Alenda with Grief and then use Pyrokinesis to prevent a token from being created here.
I think that's what looks like Michael's going to be doing. Blocking Grief and Saint Alenda is going to get 3 damage onto it.
But that would mean that Alfonso will go up to 10 life. So he has a lot more time here based off of this. And I do not think Michael Plummer is going to let Saint Alenda get to the end step here.
No, it doesn't look like that at all. So I'm probably just going to pitch the Ragavan here. Or she's going to, I was going to say, is it 6 mana to hardcast this, if I remember right?
The Shatter Skull Smashing?
No, yeah. So it is just going to be a pitch of the Ragavan here.
Yeah.
So take care of the giant vampire.
Take care of the giant vampire, but Alfonso, actually going for the Overlord here. See if you can find something. Oh, yeah, can get back Grief. Can get back Grief.
Yeah. Let's say.
Or
a
and
DRS.
Also, or Deathrite Shaman. So
yeah,
2 very, very solid options here. Going for Deathrite Shaman, and this does open the door here for Michael Plummer to, if he draws a land, to cast Shatter Skull Smashing and kill the Cleric and the Deathrite Shaman. Ooh, Pyroglyph.
That was a heck of a draw. Not only is it going to remove something, it's going to put a giant threat to play, too.
Yeah, I mean, that thing's got to be, what, at least a 4/5. And I think if you're an Alfonso, you just block with the Cleric. All right, that's a 5/6 Pyroglyph targeting
I think you go up the Deathrite Shaman here. You still want to strangle the mana production here, I think.
Right. Oh, and there is a land here for Alfonso. That is huge. I think you saw him do a little bit of a fist pump there, too. So now, I mean, Alfonso has completely stabilized the board, has a 4/4 here, land number 2, and has the ability to cast Dedicated Dollmaker next turn on the Overlord of the Baelmerk.
Check out the no attack from here, too. Maybe playing around, what do you call it? A dashed Ragavan.
Chalice for 2?
Broadside
That's a chalice for 2.
Oh.
That is a big draw here from Michael Plummer. No more Dedicated Dollmaker shenanigans here. Wow.
Yeah. So the Delta's going to go find, I'm assuming, a Surveil land. Oh, wait,
no,
never mind.
It doesn't have one. Yeah. Okay. Well, now it's time to get some Deathrite Shamans, I suppose.
He's got a couple options now, too. But yeah, I was going to say, Deathrite Shamans, he does have green mana for them, too, now.
Right. Because I don't think you care about the Grief.
Nah, I don't think so either.
Yeah. And choosing not to attack still.
Yeah, I kind of like choosing... Oh, say, Broadside Bombardiers is something to get this game over with, though.
Right, but it does... Broadside Bombardiers has Menace, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. This can get the game over. This is one thing he can attack through. He's trying to keep his life total high to make sure the Overlords could come into play.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, what are you playing around, right? Are you... The only thing I can think of... Yeah, that's it though, right? And there's already been 2. Agreed. There's already been 2 Ragavans, so I feel like you might want to start attacking there because Bombardiers does not actually matter.
Yeah, you still have swords here as well to gain some life of your own, or take care of the Broadside Bombardiers if you'd like.
Okay. And certainly going to be firing this off before the attacks.
There's that, or you could actually try to get him to sacrifice the Chalice here, thinking it's going to make his the Broadside Bombardier unblockable. Then you get swords in response.
We have a Shatter Skull Smashing here, targeting the Deathrite Shaman. So that allows the Bombardiers to get in. I imagine Swords is going to be being fired off here on the Bombardiers. Sure.
What a heck of a game, Paul, for how this one started.
I know. I thought it was just over.
Same.
All right. Michael probably deciding whether or not to play this land.
So say, what does he have for 5 mana in his deck? I guess another Shatter Soul Smashing?
Fury, just hard casting Fury.
Yeah, that's actually, I think that's worth it.
Yeah. There's also 1 copy of Pinnacle Monk, I suppose. So you
sure.
also just cast that, sure. Yeah. All right. So still not attacking. So Alfonso playing the long game. Now, these overlords have got to be turned on. All right. Yeah.
Here comes the first one. The second will be right behind that in about 2 turns.
Yeah, Michael needs some action here.
He drew another land, Paul.
Yeah, no, that is rough because now we're going to start attacking with the overlords and getting value that way.
Tons of action. You can go get the Deathrite Shamans are still in the yard.
I think you might just get Inspiring Cleric, right?
I was
You
about to
just
say,
get,
you can
get that from the
too.
graveyard. You go up to 9, and all of a sudden, it's just really hard to envision Michael coming back when you go up to 9 life.
Yeah, I think that is a good play because it stops the worst case scenarios with something like Broadside Vomiteer somehow stealing a game from you.
And look at this, nothing to get. And Michael recognized that line as well. So now Alfonso actually can't cast any of his white spells. You can't get the Cleric anymore. So now he's going to be left with getting the Deathrite Shaman, which of course would also be very good here.
He can also get Sorin.
Oh, Sorin, but there are no vampires just yet.
Yeah, he doesn't have Vampire in play to throw either, right?
Right, but it does just give creatures Death Touch and Lifelink, right? So that's just very strong by itself.
Yeah, these are going to start getting in for huge chunks. He seems to... Okay.
I mean, if there is a card, the One Ring certainly is it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if he's supposed to not tap the Ancient Tomb here.
Right, because you don't take damage.
Right, but the odds of you drawing a card immediately that you'd want to cast are pretty low.
Right. You can't cast any 2-drops, and there is a Pinnacle Monk.
So
okay.
They can get back, what, Shatter Skull Smashing?
Right, and Alfonso will not be able to deal any damage this turn because of the One Ring, too.
We put it into... we drew a Vampire.
Wow.
What is this game, Paul?
Unbelievable. That's what this game is. Faith's Fetters on the One Ring. No more card draws for you. I get to make a giant army, and I mean, now...
I think this one's the final nail.
This one might be it.
We said it multiple times. I think it's finally, this is it.
This is unreal.
Yeah. So no damage on Michael this turn.
Yeah, but you're at 9 life now. You're making a million things. I mean, this is just a lethal attack next turn.
Yeah. The other Overlord has come out to play. There's another One Ring. Okay.
All right, staying alive.
Okay. There's no way you can win from here, though, right? Like,
I don't know. I mean, you're at 9 life. It just seems like there's just way too much to deal with here.
You can actually cast this Fable.
You can cast the Fable, and you don't take damage from the Ancient Tomb, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that tech.
Yeah. So I'm going to be able to get through a couple of extra cards here next turn.
Yeah. What if Michael just keeps drawing action and just draws all of his One Rings?
Yeah, he's going to sacrifice this here, kill that.
This lets you gain life, sure. Yeah. And, okay, just Alfonso, how many cards do you have left in library? Got to be careful about that. 14 I saw. Yeah.
So 11, 10.
10.
Okay. So probably can't be attacking with the Overlords willy-nilly anymore.
No. Yeah, and I doubt something like... I doubt that Necropotence is going to do anything.
As I say, you can just put the Saint-Lander back into play now because he got one of the other Sorens back.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, he just gets to kind of like chain this.
Faith's Fetters again. Yeah.
Faith's Fetters on this, yep.
And go, hey, I hope you don't draw another One Ring here.
Even then, he could just do it all again, right? Like the exact same thing again.
Right, and he has he gets a redraw with the Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
So Ancient Tomb's going to get pitched to Fable of the Mirror Breaker, going to become a new card.
Okay, and then gets to look at 2 more cards, I guess. That's not enough. All right.
What a game. Wow.
That was a game for sure. I mean, we were looking at a board with Michael had 2 or 3 creatures in play, and Alfonso had 0 permanents in play. Yeah, and Michael played a Grief off of the Ragavan, only to find that Alfonso had 2 copies of Reanimate to get that Saint-Elenda going. Wow.
I don't know if we did it verbally, but in my mind, I know multiple times I declared somebody a winner in this match, and I was wrong like 3 separate times. Yeah.
Yeah. What a back and forth game.
Oh, all right. Looks like we get to see what the players are bringing in. Looks like a Bone Crusher Giant, some Disruptor Flutes, Vexing Bauble, and which one is that one? The third card for Michael.
That is an unlicensed hearse. Yeah, attacking the graveyard of Alfonso, but take a look. Alfonso actually boarding out all the reanimates in the deck. So actually boarding out a lot of the combo elements. As you can see, -4 Necropotence, -3 reanimate, and just going, hey, I can just play a mid-range game, right? Like I can play Sorin plus Saint Alenda, and then I have a bunch of Deathrite Shaman, Griefs, and just try to beat you that way.
Yeah, it's gonna be really fair Dark Rituals, right? I say fair because still Sorin and Grief very early with it, but we're not going to put Necropotence into play or reanimate stuff like we were earlier. So, yeah, really cool sideboard tech for Alfonso here in this matchup. I like this idea.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, look, even if you try to play a somewhat fair strategy, we saw Martin Eric Gotautier also doing the same thing, right? Just playing Dark Ritual in his Golgari mid-range deck here. So we'll see kind of how this plays out now that Alfonso is a little bit fairer than his configuration in game 1.
Looks like we got a mulligan for Alfonso here. Michael keeping a 7. He's got the Ancient Tomb, Chrome Mauch draw here. Does he have any of the busted 3-drops? I don't think he does, but it is an unlicensed Hearthstone one.
Right, but that Hearst is not going to be especially effective here now that the reanimates have been boarded out.
Really good point. Do have the Disruptor Flute and these 2 Furies behind this. They can come into play pretty quickly here. Another unlicensed Hearst drawn for Michael DeBenedetto here. The names are swapped here for everybody. Michael is the player at the top.
Right. And no pressure here from Michael. He does have the ability to play a flute. I'm just wondering, do you just name it out here, or do you just kind of wait? Because Michael doesn't exactly know how Alfonso sideboarded. It's possible Alfonso still has all the Necropotences, right? And if he does, then you're going to want to run out that flute on Necro.
Absolutely. Let's see, the Juggernaut Peddler came off the top here for Alfonso. It looks like he's going to play it. For everybody at home that hasn't seen this one yet, I know it showed up on the stream earlier. This one's really cool. We start having actual factual Juggernaut hit play.
What's funny is Juggernaut's actually not terrible because Michael actually just doesn't have any pressure. And so now if he can find a mana source, he can just play out a Juggernaut and have that as a way to put some pressure on Alfonso. Now, Alfonso does have the answer in Solitude if he feels pressured by the Juggernaut. All right, naming Sorin.
Okay, name Sorin. Takes a look at Michael's hand. Do you have to take one of the cards?
You may.
Yeah, so this is a may.
It's like, do you want to turn the Fury into a Juggernaut? And he goes, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
We'll go with that one. That one's fine. It also makes the Chrome Mauch worse because now you're just stuck with 1 red card in hand.
That's a really good point too. Yeah, only the 1 red card. You can't pitch Fury anymore, even though we're getting really close to casting it.
Right.
If we find another red source, which we did not, the Magus of the Moon off the top. This could lock out Alfonso from colored mana here.
However, Alfonso does have the Solitude. There's 3 Solitudes in the sideboard for Alfonso. So actually does have the answer here. Doesn't have to fire it off just yet, but if he wants to play something nice next turn, he can.
Yeah, I wonder what white card he's going to end up giving up here. That was an interesting draw here, too. Picks up a Grief, so all free spells added here.
Yeah, I mean, you can do something like play Solitude, get rid of the Magus of the Moon, and then perhaps just Dark Ritual Grief.
Yeah, I think that's something he might be doing here, yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe exile the Prismatic Ending, because he doesn't really care about the Flute or the Hearse right now.
Then you still have the doll,
you get the Dollmaker into the Dollmaker, the Grief, or the Peddler, depending.
Yep. I like this a lot. I mean, if you're going to pitch a card to Grief, you might as well keep it around, right? And just put the Dark Ritual,
Exactly. I mean, Michael's already at, what, 14 here after this, I guess?
Yeah, going to go up to 14. Yeah. This would be a really good board for Grief, though. That is one thing to worry about if Michael does find a way to get the Grief into play. I'm sorry, not Grief, Fury.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if Michael can draw...
Well, he's probably just going to take the Fury here, actually, now that I think about it.
Right, yeah. He's just taking the Fury, and then all of a sudden, Michael's best play is hope to draw a land and play Juggernaut, but it has to attack on the following turn.
Yeah, can't block Grief anyway.
Yeah, and look at this. All of a sudden, we've just turned into an Orzhov Blink deck here.
I'm kind of feeling this Orzhov deck. This deck's really sweet. Okay. Hey,
that was a great draw. Bombardiers allows you to kill the Grief, and now the Dollmaker is going to be much, much worse. You can just play out a Chrome Mauch for 0, not imprint anything, attack with Bombardiers before blocks, sack the Mox to kill the Grief.
Yeah, Bombardier is one of those extremely powerful cards in the last few years that's shown up and has been doing very well in all the formats that it's legal in. This one, first time I read this one, I had to read it twice, Paul, because I was like, wait, where's the downside? Like, where?
Oh no, there's no downside. It's
yeah, what
all
am I
upside,
missing?
baby.
Yeah.
All upside. Yeah. All right, so a little bit of a race situation now. That was one of the best draws, I think, for Michael Plummer.
Absolutely. Now, Alfonso going to go ahead and crack this Pluto Delta.
Sure.
See what he got for his turn. Like you said, the Doll Maker, not super great here. An Overlord off the top, though, not bad.
Overlord it very, very good here. And I don't think the hearse is actually... Because you just select it, right, when this resolves. So you can't actually... You can hearse what's currently in the graveyard, but I think Alfonso just gets something back immediately. Yeah, so the hearse is not a great answer to the Overlord of the Bailmer. And look at this! Everything online here for Alfonso. Got the Bogart Trawler to act as land number 4, to play the Doll Maker, to blink the Overlord of the Bailmerk.
Yeah, this is really cool. This is like what people are doing a lot in other formats where they get to kind of, cheat their Overlords into play.
Right.
This is doing a really, really good impression of that.
Yeah, this is nuts. I mean, now Alfonso has everything locked down here, has enough blockers for the Broadside Bombardiers. Don't know that Michael Plummer here has enough damage to kind of close things out.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough run, but the way this match has gone, I'm not writing anyone off yet, Paul.
Sure.
Like,
is there a card that exists in Magic the Gathering? I don't know.
I'm sure there's something.
There is a deep card pool. I mean, if he just slams an Ensnaring Bridge or something, right?
Ensnaring Bridge would actually probably get it done.
Right, but I don't think that is a card he would bring in, so...
So Shadow Shield Smashing, another Hearse, still that Juggernaut. The Juggernaut could crew the unlicensed Hearse. That is something it can do.
Yeah, that allows you to block.
Yeah.
Yeah. But remember, the Doll Maker also makes Overlord of the Bailmerk indestructible. It says tokens you control gain indestructible until end of turn for a 2-mana activated cost. So
I had kind of forgotten about that one as well.
Yeah. Well, I didn't expect too many Doll Makers, but yes, this is a very, very powerful card, and kind of the reason why you play it is because of its combination with Overlord of the Bailmerk.
Yeah, I'm loving this black-white deck. If you're a fan of like Death and Taxes and those kind of strategies, this feels pretty good. What's up?
You can attack with the... You might just die, though. You could technically kill the Overlord of the Bailmerk now, but you would have to attack with the Bombardiers and then sacrifice your Juggernaut to kill the Overlord of the Bailmerk. But then I guess you're not technically dead because Alfonso can get you down to 1 next turn, but 1 isn't 0. And this is your only...
correct.
Yeah, and this is your only answer, right? To the Overlord of the Bailmerk, but Alfonso also can just hardcast Grief, which is another lethal threat.
All right, so the double block's going to come in here, so he's going to lose one of these creatures as well.
Okay, but then now Alfonso's only going to be down to 1 creature, right? Because presumably Michael's going to be sacrificing the Juggernaut here to kill the Overlord of the Bailmerk. I suppose you could maybe try to kill... Like, do you care about any of these other 2/2s? But also, Juggernaut is a pretty big threat in of itself. So if Michael's thinking, well, maybe I can just kill you with Juggernaut. Do I just sack the Flute and just do it that way? Like, you can crew up the hearse and... Oh,
Yeah,
look at this.
It does look like he's doing that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because you can crew up the hearse and exile 2 cards and turn that into a 7/7.
Oh. Okay, no way to cast the Salted Juice out. I thought he might have had 5 mana.
It's just like, you know what? You gave me this Juggernaut. I'm going to beat you with it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so this Grief's going to take care of the last card in Michael's hand. So Michael down to no cards. Looks like we are going to...
Oh, but you can get a white card here, right? Is there a white card?
I think so.
Yeah, there is a white creature in Alfonso's graveyard. So you get back a white creature. So that Solitude was actually an amazing draw here because this actually gives you an answer. What is happening?
Is he just salting the Juggernaut here?
Yeah, but you can
crew, right?
You can crew the hearse, right?
Yeah. I think so.
And also Michael gains a bunch of life.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so crew here. Yeah. The hearse will trade.
Yeah, hearse. Yeah,
So
sure.
the
And then you have
nothing.
and then grief versus nothing. But Michael has what? The 1 ring, lots of other draws available here.
He does have 4 mana right now too, as well. So that's
Yeah.
big. So most of the stuff in his deck, besides like Fury, are good top decks.
I wonder if Alfonso didn't think about the crew.
Yeah,
Because
just like
I don't know if you
yeah.
I don't know if you just fire off the Solitude there right away. I think you want Michael to activate the hearse block, because he's going to do that no matter what. And then you cast the Solitude to kill the hearse, and then you get to get in for 5 points of damage.
Yeah, the hearse is going to stay around too.
Right, now the hearse is still around. So I think that was a misstep on Alfonso's side for that turn.
All right, Magus of the Moon is a draw.
Yeah, and now you get to hit for what, 7?
Yeah, because you get to
right. You just smash, right?
Yeah.
Oh my
100%. And Alfonso.
How did this happen?
I don't know.
What the hell?
I was gonna say, because like now Alfonso's just dead, right? Like he can't cast anything.
Well, who knows?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think that was that was one of those moments where you drew the perfect card. You're like, oh, I've got this, and you forgot to go through all the
actually drew the
motions.
perfect card.
Yeah.
Michael played that game perfectly and needed Alfonso to make one small error, and that cost him that game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Holy
he needed
cow.
to wait. He needed to wait for the crew,
right,
for the block. Right,
You just wait for the crew, and you're good. Or you just let Michael block with the Juggernaut. Then you can let Michael block with the Juggernaut, and then you can Solitude the Juggernaut if you want. If you're interested in keeping your Overlord of the Baelmerk in play, I think that was basically the worst thing you could have done in that turn.
Right.
Ooh, that's brutal.
Yeah, definitely a rough one for Alfonso there. It's gonna be, hopefully he can get that out of his mind here for the third game of the set. That's something I always struggle with. Anytime I make a mistake, I think back on it a lot as the match goes on. I need to I need to move on and get to the,
of course,
right mind state here. So we can't see Michael's hand. What were you about to say? Sorry.
Michael looks like he's on a mulligan to 6 and deciding. It looks like it's probably a pretty sketchy hand.
Yeah, this one's probably missing a key piece. There we go. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's got 2 lands in it.
Yeah, it's got red mana. It's got strip mine.
It's not perfect, but I feel like going to 5 is kind of rough.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
So we are going to see the grief.
Ooh, is he gonna take Shatter Skull Smashing?
I think there's a chance he takes Shatter.
Right.
I think it's the only red source.
The whole format is preventing you from casting spells.
Who's
and
the
he
prison
does
deck now?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Alfonso's only on 3 cards in hand too, right? But Alfonso is not going to sack the Marsh Flats. That's great. Now has the choice. Do you want to sack the Marsh Flats now to get the Overlord of the Baelmerk going, or do you just play a little bit patiently with the second Marsh Flats? It looks like he's going for the Overlord play here.
Yeah, there's something to consider here too. You know, the Unlicensed Hearse is Michael's hand, but you don't know if he's drawn the second source of mana yet. But this gets the Overlord into play possibly as quickly as possible as a creature. I mean, so lots going on. And you get the okay, so Grief and a Doll Maker here. That's pretty good. The Doll Maker could activate this next turn.
And I don't even know if Michael Plummer has a way to disrupt this combo, right? How do you kill that Overlord of the Baelmerk? The only thing I can think of is a Flute or a Chalice for 2, but he is just too far away from that. Now he did find his smashing, but
so he has a red source now, but
yeah, but Chalice for 1 doesn't even do anything here.
Yeah, I was gonna say Chalice for 1's not super great. The Hearse is fine, I guess. Yeah, so you're just gonna go ahead and play this tapped.
Yeah, and you just hope Alfonso doesn't have a white source, but he does. And now, I mean, Alfonso's thinking, look, okay, I mean, that last game was rough, but we're bouncing back, and this is exactly the draw that you want against this mono red prison deck.
Yeah, you saw that little sly grin from Michael there. It's like, yep, all right, you had it. So I think this is Michael playing to his outs to win the game.
Of course. I mean, that's what he did in the last game.
Grief here as well picked up, so he's going to be able to pitch the Deathrite Shaman. Grief just to make sure everything's locked down here.
Right.
I would think it's going to be possibly Magus here. I don't know.
Yeah, because Ancient Tomb is probably the best draw here for Michael Plummer, and the Broadside Bombardiers, I guess, could have been the other consider. Oh, actually going for the Hearse.
Most likely card he can play next turn.
Yeah, and then this is just game, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to come back from here.
Yeah.
So, okay. I was say Fury doesn't get him out of it. I was like thinking of what are the possible things if you were to draw Fury, and you still don't have enough time. I don't think.
You're just taking so much damage here, and the Doll Maker can at least protect the Overlord of the Baelmerk, right? So now I mean, Alfonso just doesn't have to play anything. Just keeps
there we go. And Alfonso does find a victory here after maybe letting one go a little early there in game 2. Comes back, steals the nerves, makes sure that he gets in his right spot, and brings home the victory in game 3. What a match, Paul. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much back and forth there. I mean, both you and I in game 2 were going, well, Michael's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the small mistake
Then he
there, I guess,
wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, props to Michael too for playing perfectly well behind and in a bad spot, gave himself all the possible outs. Alfonso played really well, other than that one little mistake that we talked about. And then, what about that game one, Paul? I had a different winner 4 or 5 different times. Somebody didn't have permanents in play on turn like 3 or 4, and then won the game.
Yeah, and props to Alfonso for kind of finding that line as well, right? Because if he just plays the land that he draws there, he is not winning that game. He recognized the only way I can win from that spot is to miss another land drop, discard Alenda, and then of course also manage to have both copies of Reanimate, which were both really important because Michael Plummer was able to find a grief off of a Ragavan and cast it, and he was probably thinking, how the heck? Because once you see the hand, you're like, oh, I'm about to lose this game, and you haven't played a land or had a permanent in play for 2 turns, right?
Yeah.
So that was an incredible game. Game 2 was absolutely ridiculous, and shout out to Michael Plummer in that second game to kind of play into his outs. I mean, he's arguably one of the hottest players on the planet right now. Just missing top 8 of the World Championship in the very last event, getting 9th place, and then here still just putting himself in good position. But Alfonso getting it done, shaking off a pretty rough loss there in game number 2, but still coming back and taking the 3rd game.
Yeah, moving up to 5-0 here. So that means he's 1 win away from guaranteeing day 2. And that's where everybody wants to be. Paul, this is my vote for my favorite match of the day so far. So I don't know where it is for you, but I had the most fun with this one. Speaking of that fun, we've got a lot more on the other side of a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Magic the Gathering.
Alfonso Conche, you are currently 5-0. Congratulations on picking up a pretty tough win there against Michael Plummer. You faced 5 different archetypes so far. Which one has been the toughest?
I think the toughest definitely is Mardu, but luckily we kind of recognized that at the beginning, and then we tested thoroughly against that. I think I have 50 matches against Mardu, so I will be happy to face it again. But...
So, that leads me to my next question then. You've got 1 more match to win, and then you get to be done for the day. You make it to day 2. Do you want to face up against Mardu Energy, or is there anything else you'd like to play?
I think I would be happy against Mardu, or actually the mono red matchup. I think it's pretty good for our deck. We don't rely that much on the 1-drops that the other decks do, so we can play around it. So I would like to face that again.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. Hopefully you're able to just clean 6-0, and then you get to chill out for the rest of the day and cheer on your teammates.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Awesome. Best of luck, Alfonso.
So I watched Avatar in college with my friends. I hadn't really seen it growing up, and my college friends insisted I should watch it, and we all watched it together over the span of a few weeks, sort of religiously.
When I made my first draft video for the format, I basically butchered all of the names, and Avatar has a lot of very passionate fans of the show, and they let me know. And from that moment on, I was like, you know what, maybe I should give this show a shot. And after watching a couple of episodes, it kind of hooked me in.
I went and watched the entire show just to make sure I knew exactly what all the references were.
Yeah, I had actually never watched the show in the past, but now that Avatar is in my favorite game of all time, Magic the Gathering, after playing the set and it easily being one of my favorite limited formats of the last few years, it got me way more interested in the source material and the lore behind what these cards were doing.
I was really, really hyped to get to work on something that I loved so much and meant so much to me.
It coincided with the 20th anniversary of Avatar, so that was really cool. But also just bringing in this animated product that I think a very large percentage of the Magic community already was related to.
The co-host of Good Luck High Five, Megan, she loved Avatar, so she was very, very excited when she first found out about it. So I got to kind of live vicariously through her excitement once Avatar was announced, which was pretty cool.
Avatar: The Last Airbender, I think, is my favorite universes beyond inclusion in Magic so far.
I really enjoy just how much all of the set has been crafted with a lot of love for and trying to capture the show.
A lot of care and attention was taken on the set, and it shows.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 10. Maria Bartholdi here. All of us sharing from the caster team some memories of Avatar and how excited we were to have Avatar in Magic. We're here with 110 players on day 1 of competition, but some of them are starting to fall by the wayside because you do need to hit the magic number of 6 wins to come back here to battle on day 2 of competition. And that is, of course, where you want to be because we have 2 spots to the World Championship up for grabs that we'll give away tomorrow. $250,000 prize pool. So a lot is on the line. Welcome back to the booth. We have Daquan and Arya joining us here ahead of round number 6. And woo, we just had a great round number 5. So I cannot wait to see what is in store for us for round number 6. But before we do, let's check in on what we have in store for 2026 here at the Arena Championships. If you like watching some Magic, check it out, February 21st through the 22nd. That's our next one coming up not too long away. Arena Championship 11, which is going to be standard. And May 23rd through 24th, it's going to be Arena Championship 12. That's going to be historic format. And then we take a bit of a break, come back October 24th and 25th. That weekend is Arena Championship 13, and it's going to be standard once again. Now, if you're watching this and you're like, hey, I can do that, I'm interested in doing that, you want to qualify, you can qualify still for Arena Championship 12 and 13. 11 is all done, so you can't qualify for that one anymore, but you still can qualify for AC 12 and 13. Just scan that QR code on your screen to learn how to start your journey to play here in one of these Arena Championships, where this weekend, at least, you get $500 just for showing up. So it could be fun to play and qualify. Also in 2026, we are having the Arena Limited Championship, which I am so incredibly excited for. I know the entire casting team is. So more information on that if you type !ALC in chat. And if you just want to know about qualifying in general, please type !qualify. Welcome back to the booth one more time. As we get ready for round number 6, let's check on our standings and find out where we're at after 5 rounds of play. We have 8 rounds to get through here on day 1 of competition, and check this out, 4 players remain undefeated in the tournament, and a whole mess of people now at 4-1 behind them, 25 to be exact. Hangman Sun, we saw on camera earlier today playing, qualified 3 times for these various Arena Championships, so no stranger to playing in the Arena Championships. Piotr there, solid results at a bunch of Pro Tours, doing well here this weekend. Martin we saw on camera as well, Martin Eric Gauthier sitting at 5-0, 3-time Grand Prix top 8er in Montreal. And Alfonso Concha, saw him playing too, 5-0, a Chile national champion in 2017. Alex Friedrien picking up a loss last round, dropping to 4-1. Derek Davis also sitting at 4-1 now, who has had just a string of great finishes at tournaments recently. Andre Stroski also sitting at 4-1. Michael Di Benedetto Plummer 4-1 as well, currently in 13th place. Let's take a look at some more standings, 17 through 32. Nathan Steuer, former world champion, sitting at 4-1 here in the tournament. Streamer Michael Jacob at 3-2. Zevin Faust, a young player who's had a lot of great results recently, currently sitting at 3-2 as well. So congrats to all these players. Starting off well, like I said, 6 is the magic number. That's the number of wins these players want before they can just call it a day and sit back and relax and come back on day 2 of competition. All right, here we go. We're going to gear up for round number 6 of 8 here on day number 1. Let's find out who will watch do battle in the feature match area this round. The format is timeless, and indeed the games are so fast and so powerful. We've seen a lot of fireworks on display this weekend so far, and I'm sure this round, coming up, round 6, will be no exception. Derek Davis there, you see on the left side of your screen. More than 11,000 games on Arena, playing Mono Red Prison up against Mono Black Necro in the hands of Alex Friedrien. Derek Davis, let's get to meet him a little bit better. He's been on our screens, if you've been watching Magic coverage the past couple of weekends, quite a bit. World Championship 31 semi-finalist, so he came in 4th just 2 weekends ago. Pro Tour Phyrexia semi-finalist as well, and came in 18th at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. So some excellent results recently for Derek Davis. Favorite food? Italian. Running this Mono Red Prison list. Daquan, this deck is kind of sweet. I'm not a mean person, but I gotta say I like this.
Oh, no doubt. And I think it's easy to look and go, oh, it's mono red, right? And yes, there is some damage. You do have like your Pyrogoyphs, you've got Ragavan, but you can lock things down between Strip Mine, Chalice of the Void, you know, just drawing extra cards with the One Ring. It can play very much like a traditional control deck while still getting the damage in. And it looked really impressive when we saw it last time.
All right, there's a look at Derek Davis and the mono red prison list. Let's take a look at the other side of things. The opponent, Alex Friedrien, 60.7% overall win rate over 5,000 games on Arena, running this mono black Necro list. Had a top 8 berth at a Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor. Came in 18th just 2 weekends ago at World Championship 31. As for an end of the year activity that he is looking forward to, he said baking with family. Very cute. What else is cute? This mono black Necro list, sometimes, which can get its engine going in a very cute or non-cute way, depending on where you're sitting on the battlefield from turn 1 on, Arya.
Yeah, this is very much the Oops All Combos version of the mono black deck, running Sorin plus Elenda, Entomb Reanimate, Dark Ritual Necropotence, and Necrodominance to go with Mauch of Wretched Sorrow. So, yeah, we saw a few people bring this. It's been pretty successful over the course of the weekend. Maybe the deck I have seen in my life that mulligans the most. This deck mulligans so aggressively towards having ideally Dark Ritual in one of its A+P combos. Has the potential to be really, really fast. And the main issue is its fail rate. Notably, despite being close to mono black, this list only has 3 swamps. So Magus of the Moon, something we're going to be watching out for here to see whether shutting off black mana is an angle of attack for the mono red deck against a deck where a lot of your other hate pieces aren't that strong.
It's a 4-1 matchup, so the winner here 1 win away from locking up a spot in day number 2. Round 6, Daquan, take it away.
Yeah, so here we are getting into more Magic here. And honestly, Arya, this matchup between the mono red prison and the Necro deck, this is something I think we're going to keep seeing throughout the weekend. And I don't even know who's favored here. Who are you giving the edge to?
I think I'd say the mono black deck has the edge. With the 3 swamps and Falkra Mox, it's like decent at getting around Chalice, getting around Magus. And then Chalice is good at like sort of delaying it by shutting down the 1 mana spells, but a lot of its late game is not reliant on 1 mana spells. You have stuff like Sorin Elenda, and that just goes way over the top of what mono red can deal with. So while there's certainly quick starts that can give mono red a fighting chance, and means mono red is far from far behind in this matchup, it's still, I'd say, definitely in the mono black deck's favor, but pretty close matchup.
When you know the opponent has Chalice of the Void, is the goal here to just mulligan as hard as possible to try to get a ritual and something on that first turn?
I think it's definitely like a consideration, but a lot of the time you just the deck just can't afford to mulligan too heavily towards that, and the fact that like Chalice on 1 is more of a problem for decks where the 1 mana spells are being used to win the game. But if you look at a deck like this, you don't need Chalice on 1. You don't need to worry that much about Chalice on 1 because you can just play a Sorin on turn 3, or draw into Entomb Reanimate.
Yeah, exactly.
On turn 1.
I was gonna say, it looked like you opened with an Entomb and the first draw was Reanimate, and you already have a Chrome Mox here to set up an insanely strong turn 1.
Yes, and the game's not over, but it's close. No fast mana for the One Ring is particularly bad. I think the One Ring is the one way the red deck keeps up here. But yeah, Atraxa paired with the Sorin Elenda we know is coming next turn is what's really scary.
Yeah, and with the Atraxa here...
never mind. There's a Mox and a Dark Ritual. The Sorin Elenda that's coming this turn. My bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can pick all the cards you want and then just play another Chrome Mox, get the ritual, and I don't think Derek Davis can come back.
I will. I'm willing to call it here. This game.
Yeah. Wow, that's rough. Derek really didn't even get to play Magic there.
That is true. Never cast a single spell.
Yeah, and that's what can happen, right? You get that perfect first draw, and it's like, oh, well, there you go. You just needed the 2 spells, and then you're off to the races. And a lot of that has to do with the Atraxa, which I have noticed some lists opted not to play the Atraxa this weekend.
Yeah, whether or not you need an Atraxa is like somewhat debated, given Saint Elenda is also such a powerful reanimation target. Yeah, I like playing Atraxa just because of the amount of fast mana in the deck. So if you play Atraxa, you're pretty likely to be able to cost some of the spells you get with things like Chromox and Dark Ritual, and that immediate impact is probably greater than that Alenda has. But yeah, in that spot, anything would have won the game. Alenda or Traxa. The mono red deck not great with dealing with going with an opponent that goes so far over the top of them.
Yeah, it looks like Davis is sideboarding in a few things that you would expect, like the flute. And honestly, I get it makes sense here where the pyroglyphs are coming out, saying like these aren't going to do anything. Damage isn't going to be that big a deal early. How do I get to the point where I can win the long game?
Yeah, and I mean, what we're seeing post-mod are sort of even more ways to scam a victory, so to speak. Disruptive Flute in particular, really brutal against Necropotence. If you put a Necropotence into play on the stack and you have own response with Disruptive Flute, you no longer draw cards per turn. Drawing cards with Necropotence costs two mana and a life, which is pretty steep cost for your first card each turn, and you sort of get locked out of the game. So you really want to be, the way this mono red deck is set up is it has a bunch of lock pieces that are really powerful game one, and then it kind of switches those the ones that aren't good in a given matchup out for these really impactful, really high impact sideboard hate pieces, with the goal of maybe locking your opponent out post board.
Yeah, and the sideboard here from Alex was very simple. Just basically said, all right, we're going to bring in the fragment realities because it's the artifacts that are going to be causing the biggest problems. So that makes a lot of sense. And a pest control.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. A little awkward that there isn't like that much more post board from the mono black deck, while the mono red deck gets all these extra tools that matter a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you don't hear those words with mono red having all the extra tools very often, but that is kind of what's happening here.
And these are really interesting hands for both players. Derek has a turn 1 Chalice on 1, followed by an Unlicensed Hearse, which is really powerful, but does not have the mana to cost a One Ring, so needs to draw that. Meanwhile, Alex has a very slow Atraxa, with Entomb, Atraxa, Entomb, Unburial Rites, which the deck runs a copy of. So like eventually you will get to you'll get to Atraxa, but a little slower, I think, than you want to be.
Yeah, and I feel like if I'm in Derek's position, I might have a little trauma from the last round, so I'm probably wanting to just get the Chalice of the Void out there on 1 ASAP.
Yeah, I think I agree. It's hard not to think of that last match and go, oh, I need something that does something on turn 1, so I have to keep this hand.
Yeah, and it looks like he opted to go with this. This makes a lot of sense here. So we are going to get the Chromox set to red. We're going to go ahead and play this Chalice as we expected. And then he'll just have to draw in the rest of the way to play that One Ring. But now this makes Alex's hand kind of pedestrian in a sense, but he does at least have a Grief here that he could fire off.
Yeah, Grief is really big because outside of the One Ring, Derek's hand is doing nothing. And so shutting off the way to sort of snowball card advantage to like get enough material to start applying pressure is really nice for Alex. So that works out quite well. It gives him a lot of time to sort of draw Sorin to go with the Alenda he just drew.
Yeah, that is the big thing here. Like, he does already have access to 2 mana, 2 black mana at that. And all he has to find is a Sorin. Well, now we got the 3rd land, so now we just got to work our way there.
Yep, Sorin would be good. There is just enough mana to slam this Necropotence too, which is what I imagine happens next turn.
And look at Alex. He's kind of warming up, getting the stretches in, saying, all right, let's see what you got.
Yeah, and this is what's awkward about starts like this, right? You're just not applying enough pressure from the mono-red side to really be able to prevent your opponent from just naturally drawing to their combos over time.
Yeah, and just rip the Sorin here so you can straight up just go with your plan of attack.
Yeah, really, really smart move from Derek, bluffing having a Disruptive Flute by leaving up mana rather than playing out Ragavan. just feeling like that isn't that important, so you might as well take it slow and bluff the Disruptive Feud. Unfortunately for him, Soren means that Alex is just always going to go for Soren in that spot.
Yeah, and that's a good call, right? Because if the plan was, okay, I could play this Necro, but if I think there's a flute, let me just hold it and find something else. Whereas that would have definitely ended the game if the Necro shows up, but turns out he just drew a Soren anyway.
Yeah, and getting to get rid of one of Derek's 2-mana resources means this game is, again, looking pretty close to over.
Yeah. Got a Lindra as a 4 here. That's 8, and there's a Fury, I believe is what that draw was, so not a lot happening here.
If Fury can buy some time, but not being able to cast any spells on being stuck on one colorless mana means there's not really sequences of draws that get Derek out of this.
Yeah, I think that's the situation sometimes where you're looking and saying, okay, well, there's things I could do to not die, but do I really have a path to win?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there is one, unfortunately, for Derek Davis here.
Yeah, second land gets that hearse out. At this point, I think it's pretty clear to Alex that there's not actually a Disruptive Flute you even need to play around. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more Derek really played to maximize his outs this game. I think really took the best line possible a lot. Not playing out the hearse on turn 2 that's known about to bluff Disruptive Flute. Really just gave him the best shot at winning this game. Just is not going to end up having mattered. I believe this is just 2-turn lethal.
Yeah, and that's such a tough thing for Derek because you did make all the right plays. The cards just didn't cooperate for you this time. Yeah, and that's going to do it. Wow. Well, that's a tough one for Derek, but that's a good one for Alex. And we kind of got to see how powerful that Necro deck can be, right? Like we've talked about these crazy starts, and that was literally one where just like, oh, well, I guess I just get to play these 2 cards and the game's over. Right?
Yeah, the Necro deck is really powerful against the non-blue decks, the decks without Force and Negation. So really lines up well in the matchup like that. And I mean, we see why the mono red pilots are somewhat afraid of playing against the Necro deck. Why the Necro deck is so well positioned into non-blue decks is sometimes you have these starts that are just unbeatable, and it's why people brought this deck to the tournament.
Yeah, I think that's one thing. We're kind of looking at these different matchups and saying, okay, what are you planning to beat, right? And somewhere, I guess the mono red players, and correct me if I'm wrong here, kind of just decided this will just be a bad matchup, but we're going to hope we can win all these other ones.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we see the mono black players having done that too a little bit, where they're like the blue false decks are never going to be a good matchup for this deck, but they were just spot on with that metagame analysis. There's very few blue false of will decks. Meanwhile, the mono red players pretty good with their analysis. They're good into Madu Energy, which is far and away the most played deck and good against a lot of other random stuff. But yeah, decks like this mono black deck hard for mono red to beat, and so definitely some tough matchups possible with the way the tournament is shaken out.
Yeah, and Arya, with the format being as big as it is, like, were there any cards that surprised you that showed up in deck lists this weekend? Because I think there was even several alchemy cards that people weren't necessarily aware of, and there seems to be 1 or 2 kind of hanging out in a lot of these lists, some of them even in sideboards. So I'm kind of curious, from the R&D side, was there anything that you kind of went, oh, people are playing with this weekend?
Hydroponics Architect is a big one. Blade Design doesn't work on alchemy cards, so I haven't worked on any of these cards myself. But I have done like passes. I've seen a bunch of these cards, and most of the formats on Arena, fetch lands are not legal. So Hydroponics Architect was not thought off with a good deal like a good deal of attention to fetches, and yeah, really showing the strength of that particular interaction in a way that hadn't really come to mind.
Yeah, this is one of the formats where, like you're saying, it looks different, not just because of the alchemy cards and stuff, but even because of fetch lands, right? You can't play those in the other formats that are available. So I think that gives people a lot to look forward to this weekend, but you can look forward to more Magic right after this break.
Alex Friedrien, congratulations on your victory there. You're 5-1 now. Tell me a bit about that matchup.
You know, this is the matchup I hope to play pretty much the entire time. When we looked at the metagame breakdown, we thought this looks great. Mono Red, they seem to be trying to prey on what is the energy decks, and we prey on the Mono Red deck and the energy decks. I've played that exact list so far 3 times in this tournament.
Well, practice makes perfect, I guess. So just take them all out as they line up, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me a bit about your deck choice. How did you come to the decision to play this list as a team?
We kind of started by going through each deck day by day. And we would try and take a deck and then find a deck that beats that deck. And all the while trying to just feel generically how consistent the decks were. And then we ended up iterating on this one quite a bit, thinking that it did really well against all the fair stuff in the format. So we ended up being on the unfair. We wanted to be on the unfair side of this format because it seems like there's a lot of unfair stuff going on.
When you get access to this many cards, some of which are banned, I guess you do want to be doing the most unfair thing. That's possible. So, Alex, you have one more match to win, and then you are golden for the rest of the day. You get to relax. What are you going to be doing at the end of today's competition as you prepare for tomorrow?
That's a good question. I've been wrapping Christmas presents and writing Christmas cards in between rounds today in the downtime. So if I finish that up, maybe get a good meal.
There you go. I've been sorting magic cards. I should probably wrap presents though. So yes, reminder friends, it's holiday season, so go and do that. Alex, best of luck for your next match, and yeah, hopefully 6-1, and you get to be done for the rest of the day.
I hope so too. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Welcome back to round 6. We're actually getting through the day pretty quick. It's already round 6. But yeah, we're back with more Magic here in Arena Championship 10. And Arya, what are you looking forward to the rest of the day? Because this is already kind of feels like it exceeded our expectations for what we could have wanted to see from this format.
I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of different types of games like we have. And I'm looking forward to seeing some people at this point lock up their top 16 qualifications, qualify for the Pro Tour, and plan to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, and to clarify for everybody who might just be joining us, all the players are trying to get to 6 wins today so they can qualify for tomorrow and play for all the prize money. And if they get to 3 losses, they're eliminated. But that does mean some people will be done before the end of the event. We have some people after this round that will be 6-0. They get to check out, go grab a drink, get an early rest, maybe even practice a little bit, get a little bit of a head start on tomorrow. So that does make the format for the players, at least the structure of the tournament, a little bit unique compared to some of the other events they may participate in. But yeah, that little bit of rest feels like it could be a big difference, especially if you get to prepare a little bit, knowing more about how the decks were played.
Yeah, I mean, just locking up your wins early is nice. A little bit more rest, like you said. Having a few rounds less to stress about whether you're going to make day 2 or not. Knowing you're going to be top seed going in. Lots to love about locking up your slot early. So I'm sure players will be thrilled to do it if they can.
Yeah, and then tomorrow is really just going to be some really tough elimination games, right? Like everybody's going to be at top tier. You're going to shake out the format a little bit more, and then we're just going to be going for it, and we're going to award somebody a giant pile of cash as well as invites to the World Championships and the Pro Tour. So there's a lot at stake for these players. I mean, people might be looking and going, well, this is just an arena tournament. It's not a Pro Tour. It's like, it's got just as high stakes here for a lot of these players, especially if they're aspiring to be pros. But it looks like the players are ready for our next game. So let's see who we've got going here. Hey, there's a name we recognize, Nathan Steuer. We might have seen him a few times in a few places, with him holding a trophy that he's previously earned. So yeah, his win rate is just good, and that's actually pretty accurate for him. I don't think that's a surprise at all, but he will be playing the mono black Necro deck, and Pascal Reggero is going to be playing the Golgari mid-range, and we haven't gotten to call one of these yet, Arya, so why don't you tell us about this deck?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this Golgari mid-range deck in action. It's sort of like the next level almost, preying on all these decks that beat up on unfair decks. I mean, it's only so fair. It's still got the whole like Dark Ritual One Ring thing going on, but yeah, just trying to quote unquote fairly strip my opponent out of the game. Sort of like leading up to some more like mid-rangey top end, with Barrowgoyf being the particularly strong threat this deck relies on. Then there's the One Ring stuff we've seen before, this Shield Red that preys on a lot of things, and really just trying to interact efficiently and then lock your opponent out of the game fairly quickly. So it's sort of like the black version of the mono red prison deck almost. It's a little less prison, little more land destruction, and have top end that sort of trumps the top end your opponent will have.
Yeah, and there was a card there that people might have just saw get mulliganed away, the Wary Zone Guard. So what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the Wary Zone Guard's a creature with survival, return a land from your graveyard to the battlefield. So one of the interactions this deck is structured around is you play a Wary Zone Guard, you bring back Strip Mine, you Strip Mine one of your opponent's lands, and you do that every single turn for the rest of the game, trying to sort of lock them out of mana without needing to spend your land drops.
It's that damn Strip Mine. Everything comes back to Strip Mine. But the cards, it makes sense. The card's so good. So if you have a way to keep recurring it, obviously that's a winning game plan. Looks like Steur's got a good start here, going with the Chrome Mox. Going to play a second Chrome Mox, and guess what we're going to follow up with here? We're going to play a Necro Dominance. So here come a pile of cards for him on turn one.
Yeah, this is a really scary start, I think, for Steuer, because not only is it turn one Necro Dominance, there's also 3 gods, and there's also a bunch of 3 mana in play. So it's pretty likely that Steuer is going to be assembling Sorinal and quite quickly.
Yeah, and Pasquale's hand's not... I mean, he does have a Grief here, so you will get to remove possibly a tutor or either half of the combo if he had Sorin or whatever. So it's not like he's without answers here, but he's definitely far behind.
Yeah, not in a great spot. I'm wondering what we might see Pascal Demonic Tutor for here as sort of a way to get him back into the game, since he has a mana for Grief plus Demonic Tutor.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think he does, because once he griefs, he doesn't have another black. It doesn't have another black card in hand to exile to Demonic Tutor. So yeah, it was one or the other, which makes things a little tougher.
Let's see, play Ancient Tomb. Yeah, wouldn't have it there. But there's not a, I was gonna say not a ton from Nathan's side, but he does get a bunch of free cards there.
Yeah, he does kind of need to hit something soon though. Currently his hand's just not doing anything at all, which is tough. He's running out of cards to draw. And if something like Shieldred comes down, like if we see a black land into Shieldred here, well, I guess there's mana to deal with it with Felder Profane, but at this point, like, until there is a target for Nathan to hit with March of Wretched Sorrows, he's kind of capped on the number of additional cards he can draw this game. And that's a little scary, because if he just doesn't hit Sword in the next 8 cards, and Pascal just keeps playing out, playing the One Ring and developing mana, developing cards, then Nathan's kind of going to be unable to win the game. So he needs to find something off these next 6 or 7 cards in his deck. But if he does, he's in really good shape.
Yeah, I think we saw something similar in round 2, I believe it was, with the Mardu decks, the energy deck, doing the same thing, where you just kind of strand those marches in their hand by not giving them a target to get the extra life. Let's see,
Yeah.
What did Nathan pick up here? Gonna go ahead and entomb and gonna try to reanimate something.
Well, the way I believe Necrodominance prevents you from putting cards in your graveyard, it exiles them. So I think this might be the rare Entomb to thin my deck.
Fair. Like, if you're that low on life, you know, everyone's gonna matter, I guess. All right, looks like we're just doing a check to see what's over there.
Yeah, and something I want to draw attention to. This mono black deck, a little greedy with its mana, is, something that seems that's like pretty relevant against the mono red deck we just saw, for example. However, Nathan Steuer is currently one white sauce away from just hard casting Satalenda.
That is true.
And I'm pretty certain that's just going to happen next turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's debating. We're gonna just Entomb again. Yeah, this is an ugly situation to be down to 4 life and still have not hit the other combo pieces you want.
Yeah, but the hard Castellenda, drawing the white land this turn to Castellenda means I think Nathan is finally fine. I think Nathan is finally not really worrying anymore. He has the Mauches to answer any creatures, and yeah, next turn Elenda comes down, probably draws a card, gains some more life so more can be paid to Necro, leaves you with a target for your Mauches if you ever really need to exile a bunch of cards. And yeah, I think Nathan is firmly in the driver's seat at this point.
Wow, who would have thought that's how this was going to go? That crazy first turn from Nathan, and here we are on turn 5, just hard casting Elenda.
Yeah, not what anyone expected when there was a turn 1 Necro dominance put into play, but if it works, I guess. And this is a pretty sizable bod.
Yeah, this is why I tell people, you just never know. Games of Magic go every which way, right? And the way this started, we'd assume, oh yeah, Nathan's probably going to be ready to combo on turn 3 and whatever. Like, nope, not at all. We're just going to get in there the hard way. And Reggero, as it turns out, really hasn't cast anything since turn 1. That grief went off, and then we've sort of just stalled out.
Yep, and Storin here means second Elenda does something, and amusingly, even without second Elenda, Sorin starts turning these vampires into life-linking creatures, or even non-vampires into life-linking creatures, and so Nathan gets to start applying a bunch of pressure even through a piece of interaction, which Pascal doesn't have anyway. So yeah, game's looking pretty over at this point. It's hard for me to imagine Pascal coming back. One ring in Pascal's hand is, I think, the one card that might let him do it.
Yeah, at least keeps you from taking damage this turn. You get a card. I'm just trying to think, what do you do next turn, though?
Yeah,
there's a benefit here, though. He will not gain life because he won't get to deal damage from the lifelink.
Yeah, I think the way Pascal wins this is maybe just like chaining one rings. Yeah, another one of those could get somewhere. Maybe some sort of like chaining a bunch of strip mines, but I doubt that works. So it's hard to see how he's coming back into this, but it's through the one ring, basically anything is possible for a deck like this. It's certainly not over given he found the land to play that.
Yeah, this feels so wild that we're saying this. Like, he didn't even play his second spell effectively till turn 5. And we're just like, yeah, but it's still not over. Like, gotta love Magic sometimes.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Nathan's still incredibly favored here, but it's not over till it's over.
All right, there's a grief and a duress. So
that's not another one ring.
Yeah, whatever Reggero's going to do here, he would need to do it right now. And he's kind of just looking at the options. Probably, I guess we're just going to draw here and see if we hit another one ring, maybe. All right, going to draw the 2.
I think his second one ring or bust. 2 ring, if you will.
Yeah, the 2 ring.
And yeah, I think it's pretty over. With a handful of Mauches, any creature can be removed. Fatal Push could like buy some time, but I don't think that's cutting it. So
yeah,
looks like Nathan's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna want to reanimate grief, but doesn't really do anything here. Plus, you have to take the life hit for playing the reanimate, so going down to 13.
Yeah, Mauch here deals with the grief, gains a bunch of life. No need to cast it now, of course, because there's another one in hand. If Mauch was cast here, that is, I think, another way things could have gone wrong for Nathan. is Mauch gets cast on Grief. Grief takes a second. Mauch Shieldred maybe stabilizes. But yeah, given Mauch was held, no longer possible. And yeah, hard to imagine Nathan losing this one.
Yeah, I think he's just looking at, can you play enough things that you could maybe chump block by another turn? The problem is, though, if you don't deal with the Alindra after you gain life, you'll get to make another token and you're kind of back to square one.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of life gain. The Sorin is going to be able to give something lifelink this turn, so you're going to be like even worse off. Nathan's going to make like a 10/10 token or something absurd.
Yeah, there's a duress here, but it really doesn't hit much of consequence.
Yeah, taking one Fatal Push at least means that there's fewer pieces of interaction from Pascal.
Yeah, Nathan's still thinking over and possibly just trying to decide, okay, if I don't kill him next turn, what cards do matter here?
Yeah, like we've said, a lot of these games have come down to being far ahead and trying to figure out how things can go wrong. And we have seen things go wrong, so it's not like they can't. And so, yeah, I like Nathan playing it safe, trying to figure out how things can go wrong, and trying to figure out the worst possible outcomes for him before sort of going for it.
Looks like he might be thinking about hard casting the Grief here. Yep.
Yep, and then you can exile Reanimate to Mauch to kill something. And so what this does is it gets rid of both the Fatal Pushes before there's Revolt available for Pascal. So the Fatal Pushes can't kill the 4/3 Vampire. And then Nathan, if he wants to, can +1 on that Vampire. Use that to gain a bunch of life because Sorin gives the Vampire lifelink and a counter. And then use that to sort of close the door on Pascal here, making a massive token. That, or he could sacrifice a Vampire to deal with the second blocker from Pascal, and that pretty much locks it up as well. So yeah, any number of ways to end the game, but I think that one was Nathan's.
Yeah, because there, even after the attack step, you just gain so much life, probably rip another 5 cards from the Necro Dominance, and it's just too hard to catch up. But that, I will say, Arya, that game went very different than expected, considering the opening that Nathan had.
Yeah, there still is very much a fail case to these mono black decks. In particular, there's a fail case if you have Necro Dominance instead of Necro Buttons, because the deck uses Necro Buttons to set up one of its other 2 A+B combos, Entomb Reanimate or Sorin Alinda, except Necro Dominance shuts off Entomb Reanimate, so now you're down to 1 A+B combo, and at that point, it is possible to just whiff on it for as many cards as you can draw with your Necro Dominance.
And it looks like Nathan's sideboard here is very simple, just 1 in, 1 out, bringing in another Duress, out a Necro Dominance, but a whole lot happening here from Reggero's side, and largely getting rid of all those Fatal Pushes that don't have great targets.
Yeah, the part of the strength of decks like this is that post-board you just don't have as many dead cards. So yeah, getting rid of stuff like Fatal Push that doesn't matter until the game is basically already locked up makes a lot of sense.
All right, Nathan's hand, good opener, going with
okay,
Dark
we might be seeing it. We might be seeing. So if Nathan slams Necropotence here, Ritual Disruptive Flute ends the game.
Wow.
I think it's basically impossible for Nathan to beat a Disruptive Flute on turn 1 by slowly drawing cards, drawing 2 cards at a time, 2 mana at a time, when he doesn't get a draw step anymore.
That is sick, right? Like as you look and go, okay, well, this is a reasonable opening. We could play this on turn 2. It's even better when you play it in response to Necro on turn 1.
Yeah, the Ritual Flute is so hard to play around. You can't play around your opponent having Flute whenever they have a single mana up. And so, yeah, just brutal for Nathan there. Not really reasonable to play around it, I think. And yeah, I think at some point he could try and get a Necro Dominance into play, and that sort of solves the problem. But it's going to take a while because he doesn't have a draw step. He's going to have to Demonic Tutor for either a land or for a Dark Ritual. And in that time, there'll have been a bunch of damage done by Troll of Khazad-dûm, and at that point, the Necro Dominance is a weaker draw piece.
Yeah, and that was a good sequence there from Reggero's side, just being able to go search for a swamp, use that extra swamp, reanimate your big troll, and now you're just getting in there and gonna end this game here probably in a couple of turns.
Yeah, being able to play Necro Dominance next turn means Nathan's pretty far from out of it. But yeah, if there's like hand attack or something found here, that would definitely lock it up. And even without hand attack, I think Nathan's in a tough spot. Sure, he gets to draw a bunch of cards with Necro Dominance and kill the Troll of Khazad-dûm, but there's a One Ring in play. The One Ring will probably just draw more cards than the Necro Dominance will. And unlike Nathan, Pascal still has access to graveyard stuff like Reanimate, as well as drawing to it something like Interaction for what Nathan has going on.
Yeah, and this is the play you got to make. Just draw and get as many black cards as you can so you can just get the life, get rid of the troll, and then see if you can just draw your way out of this.
Yeah, this gains Nathan enough life that he's probably safe for a bit. I don't know whether Pascal Sex has ways to remove the Necro Dominance. That's very much what you want to do here, if possible.
Yeah, he does. I believe he sideboarded in stuff like Tear Asunder, a few of those types of cards. So he does have some options there. Not many, though.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really close game, weirdly, despite how, large the haymakers back and forth have seemed. The One Ring, pretty capable of keeping up with Necro Dominance on cards, given the amount of cards you need to exile to Mauch to keep using the Necro Dominance. But at the same time, there's nothing of relevance in Nathan's hand. There's just Thorin. So if you do find interaction for the Necro Dominance, this game might actually be over.
Yeah, and he's looking right now, just saying, okay, what else is there? And doesn't draw much here, actually. It looks like, was it a Reanimate and a Chromox?
Reanimate's pretty good, though, because paired with the Strip Mine, that puts Nathan down on mana, and then Reanimate applies a bunch of pressure, thanks to Troll of Khazad-dûm.
But I guess the other question would be when you have the One Ring out, how much damage could you afford to take yourself?
Yeah, it's pretty risky to reanimate the troll here, so I could see not going for it.
All right, how many cards does Nathan want here? We're going to be removing Demonic Tutor. Dealing a couple of points, saying, you might want cards, you're getting 2 less. All right, and you already had access to land, so you know you can work your way toward a Sorin.
Okay, so we have Sorin plus Alinda in the holster for next turn. That's definitely the plan. So now you just got to make sure you don't die. You march to Set Right Ramen for as much as you can, and hope you can run the Golgari deck out of action. Hope you can fade a turn, and then the Sorin plus Alinda goes over the top of what the Golgari deck is doing, rather.
Also found a Chromox as well to help with the mana situation if you need to cast multiple things. I think now it's just target the Shaman, get as much life as you can get off of it, and then see if you can pull away next turn.
Yeah, Nathan is moving all the cards he wants to keep in hand to one side of his hand so that he can exile everything to the right of that Mauch.
All right, looks like we're going to load up a March for not a huge number, actually, but enough.
And probably something in the 10-ish range.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more, it's hard to count.
Yeah, and you do have a spare mana also from a Chromox on the battlefield.
Mauch for 9?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. So we're going to go to 10 here. And you're somewhat out of danger range. You're not being pressured by anything. The Deathrite Shaman's not dealing the damage each turn now. So you have a little bit of time.
Yeah, the One Ring, a little scary still. There's a few draws that I think leave Pascal in really good shape still. Shieldred might be problematic. It's hard to get large enough to march. Or multiple discount spells.
I guess the problem for Reggero here, though, is you kind of have to play the other One Ring, right?
Yeah, Shieldred is a card that can theoretically keep you alive through the One Ring. I don't believe there's any card in Saint Lando's spellbook that actually kill Shieldred. Mauch could kill Shieldred here, though, which is a little awkward.
Well, Face Feathers would let you exile the Shieldred.
Fate's Feathers just puts the shield...
Oh, that's true.
Prevents it from attacking or blocking, but its static abilities are still existent.
Yeah, you still take the damage from the Necro Dominance draws. Yeah, this is a little ugly because, well, you could play a land.
Yeah, I think you just have to march the Shieldred here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You kind of have to just give up a card to be able to do it.
Yeah, marching the Shieldred might require exiling the Sorin. Either that or you draw some cards into Shieldred, which is to say 2 cards. I guess you could draw 3 if you felt like going to 1. And then march the Shieldred, and that's tough.
I mean, it's a bold move. But it might be what he needs to do here.
You could Sorin Elenda and shut down the One Ring and hope that you can race. Which is possible. It's just really hard to play Necro Dominance into Shieldred.
Alright, decides to go with the Sorin, which means we will be seeing this Elendra on the battlefield.
I'd expect to see Fate's Fetters on the One Ring. Oh, we could also see... Yeah, the other line Nathan could have gone for is removing the Disruptor Flute and then using Necropotent as your draw engine for the rest of the game. But yeah, I think you need to shut down Shieldred One Ring first. It's just a thing you can do in the future. Is use Necropotent as a way to get around Shieldred. But yeah, we're not quite there yet, I don't think. I think you need to stop the Shieldred One Ring draw engine. Maybe put Pascal under a bit of a pressure from the One Ring triggers without activations to draw a bunch of life with Shieldred. I don't know what Pascal has so far as actual interaction for Saint Elenda, because that's very much something he needs right now.
Yeah, I don't know if he has that much actual removal. I mean, there's stuff like Shieldred's Edict, but you've got 2 creatures on their side, so it's gonna be a little tough to deal with that. All right, so Reggero goes down to 5. And at this point, you kind of have to play the other One Ring so you don't die, since you can't activate it now.
Yeah, Reanimate was a big whiff there.
Wow, we're attacking with Shieldred here.
Yeah, bold play. It makes some sense. I think you can play the One Ring, reanimate Shieldred, go to 1 life, activate the One Ring, draw 2 cards, draw a card, go to 3 life if there's a trade. And if there isn't a trade, well, then you can just play the other One Ring and suddenly your opponent's at a really low life total. You can't draw very many cards. We know about the 3 black cards plus Mauch in hand, which means Shieldred's not a huge threat right now.
Right, he's gonna let it connect for 4. Which kind of makes sense here, because you figure Reggero's game plan has to do something with getting that One Ring off the battlefield. So that was what his turn was going to be dedicated to here. So you're going to very likely get to attack with your Elendra.
Another One Ring for next turn is huge.
Yeah, true. All right, now it's just, are you alive after all this?
Yeah, because the Shieldred can get marched, but then at that point, like, it can get reanimated as well. There's enough life to do that. Just haymaker after haymaker after haymaker. It's just,
I mean,
insane
I guess
amount of back and forth.
The other thing here too, as long as Reggero is chaining One Rings, you're not going to take any damage, right? So it's just, what do you have left at the end of the One Ring chain?
Yeah, I think it's whether or not Nathan draws a way to deal with this shield red is going to end up being really important.
Well, he's going to have the life to do it here, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's still the Mauch. So should be able to deal with one more shield red at least, but there's going to be another one. Because it's going to be reanimate shield red and then... Well, Grief, I suppose, prevents that. No, Grief doesn't do anything right into the One Ring. There's so many cards at play here. There's so many cards that affect the bots in some way or the other. So shield red costs a bunch of life, but gains a bunch of life back thanks to the One Ring. Oh, and Grief for the Mauch in... Or for the for the Mauch in Nathan's hand is huge here, right? A Grief for the Mauch means that this shield red's sticking now for a turn cycle.
Oh, definitely. We're gonna go ahead and play the other One Ring now.
For those counting at home, this is a 3-ring.
Yep. Gonna go ahead and draw, go back up to 6. And then deciding what we're going to do from here. There's still a reanimate that probably isn't going off right now, and you have your Grief.
There is Terra Sunder though, so we could see Chrome Marks, Chrome. I don't think there's a fetchable untapped land left at this point, but I might be wrong. There might be a fetchable shock land. Yeah, we could see Grief take March of Wretched Sorrow, and then Terra Sunder destroy the Necro dominance, and at that point there's not a way for Nathan to draw more cards without doing so really inefficiently with Necromancy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that might be the play here.
Yeah, it's not fully over yet, particularly because Pascal still hasn't found a way to kill Nathan. Nathan can start like slowly drawing cards with Necropotence and has like a pretty sizable board state.
So yeah, what are we looking at here from Nathan's side? We have the Grief and Entomb, and we're gonna just play the land here. Yeah, you can't attack to get life off your creatures here because you still have the shield from the One Ring. Grief here probably targets... Oh, you actually can't target them because you're under the One Ring.
The One Ring protects from Grief. You could shut off the Necro Dominance here. I don't know how much that's even going to matter at this point.
Yeah, because you still need to...
Yeah, you still need to deal with this board.
Yeah.
Wow, what an insane game. The Necro Dominance can't draw cards this turn, so shutting it down is not a priority. At some point, you maybe want to do that, but not this point. At some point, if Nathan finds a way to deal with the shield, that is.
God, this is so tight right now. All right, draw some cards, gain some life here.
There's the 4th ring.
Wow, how sick is that? Yeah, so you fire off the other One Ring, and they can't do anything here.
Yeah, you can Terra Sunder the Elenda.
Wow, this is gross. And that effectively leaves Nathan with no way to gain life for another turn.
Yeah, I think in Pascal's spot, you're wondering whether you attack here. I think it's close, but yeah, like not attacking. If you Terra Sunder the Elenda, play another One Ring. I don't think there's mana to reanimate after that. That's the way I could. That's the way I could sort of like see this progressing towards winning. Ooh, Deathrite Shaman's a really nice one because the board is locked up from Nathan. You're not really progressing on that axis.
And we didn't play the One Ring. So I guess we're leaving a lot of action to see kind of how things fall out with the Terra Sunder.
Yeah, the Terra Sunder can kill the Elenda, and maybe if you goad Nathan into not yeah, if you go Nathan into not putting not minusing Soren to try and kill the Deathrite, then maybe that's an out.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and exile this.
But it's really awkward that this is letting Nathan gain 4 life.
Yeah.
Definitely the tough part here. And also forces, I think, a chump with the Deathrite.
Yeah, you kind of have to if your plan is going to be about keeping Shieldred around.
I don't think Nathan can afford to really pay very much life. At most, he can draw 1 card and go to 6.
Right, Reggero's going to go down to 2 here after letting the Deathrite Shaman block the bigger of the tokens.
Yeah, so would need to activate the One Ring in upkeep in response to its trigger. Otherwise, it would kill him.
God, this is what we've talked about kind of throughout the day so far, is every turn feels like there's an important decision in this format. Like, you can't take anything for granted.
I kind of like how things have played out, though, for Pascal. Because sure, he didn't get the ring down, he went to a pretty low life total, but he's going to be able to clean up the Soren here, which is really important. And then he's going to be able to play another ring next turn without going shields down, be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and there's only so much that Nathan can do here life-wise as well, because Shieldred's going to be hitting him for each card that he draws.
Yeah, and I think we've now arrived at the part where Nathan is going to start activating that Necro-Dominance for 2 Necropotence for 2 mana and a life, instead of the Necro-Dominance. Drawing cards slowly and inefficiently, but drawing them. Sort of build your own Arguel's Blood fast.
I mean, you kind of have to. Like, that's your only option here, unfortunately, for Nathan. Yeah, this flute that hit the battlefield, I was going to say on turn 2, but it was on turn 1, via Dark Ritual, has really shaped this entire game.
Yeah, the other thing Nathan could be thinking about here is, okay, I'm going to draw 2 cards with Necro-Dominance, and if I draw a removal spell, I win the game, and if I don't, I lose the game. Because the ring is going to kill Pascal on his upkeep if Nathan draws a removal spell. So if he goes for it, he could just win here.
It looks like he's thinking about it. And this might be what he's using all of his time here for. Like, the time bank is there. Go ahead and use it. Because this is a real decision here. And I'm in his seat. I don't even know which way I want to go here. Like, I'm almost with your first plan, Ari, of just let me take some safe cards. But we did draw a removal spell here.
Okay, and that's game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You found one.
Looking it up, it turns out Disruptive Flute doesn't allow activated abilities to be activated at all. It used to make them cost more in development, so I remembered what the old version of the card did, but unfortunately not the current text of the card.
Yeah.
One of the curses of working on the inside.
Killed him with his own One Ring. Wow, that is a way to get the win there. And credit to Nathan, because he took a gamble to say, hey, I'm just going to draw, and if I hit it, I win. If I don't, we're going to game 3, And sometimes you got to make that decision. And credit to him, because I don't know if I could have done it, but, found the out there.
Extremely well navigated by Nathan. Turn 1, getting your Necropotence Disruptive Fluted generally will lose you the game. And Nathan doing a really good job playing through what looked like a really hard game, finding the line to fight through this incredibly tough start, and clawing there bit by bit to win. I mean, really well played.
Yeah, and when you're looking from the side of the Golgari deck, it felt like there was 4 turns in a row of just tight decision after tight decision, right? It was, what am I going to use the Terra Sunder on? Do I play the other One Ring or not? Am I attacking with Shieldred? It was just like every single card came with a different decision tree. And I don't even know if any of them are right or wrong, right? You just got to pick one sometimes and hope it works out.
Yeah, a lot of really tough choices, pretty tightly navigated by both players, and really good job by Nathan.
Yeah, and I guess this also shows that when you have a card like the Flute that's brought in for a specific purpose, when you draw it, it really did do exactly what he wanted it to. I mean, that allowed way more turns in that game than we would have seen otherwise, and almost was responsible for the win. So yeah, I don't know if he could have done much else there, but that was a fantastic start there. So fantastic game. Hope we get more of those this weekend from those two decks.
Yeah, really good to see the Necro deck scrapping it out in the games, even where it can't pull its A plan together. Very impressive.
All right. Well, it looks like we're going to have some more magic for y'all as well. So this is actually really cool. So yeah, are we going to go ahead and take a break here? It looks like, and oh, we're going to cut to an interview actually. So this is actually really fun. So yeah, we'll get you on the other side with some more magic in round 6.
I've got the duelist of the mind here with me, Nathan Steuer, former world champion himself. Holy crap, that game too, man. Let's talk about that, okay? Because I was watching that. I was like, man, these guys have been going a long time. Talk us through some of like the key moments of game 2, because that was just intense.
Yeah, it was quite a game. Early on in the game, I got caught a bit off guard on turn 1 when he disruptor fluted my Necro. He only played 1 flute, so I didn't really expect that to be his turn 1 play and figured maybe he just had a surgical extraction that he kept with. And from that point on, you know, I got to say, the marches are really a key part of what makes our deck function, as you could see demonstrated by that one, where you kind of have to figure out how to allow you to keep going through your deck at a certain point. Otherwise, you're just going to get locked out by your Necro effects. And so I was trying to figure out how to balance my life total with the marches at each stage of the game. And I think the most critical junction as we got further was, one, he really needed to keep spamming 1-rings once I had Elenda in play. I realized he only had a few answers to the Elenda, and so before that Terra Sunder came down and removed it, I was like, I can just sit back here, relax. He doesn't have too many ways of killing it, and that was my plan. And once that got taken off the board, I did a quick count of my deck, and I was like, even though I have a lot of power in play, I think I had 13 power at that point, I realized he was going to be able to find something off that ring if he untapped and drew, like even another creature that was likely going to make it so I wasn't able to actually win the game. I just saw his deck composition and was like, this is too strong. So I did a quick calculation and was like, the best thing I can do here is to make the play that looks bad and leaves myself dead on board, and wins if I hit one of my 2 or 3 Felder Profanes remaining in the library.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that was
because
really
I was
cool.
watching you at the end there. You were like, do I pay 1 or do I pay 2? Do I pay the 1? Never pay the 1, okay? Always pay 2, friends. That is the lesson we learned here from Nathan Steuer. That was so cool. Fel Profane, the second card drawn, getting that very pesky shoulder right off the board, and also, like you mentioned, 4 1-rings. There's supposed to be 1 1-ring, friends. No one got the memo, apparently, though, but that was a great game, Nathan, and expertly piloted. You have 1 more match to go to get a win and be done for the day. What are you hoping to face in the next round?
I'm going to say if I play against a Mardu Energy opponent, I'm going to be jumping off my seat. I'm excited to play against Energy. That's what we built our deck to be.
Hell yeah. Well, Nathan, wish you all the best of luck, and hope to see you back here in the winners interview. And yeah, hopefully you're not sweating and stressing as much as I'm sure you were in that game.
Thank you so much, Haley. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to round 6 of Arena Championship 10. And Arya, during the break, we got some fun news we get to share with everybody, that this next matchup everybody's going to get to watch. The player who wins is guaranteed for tomorrow, as well as a Pro Tour invite. So feels like every round the stakes keep getting higher on these things.
Yeah, I mean, as the tournament progresses, it only gets more intense. Pro Tour invite means a lot to a lot of players. There's a lot of players who, that's their main goal here, lock up a Pro Tour invite. And then, yeah, top 16 tomorrow. I think you get into top 16 this early, top seed, you get time to relax, like you said before tomorrow, feeling well rested, gunning for that World Championship slot. I like where you're at. So whoever wins this match, gonna be pretty well set up.
Yeah, and that's one thing we should probably point out for everybody is, right, like, there's some people saying, well, you know, I got to go to RCQs and whatever. Like, you can qualify for these from your bedroom or your office or wherever you play, you know, Arena on your computer. I mean, I guess technically from your phone if you really wanted to, and still get a chance at the Pro Tour, right? So, and these are players from all over. So these are all players that were in the same situation as our chat at some point, got their qualifications in, went for it, won an event, got in here, and now here's all the dates for next year. And we normally don't get the dates this far out, so it's pretty cool to get to see that if you want to play in these events, we do have some qualifiers that'll be running, but we're going to be doing Arena Championship 11 on February 21st to the 22nd. However, you can't qualify for that one. That season of qualification's already done, but maybe in May, you get your time, you get to play some historic in Arena Championship 12, and then there's going to be a little bit of a break, and then we will be playing again Arena Championship 13 on October 24 and 25, and that will be the standard format. And if you want to know how to qualify, there's a cute little QR code there in the lower right. You can scan that, and it'll get you all the information you need. And also want to throw out there that maybe constructed play isn't your jam. If you play limited, we're going to have some limited championships as well throughout the year. So those dates will be incoming. So keep your eyes out for those. So yeah, this is a lot going on. That's one of the things I do enjoy about Magic, though, compared to some of the other games I've played, is I feel like there's lots of events of different varieties, prize money for everybody. Just, you have access as an average player to the prize pool that you don't in a lot of other games.
Yeah, very, very true. And God, I miss competing whenever I watch tournaments like that.
Yeah, this has just been a lot of fun to watch. And I'll be honest, I feel like I probably got outplayed in some of these matchups, but the format looks like it's been a blast for these players. I can only imagine what testing was like for some of these teams leading up to it, because there's probably a lot of amazing stuff that ended up on the cutting room floor that we aren't going to get to see for a while. But yeah, it looks like our players are ready here, so we're going to look at our two players we've got going here. Martin Gauthier and Alfonso Concha. We're going to get to see another Golgari mid-range, and we just saw one of those, but this is the first time we're getting to talk about some Orzhov Necro, Arya. So why don't you tell us about this deck, because it doesn't play like the mono black Necro decks.
This is a much more mid-rangey, grindy Necropotence deck than the mono black decks, which are sort of more all-in combo. You still want to slam a Necro and get value off it, but a lot of the decks, like mid-game and top end, is instead of trying to combo kill and draw your whole deck, you're trying to grind your opponent out with Overlord of the still with the same Sorinolenda plan, but sorry, I think we might have the wrong deck list.
Yeah, we do have the wrong deck list.
I thought this deck had the dedicated Dollmaker Overlord of the Bailmark combo.
You're on the right path. We just had a little bit of a technical snafu there, so we'll get that worked out. But yeah, kind of coming back to what you're saying about competing. This is one of those events that I think it's very easy for people to say it's just an arena tournament. It's like, yeah, it's an arena tournament that has Pro Tour invites, World Championship invites, $250,000 to be split among all the players, and some of the best players in the world, right? That's a real thing here. So, like we said, there's names like Nathan Steuer, who's taking a picture with his Pro Tour trophy, right? So these aren't just scrubs that are in here playing. So, while some of these plays might look tight, trust that these are some of the best players that could have qualified for this event. But it looks like we got things worked out, so let's go back and look at those deck lists. So yeah, why don't you go ahead and finish telling us about this deck here, this Orzhov Necro, Arya.
Yeah, so it's much less of an all-in combo deck than the other Necropotence decks are. It runs Necropotence as a powerful draw engine, but instead it's much more looking to sort of grind you out with... It has a Sorinolenda combo, but is running a dedicated Dollmaker plus Overlord of the Bailmark, a combo that I think has popped up in Alchemy as well. So it's just a really efficient way to grind, get turnover and value, and sort of play some more mid-rangey game. So it's sort of set up to beat the all-in versions of decks like Mono Red and decks like Lurrus. Decks are low to the ground. This deck goes kind of one level above that, but not full combo, and is built to beat those decks.
Yeah, and there's another Alchemy card we're seeing here. And like I said, there's about one or two per deck, but this one plays dedicated Dollmaker, which I think is going to be new to a lot of people watching.
Yeah, so the interaction that's really powerful here is you embed Overlord of the Bailmark to get a creature back from your graveyard. Often, dedicated Dollmaker itself, and then dedicated Dollmaker is a 2-mana creature that enters and exiles a non-land permanent to make a token copy of it. So you exile your embedded Overlord of the Bailmark, make a non-embedded token copy, get something else back, and now you have this 2-mana 5/5 that's going to snowball and generate you value.
that's just a ridiculous combo. Like the fact that somebody figured that out of that's the best use for the card was one of the reasons this format's just crazy. All right, looks like both players kept their openers here, and we're getting right into it with a Grief. And there's kind of a little bit of a loaded hand here for Gotautier.
Yeah, there's not really any good options. You really want to take the Grief to protect your Overlord, but not really reasonable with the Reanimate. So you're forced to take the Reanimate, and now Gotautier is going to get to take Conch's Overlord and leave him kind of with very little going on. These decks are kind of interesting as sort of like two sides of the same coin, where they're both these like decks that are similar to the mono black Necro decks in that they're like drawing a bunch of cards, using this powerful black interaction card advantage engine, but instead of playing like a grindier mid game rather than all in combo game to really punish things like energy and mono red Stompy that have like a pretty low to the ground, straightforward engine that doesn't generate value as efficiently.
Yeah, after that Grief there, Gotautier decided to lead with a Deathrite Shaman that I thought for a second might have gotten Swords of Plowshares, but we're just going to go ahead and play a turn 2 Belmark here to recover our own Grief.
Why worry about losing Overlord of the Belmark when you could simply draw another?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, getting to set up Overlord plus Dollmaker just really strong. So a pretty good start for Concha despite a subbar turn 1 or 2.
Yeah, and it looks like Gotautier is going to play, was that a Necrogoyf that we're going to see here? Barrogoyf, sorry.
Barrogoyf.
All right, found a third land. So it does allow Dollmaker Shop shenanigans plus mana open for Swords of Plowshares if needed.
Yeah.
And this just that interaction you were talking about, Arya.
Yeah, and this is why the deck grinds so well, right? We've talked a little bit about how these decks are comparable to various decks from other formats over time, and like what the differences are, what the similarities are. What this deck is really similar to is the modern, like sort of Philia Blink decks and the Legacy Death and Taxes deck somewhere in the middle in terms of like the strength of the engine they have and rely on with this Overlord of the Belmark game plan.
Yeah, and recovering that Grief there was pretty big because it took away any opportunity for the Shieldred to hit had you been able to find land there. And we're going to go in Swords of Plowshares, the Barrogoyf.
Yeah, and this is what's really hard to beat, right? The deck's value engine is so over the top that most decks are really going to struggle with it. Notably, Overlord of the Belmark still has a mana cost despite being a token. And yeah, the dedicated Dollmaker getting removed is a little awkward because it can always just be... Oh, never mind. I was going to say Dollmaker can be bought back. Maybe there's like some line where you make another Overlord at some point. But I hear Saint Elenda, this Saint Elenda card's pretty decent. So
yeah, this is a little bit better. You get a Sorin and you get a big Vampire.
Yeah, and this deck can just grind like nobody's business. This was like... this is an example of the strength of this deck where you just... have these cards that give you this level of recursion that's pretty hard to compete with, and then eventually you have the same late game Sorin Elenda combo that these all-in Necro decks have. You have a little less explosive speed and a little more resiliency.
Yeah, and in that scenario, the Overlord of the Belmark almost becomes just a toolboxy card, right? Every time you attack, I'm just going to go get the best answer, whether I need to strip your hand, whether I need to copy something, you know, whatever, like all the options are available to you.
Yeah, that's a really good observation and way of putting it, Daquan. The amount of flexibility Overlord of the Belmark gives you is really strong when so many of the cards in this deck are cheap, so you're willing to play them you're playing them pretty early. You're getting them in the graveyard pretty early, and because of how different the many like cards in these decks are, the games get really tactical in a way that rewards. The games get really tactical in a way that make being able to choose which of your answers and threats you're drawing really matters. Like the different games play so differently, and play styles even within the same deck, where you have all these different powerful angles of attack, that having the flexibility to choose which angle of attack you're going to pursue or counteract this game is a lot of strength this deck is gaining.
I want to point out something interesting here. Gotautier kept a hand that was mostly land, a grief, and the One Ring, and when using the grief, opted not to take, even something like the flute out of Concha's hand and decided, nope, I'm going to take this Deathrite Shaman, and now you don't have anything to use with any of your other cards.
Yeah, I think the plan there for Gotautier is you can maybe strip mine to keep the flute out of play, but if you leave the Deathrite in play, then strip mine becomes pretty ineffective. Is probably my guess for why you went with this line. Yeah, definitely panned out a little awkwardly, but really doesn't have very much going on outside of One Ring.
Yeah, but for the next couple of turns, he does have a couple of strip mines there, it looks like, and the One Ring will get you some amount of value. But here we're going to call the One Ring.
Yeah, I think the thing we really Gotautier really wants to see here is either something that deals with this disruptive flute or a Weary Zone Guard to just keep Concha off of lands for as long as possible.
All right, looks like a Solitude was just drawn there. So another free spell, potentially. And yeah, not a lot going on. Just we're going to be strip mining here for a couple turns, I guess.
And amusingly, there is a clock here in the form of Gothair's own One Ring, which cannot be activated, but will deal him 1 damage each turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot, but it's something. All right, looks like we're going to put a Thoughtseize under the Chromox.
Yeah, I like getting on board here. You don't have that many answers to Disruptive Flute, so you want to get the flute down. You want to get some threat down sooner rather than later to deal with the fact that you're not really developing and don't have an easy path to develop. You're going to need the second black mana anyway. So yeah, like the choice to run out the grief there, but really needs something to follow up here, I think. Because
the problem with that plan is you gave him life back from the Solitude.
Yeah, it does make the One Ring clock a few turns slower.
Oh, yeah, not much really happening here. Both players are kind of in top deck mode.
Yeah, I think for Contra, this is kind of ideal because Gotautier can't top deck the One Ring as like the strongest top deck possible in his deck, and reanimating a Solitude there is just perfect. Just recognizing the damage the One Ring is doing and saying, okay, I'm going to make sure that I can actually I'm gonna make sure that I can gain life and not die to this.
Yeah, you got to do something. I mean, it's a little bit desperate, but hey, if it's all you got. And it looks like we drew yet another strip mine, so I think it's gonna be the third one this game from Gotautier.
Yeah, the strength of Concha's deck is just how good it is at just being recursive and grinding, right? Eventually he's going to draw an Overlord, and then he's just going to be able to outgrind Martin, and Martin can't really compete with that.
There's another One Ring that's not really castable. And yeah, just nothing happened here. I mean, we did see earlier a Necro deck play a long game where we just hard cast the Alindra, so, maybe we're heading back toward that, but...
Okay. And... Gotautier playing a very expensive stop taking 1 damage each turn.
Hey, you do what you got to do,
Yeah,
All
this is a scrappy game. This is a game where both players are really at a loss for resources, and I think whoever draws a card that really matters first is definitely going to get there. Otherwise, this Deathrite Shaman is slowly and surely going to kill Gotautier.
Yeah, because the other problem there is, you now don't have the leisure of just drawing a blank card. You have to answer something. And even as small as the Deathrite Shaman is, Gotautier is only at 6.
Yeah, it's 3-turn clock from Deathrite Shaman is nothing to scoff at. Okay, it looks like we accidentally skipped a little bit of the match there.
Yeah, but, Deathrite Shaman still got the job done. Got a same result there at the end. Alfonso Concha is now guaranteed for tomorrow. So he gets to take a little bit of a break, maybe go get some practice hands in, get a little bit of sleep. and then be ahead of everybody else. And that doesn't mean the Gautier's in any way eliminated. Still gets to play another round, try to get his 6 wins and get qualified. So still a lot at stake for the players, but one of them gets to take it a little bit easy. But we do have yet even more magic this round because, well, that one went a little bit quick. So, why not? We can get you 4 matches in here if we can do it. Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to take a quick break here and we'll be right back with more magic for you in round 6. Tell you what, Arya, if you haven't been to MagicCon like Fibblethip, like you're missing out because I enjoyed every single time I go. Though this time I'm trying to make my way to Amsterdam because I didn't go last time, and I've been to all the other ones. So I'm like, now I got to find a way to get over there because I heard it was a blast.
Yeah, I end up going to almost everyone in the US for work, and absolutely blast each time. Both just enjoying the convention, and when I'm there, I'm generally observing the Proto for play design, and nothing quite like watching the best in the world compete, much like we're doing this weekend.
Oh yeah, and there's so much to do. I think that's the other thing people may not realize about MagicCons, is it's not just the Pro Tour that's there. There's all the artists, you know, all your favorite creators are there if you want to get stuff signed, or there's tons of merch. There's something going on pretty much all day, every day at those events. And I would say damn near any card you want, one of the vendors in the room has it. So there's that too. But we did promise you more magic, and we get a fun one this round because one of our players is playing Sneak and Show, Arya, which is a deck people may have heard of before in another format. So Zhao Andrade is playing Sneak and Show, which is a really fun deck trying to get some free spells in the best way possible. Also looks like he peaked at number 1 on the rank ladder, so congratulations there. And Greg Dyer is playing more mono black Necro, which we shouldn't be surprised because that's one of the more popular decks this weekend. But what can tell us about Sneak and Show? Because I think a lot of people, unless you're an old head like me, probably haven't seen a lot of people play this.
Yeah, so this is a pretty straightforward deck. You have Show and Tell, and you have Sneak Attack, and you're trying to use them to put Emrakul, the Aeon Storm, or Traxa in play. Ideally both. Definitely Emrakul, sometimes also with Traxa. Sneak Attack, of course, 4-mana enchantment that lets you put something into play for just 1 turn with haste. You ideally want to use that with Emrakul to kill your opponent, and Show and Tell lets both players put a permanent from that card into play. This is like a long-time staple of Legacy, so it's really cool to see the stack making its way over into Timeless across formats.
And to get everybody caught up to speed, we are going to be jumping into Game 2 here. It looks like players have already completed Game 1 with Greg taking the win on that one. So yeah, I think here, Greg's best play is going to be try to find those griefs or early discard spells to try to disrupt any of the insanity that's facing him on the other side.
Well, there is, unfortunately for Drow, there's enough insanity going on Greg's own side that he might be in trouble. So Greg's list is in some ways even more all-in list than the ones we've seen so far. He has, in addition to the stuff we've seen so far, he has 4 copies of Beseech the Mirror. There's even more ways to find Necro, and he's run some number of copies of Sacrifice. To sacrifice Atraxa, or to sacrifice Atraxa as a way to get a bunch of mana and use that to pay a bunch more spells, or sacrifice Grief in response to trigger. And yeah, double Entomb plus double Reanimate is just unbelievably good for Greg. You can't push aside the psychic damage this must be doing to Drow as well, where he presumably thought, okay, it's this is fine. my opponent has a lot of I have this force of negation. I'm going to counter something. Sees the Entomb, is like, no, it's probably better to counter the Reanimate. Sees the second Reanimate, is like, oh shit, I should have countered the Entomb. Little does he know that even if he countered the Entomb, he had no moves here. There was no world in which this worked out well for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's just a rough spot to be caught in, because like you're saying, there's literally nothing he could have done there. He had duplicates of both cards with a Dark Ritual, so it was going to resolve one way or the other. And what do you do here, Zhao, when you're staring down an Atraxa?
I think Zhao's plan here is to put an Emrakul the Aeon Stone into play. That generally does win the heads up against Atraxa, so I think that's his route to victory here.
Did find an Emrakul, do have the Chrome Mox, so we do have pieces to put this together if you can get there. You have it currently at least 2 more turns of attack steps before you have to worry about anything.
Yeah, the problem is that, like, once another turn happens, we might start seeing things like Sorin Alinda. Once Alinda comes down and destroys the Ley Line of Sanctity, we could see hand attack. So it's all well and good if Greg does nothing, but I don't think Greg is going to do nothing. I think Greg is going to put the god Necropotence into play, Necrodominance into play, and that's going to spell a lot of trouble for Zhao.
Yep, and we just picked up Alindra to go with the Sorin that we have, so all the options are available. Yeah,
you could just draw the exact threats you need, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, this is just tough. Like he literally just ripped every single thing he needed. I mean, I don't know if Zhao really had any options here, unfortunately.
Yeah, and this is something we've talked about, right? How the best hands from this deck are just not beatable. You can high roll so high that no other deck can really compete, and this is one of those times.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here running back even that first turn through my head, and I'm like, unless I guess you had double force of negation with extra cards, you know, like there's really nothing else you could have done there.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I don't know, like, Zhao's deck has Seething Song as a way to sneak in Emrakul. I believe that if the Emrakul gets stuck in, Zhao still loses this game. The 7 permanents in play. One of them is going to be Saint Alenda. You just take off Emrakul, let it die at end of turn, untap, hit your opponent for 4, make another 4/4. This game looks pretty done still.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And I think we didn't shuffle since so I think there's a Chrome Mox on top.
I believe the deck is going to get shuffled at end of turn.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I have
true.
to imagine just cracking the Scalding Tarn.
Yeah,
I also imagine just thinking, how do I win this game actually? Because you don't even need to keep the Alenda around. I missed just how much life was gained this turn thanks to Atraxa. You stick attack in Emrakul, you're not like mostly dead, you're literally dead to that 11/11.
Yeah, there's really just nothing. I'm sitting here thinking, like, how sick is that you could have the Emrakul attack doesn't even matter. This is an ugly situation.
Yeah, I'm going to start describing the Necro deck as a life gain synergy deck. With Atraxa and Alenda and the Mauches. Yeah, it's just my little life gain homebrew.
Yeah, just drew another sneak attack that's uncastable, so that's going to be all she wrote there. Greg Dyer moves to 5-1, so 1 win away from locking up a guaranteed spot in day 2 of Arena Championship 10. Yeah, all right, we've seen kind of the good and the bad of the Necro decks at this point, right? Like, we've seen them kind of stumble, get caught under some weird cards, and then we've seen situations like that where unless your opponent has the exact, I guess, 4 cards in hand necessary on turn 1, they can't even stop you from doing anything.
Yeah, unless you have double force of negation on turn 1, the game is over. It's just so insane. It's like, it was, yeah, incredibly impressive performance. And yeah, I mean, it's why you bring this deck, right? We saw people mull to 3 back-to-back games early in the day. Stocks of this Necro deck were looking bad. It was looking like, okay, maybe this deck just never draws well enough. And then we started seeing the good draws, and it became abundantly clear why so many people have resisted this deck.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the case here, too, as we've seen some decks have a few more answers, and some have very few. And in that case, it's kind of just your force negation and hope that's good enough, right? That they only have, in that case, one reanimate or one entomb. And unfortunately, when they have both with a ritual, you don't have any options there. So yeah, I don't know. This makes an interesting situation. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the standings and see what we have lining up for tomorrow. But we've seen a pretty good variety of decks, and I kind of have to ask you here: what has been your favorite deck to watch so far?
Gosh, that's such a hard question because I've really enjoyed the disparate gameplay out of all these decks. Yeah, I'd say my favorite deck. Oh God, I can't answer this squad. It's too impossible. They're all interesting in such different ways. Like, it's not so much that there's one deck I find interesting. In fact, I think if there any one of these decks on its own would be pretty monotonous if we just saw it over and over and never saw any other decks. But rather the breadth of gameplay experiences in this format that really makes it appealing to me. Like, the games are so different, even with the same deck. Playing against different decks, they look so different. And the play patterns different decks use are so different that it makes every like, it kind of gets you excited and not knowing what you're going to be seeing coming into every single match. And that's probably my favorite thing about this format so far.
Yeah, I agree with you. There is tons of good Magic to watch. And so far, every one of these matchups has been pretty interesting. And we're going to have more for everybody of those fun matches right after this break.
I think at my heart, I'm a storyteller, so that's a good fit for me, but a lot of my formative training is as an illustrator. So, Wizards reached out about doing an entire Avatar: The Last Airbender themed Magic the Gathering set. So when I was asked to do these illustrations, it was like a cool opportunity for me to be like, oh, I get to draw and paint something. My goal always, like from the first iterations, is always to get as cinematic as we can, especially for something like a big epic action scene. So when I do get an opportunity to do an illustration like this, it's a fun opportunity to be like, this is kind of how it was in my head. I wish we could do the whole thing like this. But yeah, this was fun. I've always loved this battle. It's fun to get in there and kind of like spruce up a moment the way that you would kind of imagine it. I think ultimately if you make music or story or whatever, there's like the details, but ultimately you're trying to convey a feeling, especially if you're an illustrator. This one, I feel like it captured the vibe, the feeling that I was trying to convey. So for that, I was pretty happy. It's a pretty wild thing to see a piece of art and storytelling that, you and your friends and colleagues put out in the world have that effect on people for so long. We're really lucky in that Avatar keeps growing every year. Somehow it just keeps finding more people, more young people and older people. Like when Magic reached out and wanted to do this, it's not like we were like, what does that have to do with us? Yeah, we got it.
Mono Black Necro is sort of a cheese deck. You have multiple combos, actually 3 of them, that you can pull off on turn 1 to just get an insane advantage right off the get-go. One of them, Reanimate Entomb, which is maybe the most powerful if you can do that turn 1 to reanimate a Traxa. And the other one is Sorin plus Alenda on turn 1 via Dark Ritual ramp out. And then, of course, we have the 8 Necro effects we can ramp out with Dark Ritual or Crow Mox. The Necro Dominance and Necro Potence allow you to basically break the rules of Magic. If you have one of those out in the early game, you can just draw like up to 15 cards or whatever and then exile them all with the March to gain that life back. It's completely broken, essentially. I mean, we really went with the broken strategy here. I was working with Matt Nass, Nathan Steuer, Andre Stroski, Zach Heaney, and Alex Friedrien. We just liked this deck because we felt really good into the Boros Energy, Mardo Energy decks, and that seemed like the most popular archetype in the format. You're just doing something very powerful in a somewhat unknown format. Like, what is going to happen at this Arena Championship? Everybody's like, whoa, what is the metagame going to be like? So we just like proactive, do the most broken stuff, and hope for the best.
Do the most broken stuff and hope for the best. That is the tagline of Arena Championship 10 as we play Timeless here this weekend. 110 players qualified for this tournament. By the time we're done, we'll have a champion who'll be heading to the World Championship next year along with our other finalists. $250,000 prize pool on the line for the players today. A lot of Pro Tour invites in the mix as well. Getting ready for round number 7. Back in the booth, we have Tannen and Paul hanging out with us as we get ready for our penultimate round of the day. I always love to say that so people know what I mean. I know what the word penultimate means. I can also talk. Let's take a look at what's coming up in 2026 for these Arena Championships. How about that? Where we've got 10 this weekend, and you don't have to wait too long until we get to Arena Championship 11. We're playing Timeless this weekend. That is going to be standard coming up the weekend of February 21st through the 22nd. Then the weekend of May 23rd through 24th, Arena Championship 12 hits the headlines with Historic. October 24th to 25th will be Arena Championship 13, and we are back to playing Standard on Arena. And if you want to qualify for one of these tournaments, 11, that one is closed. All the qualifications have been received, but Arena Championship 12 and 13 still have spots that you can qualify for. So scan the QR code on your screen to find out how you can play in one of these tournaments and get your shot at a $250,000 prize pool, Pro Tour invites, World Championship invites. So much on offer. These tournaments are really, really exceptional. And if you like to play Arena, why not give it a go? Also in 2026, we have the Arena Limited Championship, which will be happening and will qualify people for the 2027 Limited Championship in paper. But the one on Arena is going to be a great tournament in its own right. Very excited for that. Very excited for the 2026 season of the Arena Championships. It looks awesome all the way around. Welcome back to the booth. Round 7 on the way. Let's check out our standings and find out where we're at, because we've got to find 16 players for day number 2 of competition. 6 is the magic number. If you hit 6, you can advance on to day 2. You get to stop playing, get a little bit of a break, get some energy back. You can see 2 players have already managed to do that. Congratulations to Hongmin Sun and Alfonso Concha. Both of them have advanced to day 2 of competition by securing that 6th win. So there we go. A lot of players behind them at 5-1, hoping to clinch that spot this round. Alex Friedrien among them. Martin Eric Gotautier, who we've seen on camera a whole bunch. Andre Stroski, also currently sitting at 5-1, hoping to lock up that spot this round. Michael Plummer, Pro Tour champ, sitting at 5-1, hoping to lock it up as well. How about a world champion? Nathan Steuer, 5-1, 1 win away from locking up his spot in day number 2. Let's continue our way down the standings from 17 to 32 and find out who else is in the mix for our top 16. Derek Davis, we just saw him at the World Championship, came in 4th, so he's sitting at 4-2. Yunya Ianaga at 24th at 4-2. This is another world champion. Everybody, world champion in 2011 in San Francisco. 5 Grand Prix top 8s and 1 win to his name as well. Very cool to see him playing here this weekend. And check this out on 31st. Matt Nass, still alive, sitting at 4-2. There's a look at your standings here heading into round number 7. 2 rounds of Swiss left to play before our cut to the top 16. Let's find out who will watch in the feature match area this round for our first match. Round 7 on the way. Michael Plummer versus Andre Stroski. Both these players sitting at 5-1, so this win here is for day 2 in top 16. Mono Red Prison up against Mono Black Necro. Let's take a look at our players. Michael Plummer, I called him out when we were looking at the standings page here. Pro Tour Edge of Eternities winner, playing that Belcher deck. That was so sweet. Came in 9th, so missed top 8 by 1 spot at the World Championship just 2 weeks ago. What an incredible season he has had. When asked what his favorite food is, brace yourself, this may disturb you. He said, quote, raw onions, I like to eat them like apples. Sorry to call you out like that, Michael, but it had to be said. Let's take a look at this Mono Red Prison deck. Here, Tannen.
I'm sorry, Maria. I still can't get over the eating raw onions like apples comment. Did you expect me to be able to talk about Mono Red? All right, I'll try to be a professional. Mono Red Prison. Prison is the word that is the most important thing there. You're going to try to cast stuff as quickly as possible. Chrome Mox and Ancient Tomb. You really want to try to get something like Chalice of the Void on one against most decks, or something like a Blood Moon effect, like Magus of the Moon or Blood Moon against other ones, and then you finish the game off with something like Broadside Bombardiers or Pyroglyph, really killing it very quickly. You've also got 4 copies of the One Ring to kind of get some of that card advantage back that you're going to be giving up with Chrome Mox, and then we got 4 of everybody's favorite card this weekend, Strip Mine.
Absolutely. On the other side of things, it's Andre Stroski. 7 top finishes to Andre's name. Almost 22,000 games played on Arena. He's just an incredible player. He had he top 8'd 2 Pro Tours in the 2014-2015 season. and came in 9th and 18th at World Championships in 2015 and 2016. So he's had some really good streaks to his name, and he's, a couple of times said he was quitting Magic, but he comes on back and he always makes a splash when he does so. He has 5 Grand Prix top 8s and 1 win, running this mono black Necro list that a powerhouse testing team here brought this weekend. Paul, how does it stack up against mono red Prison?
Yeah, I think for the most part, when you kind of take a look at Andre Stroski's list, I think it does stack up pretty well against what the mono red deck's trying to do. I think the best way for the mono red deck to actually interact with this deck is probably trying to get that Chalice on one going. But we've seen the games, some of the games go a little bit longer. And the issue with the mono red deck is it doesn't really put enough pressure a lot of the time. So we've also seen the mono black Necro deck sometimes just, go to turn 3 sometimes and just play out a Necro Dominus or Necro Potence and draw a bunch of cards. And, I think just when you talk about the best possible draws from both sides, I feel like the mono black Necro is going to have an edge a lot of the time, especially if they're on the play, right? If you're on the play, you're going to have access to disruption in the form of grief, or just to be having the ability to go Dark Ritual into Sorin or Necro Potence is super strong. So I would give the edge here to the mono black Necro deck.
Well, let's find out what happens. Both these players playing for a spot in day 2. One of them will get it this round. Let's find out who.
Round number 7. Like Maria just said, one of these players is going to be moving on to day 2 and out of the tournament. Next player is going to have to try to do that again next round. We've got Mono Red Prison on Michael DiBenedetto Plummer's side and Mono Black Necro on Andre Stroski's side. These feel like 2 of the decks of the tournament to me, Paul. I know they weren't the most played ones, but this seems like 2 of the correct choices here this weekend for me.
Yeah, I think kind of coming in, both of these decks were probably targeting a lot of the other decks in the format necessarily. I feel like the Mono Red Prison deck probably stacks up pretty well against perhaps decks like the Mardu Energy decks or perhaps some of the Esper mid-range decks, but this is probably the matchup where it struggles. Where on the other side, Mono Black Necro, I think, this is a deck that also seems to do quite well in a field that doesn't really play a whole lot of disruption, right? You don't have access to Force of Will. When you live in a world where people aren't playing free counter spells, all of a sudden you should just try to do the most ridiculous things that you have access to. And that's exactly what this Mono Black Necro deck is trying to do. I think the deck they were most concerned about are the various Force of Negation decks. Not a lot in the tournament.
Yeah, not a lot of them in main decks either. If they do have Force of Negations, we've seen them in the sideboard, so they've kind of been able to do whatever they want in game 1. Looks like we're going to have at least, I think, 1 mulligan here from Mono Black deck. Looks like we're going down to 5, and this is something you and I have talked about a lot here today. These players, they're not worried about going down to 5, even maybe as low as 4 in some spots.
Right. The issue here is it does look like Michael DiBenedetto Plummer is going first. So then, Stroski, you can't necessarily afford to just mulligan down all the way. So I think Stroski is thinking, what combination of draws can Plummer have here? Stroski does have the ability here. If he finds a land, right, you can just play out a turn 3 Necro Dominance with Grief here to kind of slow things down. So maybe Stroski thinks this hand could potentially be good enough.
Yeah, it looks like maybe that is. Looks like he's going to go ahead and take the Grief away and keep the Duress, and that might come back to bite him because I think I see a turn 1 Chalice of the Void on the other side here.
Right, so you won't be able to stop that. And Michael Plummer does have access to that Strip Mine too, which would kind of slow things down. But yeah, a turn 1 Chalice for 1 would certainly turn off the Duress, and that Strip Mine would also make it so that Stroski won't be able to run out the Necro Dominance turn 3. But however, on the flip side, Michael Plummer might not be interested in firing off that Strip Mine, right? Because he does have that One Ring and Pyroglyph in hand and kind of needs to play that. But actually yeah, okay.
He is going to fire off the Strip Mine. I was thinking the same thing. I was wondering, is this a world where you don't fire off the Strip Mine because you have One Ring? Then I saw the Pyroglyph draw, and I was like, well, maybe we did rethink, but great Furnace off the top. That's the 3rd mana source.
And take a look at this. No pressure, and now we're going to see Chrome Mox into Necro Dominance.
Yeah, it looks like I think the Duress is going to go away here.
Right.
So it looks like Necro Dominance here for Andre. Hey, just pay 3 mana for this. That's fine. No Dark Ritual needed.
Right. And now we just have to try to figure out where we want to go here. How many cards do you want to draw? 4, 5? You can't go too crazy with the Necro Dominance because, of course, you are capped at 5 cards here. So it looks like Stroski going for 5 cards here.
He's going to discard 2 down here, and all these will be removed from the game.
Right. Any additional copies of Necro Dominance and Necro Potence will be kind of redundant in this matchup, as once one resolves, Michael Plummer won't really have a way to get rid of it.
4th mana not found for Michael here, but he did find a Fable, the Mirror Breaker, so at least something for his troubles here. Get a little pressure to play a card that can actually do some stuff. But we're back over to Andre, and this is a lot of cards here. We do have the Sorin, but nothing to cheat into play yet. We do have some removal spells, and he's going to be drawing a bunch of extra cards here. Plus, he's already got one copy of March. And you've talked. I was going to say, is this a pay 14? Yep. Okay. We're going in. We're going in, Paul.
Well, that's the thing. Anytime you have a March in your hand, you basically can get draw down to 1 life because you know you can fire off that March and gain all of the life back and just make sure you have the perfect combination cards. In this instance, of course, Andre just looking for Sorin plus Saint Elenda, which I assume he has.
He does. He finally found it. Yeah.
Okay.
I can see the white card somewhere towards the left-hand side.
It's there somewhere, right?
Yeah, I think what Andre's doing here is he's sorting all of the cards over to the right side of his hand. He's like, I can get rid of all of these.
Right. Especially those dark rituals, given that there's a chalice on 1. So any 1-drop you want to get rid of. And yeah, it looks like we are going. That is the most damage. That is the most damage a Fable of the Mirror token has ever taken.
Yeah. So let's say Andres back up to 18 here. So plus 17 life. Going to pitch a few cards here. And now you're going to really see the mono black deck really start to flex here, show off the strength.
Yeah, absolutely. And Michael Plummer, I mean, next turn, it's not going to be bad. He has a really high likelihood of being able to run out the 1 ring. But, I mean, the 1 ring draws you one, 2 cards a turn.
So it's 3 over 2 turns, and then, and so on. And Andres used to click his mouse every time he wants to draw a card.
That's it. And not only that, of course, we've already seen this, but you just get the Saint Elenda in play, find a Faith Fetters, use that on the 1 ring. So I mean, Michael Plummer's only going to be able to draw 1 card here off of the 1 ring.
Yeah, actual clean answer to the 1 ring. It is indestructible, but Faith Fetters is a nice clean answer to it. I remember when we were talking about that, the Saint Elenda, I was like, how good is this card in this format? I started thinking about none of the removal spells kill it. It answers some of the ways a lot of these decks are trying to win. And I was like, this card just seems actually perfect. It was kind of like when they found Vein Ripper. I was like surprised at how good it was.
Yeah, it does basically everything. It's like, oh, there's a problematic permanent that I have to deal with. Well, Saint Elenda can just get me a Face Fetters to deal with that if I need. So it kind of just does everything here. And I mean, you kind of see why this matchup is quite bad. Because if you're looking at on Michael Plummer's side, you had a Chalice for 1. You could have even played a Magus. You had a Strip Mine. Stroski mulligan down to 4. And this game wasn't particularly close.
No, not at all. Necro Dominance is a pretty messed up Magic card, Paul. Yes. And by the way, this is the fixed version.
Right. This is the nerfed version, which is apparently still good enough.
Yeah. All of us old guys remember how good Necro was. So this is just having a little PTSD, some flashbacks, to the 90s.
Yeah, and Stroski, even with drawing all 3 of the basic swamps, so you can't really attack him from the Magus of the Moon angle. I just feel like it's going to be far too tough here for Michael Plummer to win from this spot.
Yeah, I feel like once the 2nd or 3rd time Necrodominance has been activated, I don't know if there's a way you can get out of this, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially because that March of Wretched Sorrow, Andre can fire that off on his turn, gain a ton of life, and that's just going to generate another gigantic token here for Andre Stroski.
Yeah, I would say he might even need to be drawing any extra cards at this point. I think he probably still will, but yeah, we're going to use Sorin here. Put plus counter on this, give it Death Touch and Lifelink.
Yeah, I mean, the last match we commentated, we said, well, I don't think there is this time for sure.
Yeah.
Unless Andre clicks Necro Dominance 17 times, I feel like he's got this.
His internet could go out.
Well, yeah.
I don't want to put that in the universe. I probably shouldn't even say that out loud.
No.
Let's not even put that out there. Yeah. Double block here from Michael. Going to get met with the Fel the Profane.
Gain 8 life.
I think it's all over but the crying here. At the end, we're going to have to just clean all this up.
Right.
It's like you said. We've maybe been a little early on some of the ones, but I feel like this one is in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, the way Michael Plummer gets back from this is somehow drawing another 1 ring to stay alive next turn, draw something else on top of that. But I don't think, everything is online here for Andre Stroski. He's already drawn half of his deck with a superior board. I just don't see Michael coming back from this.
Drew 2 more cards off here, got another land and an LD spell. That's not going to be good enough. And Andre, 1 game away from moving on to day 2 here. We've seen this matchup quite a bit here today. Any surprises in the sideboards for you?
Yeah, I mean, the one card that really seems like it can do a number in this matchup are the 4 copies of Disruptor Flute. If Michael, especially on the play, you run that out, you can, or you just you just cast it at instant speed. You can completely shut off one of the Necro enchantments, right? So, you know, if Andre Stroski goes Dark Ritual into Necropotence, you can just respond by casting the Flute on Necropotence, and Necropotence, you won't be able to actually activate the Necropotence. So that's going to be the most important card here, probably out of the sideboard here for Michael Plummer. Has, you know, plenty of random creature-based removal spells that he can board out in this matchup.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is one of the matchups where Fury's not at its best. Pyro Growth doesn't seem super great either, and that's why you're talking about, you know, at the beginning of the match, maybe this isn't the best matchup for Mono Red, and what they're not, you know, they don't love this matchup for them. So let's see how this plays out for these players as we move on down to game 2. Is Stroski going to punch his ticket into day 2, or is Michael going to send this to a game 3?
Stroski's hand is awesome if Michael doesn't have a turn 1 Chalice.
Michael has a turn 1 Chalice.
Well, then, you know, we're going to have to play a real game here because, as you can see from Stroski's guide, he did keep a hand with 2 lands, double Dark Ritual, and Necropotence, and Necrodominance, and Sorin.
Yep, Ancient Tomb here into Chalice of the Void for 1. You should be format defining for a very long time in the Eternal formats.
And at least with this hand, oh, that's really interesting. That's also a Magus of the Moon that Michael Plummer can choose to run out here if he so chooses, although not the biggest. You don't have to run it out here necessarily on turn 2 because you kind of want that mana to play the other cards that you have in your hand. I wonder if Michael just wants to try to completely lock this game out, though, because Andre Stroski can technically go Swamp, Chrome Mox, Necropotence, and if you want to play around that, then you want to play the Magus of the Moon, because then Andre Stroski can only go Swamp, Chrome Mox. Even if you exile a black card, the Concealed Courtyard would be a mountain, and you wouldn't be able to play your 3-mana enchantment.
Yeah, I was going to say, I got to the same idea that you just did there. I was trying to think, oh, maybe we could wait a turn. Maybe we could even just develop Bone Crusher Giant here, or, you know, Fable, just get one of those things going, because you're not guaranteed to have the mana next turn. But I actually like just go ahead and getting this over with. And hey, look, there's the 3rd land.
There is the 3rd land. Now Stroski, locked out of being able to play his Necro effects, still has the Sorin in hand. So if he can just top deck Saint Elenda, that would be quite nice.
Has the Swamp here. He is slow rolling this. This is definitely the correct way. In fact, I wonder if he's even... Do you think there's a chance he's not supposed to play the Swamp here?
Oh, to play around Strip Mine? I mean...
Strip Mine doesn't work anymore. I forgot. We have Magus of the Moon to play. I'm always so excited about Strip Mine. I always get ahead of myself.
Yeah, so now with the Atraxa, Sorin can't cheat Atraxa into play here, which is the downside. But Andre actually does find March of Wretched Sorrow, so can utilize that to kill Magus of the Moon, which would then unlock his lands and allow him to play Necropotence.
You can gain a ton of life here as well off of this.
Yeah, you can just pitch all of the... You can just pitch all of the 1-mana spells here, right?
Right. I think you're at least pitching the Dark Rituals. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the question is, do you pitch the Necrodominance / one of those? Do you pitch the Necrodominance? But it's nice to have a backup Necro in case Michael Plummer does have a Disruptor Flute.
Yeah, I like that reasoning. So I think Andre's trying to pick out when he should do this.
Right. The thing is, you're going to have to fire this off anyways, but I guess he's just, you know, maybe hoping Michael plays something else here.
So there's an instance of maybe you should do it on the token. Oh, no, you need to get Magus of the Moon. I was supposed to say, if you're going to do it on the Magus of the Moon, do you wait till the end of the turn, or do you give him the Ancient Tombs? Because do you want to have the extra mana?
No, that's an excellent call out, Tan. And I think it's just to prevent Michael from utilizing all that extra mana from the Ancient Tomb. It's like, I'll take 2 extra points of damage just so you don't have access to 2 extra mana this turn.
Michael taking a little minute to think here. Do I want to develop some more stuff? You know, he has options of Chalice here, maybe Chalice on 2. I don't know. That really stops as much as Bone Crusher Giant as well.
Yeah, and you know what? This was actually really, really big from Stroski, because imagine if March resolved on Magus of the Moon, Michael Plummer could have just played a Chalice for 3, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Right, and if you just play a Chalice for 3 and for 1, that makes things so much. I don't even know if Andre can get out of that.
Yeah, I don't know if he can win from that point. Exactly.
Right.
So Chalice on 0.
Playing around Chrome Mox.
Looks like just a pass for Michael here. No play. Okay.
No play here. Doesn't play out the 1 ring here.
A casual 10 on the Mauch here.
Okay.
So
well,
it's gonna be two from the lands.
2 from the lands, 4, 2, 4, 4 from the rituals and the. Oh, it looks like he's just
I like
gaining
taking
the maximum amount of life.
It does look like he's going to get rid of the Necro Dominance, keep the Necro Potence,
Right.
and the Soar in here. Okay. So this gives him plenty of time over the next couple turns, but he can go ahead and use Necro Potence here as well and have a lot of life. Oh, we can use Bone Crusher in response here.
Right, and that's what Michael Di Benedetto was. That's the reason why he was keeping up the Bone Crusher Giant here. So that prevents the life gain here. But I mean, Stroski is still sitting at 14 life, right? So still has plenty of life to work with. And he was going to throw away all those cards anyways. And now he's going, if you got Flute, you got Flute. But if you don't, I'm still feeling okay here.
Yeah, that would have been a beating if the last card here was Flute because the Ancient Tomb got unlocked.
Right. If it was Flute Bone Crusher Giant, that would be really, really tough.
That's one of those you just put your hand across the table. You're like, all right, good beats.
All right, nice hand, nice.
Yeah,
hand.
yeah. All right, how far down are you going here? Like how deep are you going?
The card that Stroski is most afraid of right now is probably Bombardiers, right? So you have to keep that in mind. If you play the Bombardiers, you're taking at least 6 damage because you can just sacrifice one of the chalices to get in for extra damage here. Actually, if you sack the Fable of the Mirror Breaker token, that would be 5 damage, right? So yeah, going to 10 makes a lot of sense here because if there is a Bomba that comes down, that's 4 damage in and 5 from the flipped Fable.
All right, well, Saint Alondra was picked up for Andres here, so he will be able to get that into play at the very least next turn.
Yeah, no, that is very, very big here. And Michael Plummer just has access to, it looks like, just all the mana to play out both the One Ring and the Bone Crusher Giant. I imagine he's going to run out the One Ring first to try to find perhaps an answer for a Sorin, right? If you can find a Disruptor Flute or something, that would be great.
Yeah, I think there's 4 flutes in his sideboard. He hasn't been able to find one, and I'm right with you. I think this is one of the most important cards in this matchup.
Right.
That's the one problematic thing about the mono red deck. Besides the One Ring, there's not a lot of ways to dig through your deck.
Right. Yes. So 1 card here. What can he find?
Does he find the flute?
Nope.
That's a great furnace.
All right, so that's just a Bone Crusher Giant, and that's all Michael Plummer has. And Stroski will be able to gain a ton of life and shut down that One Ring that's in play by getting the Saint Alenda into play.
Yep, that's something we've seen a lot here today. Saint Alenda getting the face fetters and putting it on the One Ring. I got to believe that's exactly what Stroski is going to be doing his turn. Yep, going to lead off with the Sorin here, -3.
You have to be a little bit careful with, I suppose, your life total here. I mean, there is the thing is, Michael Plummer does have the option to potentially copy the Bone Crusher Giant for some extra points of damage, but I mean, you still need to find a way to get a 4/7 life linker off the battlefield.
I'm trying to figure out if you can win if you draw Broadside Bombardiers. You copy Bone Crusher Giant, you play Broadside Bombardiers, you attack with everything. Whatever gets blocked, you sacrifice it towards Stroski's face.
Yeah, well, another thing is Sundering Eruption, because what that does is it kills a land, but it also says creatures without flying can't block.
Can't block, right? Yeah.
Right,
So,
but you are sitting at 12 life here, so right now we're looking at potentially 10 damage coming in if you copy the Bone Crusher Giant and attack for 10 with a Sundering Eruption. So that wouldn't quite be lethal enough unless Stroski goes down to 10.
I was gonna say, how much is the? All right, so you play the Broadside Bombardier, you attack, you do this, block there, throw that.
I mean, Bombardiers has to be lethal, right?
I think it might be 11.
Look, there's a One Ring in play. That's 6 damage.
True. Yeah.
From the One Ring by itself, and then you just copy it. You sack the Giant and you sack the Chalice. That's 5, 6, 7. That's 13 damage between those cards. So yes, a Broadside Bombardiers off the top would do it.
I'm glad you're doing the math. It's been a long day. I'm done counting. I have checked out of the math department. This is when I realized I probably can't compete anymore, Paul. I can't even keep up with like every other round of an 8-round tournament anymore. So I don't know how I would do it as a competitor anymore.
I think if you're Stroski, you just have to play around. You just have to concede to the fact that if Michael Plummer draws both Sundering Eruption and or Bombardiers, you lose the game. And just try to set yourself up best for some good top decks here.
Yeah, you do have the second blocker here. Don't forget that as well. I forgot to incorporate that, but yeah.
All right. Shatter Skull Eruption.
The 2,
Didn't
4,
consider
5,
that.
7.
That's- Yeah, but doesn't have 6 mana, right? You can't Shatter Skull for 6 because that would cleanly... Because once you get to X to 6 or more, Shatter Skull deals double damage.
Yeah, you would need 8.
Yeah, and he's what, 1 mana short?
7. Yep.
And it's the sorcery, so you can't attack with your token and then just crack the treasure to get in for lethal. So this might be it here.
Let's see. We've called it too early a couple times. Let's double check and make sure.
No, that's totally fair.
Michael is one hell of a player. All right,
That
so
is
there we go.
yeah.
Copy
And
Monster Giant.
I mean, I think Michael's just kind of playing to his outs here. He's like, if I attack, I mean, you're gonna block with Saint Elenda, and then I can finish it off with the Shatter Skull smashing, right?
Right.
That's kind of the thing. But the thing is, Stroski just has another Elenda here, but I guess Soren won't be quite there yet to get it to cheat it into play. But yeah, Stroski.
He's going to gain 4 life here. Go back up to 13 because you might be able to. Is there another copy of Saint Elandra in his deck? He could entomb. Oh, he can't entomb reanimate. Yeah, there's Chalice in 1. So
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that
But,
trades.
I mean, we're back up to 9 Shatter Skull to kill Saint Elenda. So that does deal with that in play, and Soren is currently at 1 here.
I mean, maybe this isn't over just yet. So this kills this.
And all those 1-drops just don't do anything, right? So, I mean,
Right.
and Stroski doesn't have a draw here. So, I mean, look, Michael's doing everything he can. Now, remember, there is no extra Bone Crusher in play because Stroski blocked the token. So there's only a reflection of Kiki Jiki that's providing pressure here from Michael Plummer.
Yeah, 1 more mana would have been able to take out the Soren there as well, which would have been nice.
Right.
But, so yeah, don't get to draw a card. He's going to take the last card out of Michael's hand.
Yeah, which is just an irrelevant Chromux here.
This does give Michael an opportunity here, though. I was going to say, does he? I was going to say he dies in a few turns to the ring.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you're Stroski, you have to draw some cards with the Necro, right? You literally can't cast anything here, but you have to think it's like, okay, there's a 1 ring on 1. So I guess in 4 turns, Michael Plummer would technically die. Do you hope that Michael Plummer just misses in 4 turns? But the thing is, you're at 9, right? So the reflection of Kiki Jiki would probably get it done here.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math. So Broadside Bombarders is lethal no matter what if he draws it. So I don't think you play around that. What Dash Ragavan is a card, so that would be 4. So maybe you don't go down to 4 here.
Yeah, so, Stroski just trying to find the right number here. Mauch would be one of the absolute best draws, along with another Soren here.
Yeah, I think Mauch is just exactly what he needs. So it's like how deep do you go for that, or do you play it to like get an extra turn?
Because you even lose to a Bone Crusher off the top. Wait, no, you don't, because the copy itself doesn't have haste. And keep in mind, Michael Plummer's at 4, so he can't really use those Ancient Tombs anymore.
That's a good point, actually.
So he has 1 more tap off of the Ancient Tomb available here.
No, then he would die in his upkeep, right? To the ring.
Yeah, I mean, unless he draws like Bombardiers or something here, which would be, of course, his best draw.
Yeah, this is going to be super close. Okay, so we're going deep. So we're going. All right, you took 4.
Took 4, so you don't die to Stomp here either, right? Off the top.
Fell the Profane.
Fell the Profane.
Oh,
there's the
last
Mauch.
card. Unbelievable.
That is, that was that the last card?
Yes, it was the last card.
I think it was, and now you get to exile all of these black cards. You get to completely refuel, and you don't want Michael to top deck anything to fizzle the Mauch here. This is huge.
Yeah, as I say, I would just max this here, do it now. Like you said, you don't want him to do the Bone Crusher Giant play that he did earlier. Yeah, just unbelievable stuff here. Strip Mine, that's not going to get it done.
That's not good enough here. Now Stroski can just completely refuel. And remember, that 1 ring is still ticking, right? Michael Plummer's at 3.
You still have the burden of the ring.
Still has a burden of the ring, keeping up Fell the Profane, drawing some number of cards here.
Yeah, I think you can be a little more liberal with it here, but like I think you can play around.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Fell the Profane in hand, right?
Yeah, you don't have to play around Bombardiers as much,
Yeah. Well, Michael Plummer does have Strip Mine, though, right? So he can go, perhaps end of turn strip mine to prevent you from casting Fel the Profane, and then slam the Bomba. And if Andre draws too many cards, he could potentially die, because Bombardiers plus the One Ring would be 8 damage, I believe. So you want to stay at 9.
Yeah,
to play around that.
Yeah, it's 8 damage. Yeah.
So I think Stroski is going to go to 9 here and stop.
Yep, it looks like you're right. He's going to draw 4 here. Fracture Reality, another Saint-Alandra, another Necro.
Okay.
Necromux, so nothing relevant.
But Sorin is currently sitting at 3, right? So now we can just minus the Sorin next turn and get the Saint-Alandra in play. And Stroski can't die to a Bombardiers off the top.
That's not going to get it done either.
That is not going to get it done. Michael Plummer got really close here, but I believe Andre Stroski will be punching his ticket into day 2 here.
Does it matter what card you get from here? I don't think it does. Yeah.
It really doesn't.
See, Andre was a nice emphatic clap there. He's pretty excited. Fans of Michael Domenico Plummer, though, don't hang your heads just yet. He can easily win next round if you on to day 2, but we know for a fact that Andre Stroski is into day 2.
Yeah, and I mean, this deck has just looked so impressive. I mean, the fact that this is a deck where we talk about how, hey, this is the type of deck that's looking to just kind of kill you on turn 1 and win that way. But guess what? Necro is a totally fine card to play on turn 3, right? You don't need to cheat it in play. If your opponent's not killing you, you're fine. You just play it and you still draw the rest of your deck. But one card I really want to highlight that just, I mean, completely swung the matchup was the March of Wretched Sorrow, right? Because that is just a removal spell and an engine card that basically means you just never, ever run out of gas. Because if you ever draw one, you can just basically craft the perfect hand, go back up to 18, and then just kill whatever threat your opponents have in play. And it's just been a really, really impressive card, and probably one of the more important cards that this team found to make this deck as good as it's performed over today.
Yeah, it's pretty much every card that you pitch to it to make it 2 cheaper is worth drawing 2 cards later.
Right, absolutely.
Off of one of your Necro. So, I mean, like, yeah, it's just absolutely perfect deck building and great find from these guys. It sounds like we're going to take a small break here with an interview. They'll be right back with more Magic.
I've got Andre Stroski here. You've just picked up your 6th win against Michael Plummer. Congratulations, Andre. That must be a pretty good feeling and a bit of big relief, huh?
Yeah, it's a huge relief. You know, I had like a goal for the next year to get back on the PT.
Hell yeah!
And achieved that kind of early. And you know, I started playing Magic when Lorwyn was released, so I'm really happy to get to play the Lorwyn PT. You know, I think it's gonna be awesome.
Oh man, that's so cool. I'm so excited for you. And I know everyone makes the joke, oh, he's unretired once again. But personally, I'm in favor of this unretirement. And I'm super looking forward to seeing you back on the Pro Tour. So big congratulations. Let's talk about tomorrow, though, because historically, Arena Championships have gone extremely well for you. The first couple that you played in, you came 4th and 2nd. So we're going for a 1st this time around, maybe?
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to improve. You know, I think I should have won the finals last time. I kind of punted, kind of lost my side there. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to one up it. Obviously, you know, top 2 is the goal to qualify for Worlds. That would be awesome. And I think our deck is fantastic. I think we've done pretty well. I'm not sure how my teammates played this round, but we had like 3 people live for top 16. 4 people actually, I think. So yeah, I really like the deck. Kudos to Matt Nass coming up with the March tech, playing 4. I think it's been awesome, and you know, everything just kind of lined up for me. So that's awesome feeling.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's so cool, Andre. I'm so happy for you, and very much looking forward to seeing you play tomorrow. So best of luck, and go get some sleep if you can.
Yes, I'll try. Thank you.
And welcome back. It's always nice to hear from the players after their important matches and see the weight come off their shoulders. They're like, all right, I'm done for the day. I get to move on to day 2, get a good night's sleep, hopefully crush it the next day. Well, we've got a little bit more Magic, though, this round. Some more Timeless, quickly becoming one of my favorite formats on Arena here. I'm definitely going to have to start playing it a lot more myself. Are you ready for some more Magic here today?
Of course. All right. Let's go.
Let's move into the second matchup here today. We have Marcus Wasner on the left and Peter Sinsky on the right, both with great winning percentages overall and a ton of games under their belts here. So I expect to see a really great matchup. This looks like it's going to be the Necro Mirror with some slight tweaks between the 2 decks.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight once again, I mean, these are good win rates, but 69.6% win rate is absurd.
It's unreal, actually.
With that kind of sample size. So Marcus, I mean, he has been absolutely crushing it here.
Yeah, it's 12,000 games, practically at 70%. Like,
yeah,
that's dream level stuff. Yeah, exactly. Right. So let's head on down to the match. See how we can see if we can crown another person into day 2, and we will be joining this match in game 2 between the two players. Remember, right, Pitor won game 1 here, so you can see the deck lists very close to each other. Everyone getting their own different versions of Dark Ritual. This is one of my favorite ones on Arena.
Yeah, and so Piotr's up a game, it looks like, but doesn't have access. Is that a Dark Ritual? Okay, so does have everything here, right?
Yes, Chromox, Dark Ritual, Necropotence.
But is on the draw, and if he gets End Disrupted here, he kind of just has no mana, right? Especially if Marcus just takes the Dark Ritual or Chromox.
Yeah, there's a grief on the other side. If he takes the Chromox and Piotr doesn't draw a mana source, there's nothing. We've got no
absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Although, you know what there is again?
Hope.
Discard Alenda and reanimate.
Yeah. Yep. It'll take a little while. But...
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
And we see a Surgical Extraction and Deathrite Shaman on the other side too to kind of clean that up. So I'm liking where Marcus is as of right this moment. But we've learned so far in this format we cannot crown winners early in games.
No, absolutely not. This is kind of interesting though. I mean, you could just with the surgical extraction, you don't really care about the reanimation angle as much, right? But you are concerned about Sorin. I mean, look, there are Chromox is probably the first thing that comes to my mind because you just have how many mana sources are there? Like 20, right? So you just have a 2/3 chance that your opponent just doesn't play anything next turn, right? And that sets you up nicely. You have Deathrite Shaman to follow that up. Alternatively, you can maybe take Dark Ritual, right? Because if you take Dark Ritual, even if Piotr just goes Chromox, what is he going to do, right? He just his hand has absolutely nothing unless he rips another Dark Ritual. Now, if you want to completely stop all of this from happening, you can also Surgical the Dark Ritual to make it so that Piotr actually just doesn't have any outs to finding his Dark Ritual to be able to play out that turn 1 Necro.
And it looks like he's going to follow. He did take the Dark Ritual, by the way. It looks like he's going to follow this up with a Deathrite Shaman. He still has
draw
access.
Step Dark Ritual. If you go for Dark Ritual, you want to draw step the Dark Ritual. Now he's deciding. Oh no, excuse me. It is Piotr's turn. So it's just like if you draw, you draw it. But if not, it's like I just hope you don't draw Entomb for this reanimate. But remember, again, Marcus does have the Surgical Extraction.
So Chromox is going to get played here. What does he want to put underneath it here? Looks
Probably
like the Necrodominance.
Yeah, Necrodominance here. You need black mana, so you can't get rid of the Saint Alendas, but you do have reanimate on the grief. And Marcus is now going to have to surgical his own grief to counter this.
Now he has stopped everything that Piotr has been doing, but he is left over with just a Deathrite Shaman and some lands now. So if he finds a threat here, I think he's in a great spot. If it takes him a turn or two to really turn on the Jets here, I think it might be. Okay, so actually just exiling the Dark Rituals here, saying, hey, look, if you have a 3/2, I don't care. I have a land in my hand. So it's like your 3/2, but now you just don't have the opportunity to just top deck a Dark Ritual for Necro. And now Piotr has his own Surgical, so he can counter Marcus's Surgical by surgicaling his own Ritual if he wants to give himself the out of drawing Dark Ritual to play that Necropotence, but chooses not to go for it. The Surgical counter another Surgical play? I haven't seen that one in a while. We've seen Psychic Frog do it, but not surgicaling your own Surgical, yeah. It's kind of like I wonder if it'll ever come to this tournament if both players have a Deathrite Shaman in play at the same time. You know, you like the first one to blink usually loses. Right. Well, and Piotr wanting to fire off the Surgical. Curious what he's gonna go after here. Oh, he knows the Verdant Catacombs is in. Right, it gets the land too. Right. Yeah. Non-basic lands. Yep. Oh, that is insane. This format's amazing, Paul. I love this format. Oh my goodness. And he gets to get the full information here of how the sideboarding went. Yeah, I mean, this is Marcus is playing kind of the Orzhov. We've seen it before, the one with the dedicated doll makers and the Overlord here. So now we're looking. So there is a Grief and one mana source and a Deathrite Shaman, and yeah, Marcus has nothing left. So it's kind of top deck wars here, but of course Piotr has
maybe a slight edge here, right? Given that he's the one with Grief in play, finds Concealed Courtier, so now is 1 mana away from just casting Necropotence.
Yeah, I was going to say, 1 land away from Necropotence here. A land came off the top from Marcus last turn as well. He's got that Pluto Delta. So he still has the Deathrite Shaman that he can activate a bunch. And he can somewhat race here, but he is a little behind.
Yeah, is there a Surveil land in this list? I know the one that we saw previously didn't have one.
Yeah,
Oh, this one has a Shadowbug Backstreet. Okay. Needs to find something. Oh, and
he kept it really fast.
Yeah. That's action.
Overlord of the Bailmark. Looks like I saw
Oh,
Grief get to put in the yard.
Get a Dollmaker there. So that is, of course, the 1-2 punch that we've seen previously. That's very, very strong. All right.
I'm looking up Dollmaker real quick. Go ahead. I'm seeing what happens if you hit your card on the other side of the board.
Right. And here, this is where March isn't so great, right? Because the only thing you can exile to kill Deathrite Shaman is a Necropotence.
Exactly. Okay, so it's not like the flicker effects back in the day. He will get the token of Grief. I was just double checking.
Oh,
he is going to be able to make his Overlord here.
Yeah. Dollmaker here, flicker the Overlord, get some more value here as well. If you mill a Sorin, you can get that.
Let's see, what is he going to get here?
Could also just get the other Dollmaker there.
It's true. It looks like he went ahead and got a Sorin.
Oh, got a Sorin. All right. Yeah, this is looking really, really good. That was a very, very nice find in the Overlord of the Bailmark.
Don't forget, Deathrite Shaman can attack. This is something that card is allowed to do, so 1 damage over the side.
Yeah, and as you can see, Piotr not too happy with what's happening here. I mean, it's just so hard to come back when you're behind like this. And now, I mean, you know that Marcus has the Sorin. Probably just want to utilize this March on the Deathrite Shaman to just hope that he doesn't have land number 3, right? To cast the Sorin, because if he gets Sorin down with that Saint Elenda in play, I mean, it's got to be over.
Well, you also just drew Grief too, so you could maybe
you could Grief it away as well, but then you can attack with the Overlord and then just get it back again, right?
That's true. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, if he double blocks here, does he maybe?
You can kill the Overlord, I suppose.
Yeah, you can kill the Overlord, but then you still.
But then you just Sorin the Saint Elenda. So this is just a rough spot here from Piotr. However, you slice it.
Yeah, let's see how he wants to play this out.
Yeah, Marcus thinking, what happens if I go to 5? Is that just fine, right? Like, if I can somehow get Sorin in play, I'm going to gain a bunch of life.
Yeah, because I was going to say, no, it's not lethal here. Like, Sorin doesn't pump one of these creatures. I was going to say, it would have been 8+2 from the Deathrite Shaman. No, that doesn't get it done. You don't have enough mana to do all that either. We've seen some interesting spots from the players there. Let's see how these two players want to play this out. I gotta believe if one of them is gonna figure it out, it's one of these two guys.
Yeah, and here's the issue. Like, now what do you do if you're Piotr? Do you go, okay, fine, I'll kill your Overlord, or are you just okay with the dead Dollmaker? Because if he goes for the Overlord here, then Sorin plus Saint Elenda will just close things out.
Yeah, maybe he's hoping the Sorin is just mostly a blank.
Yeah, I mean, look, he doesn't know about the one card in Marcus's hand. He has to hope it's not Saint Elenda, and of course we can see that it's Saint Elenda.
Yeah, if he had another black card here or 1 more mana, I think this turn is a lot easier for him.
Right.
But that is not the way that it's been drawn up. So he does gain 3 life, gets to use the March there, but it does look like this is going to be... So there's another land draw as well. So if he doesn't want to use Deathrite Shaman here, he's got that option as well.
Yeah, looks like gonna go Sorin here and just hope.
Then we could even destroy the Crow Mox here if you'd like.
Yeah. This is just game.
Yeah. So it looks like we're going to get a game 3 between these two guys to see who's going to make it into...
3.
Yeah, see who's going to make it into day 2 or who is going to have their back against the wall into the last round.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I love seeing these guys' deck lists. They're so close together with some small changes between the two. I wonder how these guys sideboarded.
Yeah, no, that's... I mean, we've seen the Orzhov Necro deck board out the combo sometimes, but this does feel like the matchup where you just kind of want to be the first person to get Necro in play, because it's not like the other person can do that much about it. So I imagine you're going to want to keep a lot of that in. And who kind of does that better? I would assume that it's the mono black Necro deck. And now that Piotr's on the play, he's got to be feeling pretty good about his chances being on the play in this particular matchup. There's also 4 copies of Leyline of Sanctity here in Piotr's sideboard, especially when you're playing against a predominantly black deck. That's a really, really strong card to bring in because it just kind of negates any type of hand disruption that your opponents can have.
Yeah, stops Grief, stops Thoughtseize, any of those type stuff. Yeah.
Actually, Marcus also has 4 copies of Leyline, so that would be pretty funny if both sides just have a Leyline in play and they're just sitting there with a couple of Griefs in hand.
Yeah, that would be actually pretty. All right, let's head on down to the feature match area. See who's going to win this game 3 and send themselves into day 2. Gets one step closer to another Pro Tour invite, one step closer to possibly getting a Worlds invite. Lots of stuff on the line for these guys.
All right, great hand for Piotr. He has Entomb plus Reanimate here, but Marcus does have a turn 1 Grief to kind of remove that as an option, so there won't be at least a turn 2 Reanimate here, if Marcus has anything to say about it.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and get rid of the Sorin here since he doesn't have the combo piece, because he has the Dark Ritual, he has the Sorin. He doesn't have the Saint Alondra, though.
Right.
All right, so Grief from Marcus.
Yeah.
Take a look over here at Piotr's hand.
So probably just going to be taking the Reanimate, given that you don't have the Surgical Extraction. Would be my guess.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's thinking about as well. It doesn't end up taking that. Double Surgical Extraction and Tomb left over here with that Necro Dominance and land for Piotr.
Yeah. Does have the ability to go Dark Ritual Overlord if he wants, but chooses not to. Just gonna take it a little bit slow. Next turn, just play the Overlord.
Well, so next turn, he can actually... Go ahead.
Chrome Mox off the top. So now we're looking at a Necro Dominance here from Piotr. He can just run that out if he wants.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. I was going to say, if he waits a turn with this Dark Ritual, I think he can play Overlord and Dollmaker next turn, right?
We'll have, yes. Does he have a white source? Oh, he has a Polluted Delta in play. Absolutely, he could do that. So that's going to be what Marcus is setting up for here. So now we're going to have a bit of a fight here. We have dedicated Dollmaker plus Overlord of the Baelmerk against Necro Dominance. And Piotr does have a couple copies of Surgical Extraction in hand too, to try to disrupt anything else Marcus might try to do. Marcus knows the Necro Dominance is coming.
All right, how many cards are you drawing here? You're at 20. You're not facing any kind of...
Do you just fire... Yeah, do you just fire off these extractions just to see what Marcus is working with?
Yeah, I think he fires off at least one of these.
Yeah, because
you're whatever, right?
Right, because you're going to be discarding a bunch of cards anyways, right? Because I'm assuming you're going to draw 7 or 8 cards here off the Necro Dominance.
Yeah, you might as well get perfect information. So he sees these 3 cards plus the lands.
Yeah.
So now he knows kind of what he's digging for and what exactly is going to happen over the next turn. So he's like, okay, I'm going to be facing down 7 power next turn, possibly some extra cards.
7 power plus an extra card, right? Yeah. Off of the Overlord of the Baelmerk.
Possibly 2. Yeah.
So getting rid of all of the griefs, so there's no griefs to get back here off the Overlord. And end of turn.
Let's say,
how many cards do we want, Piotr?
Probably like 8.
Yeah, 7 to 8 would be my guess.
I'm sure they probably have like a
number.
Yeah, they probably have like a spreadsheet with like the number kind of stuff.
Wow, he just drew the combo, only chose 5.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Right, and has Sorin plus Saint Alenda and 2 more Surgical Extractions here. So Piotr will be able to go Sorin into Saint Alenda and has the mana. What's that?
Just good, clean living, Paul.
You know what? You could have just Necroed for 2 then, I guess, if you just knew you were going to draw it.
You just knew, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Didn't want to give up the extra value, you know?
Yeah. Piotr getting rid of the Chrome Mox here. All right, what can Marcus find?
Marshflat's not going to help out too much here, though.
Yep. I think Marcus only really has 1 play available to him now. There's perfect information for Piotr outside of the card that he drew for turn. Not happy about this, of course, as you can tell. Play out a basic.
Leave Dark Ritual, play the Overlord here.
Juggernaut Peddler, I suppose, right? You could, if you hit Juggernaut Peddler, you can cast it this turn and get the Sorin out of the hand, yeah?
Yeah, that's actually a good call.
So
I think that's what you're hoping for.
Yeah, because no griefs left.
Oh, he got it.
There's a Juggernaut Peddler.
Okay.
All right. I mean, now if you're Marcus, do you go for the 7 power or do you just go for the Peddler? I'm kind of inclined to go for the Peddler here just to see what Piotr has.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't disagree.
But it is tempting to just have a huge board in the face of a Necro dominance, just so your opponent just can't draw that many cards.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to figure out like how do you win from this spot against Piotr, and like what are the worst case scenarios?
Wow. Okay.
Like, yeah.
And look at this, actually going for getting Solitude, blinking the Overlord of the Baelmer, because now with the Solitude, you do have the answer for the Saint Elenda, right? If Piotr goes Sorin into Saint Elenda, you can just kill the Saint Elenda, so no extra token enters the battlefield.
Yeah, now this gives Piotr priority here. So he's going to be able to use Surgical Extraction, take care of some of these creatures.
Yeah, do you kill... Right, you can exile the white creature to prevent Solitude from actually happening.
Yeah, 100% I would do this here. You can still miss because he's going to get to trigger the Overlord again when it comes back into play, but this gives you like some chance of there being no white card
there's
here.
Just Dedicated Dollmaker and Saint Elenda. Marcus really wants to mill one of those or a Solitude, and gets a white card. So that's really, really big.
Yeah, there was a Dollmaker and a Saint Elenda here. Yeah, I like getting the Saint Elenda and protecting that from future stuff. You don't want that getting surgical or taken out of your graveyard too often, I don't think.
Right.
If the game goes long, you at least want to have the option of possibly getting one of those to play.
And I believe there is no Saint Elenda or Solitude in the graveyard here for Marcus, because, of course, Piotr could fire off a surgical to get one of those out of the hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when we were trying to decide what to take earlier, I didn't see that Solitude was an option. That was a great option for Marcus.
Right, absolutely it was. And now you get to Sorin, get Saint Elenda down. You have to assume it's going to die because you know about Solitude and Saint Elenda. So what mode do you want to choose here? You probably still just get Fate's Fetters and... Oh, no, excuse me. Invoke the Divine, yes. Overlord of the Baelmer is an enchantment, so you can just disenchant a token here, gain a bunch of life, and this is still going to put Piotr in a really good spot because you have Necro Dominance and you can still draw a ton of cards.
Absolutely. You're going to be able to draw, what? I think of another, like, 4 or 5 at least here.
Right. I mean, all you're facing is the Dollmaker here, right?
Yeah. You're gonna lose your Saint Elenda, but like you want to find more combos, right? Like you want to find that card again. You want to find a way to maybe kill this Dollmaker and gain a bunch of life. Yeah, maybe you draw up like 7 or 8 here.
Yeah. And I mean, what can Marcus draw now from this spot, right? I mean, we know that Reanimate's not even an option.
Necro.
Right?
Yeah.
Necro, yeah. Necro. Yeah, you know what? Yes.
When in doubt, yeah.
When in doubt, Mono Black Necro versus Orzhov Necro. Necro always the out.
Yeah. All right. How many do you think here? I'm thinking it's a high number.
5, 6.
Is he gonna stop at 3?
I can't imagine he stops at 3. He's been going to 1 less the
He's
total.
been cautious.
Yeah, he has been pretty cautious with the Necro Dominance. Feels like you can be a little more aggressive, given how far ahead it feels like you are here. Oh man, Marcus drew Sorin. Had Marcus chosen to keep the Saint Elenda, could have been able to put that in play. But of course, then you just have a pair of Saint Elendas looking at each other.
Yeah, now you get to kill the opposing Sorin, but there's a backup copy for Piotr here as well.
Right.
Are there any creatures other than Solitude in the yards?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. There's 2 Reanimates in hand here now for Piotr. There's gotta... Was there a Peddler? No, Peddler got Surgicaled, right?
Yeah, Peddler got Surgicaled. The Saint Elenda got pitched to the Solitude. So I believe that's the only target for Reanimate here. I mean, it's good enough. It's going to kill the...
Right. Yeah, the Dollmaker. I mean, you still just want to do it.
Yeah.
You don't really have that many other things to do here.
It's got lifelink as well, Paul. Like any card that says lifelink on it when I'm playing Necro, give it to me. Like,
absolutely.
Yeah.
There's also that looks like a Takenuma in hand, so that's another mana source.
Yeah, that's a Takenuma, yeah.
And Marcus now not playing out the Sorin and actually hoping to basically find a Saint Elenda here off of a Surveil, possibly, off the Marsh Flats.
Okay, so he does have the dedicated Dollmaker in the yard still, too. Okay.
Okay.
So it's Solitude and Dollmaker, so now all that's left over is the Dollmaker.
This is a scrappy Reanimate, but it still will get the job done here. You can still play out the Sorin here if you'd like, but just because you're going to draw a bunch of cards, but actually just choosing to keep it in hand and protect it. All right, how many cards? 3, I guess, given what I've seen.
Yeah, good call. I was gonna say 3.
I like at this point, you know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
and
right,
he does find Entomb.
Let's say we did pick up Entomb here. That's a big draw.
Yeah, so now you can go Entomb. Well, You can't entomb Saint Elenda. Well, you can with the Solitude, but because if you cast Reanimate, you're just gonna die if you get Elenda in play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but if it's Saint Elenda though, if you can get your Solitude gets you up to 10,
Yeah,
you're
right,
okay going low because you're gonna gain a lot of it back right away.
Oh,
we found it. Okay.
There is a Necropotence from Marcus. All right.
All right, hold up. We're not done yet.
Not totally dead yet. Now remember, Piotr does have a really big turn lined up next turn as well, because he will be able to get Saint Elenda going. But I mean, how many cards does Marcus drawn? I feel like we're
a lot.
I think it's going to be more than 5 or 6.
He still has the Shadowy Backstreets up, so if he finds March, he can play March now. So like,
yeah, I don't believe this list has March.
Okay.
Okay, they play Swords to Plowshares. I don't know if he kept that in. All right, what a draw here.
Yeah, I think you gotta find Swords here, maybe.
Okay.
So that was what, 8, 7?
Yeah, and look, if Marcus finds something like a surgical extraction, that also prevents the
There we go.
reanimate angle too. And he does!
All right, we found a surgical.
Oh
We got our
my!
own reanimate with,
Right.
with an overlord.
Now both
We have
sides
a
does have a
Solitude.
surgical. There's a
And
two
another white
Solitudes.
card. There we go. Okay, so we have Solitude, white card, surgical. Marcus is in this.
Well, yeah, I mean, Necro will do that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You
Okay,
just want to draw a Necro, Paul.
so
It's easy
full
as that.
grips now on both
Yeah.
sides.
This format is amazing. I love this format.
Yeah, this is nuts. I wonder if you're Marcus, I mean, are you supposed to just Solitude the Solitude to prevent just more life gain? I know Piotr will gain 3, but it is a consistent source of card advantage.
But he's gonna go ahead and surgical the reanimate now.
Surgical the reanimate now. And now Piotr goes, do I need to surgical my own reanimate to keep the reanimate? Because if you do, then you get to entomb reanimate, right?
Right. That you're not wrong. But maybe he's wondering, is that something that'll win me the game from here? You know, is there
Sure.
Solitudes in Marcus's hand? Because we know that he just drew, you know, a whole new grip.
Okay, so he let that resolve, and now, I mean, this is kind of a for Piotr. You did get to gain 3, but I mean, he doesn't kind of have anything going here anymore.
Yeah,
What a game.
timing was interesting there for Marcus. Didn't want to pitch a card for no value, so went ahead and did that. And look, you called this. You can get the 3 once, not the 3 twice.
Right.
Off this, so go ahead and put the Solitude into play now. And I love getting the reanimate there because he knows he's about to put Solitudes back in his own yard.
Right.
Yeah, really heads up play for Marcus there. You can see why he's got that 70% win percentage.
Yeah. So now if you're Piotr, you know, now you're facing up against another Necro, you might have to be a little more aggressive with the Necro dominance. I'm not sure drawing 3 cards here will get it done. This is a tricky card to play with.
I was gonna say maybe 4. I was gonna say I think 4 this time because
This
you
is-
still have to worry about your life total too.
This is going a little bit outside his comfort zone. He's always been going over 1 over.
Yeah.
Going to 4 now. Really wants to find Saint Elenda here to go with that Sorin.
Oh. All right, he did pick up a March though. Okay.
He does have a March.
If he can get a target into play, he's at least got a March and a few cards he can get rid of pretty easily to gain a bunch of the life back.
Yeah. By the way, the Andre Stroski's team, Matt Nass, they were all wondering what happens if there is a Necro on both sides and nobody can draw cards.
I think we have to actually stop the game and restart it. I think I heard somebody talking about this.
That is what happens.
Yeah.
The game ends in a draw, and you have to play another game. And right now, Marcus is sitting at 6 minutes. I don't know. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but that is actually what would happen.
It's
if,
on the
let's say,
table.
If both players are
Yeah.
at 1 with a Necro in play and can't do anything, then the game has to reset.
Yeah, but it's on the table, Paul. And I'll tell you this: as long as Marcus has like 2 minutes on his clock, I think he could try to get through a game. Oh,
Right.
The animations might get him though.
Right.
We talked about this earlier. There's a way around those animations, man.
This is the 3rd surgical extraction that's been cast. All right,
so
Marcus is
Mark.
not happy about this.
All right, he does at least get 1 card back here. I think I saw the bog.
Oh,
I saw it too.
okay.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Solitude here.
No white card though.
Right. But was that a
Second Overlord? Yeah.
Second Overlord? Okay.
Maybe try to find the white card here this way.
Right. I mean, keep in mind, Piotr doesn't have anything going here, right?
I would say he
there's
doesn't
no-
like need it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Granted, he doesn't know about what Pyotr has. Marcus has to always be mindful of the fact that Pyotr could have drawn the Solitude.
The combo, yeah.
Right, off the Necro Dominance.
Looks like a... Yeah, it looks like a
Did he miss
there. Yeah, it missed. So he just gets the... He gets the
yeah, look at this. He
back.
thinks he's dead, but he's not. So he's going to breathe a sigh of relief when Pyotr just doesn't actually put a St. Elenda in play. All Pyotr can do is hardcast Grief and then draw some more cards.
He doesn't have it yet, Paul. I mean, we see some
Well, he
crazy
can't draw
stuff
it this
back.
turn, though, is what I mean.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. Yeah,
he doesn't have a draw step, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so he does get a Grief, though. So what does the Grief get to do for him? I guess he gets to take something out of Marcus' hand and puts a threat into play.
Yeah.
And we're going to a pretty low life total here.
As you can see, Marcus a lot more aggressive with the Necro.
Yeah.
Although, actually, Necro Potence is, of course... Look at the Marcus just thinks he's lost the game already. But that is not the case here.
Back over to Pyotr.
Marcus does need to plan out his next few turns, though. He's got 5 minutes on the clock. That could come into play.
So it is going to be the Grief.
All right. Yeah, and then that's going to take the Sorin, right?
So hold on. How many lands does he have? He has 5. Does he have a Dark Ritual in his hand? No, so he can't just hard cast Saint Elenda, right?
You can't. Yeah, hard cast Saint Elenda can come into play. You would need to get 3 white sources.
I think he's got 3 white sources in play, Paul. So
is there? I thought there was 2, but there might be a fetch land. But there's a political
right.
in hand too. So
yeah, we're close.
Yeah, we are very, very
it's
close.
It's not off the table.
I mean, Pyotr doesn't have that many more looks. I suppose, I mean, in a pinch, you can march your own Grief, right? Just to draw more cards if that's where you're at here with the Necro Dominance.
Yeah, I think that's something that might actually come into play here. Yeah, especially with him. He's going to draw a few more cards here. If Marcus doesn't put a creature into play, then that's something that could possibly come up here. And I think...
Is that 4 surgicals?
Yeah, I was supposed to say, I think it's the 4th one.
Okay.
I mean, they're getting low on cards too, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, 2 surgicals main and 2 in the sideboard. And when you have games that go this long, yes, I suppose when you resolve all 4 surgicals, your opponents are just not going to have threats left.
Oh yeah, that snow-covered swamp looked like a duel to me when the screens are different. But there is the polluted delta, like you said. So
there is a polluted delta. So we're 1 mana away potentially here from hard casting Saint Elenda.
All right, there we go. We're going to trigger Necropotence.
Now remember, Marcus can also just hard cast Solitude here on the Grief.
And then that's going to get eaten by March of the Wretched Sorrow for quite a bit, and we're going to get back to the spot where we were.
Yeah, wow, this is yeah, the thing is, both players have been able to kind of prevent each other from getting Sorin plus Saint Elenda down, right? Because when you put those 2 together, that is a lot to fight through. Okay, that's the Dark Ritual that you were talking about before. So now Marcus has the ability here potentially to hard cast Saint Elenda.
Yeah, if we get back to a main phase for Reggerero, which we should be able to.
After seeing this, I'm just boarding out all my reanimation cards.
Yeah. So if he gets the Saint Elenda to play, he can kill the Necro Dominance on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
Trying to think of like what you do once you get to this point, you know?
Right.
Also, the Overlords are impending. Don't forget that. I think they're down to what, like 3 now too?
They're on 3, yeah.
So, as long as we don't get decked in some way.
Right.
We're doing
so
okay.
now on Pyotr's side, you're thinking, okay, I have access to March. Do I run out of March? For how much?
So he uses, he can untap and use his mana here as well if he wants to just go for, max pretty much.
Right.
He's got 5 mana here, so he can March X for 4 off mana alone.
Right.
And then any cards from his hand.
Because Pyotr really wants to find Saint Elenda. Looks like we're all right. We are in hardcast Boggart Trawler territory. That will exile all of the cards here in Marcus's graveyard. And still has access to a big March to deal with this Solitude.
Yeah, I was going to say this, like, Entomb and the Cervical Extraction, I think, are fine to be pitched away. You could probably even pitch away the Sorin here as well.
Yeah, but I wonder if you're Pyotr, do you go, okay, well, actually, maybe I don't care about Solitude. Maybe I have to care about hardcast Saint Elenda.
All right, well, we paid 6 here, going down to 1.
Oh, he's down to 1.
Okay. You can still Dark Ritual here for extra mana.
I mean,
it's more this way than pitching it to March.
Right. So we're gonna see a very, very big March here, presumably. Still can't find that combo with the Soren and Alenda here from Piotr's side. If you march to Solitude, remember Marcus does have that ability probably to play the Saint Alenda, assuming that he didn't. I don't know. Did he possibly mill all of his white lands?
I wonder if that's what he was shaking his head.
He keeps
earlier,
shaking his
maybe?
head, right?
Yeah.
Like, was there a point where one of those lands could have come into play? I mean, can he just not cast Saint Alenda? Is that why he's so upset?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I mean, he has enough mana. Like we know numerically he has enough. Does he have the right combination?
There's 3 Godless Shrines in the deck, right?
Ooh, that might be the thing.
There's 1 in play. There's a Shadowy Backstreet, so there should be 2 more, unless he milled them off of the Overlord of the Balemerks.
Well, Paul, we're about to find out.
Yeah. All right. We'll see.
Is there a white land left in the deck?
I feel like, given what Marcus is showing us with his face, he might not. Yeah, he doesn't.
That was overgrown too.
That's why he's so upset. Oh my goodness. That is so rough. And I think he probably had an opportunity to fetch for a white land and then realized his error when he went impending on the Overlord of the Balemerk and milled the Godless Shrine.
Okay, I'm trying to fix this. There's no Crow Moxes in his deck, right? Does he have any DRSs left, or did those get surgical? Because that's another white source. If you could find it,
right? I don't know. We haven't seen one.
Because he's got a land in his yard now too.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this game is about to get scrappy.
Yeah. And, again, I mentioned it before. I don't want it to end like this, but Marcus is at 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Yeah, Necropotence to resolve takes quite a bit of time. All right, so he's gonna go down to 1
Go
here.
to 1 here. Desperation needs to find something.
Does Piotr have any draws off the top here that could just kill him? Like, you just remove 2 blockers? I don't think he has anything that stops
Well,
2, right?
he would need to draw off the Necro Dominance, right? So
right,
it would
yeah,
just,
you're right.
yeah,
Right.
Oh man,
the timing of these turns. Sorry.
Yeah, should have just should have known that you needed to hardcast Saint Alenda. That's
I mean, we joked about it earlier,
right?
Like earlier in the day.
Yeah. I mean, Piotr can.
Yeah,
but you can't even play one.
Yeah, like that card doesn't exist to him. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So Marcus is terrified, but this is actually not gonna. It will gain some life here for Piotr if you just attack, I suppose, because it does give your creature lifelink. Then that lets you draw more cards off the Necro Dominance.
I think this is something you're super interested in too, right? Like you wanted to give me you want the option to draw cards while your opponent doesn't have that option yet.
Right. Yeah. I'm curious, by the way, how many cards Marcus has left in his deck too.
It's
like,
getting low on both sides.
It could come down to that, where like you might only get 1 attack off the Overlord of the Balemerks before you just run out of cards.
Yeah, so we might see another pretty large chunk
3?
here. Let's say 3 or 4. Yeah.
4?
4.
Okay, 4. All right.
Okay, were the single one just left in his deck?
There it is. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, can go Dark Ritual, Fell the Profane.
Okay.
If you want to just kill the Trawler, right, and not discard.
It would keep your Soren at enough to be able to put the Sandalander into play. Though you have a backup copy in your
hand. Yeah. If anything crazy happens, you still have access to Dark Ritual, Fell the Profane with the Surgical Extraction as well.
Yeah, I might just be like, you can hit my Soren here. I'm not really.
Wait, can you go Dark Ritual, Hardcast Alenda, sack Saint Alenda to Soren and just Lightning Helix your opponent? You can just do that, right?
Yeah, you can definitely do that. Yep.
So that could also be a line that we might see. It's just like, you know what? To your face.
This at you. Yeah,
just go to the face.
Upstairs. Yeah. How many I was gonna say, how many Solitudes have we seen? Are they all gone from Marcus' deck? I think we have, right?
I don't know.
Saint Alondra just got added. I don't know if there's any Solitudes left in Marcus' deck. He should know the
right. So Piotr should look at Marcus's deck here and just see if that is a card that he can have.
Okay, so
he does find Soren.
He found Soren, so he gets to put Saint Alondra to play here.
Yeah, so that puts you up to 5.
You could face Fetters the Soren. Right?
Wait, is there a? There's one in the graveyard.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, that's gonna get the Saint Alenda, so no life gain here for Marcus, and we can see Dark Ritual into Saint Alenda, or just cheat Saint Alenda and play the other Soren and kind of use that to close things out. Wow, the 4th Surgical Extraction completely necessary here from Piotr. to be able to lock his seat into day 2.
My jaw is on the floor right now, Paul.
I mean, you were talking about that last match we did in the previous round as the best match. This one's kind of hard to beat,
This is the best match I've seen
this
in a long time.
You take that one back?
I take it back.
Oh my gosh. What a game.
This has been amazing between these two players.
This is ridiculous. The 4th surgical extraction. All right, Piotr. You finally found your Saint Elenda. It's time.
Yeah, this kills on the spot too with the second Zorn, like you said. Yep, and you can see Marcus goes ahead and concedes there. Piotr is into day 2 off the back of this victory of one of the most insane matches I've ever seen, one of the most insane games I've seen in a long time, Paul. Paul, I can't stress enough how good this game was and how well it was played by players, because every time I would think of something else that they can do or another play they would make, I would find another layer to peel back in the match, because like you have to protect yourself from the surgical. So I think that might be another reason why he was upset, is he had to leave certain creatures in his graveyard at times and he had to expose them to surgical. He's like, oh, maybe I could have played differently to not expose myself to getting surgical here. And I'd have to go back and watch this game multiple times to see if there was like a line that was different. Like,
I mean, look, there were so many decision points in that match. I mean, there were so many opportunities for Piotr to fire off surgical, but choosing to actually be patient with it in a lot of instances. Remember, there was an earlier moment where Marcus was looking to surgical his reanimates, and he was like, I could counter that.
He's like,
fine. But you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead. That's not what's going to be important here. I'm thinking the super duper long game, and it actually came to that. I mean, it literally came down to the point where Marcus was mad at himself because he couldn't hard cast Saint Elenda when he could have had he fetched the black-white land. I mean, that's what it came down to. I mean, this is just one of the craziest games I've ever seen, full stop.
Yeah, I mean, like, we got to the point where he was capable, right, of
he could have
drops. Yeah, very easily. Yeah, he had enough mana. Absolute masterclass from them. And I was just checking. It looks like we're out of matches here this round. And Paul, I've never said this before. I'm kind of glad we're not doing any more Magic this round, because I do love covering Magic. I don't know if I have it in me after that.
No, I think we picked the perfect match to kind of end our day, and then we can recharge for tomorrow.
Absolutely. So like Paul's kind of alluding to, for him and for myself, thank you very much for watching today. We do have more after us, but that's it for us too. We will see you bright and early in the morning, but there's another round to see who else is going to be playing in day 2, and that's going to be quite a stressful match. Hopefully they're half as good as this one. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Magic right after this.
I've got Piotr Sinsky here. You have just picked up one hell of a grindy win here to make it through to day 2. Congratulations. Talk us through that match. Are you alive? Are you okay? Do you need a beverage?
Yes. Yeah, it was really tough. Probably my toughest match of the day. I would say one moment I was thinking that I win this game, and second there was something unbelievable things happening. Also, I would say my opponent was very unlucky because most of the third game, I couldn't draw Elenda. He also had like 20 last cards, and also didn't draw Sorin or Elenda in these games. Yes.
Yeah, we were watching, and we could see both both players' cameras. Obviously, his expressions told a great story there. So if you can go back and watch that matchup, some bad beats there for your opponent, but they get to try again one more time to make it through to day number 2. But surgical extraction at the end there, getting the win for you, making sure Elenda doesn't come down, picking up the win, and just your expression at the end where you're just like, what just happened? I think we all felt that inside.
It was really hard, especially this Orzhov Necro, because it was really hard to think what to sideboard, because normally you would sideboard, you would stay with reanimate with your main prior strategy to reanimate Iona, but this Orzhov Necro has like Solitudes and Swords of Plowshares, so you cannot stick with that.
Well, you got through that. Hopefully that's your toughest matchup this weekend, and tomorrow is a bit more smooth sailing for you. So Go get some well-deserved rest, and once again, congratulations, Piotr. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
ファイナルファンタジーはね、やっぱりずっとやってきてるし。そうだ。あ、こっちはもうね、なるべく非常識の絵を描こうっていうことで、とらわれないで描きました。これはもう、状況がもういっちゃってるんですよね。炎の中に入ってるっていうんですかね。ケフカはもうめちゃくちゃですね。狂った色、いろんな色が入った方が、いいんじゃないかなっていうイメージみたいなぼやっとしたものがあって、それを形にしていく。その行為が、楽しいというか。まず、通常のティナは剣持ってて、空挺がいっぱいいてっていう、ファイナルファンタジーの世界をちょっと、もう一回表現してみよう。こっちの変身後の方は、最初にキャラクター作った時以外はあんまり書いてないんですよね。あの時はもう少しデフォルメされてましたから、これはちょっとリアルにしたんですけど。おー、かっこいいですね。素晴らしいです。素晴らしいですね。へえ。小さいんですけども、すごい重みがあるというんですかね。マジックとファイナルファンタジーのコラボレーション。皆さん楽しんでください。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Arena Championship 10. All right, we had some excellent matches last round, and we have one round left here on day number 1 to find our top 16 who will come back in battle on day 2 of competition. We started today with 110 players. Just one more round, we'll be down to 16. 2 players tomorrow will be going to the World Championship next year, and our top 16 all get qualified for Pro Tour Richmond, which is Pro Tour Lorwyn, which is happening at the end of next month, which is very exciting as well. So a lot to play for here in this final round of day 1 of competition. Welcome back into the booth. We've got Daquan, we've got Arya. We had a fantastic round last round, so hopefully we can give people some more fireworks like we did that here for round number 8 coming up at the end of day number 1. Let's check out our broadcast schedule very quickly, everyone, to find out what we're going to see tomorrow. You can see that highlighted on your screen there. Day 2 will be our playoffs. It's timeless once again, and it is single elimination, so you do not want to miss a minute of the action tomorrow. It's a clean cut to our top 16, so we do not need to have a qualification round. We'll be kicking things off at 9 a.m. Pacific, so come back to see our top 16. We expect to do the top 8 around noon, semifinals around 2 p.m., and 3 p.m. is the time for our finals, 3 p.m. Pacific time. So come on back tomorrow, because plenty of action and a lot on the line for all of our players here. Back in the booth here as we set up for the final round of Swiss on day 1 of competition. We're going to take a peek at our standings and find out where we are with our 1 round left to battle out here for our top 16 berth. Take a look at all the players who had advanced to day 2 of competition. Some big names on that list, including Andre Stroski and Nathan Steuer, who will be back here on day 2 battling for those world championship spots, and a lot of cash as well. A lot of players still in the mix though here. All of these people at 5 and 2 have a chance to lock it up. This round, Alex Friedrien has been near the top of the standings all day, just needs that win. We've seen Martin Eric Gotautier on camera a few times here, 1 win away, as is Michael Plummer, a Pro Tour champion at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities this year. Derek Davis came in 4th at the World Championship just 2 weeks ago. Yunya Ianaga, 5 and 2, your 2011 World Champion. Very cool to see him here this weekend. So we've got 9 spots left in day number 2, 18 players battling for those spots. All people in our top 16 get qualified for Pro Tour Lorwyn in Richmond next month. So very exciting stuff on the line here for round number 8. Welcome back to the booth, everyone. As we get ready to go here, we had a lot of exciting magic last round. Let's take a look at who'll be watching here first up in round 8, the final round of day number 1. We've got some interesting decks on the way here. Take a look. We've got Stephen Lee, who's running Mardu Energy, and Golgari Depths in the hands of Nathan Hu. So exciting to see this Golgari Depths deck in action here in a minute. Let's get to meet our players. Stephen Lee, Arena Championship 8 made the top 4, so a good showing there for Steven. Welcome back here for Arena Championship 10. Qualified via a standard event, did Steven, with a win. Was playing Vivi and says it was completely broken and won every single mirror match to get there to qualify for the tournament this weekend. More than 30,000 games played on Arena with an excellent win rate at 63.4%. Constructed Peak, Mythic #1. Mardu Energy, the deck that's most played here in the tournament. We've seen it a lot on camera this weekend. Daquan, what impresses you most about what this deck can do?
Just to the fact that it has basically multiple modes, right? Like you can play the early 1-drops with your Ocelot and your Guide of Souls and just kind of get after your opponent quickly. But if that doesn't work, you kind of wind it back in and say, okay, well, I still have this Ajani that I can flip and do some stuff with, right? I can keep you from wanting to draw cards with the Orcish Bowmaster. And if that doesn't work, well, I'll just get my little guys and I'll throw them at you with the Goblin Bombardment, right? Like, it has a bunch of different ways to attack, and it makes sense that Stephen Lee would be playing this because if you like playing something like Vivi, it's all about value, and that's all this deck is.
Let's take a look at the other side of things. The opponent here for this round, Nathan Hu. More than 15,000 games played on Arena with a 65.5% win rate. Has cashed a couple of Arena Opens, but says this achievement, qualifying for this tournament here, is his top achievement that he is the most proud of. So newer to the Magic scene here as well, at least as Arena Championships are concerned. Remembers being in a flow state when he qualified to play here this weekend. So we're so excited to see him doing well. Constructed Peak, Mythic #16. So let's take a peek at this Golgari Depth deck. Arya, what is this deck doing?
Yeah, this deck is really sweet. This is another sort of bought over from Legacy, where you have these Dark Depths Thespian Stage combo decks, and this is very much what this is. That's how it'll kill you. But notably, this deck is leaning a little further into the whole... it's leaning a little further into the whole Wary Zone Guard strip mine thing, which with cards like Crop Rotation, you have Crop Rotation, you more reliably find your strip mine. With stuff like Exploration and Abundance, you can develop to a point where you can recur your strip mine more often, more quickly. And then with stuff with like Ice Steel Explorer, you have more ways to recur your strip mine than other decks do. So this deck is very much about leaving your opponent with 0 lands. And it's sort of like the logical, like, extreme point of what the sort of the Golgari mid-range deck we saw before was, where this is sort of taking the idea that deck has of being a mid-range deck with this like lands plan and taking it even further, going harder on the lands thing, maybe losing a little bit of speed, losing probably a little bit of equity against the all-in combo decks that are leading on Dark Ritual and don't really need a lot of lands, but getting a lot more strength in a fair game against other fair decks.
Okay, this looks very sweet. I'm excited to see it in action, and of course, I'm always excited to see my lady, Merit Lage. All right, it's time for the final round of day #1. Let's send some people to day 2 and to the Pro Tour, Daquan.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. We are welcoming everybody back here to round 8. And Arya, these are some high stakes games here, right? You win, you qualify for tomorrow, but even more importantly, these are basically all matches that are worth $1,000 to $2,000 more. So there's a lot at stake here for each of these players.
Yeah, these are some of the high stakes matches of Magic there are. Like, you rarely get this high stakes even at the PT. There's PT qualifications on the line. There's thousands of dollars on the line. There's Worlds qualifications on the line. These players, they must be sweating it. But, I mean, they didn't get here without being able to win under pressure. So I'm sure they'll do just fine.
Yeah, this is the position you hope to be in. You control your own destiny here. You win. You get qualified for the Pro Tour, and then you can take a shot at the rest of the money. And I will let everybody know we only have Stephen Hu's side here, so we're going to get to play some normal Magic, if you will, looking from Nathan's perspective here. Sorry. So, yeah. Looks like we have a Once Upon a Time there to open up with, and we're going to go right into a Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, this matchup is interesting. I imagine this is one of the worst matchups for the depth stack. It's really awkward that Energy both has such efficient threats that you don't need a lot of lands to deploy, and has stuff like Static Prison and Swords to Plowshare, so it's pretty hard to just kill them outright with Merit Lage. You probably do need to like grind through a lot of what they have going on.
Yeah, Nathan's hand doesn't feel really too insane here because we really just had another Once Upon a Time, and it looks like a Strip Mine there available, and not much else really going on at the moment. Actually, I think that's Ancient Tomb.
I believe that's Ancient Tomb,
yeah.
But notably, famed 1-mana 1/2 Deathrite Shaman is gonna put a lot of work in here, just being a blocker for Ragavan. And Nathan has gotten to develop his mana quite a bit thanks to exploration. So I actually quite like his spot here as far as the stack goes in general. He gets to dig a little further for something that actually like progresses towards winning the game with Once Upon a Time. And if he can find it, if he can find something like an Icefall Explorer, then he might be in pretty decent shape.
Yeah, and here comes a Static Prison and says, you know, I can't get past this wall that happens to be Deathrite Shaman shaped, so we need to get that out of the way.
Yeah. With the Deathrite Shaman gone, Ragavan one of the more problematic gods for this deck. Just snowballing mana advantage a problem, treasure's a problem when you're trying to strip mine your opponent out of the game, so don't love that for Nathan.
Yeah, so Steven gets to attack here, make a treasure. Still has options for the turn. We know that deck has a ton of things for very low cost here.
Amusingly, strip mine out of the energy deck, kind of horrendous in this matchup. Does not provide any colored mana for your spells, and strip mining your opponent is just not very good when they have exploration plus ways to recur cards from the graveyard. So don't think that's gonna get much value in this spot.
All right, well, we doubled up on our alchemy cards here. So let's see how this plays out, because Nathan really doesn't have anything else going on here. So here comes the Wary Zone Guard for 3 mana. Does enter tapped.
Yeah. So what this matchup is really going to be about is about this depth stack trying to establish control. With stuff like Static Prison, Swords to Plowshares, even Strip Mine if it doesn't find another mana denial use, there's not really very much by way of this. There's not really very much by way of this depth deck having counterplay to having the ability to stick a Merit Lage the way it might in some matchups. And so the deck really wants to establish control, lock its opponent out of the game, and then maybe get Merit Lage going. Possibly try and like just kill your opponent by attacking for a bunch with Wary Zone Guards.
Yeah, and those do become 4/4s. And Nathan got to return a Verdant Catacombs, it looked like. So does have his mana basically completely built out here, but can we end up doing anything with it?
Yeah, double Strip Mine really not what you want here. The first one at least might buy you a turn against Steps combo, but it's pretty hard for the second one to also be buying you a turn. So yeah, not what you want to be seeing.
And Steven's hand here now is getting a little set up, because you can sacrifice something to the Bombardment if you wanted to, and that would allow you to flip a Johnny.
Yeah, Bombardment plus a Johnny is a really potent combo here. So not ideal for Nathan at all, because it puts him on something of a clock. I believe this is gonna kill one of the Zone Guards by pinging it with the Goblin Bombardment, making a 2/2, dealing a 2/1, dealing a 2 more damage, and then sacrificing that 2/1 to deal the last point of damage. And if there's an answer for the other Zone Guard, then all of a sudden Nathan has absolutely nothing going on.
Yeah, this is a quick turnaround, and we are going to go ahead and get rid of one Zone Guard here. Now Nathan is at 13, so has a little bit of wiggle room, but there's a Swords to Plowshares sacrificing that treasure, and now you're just in top deck mode, and you got to find something. So we're going to go ahead and crack the Verdant Catacombs, make it a little easier to find something, but it's just Yavimaya, is that what that is there? So
Yep.
Yeah.
There's literally nothing with another Yavimaya in play. Worth noting, Nathan's deck has 30 lands. It's all lands. So, yeah, he needs to find something quick. Notably, while both the Strip Mines are tapped and the Swords to Plowshares and Static Prison has been spent, would be a great time to find a Dark Depths if he could find one.
Yeah, we're going to Thespian Stage. Just copy one of our lands here.
Yeah, Thespian Stage copying the Nurturing Peatland does give a little more longevity for Nathan, but it also means that Dark Depths is no longer cutting it on its own, because by the time Dark Depths comes around, there'll be strip mines held up, most likely.
Yep, we're gonna go ahead and strip mine a land away here, but it may not be enough at this stage.
Yeah, Ajani on their own is plenty capable of taking over a game. Any creature here is any creature here brings Nathan to 11 and almost certainly dead next turn.
Yep, so Ragman makes another treasure. We still have, I was gonna say 3 unknown cards, but one of those looks like it was a land in Steven's hand. So he cracks the Bloodstained Mire. And let's just see what he plays here. But I'm with you, Ari. I think this is going to get away very quickly unless Nathan has a really strong turn next turn.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised to see...
Wow.
Steven targeting himself with Juggernaut Peddler.
Says, you know, I might just want a Juggernaut.
That's not something I've seen before. Sometimes you're just in the market for a Juggernaut.
Yeah, why not? I mean, if your opponent doesn't have anything, sure. And then there is a Dark Depths, but it looks like it's too little too late. But yeah, this is kind of just a tough spot for Nathan. And Johnny is gonna trigger again here.
Yeah, Johnny can shoot the Deathrite Shaman down. If there's a removal spell for the Deathrite Shaman, we might have actual lethal here. I don't.
Yeah, it must be because we're just going up.
That can't be good news for Nathan.
Yeah, when your opponent says no, you just have the 4.
And that's 4, and then 3 more, and that's exactly, well, I guess 1 more than lethal even.
Yep.
It's a Deathrite Shaman can't have to gain life yet.
Yeah, that's a tough one. But we will be moving on to game 2 here at least. So we still got another chance.
Is pretty tough for the Golgari deck. Like games like that, where the Madu Energy deck has a lot of small threats that run away with the game on the run. They don't really care about developing mana, so strip mining them a bunch isn't going to get anywhere. They have answers that line up really well against the Merit Lage thing, and they're really, really, really good at playing small games. Like 1 or 2 threats from Madu are really good at running away with the game on their own. You don't need to have this critical mass, since all the threats independently snowball. And that's a real problem for this Golgari deck, because what you're really doing here is you're trying to shrink the game by strip mining your opponent a bunch. And if your opponent's good at playing small games, then shrinking the game, like bringing it down to fewer resources, isn't really going to get you anywhere.
Yeah, we get to see the Elvish Reclaimer, which is a card that doesn't make too many deck lists these days. So that's fun. And we do have a couple of strip mines, so we will get on the strip mine plan very quickly here.
Okay, this is good news, I think, for Nathan, particularly after drawing that Ancient Tomb. While he doesn't have anything just yet, if he were to draw a Wary Zone Guard, he could play Ancient Tomb, immediately recur strip mine, and probably start winning.
Yeah, so there's a Thoughtseize, and Nathan responds by using one of the Dismembers. And then loses the other one, and now is left with a hand that looks to be 2 Dark Depths, a Strip Mine, and an Ancient Tomb.
Okay, this is pretty good. Because, though it might not look that way, because the Elvish Reclaimer can turn a land into a Thespian Sage. So this turn will eventually create a 20/20. Though it's not clear to me that it wouldn't just win quicker by attacking with Elvish Reclaimer at this point.
Yep, here comes Entomb, I guess, what we're going to play on this turn.
Yeah, Ancient Tomb here makes sense, but yeah, I like leaving up sacrifice of your Nurturing Beatland to get Thespian Stage with Reclaimer, and then next turn you can make a 20/20 Merit Lage. And that 20/20 Merit Lage can be made at end step, so it can dodge something like Static Prison, wouldn't dodge Swords to Plowshares, but Swords to Plowshares honestly kind of fine, because that would mean that that would mean Nathan is gaining 20 life, and Nathan would have time to like sort of set up the same combo again with the second copy of Dark Depths and the Elvish Reclaimer. Reclaimer doing a really good job here as a threat that hasn't been interacted with, sort of giving Nathan longevity in this game.
Yeah, and Steven's already down to 10. So we're going to go ahead and activate the Reclaimer. Well, we have the ability to crop rotate, not really necessary here.
Yeah, and this Reclaimer is a non-trivial threat at this point.
Yeah, that was a tough one there. Good. So we've kind of gotten to see both sides of Nathan's deck, right? We had the one where nothing went right and drew enough bricks to build a whole housing development. And then we have this one where everything went exactly right, kind of exactly what his deck wants to do.
Yeah, sometimes you just draw a bunch of strip mines and your opponent doesn't draw too many 1-drops and they lose the game. That's the upside of playing a deck with this much ability to reliably find strip mines and the ability to deny your opponent's mana. Is even against decks where that game plan is not inherently strong, you do get to sometimes force non-games like this one.
Now, Arya, if you're in Nathan's seat trying to make this decision, are you sideboarding to be more defensive since you're on the draw here with all the different, like, culling ritual and things like that?
I think Nathan is sideboarding to be more defensive regardless of whether he's on the play or draw. This is just a matchup where you can't assertively try and strip mine lock them down. You have to strip mine lock them while having interaction. I mean, even that game, we saw Nathan dismember Raghavan, just have like more defensive speed, force taking a culling ritual with the Thoughtseize, stuff like that, so that you can actually get to your late game. So I think Nathan, play or draw, like you said, is going to want to be defensive, is going to want to be playing for a late game. The 4 culling ritual, this is what they're for. We saw them all in last game. And yeah, imagine you just trying to live as long as you can and hope either you're going to lock them out of the game with lands or recurringly depth stage them, or you're just going to try and run away with the game with the 1 ring.
Yeah, this format's crazy. Even looking at this deck Nathan's playing, it's just... Even playing 30 land, you've got a ton of decisions to make here. And even this opening hand has a lot going for it. So Steven's opening up with the Bloodstained Mire. And we're just going to Thoughtseize right off the bat and see if you can solve any problems here.
It's a tough spot. Playing against this game from Steven's seat must be really hard because it's pretty hard to perfectly understand how the interlocking pieces work and what the game plan is going to be each day. This is one of the advantages of bringing a complete brew like this depth stack, right? You get a lot of advantage from your opponent not fully understanding how your game plan is enacted and what games play out like. We know Nathan's deck. Steven knows Nathan's deck, but just looking at the list, you're not going to have the experience Nathan does of understanding how games typically play out and what the card that matters most in this hand is, because it's going to vary a lot based game to game, and Nathan is going to know better how those games play. So taking Culling Ritual makes sense. There's access to it next turn off Deathrite Shaman, but at the same time, it's hard to say whether doing that is going to give Nathan more access to the ability to combo faster, or you're not sufficiently slowing down development by not taking the Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, this also, with the existence of Strip Mine in the format, it does make things very interesting on which lands you want to lead with. Like, are you trying to protect things like the Thespian stage, for example? You can't just run that out there and thinking you're going to have it later.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a really fast depth combo, right? Like we've seen the other end of the deck. We've seen the more controlling side, seen the slowly grind you out of resources. But if Steven just doesn't have an answer for Thespian Stage Dark Depths, then Nathan gets to ask that question. And if Steven can't answer it, he loses the game.
All right, there's a Disrupting Flute.
Okay. I have to imagine that names Thespian Stage.
Yeah,
given all the pieces for the combo are face up.
Oh, and he just drew a Culling Ritual, so we can get rid of that at some point and have some mana left over.
Yeah, I don't think... Is there just enough to do everything right now? So you crop rotation away the forest.
Right? Yeah.
You get Dark Depths. You play a Thespian Stage. You spend a Deathrite Shaman mana and 4 other mana. Culling Ritual. Copy your Dark Depths, and you end up with a Mount Legion play. And you probably lose to Swords to Plowshares, but if your opponent doesn't have that, you just win.
Yeah, because you get 3 mana back from the culling ritual here, getting rid of 3 permanents.
Yeah. Now, I'm not convinced that this is a good line, but it certainly is a line that exists.
Yeah.
This is about when Nathan, having a ton more experience with this deck, will know what the games against energy play out like, and will know whether it's better to go for it and force them to have a swords or a static prison, or to wait. The main risk of this line is, the main risk of not taking this line is the longer you wait, the more opportunities you give the energy deck to like present something. But the main risk of taking this line is you leave yourself vulnerable to not just swords to plowshares, but also static prison.
Oh, and there's a Thoughtseize. Yeah, and what do you take here? All right, decides to go with the culling ritual and just says, okay, you're gonna have to find something else to get rid of my flute before you activate that thespian stage. Yeah, that was a strong card to rip there.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. The strip mine on the other side says that Nathan has to go for it sooner rather than later. There's no real reason to crop rotation now. It doesn't do anything to do that now versus later.
What are we copying here? Okay. Gonna activate a death right? Nope, we're just gonna pass.
Oh, okay, and that's the reason not to crop rotation earlier. Because now you can crop rotation into strip mine away strip mine, Ice Still Explorer, strip mine away 2 other lands.
That's so
and
gross.
all of a sudden, Nathan Who is back in this game.
Oh, this format is so ridiculous. Okay, well, we're gonna go get the strip mine, and yeah, here comes an Ice Still Explorer. And you will get to still play 2 more lands because that land was just put into play by a crop rotation, so we haven't played any lands for the turn yet. Wow, this is sick. All right, yeah, and just strip all the mana down.
Hopefully Steven wasn't too attached to his last. And yeah, now that we saw a little bit of defensive speed from this Golgari deck. We saw the Golgari deck like sort of force interaction, not fall behind too early. And now that Nathan Who has successfully done that, Stephen Lee's just not ever going to be able to play. Stephen Lee's is just never going to be able to play out a second land. So stuff like Goblin Bombardment that lets the deck really start snowballing, threatening a lot of damage, is no longer on the table. And Nathan Who looks in fantastic shape here.
Yeah, because the priority now probably becomes getting rid of the Ice Still Explorer, where you can't ever really get ahead, and then that unlocks some space for the Merit Lage token if you ever get there.
Yeah, and
so yeah, this is tough.
Yeah, the thing about having quite as many land drops as Nathan does is you can even just waste a strip mine on a fetch land. You could force Stephen to fetch here and then just replay strip mine and strip away the thing that's fetched. So normally fetch lands that you sort of like hoard mana against strip mine by not being strip mineable since you can fetch in response. But once you have enough land drops, you can just strip away the fetches too and you're fine.
Yeah, this is just unreal value here. You know, like, I'm kind of sad Tannen's not around. He wanted to see somebody get strip mine into oblivion. This is the exact example that he was looking for.
Yeah, this is the nice thing about the spot is normally this doesn't do anything. Like it prevents your opponent from developing their board and like eventually you need to draw something. This is actually a spot where it does do something because every time he plays a land, Nathan Who's milling a land, and whenever he mills a land, he gets one step closer to milling a Dark Depths, which he can then play from his graveyard, which he can then use to strip mine Stephen Lee out of the game, which he can then use to deal 20 to Stephen Lee out of nowhere.
Well, yeah, you're milling cards here. I mean, Deathrite Shaman might just have enough activations to get it done at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the life total, the life points add up, and 10 not the highest life total.
Yeah, this is just fantastic here. This is almost clinical with what Nathan's deck is doing.
There's one copy of Field of the Dead in Nathan's deck, I believe. Wonder whether that may make an appearance to close out the game. Who's to say? There's any number of ways.
Yeah, Nathan just being efficient here, building up his life total. He's like looking in the yard and going, man, where's the things I'm looking for? Come on, how long is it going to take to get there? All right, looks like the last basic in the deck is now in play.
Who needs basics anyway?
Yeah, not really necessary at this stage. There goes another one ring to the graveyard. We're gonna go ahead and sacrifice this peatland to draw a card, and there's your Field of the Dead. All right,
Casual,
that
like,
should get it done.
5 or 6 zombies coming this turn with fetch land in the graveyard. Maybe just a more modest 3 or 4, actually. I don't know if there's any fetchables at all, even non-basic ones.
Yeah, just the value Nathan's getting every turn now is insane. You get to use Deathrite Shaman.
And crop rotation closes up the game nicely. You just get Dark Depths faster. You just get Dark Depths on end step, make a copy. Well, there's still a Disruptive Flute, I guess. So you need to find an answer to that if you really want to win with Merit Lage. There's like no shortage of answers to it in the deck somewhere. But yeah, Field of the Dead alone will do plenty.
Yeah, there you go. Nathan gets to punch his ticket into Sunday, so congratulations for making it to the Pro Tour and getting a chance to play for even more money tomorrow. Yeah, Arya, I have to admit, that game, that second one, looks like that's exactly the type of game, or I guess that third game is the one he kind of really wants to play with this deck, right? Like, you want to get there where you're just strip mining everything, you're using all the value from the I Still Explorer, and then your opponent just doesn't have a chance to recover.
Yeah, weirdly, like, once you answer your opponent's threat, if you can answer your opponent's threats early, despite not, putting a lot of power into play, this deck is the deck with insurmountable late game. You can beat Saranalende, you can beat Saranalende, you can beat, like, Atraxa, you can beat basically anything this format has to offer. If you just get to your late game and running your opponent out of lands, making 2/2s, making 20/20s, you have sort of the ultimate go over the top edge. So really a really good choice to bring to a field if you feel confident in your defensive speed. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I try not to pick favorites, but this is probably the sickest deck on day 2. It might have even been the sickest deck in the whole field, but really glad to see Nathan go on and looking forward to see him play more tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's really neat in the sense that it doesn't play like the other decks that we've seen this weekend, right? It's completely different, and it has the tools to hold up against some of these other decks, whether you do get the early strip mines or you are just able to combo out with a big Merit Lage token. So I think people are going to have something to tune in for tomorrow, because it's going to be one deck that definitely is going to be able to push those Necro decks a little bit. But I am hearing that we have more Magic ready to go. So more people are going to be getting qualified for tomorrow and going to get a chance at the Pro Tour and a little more money. So yeah, this is an exciting time. All right, Arya, we get to see some more Necro against some Golgari mid-range, and these are 2 top-tier players that we're going to have going at it. This is the pressure they want here, but Martin Gotautier and we have Matt Nass here on the opposite sides, but we have Gotautier playing the Golgari mid-range deck. Peak of 33 on the ladder there, 61% win percentage. And Matt Nass is no slouch himself. You probably heard his name in Magic for a very long time if you've been around. So not a surprise, and I bet he tested this deck with a lot of the other top players that are playing it as well.
Yeah, Matt Nass's team was the one that brought this deck. I don't actually know who built the original deck itself. Decent chance it's Matt, but given how much of a brilliant deck builder he is, maybe it was someone else on the team. I got to ask him for his thoughts about the deck going into this, and he said basically any non-blue deck he feels favored against. And Golgari midrange is a non-blue deck, but it might not have been quite what he had in mind.
Yeah, it does seem to lack the blue pip there. We don't have that one highlighted, so this could be a big deal for him. But yeah, again, another high pressure matchup here with these two players. Winner gets to play on Sunday, gets at least $1,000 more, if not $2,000 more, depending on where they would finish. So yeah, this is going to be a good one, and we've seen this matchup a few times, and it can definitely go either way.
Yeah, very much, very much a close matchup that's extreme, that varies a lot game to game.
Yeah, and it looks like we're opening with a Ancient Tomb from Gotautier here, and Matt looks like a fairly reasonable hand here. I mean, you can get a turn 2 Necropotence down if he wants to. But we do see that in Gautier's hand, he does have the flute, and it's not going to matter here because we get a strip mine as well.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We saw that. We saw that turn 1. We saw that turn 1 no Necropotence, which kind of leaves Gotautier to know that turn 2 Nass was also pretty unlikely to be able to Necropotence or Entomb Reanimate if he wasn't to turn 1. And so that sort of lets him go a little safer, play the Thoughtseize, develop his mana, and maybe he won't be as pressured to play Disruptive Flute this turn, or at the very least he'll have the knowledge after this Thoughtseize to develop it, naming the threat he chooses not to take.
Yeah, and I don't know what would be the best card to take here because all the threats basically cost 3 that you're worried about at this point now.
Yeah, so the main problem here is Gotautier really wants to take the Sorin and flute the Necropotence. But you really don't want to give your opponent the information that you have the flute. And it's really hard to justify taking the flute if you don't have justify taking the Sorin if you don't have flute. So in Matt's seat, I'm smelling something fishy here. I suspect something is up.
Yeah, he left you with the Necro, which says he has an answer to it. And he did actually pick up a Chrome Mox here, so he could try to go for it, but we know how risky that is.
Yeah. This is honestly the weird spot where Thoughtseizing was almost a downside. If there had not been a Thoughtseize, there's only one flute in the main, I believe. Sorry, this is a first spot game, right? There's 3 flutes in the sideboard, so definitely something to be wary of, but you probably still go for it in the dark. But once your opponent's made this suspicious play, it's really hard to figure out whether or not you should go it, because surely your opponent has flute in this spot.
Yeah, those are the situations where I'm like, I almost wish I didn't know that my opponent knew what I had, so I could play with ignorance and whatever. Okay. But here, this flute getting set to Necropotent is just going to really set Matt Nass in a bad spot here.
Yeah, I don't think Matt has an option but to go for it there, because he needs to try and win the game if he can, but he is literally dead. He cannot draw cards during his draw step. He cannot draw cards with Necropotence. He has 1 March of Wretched Sorrows for the rest of the game.
Yeah, you just got locked out by 1 card. I mean, it's that simple. But again, I'm with you. I don't know if he really had a choice, right? You could try to play the really long game, but realistically, that's just going to get away from you. So you just go for it and say, I hope you don't have it and you made a mistake with the Thoughtseize. Yeah, this is interesting because I know viewers are probably going to be looking at this and going, oh, there's an error. They're not showing Matt Nass's sideboard cards. But it's because he didn't sideboard anything. That is
Makes
legit.
Sense. If your deck's perfect, why bother sideboarding?
Yeah, he just said, I'm good. I got 15 spare cards just taking up space. Who needs them? Which is a baller move, by the way, right? Like with the way that game just went, and he goes, no, I'm fine. That's just a weird draw. Let me show you something.
Okay, so this might be a game where we get to see something unique about this team's build of the deck. Okay, unfortunately no, that hand wasn't kept. But I was wondering whether we might finally get to see the Entomb for Unburial Rites, because Matt Nass is running 1 copy of Unburial Rites as a reanimation spell you can Entomb for if you have the other half of your combo.
Oh, that's actually not a bad idea as an emergency button if you need it.
Yeah, it's a really smart piece of deck building where you see it and you go, oh, that's so smart. I would never have thought of that. But yeah, really really smart choice and makes a lot of sense that Matt Nass would do it. And this looks like a turn one Necropotence hand.
Yeah, Matt is mulliganing down to 4 here, and it looks like Gotautier kept 6.
I think you will find that Matt is mulliganing down to 24, in that is the amount of gods he will have by the end of next turn.
Well, yeah, ultimately. So, yep, here we go. We're off to the races. Turn 1 Necro with the Dark Ritual. And he says, give me all the cards.
Yeah, so the practice folks generally go to is a little bit over hand size, like maybe 1 or 2 over hand size on the first Necro, and then the turn you play it if you don't have mana up. And then once you have mana up and there's a creature that's marchable, you spend all your life every turn.
All right, let's see what we got from these, 8 cards there. All right, this doesn't look bad so far. Another Necro Dominance you don't really need. The Unburial Rites, what we were just talking about. So not a lot of action there, really.
Yeah, I sort of wonder... So it's actually weirdly good news for Matt that he didn't end up seeing a Saint Elenda. This deck is a little short on ways to actually win the game. So if we'd seen something like Thoughtseize, Saint Elenda, Surgical at, Matt might have been in trouble. But given that wasn't what happened...
Yeah, we saw earlier today what happens when a bunch of surgical extractions go off in these mirrors or pseudo mirror matches. So yeah, that would be a thing for sure. But looks like not gonna have to worry about that. So that's good for Matt. But there is a Thoughtseize incoming. And what do we take here? A Sorin possibly?
Yeah, probably. It's either Sorin or Grief. Oh, there's a Demonic Tutor. It's probably Demonic Tutor. I missed that card. You could take Sorin and Surgical Sorin is the other line, I think, in response to the Necropotence Exile trigger.
Yeah, Gauntier's giving this a long think here.
So at least 3 solid choices, I think.
Yeah, this is tough. But I don't blame him here, right? Because we've talked about this deck a lot throughout the day of how it's very much A plus B combos, right? So you're trying to figure out, okay, if I leave you with this and you draw the other half, can I deal with that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that's what a lot of this thought process is.
Yeah, there's really no good option here. Yeah, if you leave Matt with Grief, then Grief Reanimate Grief is a bit obnoxious, and then you still have the Demonic Tutor to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could Surgical a Grief, but I don't think you really want to use it that way.
Well, the Grief can take the Surgical, so that's not something you have to worry about.
That's true.
You could just hope to... You can just probably beat Grief on the fair, so that's something. But the problem is, this Grief is going to be backed up by Matt drawing another 5 cards.
Yeah, that's the real issue. It's not even Grief itself. It's the extra cards that are incoming. Yeah, Matt's now looking at the Surgical as well, saying, okay, can I afford to lose any of the other cards? And I don't know, maybe he watched some of the coverage earlier today and went, I don't know, Surgical can be kind of scary if this game goes long.
Yeah, notably...
He seems to really be like...
Matt is a little low on life. Needs to find a way to return, to actually like get some life gain going. And yeah, notable difference between Necropotence and Necrodominance. Necropotence only exiles cards you discard. So Grief does come back, but would not have come back if it had been taken by Thoughtseize. Or by Grief, I believe.
All right, we're going to draw, and I don't know, I guess maybe just draw down to 1 here? Yeah, he's going to put 5 triggers on the stack.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, because if he whiffs here, he's dead. He doesn't really have very many more draws left.
Yeah, if he whiffs, this is brutal.
But he has the Demonic Tutor in hand. So at the very least, he's got that going on that's going to prevent the game from being fully over. Okay, we are at a point where if there was a hand disruption spell there, that might have been the end of the game.
Yeah, very well could have been, right? Because at that point, you can't really draw any. He left himself at 3, but you can't really draw much more.
Yeah. At most 2 more cards to be found. I imagine this is Soren being run out, and then next turn you can Demonic Tutor for Orlando.
Yeah, that's probably the play here. Especially since you have near perfect information. There's 1 hidden card, basically.
Yeah, I guess as long as the Grief is still around, you can start gaining some life with Soren, so that helps too. That's a bunch more cards.
All right, attacking for 3, getting to gain a little bit of life back, so now you're at 6, thanks to Soren. And we're back to drawing 2, 3. Nope, we're at 2.
Yeah, this game is looking pretty tough for Gotautier. It's hard to imagine a sequence of draws that gets him back into this. Given he only has the 1 land, Reanimate's pretty blank. You need 2 turns to reanimate. Entomb. Some sort of removal spell for Grief would help, but I don't think there's very much of that available post-mode.
Yeah, the Thoughtseize is about a turn late, I think.
Yeah, getting rid of the Demonic Tutor helpful certainly, but just not going to cut it without some way of also dealing with the Grief.
Yeah, and the biggest deal right now is the Grief gets to be a life-gaining container, basically.
Yeah.
You know, allowing him to draw those extra cards.
And there's so many live draws now for Matt. Fell the Profane is turned on, so he has a removal spell. Since he has a mana cost it. Entomb in hand means Reanimate could maybe be a live draw. It would probably take a couple of turns to get to enough life to be able to reanimate, but at some point.
Yeah, even just more strip mines at this point. If you can't do anything with 2 now, you know, just keep you off spells altogether. But actually didn't, I mean, there's an Entomb, but that's not really going to do anything here with this hand. And then another Chrome Mox, which isn't really doing much.
Yeah, that was a sequence of dead draws, so definitely not quite over yet for Gotautier, but the life total's getting pretty low. This Grief is a credible threat on its own. At some point, the Soren's going to threaten to deal 3 damage immediately if you find an Elenda, and that's kind of scary.
Yeah, now we are reaching the point that Gotautier has to start worrying about his life total. He's only at 7, so this is getting close to being over.
Yeah, no green mana for that Zone God is just brutal. If there'd been a green sauce and there'd been like strip mining happening last turn, I think Gotautier would have had a chance, but I think it might be too late for any of that at this point.
Yeah, I was just looking over his list and just trying to figure out what sequence of cards could he draw here, but I'm not sure there is one, especially, well, now we found the Mauch, so we can get a lot more life there even if needed.
Yeah, the game looks pretty wrapped up from this fight.
Yeah, that's a tough one there, but it is a victory for Matt Nass, and he gets to play more Magic tomorrow. So one of the long-term stalwarts has punched his ticket into Sunday. So yeah, I don't know. Did that kind of go the way you expected, Arya?
Yeah, I mean, this is a strength of the mono black deck, right? If your opponent isn't playing blue, if your opponent isn't interacting, you can out-goldfish most opponents. You're really fast at comboing. There's some inconsistencies, so it's not always going to work, but you are almost always going to race your opponent to comboing, and that's what happened there. Matt just got to combo faster, set up the engine, and it's this weird spot where once the deck's engine is in play, it's not a deterministic win at all. Like, the deck can still lose after putting Necrobotans in play. It's just really, really hard to lose. And your opponent needs to be doing something at least equally powerful to enable that, and not what Gotautier had. So tough matchup, and I mean, really well played on Matt's part, really well built on that team spot to come to this deck that I think is put, 4 people in top 16 or something like that.
Yeah, and to kind of recap for everybody who's joining us here later in the day, we are going to be back tomorrow morning, but we are qualifying 16 players to play what's effectively the elimination rounds for all the money, and all 16 players that qualify for tomorrow are qualified for the Pro Tour, which is awesome. But we also get to qualify some people for the World Championships and get to give away even more money. So lots still at stake here for these players. And this was a pretty stressful round. Like, this is tough, especially, if you're in like Matt Nass's seat where the draws didn't start out particularly great, in those, and you still have to work your way through them to get what you want. But I do want to ask Arya, if you are one of these players coming into tomorrow, right, and you're going to be seeing a lot of these Necro variants because we've seen 2 or 3 different versions, what is your plan really on your mulligans early against those decks?
I think you want to have early interaction. You want to have pressure. Like, that's the big thing. A lot of we saw a lot of hands today keep some sort of early interaction. Stop them from necropotencing turn 1 or turn 2. But then if you're not applying pressure, they'll just get to turn 3, play that third land, or play 2 lands for some marks, play Necro, draw a bunch of cards, and just beat you the fairway. So you really need to have early interaction. Disruptive Flute in particular, really, really strong. Sort of the only trump card against necropotence in the format. And yeah, once you have one of those backed up by a clock, that's, I think, your one shot at beating these necropotence decks. The pressure here is really important. And so if I was someone like the mono red players we saw struggle against the necro decks today, I'd not only want something like Chalice, I'd be aggressively looking for stuff like Broadside Bombardiers to really put a clock on my opponents.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's one of the things we did see, right? Some of these games that started like they weren't going to go the way we expected for the Necro decks, they got plenty of time to draw out of them because they weren't under pressure, right? And sometimes even just 2 or 3 damage where they can't draw that extra card is all the difference in the world. I mean, we saw multiple times where when they drew off of a Necro Dominance or a Necropotence, it was that last card or second to last card that came off the top. That was all the difference there. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we will be right back for y'all. So don't go anywhere.
If I had to describe Timeless in a word, say fast. I think I'm used to, I usually mostly just play Standard and Limited, and this was very, very different. I don't even play much Legacy, so this format is just blazing fast. Like, sometimes you look at your opening hand, you're like, okay, I think this game is probably over.
It's fast because you can die on turn 1, and it doesn't really get much faster than that. The slower decks of the format can kill on turn 3 pretty easily. If you're looking for a format that lasts 4 or more turns, Timeless is not it.
Punishing would be the word I would use. If you stumble on mana, you can get strip mined out of the game. If you don't have the right piece of interaction in the first turn or two, like a deck like Reanimator or Necro can push you right out of the game. So you don't have a lot of time to set up. So a lot of the gameplay is kind of centered in the first few turns, and it's really punishing if your hand can't keep up.
Threatening is a format where you have a lot of really, really powerful threats, many of which are banned in Legacy. But a lot of the interaction is weaker, like notably no Force of Will. So there's a lot of really strong threats, and they're not held in check quite as much.
Powerful. Everything you do in the format is incredibly strong. You have cards like Strip Mine and Dark Ritual, Psychic Frog, all these incredibly powerful cards from Magic's history that you're allowed to play in this format in 4X for almost all cards in the format. There's just such a high bar of power in the format.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the closeout here of day 1 of Arena Championship 10. Joining me here in the booth, Maria Bertholdi, I'm joined by Daquan Watson and Arya Karamchandani here as we wrap up day 1 of coverage. We've got our top 16 set. I'm looking for your takeaways from this tournament, this first big showcase of Timeless here on Arena. Daquan, your thoughts?
Oh, I have so much, right? I love the fact that we saw the super fast games that lasted 2 turns, and then we saw games that lasted 15 turns, right? Like, so people who think the format's just every game super fast, that's not necessarily true. And then also we have cards like the Flute that never show up anywhere that are one of the silver bullets for the format. So there's a lot going for Timeless right now.
Yeah, we saw a lot of different stuff, some of it incredibly wild. Arya, what are your main takeaways after day 1 of competition?
I'd say we're really starting to see a good picture of what Timeless as a format looks like. We saw 34, I think, energy decks coming into this. I think there's less than 4 of them in top 8. Top 16, maybe less than 3 of them. There's not very many of them at top 16. And it's really going to show that Timeless is a format that's all about combo. It's about combo, and then the question is, where to me is not just what Timeless at this tournament is about, but sort of where Timeless goes from here. Where we've seen this Necro stack really just perform astoundingly well. One of the best performers this weekend. Do some really impressive stuff turn over turn. We did game over game. We didn't see very many blue decks. Matt Nass, when talking about this Necro stack, mentioned that the blue decks were the thing they struggled most with. So I'm curious to see where Timeless goes from here, and whether any blue decks we have in our top 16 can put up a good showing against these mono black decks.
That is a great point. And speaking of where we go from here, let's take a quick peek at the 2026 schedule here for Arena Championships. Daquan, what do we have to look forward to next year?
So much magic. Like, it's the way we love it. But yeah, in February, we'll be doing Arena Championship 11. However, players, if you want to play in it, it's a little too bad. We've already qualified everybody for it, but you should tune in and watch. But when we get to May, we will get you qualified for the Arena Championship 12 if that's your goal. You'll be playing Historic. And then there'll be a break, and we'll come back at the end of the year in October, and we will be playing Arena Championship 13. That will then be Standard. So if you want your shot at it, you will still get a chance to play Standard next year. And we even have a handy little QR code here if you want to check that out and figure out how you can qualify for these events.
All right, and now it is time to take a look at our top 16 bracket for day 2 of competition. Here it is, revealed for the very first time. Taking a look at what we have in the various different archetypes. Arya, what are your thoughts here? Are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, in the top half of the bracket, you know I'm looking forward to that Golgari Depth deck. I mentioned it's maybe my personal favorite deck I've seen here, and I'm excited to see some people maybe get Strip Mine locked out of playing. The 4-color mid-range deck, also pretty interesting. I believe that's a Ren and 6 Strip Mine deck, so yet another deck looking to lock your opponents playing out of lands. Beyond that, I'm just excited to see how these various like unusual attacks on the meta, all the like both the 4-color mid-range deck and the Depths deck, I think were only brought by one player, and I'm kind of interested in seeing how these one-off decks fare against the more popular decks like the Mono Black Necro and Mudnu Energy decks.
Yeah, absolutely. This Mono Black Necro deck turns out to be a very, very good choice here for this weekend. Well represented in our top 16. Taking a look at the bottom half of the bracket here, Daquan, what jumps out to you?
I think that it's that while we do have a lot of Necro decks, they're kind of in different brackets here. So we're going to get to see Necro go up against a lot of different things, right? We even have a couple of mono red prison decks that hopefully they kind of figured out their game here, because that wasn't something that looked like they were favored in, but we get 2 shots at it there. And then you have Necro on Necro to kind of open this bracket as well, just different varieties. And then we get to see the Omnitel deck, which is also really cool that actually made it to day 2. So we're going to get to see a large variety of matchups, and we get to see Necro go up against the different things here. So this should be a lot of fun tomorrow, just to see, can Necro overcome all these different decks, and how everybody's going to prepare going into the finals, or I guess the round of 16, as we start tomorrow.
Yeah, and all of these 16 players, congratulations to them. They've all qualified for Pro Tour Lorwyn in Richmond at the end of January. You see over there the quarterfinals, the semifinals. Well, the 2 people who make our finals, those 2 people will qualify for the World Championship next year as well. So there is a lot to play for tomorrow when we come back, and a lot of big names still battling here in this tournament, which is very exciting as well. Let's take a look at our broadcast schedule and find out what we're going to do and when we're going to do it. There you can see day 2. That is our playoffs. Timeless, of course, again, and it is single elimination through our bracket. So pretty brutal. Lose and you are out. We're going to kick things off at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for our top 16. Make sure you come on back. All of these times are Pacific. At noon, we expect to do our top 8 with our semifinals around 2 p.m. and our finals at 3 p.m. There is a look at our schedule for tomorrow. Very excited for what we have to offer. We've got a prize pool of $250,000, 2 spots at next year's World Championship. We just gave away 16 spots at the next Pro Tour Arena Championship 10. This is awesome. I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow for the entire casting crew, Daquan and Arya. I'm Maria Bartholdi. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
With the treasure, this is a turn 2 Magus of the Moon. How does Ray even get out of that? Right? I mean, we're looking.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
It does look like he's doing that. Okay.
Yeah, because you can crew up the hearse and exile 2 cards and turn that into a 7/7. Took 4, so you don't die to Stomp here either, right? Off the top.
Spell the Profane.
Spell the Profane.
Oh,
there's the
last
March.
card. Unbelievable.
Okay, and that's the reason not to crop rotation earlier. Because now you can crop rotation into Strip Mine away Strip Mine, Iceland Explorer, Strip Mine away 2 other lands.
That's so
And all of Nathan Who is back in this game.
There's one in the graveyard.
Oh no. Oh no.
Wow. The
This game has
4th
been-
surgical extraction completely necessary here from Piotr to be able to lock his seat into day 2.
My jaw is on the floor.